Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Lying on a bench in a park in Konoha village was a blonde boy. The young man's face is rather strange, with 3 beards on the left and right. But this does not affect that delicate face in any way. The warm wind blew gently on his face, making him drowsy. The soul of an other world slowly awakened in the body of the blonde boy. The blonde boy slowly opened his eyes. Those are blue eyes, and seeing these eyes reminds people of the sky. What a comfortable wind. Here it is? Where? Shouldn't I take a nap at home? Why did you come outdoors? The boy yawned and shook his head in an attempt to wake himself up faster. At a glance, I saw the 4 huge mountains of heads. Is this in country M? What kind of avatar mountain is this? The young man complained. No, it doesn't look like it. An outrageous idea came to mind. This can't be Hokage rock, it's too outrageous. The moment you realize this is Hokage, the neural circuits in the brain seemed to be connected. The memory flashed back to me, this was Konoha village, and I fell asleep alone in the park. The surrounding environment also becomes very familiar. No, this is not my memory, this is Uzumaki Naruto's memory. Uzumaki Naruto recalled how he came here, because he was looked down upon by the people around him, and he wanted to hide in a place where no one was around, so he sat on a chair and accidentally fell asleep. Uzumaki Naruto is the unlucky guy. He was replaced as soon as he woke up. This Hokage tastes so good, a blonde boy complained. He looked at some children jumping up and down on the roof, and his whole body felt bad. It's really sad to look at those 4 giant head sculpts. This is Hokage. He looked at the reflection in the water, and the beard on his face seemed to mock him. Hungry sounds came from Naruto's stomach. Naruto remembered that he hadn't eaten anything since noon. Let's go home and see what we can eat. Slowly walking to the door of the house according to the memory in his mind, Uzumaki Naruto ran to the door of the house and stood still. But when I opened the door, I still hesitated for a moment, but I still mustered up the courage to open the door. After the door opened, it was a dilapidated small house. The room was not large, and there was a dining table on the floor, which was also piled with boxes of instant noodles from yesterday and the day before yesterday. The kitchen is piled with broken dishes that haven't been washed for a long time. Moreover, this room is very dark, and the windows are probably rarely opened. It seems that my predecessor didn't know how to take care of himself at all, after all, he was just a child. Although this is the world of the Hokage and there are supernatural powers, the comfort level is still much worse than that of the modern world. Okay, let's eat first and then clean up. Uzumaki Naruto rummaged through the box looking for food. Look, there are still some vegetables in the refrigerator, plus this bowl of instant noodles and a few bottles of milk. Is this my ration for today? It looks fine. No matter what world he is in, he can't get rid of eating instant noodles. Uzumaki Naruto had a complicated expression. Watching the kettle slowly boiling, my thoughts slowly drifted away. Now that I have come to this world, will the original me die? Turned into a corpse, but still switched bodies with Uzumaki Naruto. What about my parents? Thinking of his parents, Uzumaki Naruto made up his mind to go back and return to that world, and see his relatives. Since you can come to this world, you must have a way to go back, Uzumaki Naruto thought. The most important thing now is to fill your stomach first and see how the noodles from other world taste. Uzumaki Naruto tasted the noodles and took a sip of the noodle soup. The taste is unexpectedly good. I checked the dates on some milk and found that there are still a few days left before the expiry date. Let's drink it first. After eating and drinking, he lay down on the bed that belonged to Uzumaki Naruto and slowly closed his eyes. As he fell into a deep sleep, Uzumaki Naruto had already forgotten about cleaning up after eating. Uzumaki Naruto felt his soul floating upwards, floating here and there like weightlessness in space. Feels like I'm in a dream. The moment he realized he was dreaming, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly woke up. Where is this? Have you asked this question once? It feels so familiar. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned by the scene before him. The vast starry sky was like a strip of light, spreading in the starry sky and extending infinitely. There was nothingness all around, except for the galaxy that shone brightly in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Moreover, the floating feeling of the soul also disappeared. Uzumaki Naruto only looked at the Milky Way. As if being attracted by something, the soul flew forward along the galaxy at a speed that had been unimaginable. The surrounding planets quickly fell behind me. I don't know how long it took, but a light different from the planets seemed to appear in front of me. The closer I got closer, the warmer and more comfortable I felt, like returning to my mother's arms. The light at the front is getting brighter and brighter, and the outline is getting clearer and clearer. Uzumaki Naruto saw it clearly. It was the earth, and I was moving rapidly towards the earth. The earth is getting bigger and bigger all the time. Naruto felt a sense of suffocation in his heart, because he was facing the earth directly, and the earth was too big. But the whole earth suddenly glowed with green light. It was as if the energy of the entire earth gathered together and turned into a green beam of light, which shot straight towards Naruto, who was flying towards him. Naruto's entire soul was instantly enveloped in green light. Naruto's body lying on the bed was also breathing in and out. Green light was flowing from his soul and slowly entering Naruto's body. No one saw this light. When the green light successfully flowed through every part of Naruto's body, the seal on Naruto's belly began to appear, and green light entered the seal inside Naruto's body. The 9 tails in Naruto's body seemed to sense something and opened its eyes several meters in size. He looked towards the prison in confusion. Green energy appeared all around the prison. Keep appearing from the walls. The prison that held 9 tails now seemed like a sea of green floors that were originally filled with water. Now there is a steady stream of green grass growing all over the ground. The iron gate seems to have failed. Nothing can stop the grass from spreading. The ceiling also turned into a blue sky, and Uzumaki Naruto's inner world took on a new look. Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes, and what he saw was the light blue sky, with the breeze blowing slowly around him. He was lying on a relatively high hillside. Uzumaki Naruto stood up. Because the terrain was relatively high, he could see the endless grassland. But the strange thing is that there is nothing on the grassland except grass. It is a veritable grassland. No people, no cattle, or sheep. There is only that touch of green on the entire grassland. Is this a second time travel, or am I trapped in a hallucination? This time it's better than last time. At least I haven't changed my body. What on earth is going on in this world? A person can travel through time without doing anything, and more than once. Naruto simply lay down, placed a large character on the lawn, and looked at the sky. I asked myself a question again and again: why me? Why did I travel through time and not others? The lawn where he was lying on was shaking slightly, and the vibrations were changing from weak to strong. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't think so much and ran down the hillside quickly while rolling and climbing. He ran faster and faster until he was quite far away from the hillside. Naruto saw a huge red fox coming out of the green hillside. Rather than coming out of Yamanaka, it was better to say that the fox itself was the hillside. It's just that this huge red fox is covered in green grass. Green grass covered the fox, and he woke up lying on top of it. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to understand something. Is this fox Kurama? Unlike the ones seen in anime or comics, this fox is really huge. You brat, what did you do to this place? Why is my power slowly disappearing? Chapter 2. Kurama, who had just been covered in green energy, felt that his chakra was slowly draining away. Those chakras that belonged to him seemed to have become nutrients for this little brat named Naruto. The power disappeared. What are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto was confused. I haven't done anything yet. Seeing 9 tails, Uzumaki Naruto finally understood that he did not travel twice but fell asleep and entered the consciousness space. Speaking of which, this consciousness space is a bit strange. Why is it not a dim sewer like the one seen in the anime, but a piece of grass? If it was a sewer, I would probably recognize it at a glance. I have not read so many Hokage novels in vain, and I feel very free here. What is this psychological comfort about? I suddenly forgot something. The original Nine Tails was sealed, but what about this Nine Tails cage? What about such a big cage? If he hadn't felt so comfortable psychologically, he wouldn't have felt scared when he saw Nine Tails. Instead, he would have felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Uzumaki Naruto would have run away long ago, although he certainly couldn't. After Kurama asked the question, he saw the kid was stunned with a stupid look on his face. I can't help but wonder if I didn't make it clear, or if he didn't hear me and should I say it again. At this time, Nine Tails has not yet realized that he has no murderous intention, no resentment and no desire to escape from the seal towards Uzumaki Naruto, only a feeling of closeness. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto understood that the Nine Tails in front of him was called Kurama, which was part of 10 Tails, and was now being imprisoned here. But what should I say, tell the plot directly, or make up a reason to make him believe that he is the son of the prophecy and influence him? But before I traveled through time, I was a mild social phobia. I didn't know how to talk to strangers at all, and my eloquence was also poor. Not good. By the way, it was so embarrassing and difficult just now. Naruto calmed down for a few seconds and said, "Your power is slowly disappearing. It may be because of this space. This is my first time entering here. You can speak, prove you can communicate, do you have your own name?" Naruto asked. Nine Tails slowly lay down on the grass. The grass still felt comfortable, except that his chakra was decreasing. "Kurama, this is my name." "Kurama, I remember, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, please take care of me in the future. I want to ask, where is this place? Why did I come here, and has this always been like this?" Uzumaki Naruto opened up a chatterbox, asking one question after another. Nine Tails paused, stared at Naruto with his eyes and said, "This is your consciousness space, because I am sealed in your body, so when you want to communicate and feel lonely, you will come here. When you want to come here, you will come here naturally. This place was not like this originally. There was no grassland or sky before you came. Changes occurred before you came here. The changes here are definitely related to you, brat." Nine Tails said with certainty. Through Nine Tails' answer, Naruto realized that the space of consciousness and its changes were related to himself. The first two questions were already known to him. The key was the third question. The changes in this space were related to me. Is it the reason for the time travel? Wait, Kurama, you just said that I would come here when I feel lonely. Naruto asked. Kurama stared at Naruto carefully with those huge eyes and said, "Because I can sense your emotions, and you suddenly feel a huge sense of loneliness in your heart, Naruto." Naruto listened to Kurama talk about sensing emotions and understood. He had just learned that this was the Hokage world and was used to complaining to relieve his inner uneasiness and loneliness, but Kurama sensed it. "That's awesome, Kurama." Kurama responded with an unhappy look, "This is just the most inconspicuous of my many abilities. As a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you are still too weak right now." Nine Tails looked at those blue eyes, sensing the state of this kid, and saw that the power contained in this kid was comparable to the old man from Six Paths. Coupled with the changes in the sealed space and the indescribable sense of closeness, Nine Tails remembered the prophecy. The green-eyed boy laughed and called the names of the 9 beasts. That boy will be recognized by the 9-tailed beasts. Now Kurama has reason to believe that Naruto is the boy in the prophecy, the legendary son of prophecy. If Naruto was really the one, then there would be nothing wrong with lending him his power. Nine Tails suddenly said seriously. "Kid, do you want to use my power?" As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you are still too weak now. This makes me very embarrassed. If you want to use my power in the future, please feel free to use it, if you can bear it. Uzumaki Naruto heard Kurama's words. Although he didn't know why Kurama agreed to let me use his power, he was very excited because he learned how powerful Nine-Tails' power was. Can I try it now? Try Kurama's power. Okay, but kid, you have to understand that my power is very powerful and cannot be endured by ordinary people. Your life may be in danger. Once danger occurs, I will stop. Are you ready? Let's start. I saw the red chakra slowly emanating from Nine-Tails, condensing into the shape of a smaller fox, rushing directly into Naruto's body, covering Naruto's entire body in red. Naruto became resentful. Why did he come to this world? Why was it not someone else? Why did he choose me? Why did the people in the village ignore me? Why didn't they die? Why didn't this village be destroyed? Nine-Tails chakra not only aroused uneasiness and resentment in those who originally traveled through time. There is also Naruto's dissatisfaction with the people of Konoha village who just stood aside. Nine-Tails sighed. Is it still too early? He's a little devil now. Suddenly, a scene that shocked Nine-Tails appeared. Suddenly, a green energy in Naruto's body broke through the Nine-Tails chakra, and at the same time, the space resonated with this energy. The red Nine-Tails chakra, combined with the green energy, turned into gold, covering Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly woke up from his negative emotions and felt a warm feeling in his body. Uzumaki Naruto looked like himself, with his whole body covered in golden energy and this black stripe on his body. This is the state that will appear when Uzumaki Naruto defeats Nine-Tails in the future, which shows that Nine-Tails chakra has been completely controlled. When Naruto in the consciousness space turns into golden body mode. In the outside world, Naruto's body was lying on the bed. There was a golden chakra that wanted to cover Naruto's body, but it was blocked by the green energy. In the space of consciousness, Kurama said. It seems that you have completely mastered my chakra. The green energy emitted from your body helps you eliminate the negative emotions in my chakra. If you can eliminate resentment yourself without the help of that green energy, you will be fully recognized by me, and then you will become the perfect Jinchuriki, fully endowed with my full power. Work hard, Nine-Tails said, then lay down and closed his eyes. Naruto knew that the perfect Jinchuriki was Kurama's link mode and could transform into a tailed beast, but Kurama said what exactly was the green energy in my body. I don't have a clue yet, so go to sleep first. Naruto left the consciousness space. The power of Nine-Tails in the consciousness space slowly flowed to Naruto, activating the power in Naruto's body. Naruto fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 3. The sun shines through the window and shines on Naruto's face, and the breeze blows through the curtains, thinking it's a good day today. Naruto slowly opened his blue eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling. Naruto stared at the ceiling for a while before he recovered. Naruto stretched and let out a long yawn to wake himself up. According to the memory fragments in my mind, today is the ninja school's holiday, and I will go to the ninja school tomorrow for class. I have been enrolled in the school for half a month, and my classmates are basically familiar with each other. Naruto skillfully turned on the kettle and started making noodles. It seems that I have to find a way to improve my food, but the people around me will not sell me anything. Let's eat the legendary Ichiraku ramen in the evening. Naruto looked at the instant noodles and his thoughts gradually drifted into the distance. Naruto opened the closet and found that besides his pajamas, he picked out a black short-sleeved shirt. I don't want Naruto to always wear one thing in the anime, there should be a variety of clothes. After breakfast, Naruto sat on the floor and began to try to refine chakra, according to the chakra refinement taught in the ninja school. Chakra is energy extracted from the cells of the human body and is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. This is actually an overview of the basics of chakra, but Naruto understands that chakra is the product of the invasion of alien civilization, and its source comes from the Tsutsuki clan. Most of the people who use chakra in the ninja world are the sage of 6 paths who were dispersed when the ninja sect was founded. It is the energy that connects people together. But as times changed, chakra was used as a weapon and spread around the world. With the refining of chakra, Naruto seemed to have inner vision. Naruto could clearly feel that blue energy appeared and converged from all over his body. Naruto tried to focus chakra on his hands, feet, and various parts of the body, and controlled it very easily. Chakra materialization is even possible, from the simplest chakra threads, to various things formed from chakra, all formed in Naruto's hands. Is it that easy to control chakra? I thought it would take a long time to practice. Is this one of the benefits of time travel? Naruto also discovered that he could directly convert chakra attributes. For example, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in Naruto's hand. The fire was suspended in Naruto's hand, but it did not hurt the skin. Naruto thought that if fire could do it, then other attributes could also do it. He saw air masses with the attributes of fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder appearing in Naruto's hand at the same time, slowly flowing in Naruto's hand in order. Seeing this, Naruto thought of a scene. This scene seemed to have appeared in the hands of Satsuki Momoshiki when he invaded the Chunin exam. But Momoshiki is the Satsuki clan and can directly operate chakra. But now I can also directly use various ninjutsu with 5 attributes without the need for seals. Uzumaki Naruto is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of Sage of 6 Paths. Although we don't know how many generations have passed, Naruto must have the genes of the Satsuki clan in his body. This is a direct return to my ancestors in my hands. I have abilities similar to those of the Satsuki clan. Uzumaki Naruto was very excited. This ability can cover the enemy with direct fire when the chakra is sufficient. But Naruto thought that this was the world of Hokage, a world where even Uchiha Madara could be killed by a sneak attack, so he still had to be careful and careful. The key was intelligence. Information leakage was a very serious matter. Uzumaki Naruto suppressed the excitement in his heart. Now I can directly use the 5 basic ninjutsu, plus I have obtained part of the power of 9 tails yesterday. There is nothing wrong with protecting yourself in this world. After traveling for just 1 day, the power gain surpassed that of most people in this world. Bloodline really determines everything. Uzumaki Naruto opened the door and closed the door after saying I'm leaving as usual. When Uzumaki Naruto wanted to possess the power of chakra himself, he said that the chakra was concentrated on his legs, and he jumped 5 or 6 meters high with a slight jump. Uzumaki Naruto felt the feeling of his body cutting through the sky in the air. Naruto gently exerted force on his feet. Jump from one roof to another. This feels so good, Naruto said excitedly. His body floated in the air, his eyes watching the surrounding buildings retreat rapidly. I don't know how long I ran, but I was already very close to the Hokage rock. Uzumaki Naruto thought, going to the Hokage rock to have a look. Chakra can not only increase speed horizontally, but also increase height vertically astonishingly. Uzumaki Naruto tapped his toes and shuttled back and forth on the rock wall. Naruto also used the principle of climbing trees to hang himself on the surrounding rock walls. It was like Spider-Man, flying up and down walls. Chakra is really an almost omnipotent energy. After the initial experience of chakra's abilities, Naruto opened his arms on the head of the 4th Hokage rock to welcome the sun. Uzumaki Naruto's body was bathed in the sun, and he seemed to be covered in golden clothes. Uzumaki Naruto really wanted to say, "My time has come." Naruto looked at the village called Konoha from a high position, with an unobstructed view, and felt the mood of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama when they stood here. For them, peace had come, but for Uzumaki Naruto, this was not enough. There is still a lot of darkness in Konoha village. When darkness is exposed to the sun, any darkness is worth mentioning. Naruto's body is covered with golden chakra. Of course, under the cover of green energy in his body, Naruto is the only one who sees the golden chakra. What is the green ability? It can change the color of the hidden chakra. I will have the opportunity to study it in the future. Naruto wants to use Nine Tails mode to experience Konoha village. There are so many people with malicious intentions. Uzumaki Naruto sensed that there were many people with malicious intentions. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly sensed unimaginable malice and was startled. But there is also a lot of goodwill perceived, but the amount of goodwill is far less than the amount of malice. The malice emanating from the underground of the village was the strongest. In fact, Naruto could understand most of the malice. Nine Tails killed many people when they went on a rampage. The malice generated by their relatives was different from the malice generated by this person. And there seems to be something wrong with that person's chakra. It seems that there are several types of chakra in the same person's body. Who has such great malice towards Uzumaki Naruto, combined with the chakra he just sensed, and the location? Naruto vaguely had an answer in his mind, it couldn't be Danzo. Is that the root? If you have the opportunity to learn the ability to hide chakra, be sure to dive in and take a look. Verify. Chapter 4. Naruto got dressed and walked on the streets of Konoha village. He looked at the indifferent eyes of the people around him without any emotion in his heart. It didn't matter if he was hostile. There was no need to care about what others thought of him. Walk into school and sit in your own seat. The voices of classmates kept coming and going, and they all talked about what happened during the vacation very lively. There was also a little fat man eating a large bag of potato chips. Sitting next to him were a man with a pineapple head and a man with a puppy on his head. Naruto also knows the names and origins of these three people very well. Akimichi of the Akimichi clan. The people of the Akimichi clan are all very fat. This is related to their family inheritance. They accumulate huge amounts of fat in daily life, and during battle, they use the secret technique of butterfly transformation to convert the fat into chakra and burst it out in one breath. Inyazuka Kaiba of the Inyazuka clan. Everyone in the Inyazuka clan will have a ninja dog to accompany them when they grow up, and they can combine with the ninja dog to release ninjutsu. For them, the ninja dog is a partner and comrade in arms. The one with the pineapple head is from the Nara clan, Nara Shikamaru. His IQ is much higher than the average, but his personality is very trouble-free. Ninjutsu is a family secret technique related to the manipulation of shadows. Naruto glanced at the people around him and found no one of note, so he just lay down on the seat. But Naruto, lying on the table, just thought they were very noisy. Although Naruto forced himself to ignore the feeling of cold eyes and disgust in the morning. But Naruto's mood still unstoppably worsened. If you stay in this environment for a long time, your psychology may become distorted. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and all the students' voices stopped. The classroom door suddenly opened, and a ninja in his 20s walked in, wearing a chinin vest, a Konoha forehead protector on his forehead, and a scar above his nose. This is Naruto's class teacher, Domino Irika. Domino Irika said, "Quiet, roll call begins now. If you don't arrive, you will be punished by waiting." Irika cleared his throat and called out, "Sato Wood Industry. Arrive." As the roll call continued, Naruto heard several familiar names. Uchiha Sasuke. Arrive. Harano Sakura. Arrive. Hyuga Hinata. Arrive. Hyuga Hinata answered softly, a little shyly. Naruto also raised his head to look at Hyuga Hinata, but unexpectedly Hyuga Hinata blushed and buried her face. "Okay, no one is late, let's start class now, let's look at the definition of chakra first." As Irika began to lecture, some of the students in the audience began to fall asleep, some began to shake the dogs, and some began to eat. Naruto listened very seriously, he wanted to know what chakra was to the ninja world. "Hey teacher!" Irika suddenly roared. "Inyazuka Kaiba, Akimichi, you two, get out of here. If you don't study well in the classroom, you will also affect other students and you will be punished by standing still." Inyazuka Kaiba whispered to Akamaru, "When we go out later, we can go play without the teacher noticing. Akamaru also called out in a low voice. The two of them stood outside the corridor. Ya said to Chiji, let's just skip school. Chiji replied hesitantly, isn't that good? Ya said with a proud face, anyway, we basically know what the teacher said. Let's go out and relax. Let's go. As the class ended, Irika wanted to see how those two people were doing. Irika's face turned dark and he roared, where are these two people? In fact, Naruto sensed it when these two skipped class and left. I woke up this morning and discovered that I could sense other people's chakras, like instinct, so they memorized their chakras in the first place when they were about to skip class. Test the limits of perception while listening to the lecture. Is the maximum distance without turning on Nine Tails chakra 10 kilometers? It's similar to the range of Kagura's heart eyes of Siang Phosphorus. Is this also an ability brought about by the atavism of the body? If the perception ability of the Uzumaki clan, plus the perception ability of Nine Tails, can be superimposed, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, and it still needs to be tested. And what secrets my body has, this also needs to be developed. Just after school, let's test our physical strength and practice some physical skills. I haven't forgotten that this is the world of the Hokage. Naruto finished his warm-up and started running. 100 laps, Uzumaki Naruto has run 100 laps along the edge of Konoha, but Uzumaki Naruto feels that he still has plenty of physical strength. 200 laps. 300 laps. Naruto felt like he could still run, but the sun had already set. Naruto's stomach growled. Naruto ran towards Ichiraku Ramen House, one of the few places where Naruto could buy something. Hey, Naruto is here. You're welcome to eat whatever you want. Uncle Ichiraku said cheerfully. Have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Naruto, wait a minute, I'll be here soon. Uncle Ichiraku kneaded the dough skillfully. The tonkatsu ramen was placed in front of Naruto. Naruto ignored the fact that it was hot and began to eat the noodles in 3 bites at a time. Uncle Ichiraku, have another bowl. Okay, Naruto, you can eat as much as you want. After Naruto finished eating, he looked at the mountain-high bowl on the table and thought strangely that my appetite was bigger than Naruto's. Is this what I ate? A question mark appeared on Naruto's head. Okay, Uncle Ichiraku, I'm full. After giving me the money, I looked at my frog wallet that was mostly deflated. It seemed that I had to find a way to be self-reliant. Otherwise, after 2 meals, my money would be completely gone. Come back next time, Ichiraku said with a wave of his hand. Seeing Naruto eating so much, he was very happy as a chef. This was a recognition of his cooking skills. After Naruto returned home, he summarized the results of today's test. After running 300 laps around Konoha village, he felt no obvious discomfort. His physical strength was much stronger than I imagined, and his food intake was also significantly increased. Eat more if you need it now to get enough nutrition. The sensing range needs to be contacted to see if there is any change in the distance. Taijutsu also takes time to practice, and enemies in the later stages are basically immune to Jainin techniques. The body needs a lot of nutrients, which means it needs energy, so can chakra replace part of it? Of course, you can't use your own chakra, use someone else's chakra. Naruto hasn't forgotten that there is a large power bank in his body. You can ask Nine Tails tonight. Nine Tails should not need to eat, and he has a lot of chakra. If it can be transformed, it can greatly reduce the consumption of money and time. Speaking of Bing Liangwan, what is my theory? Bing Liangwan can quickly restore physical strength and chakra, but it doesn't say whether it can relieve hunger. Let's see if Nine Tails can find a way to reduce the food intake and still exercise normally without affecting the body. Chapter 5. Naruto entered that greatly changed consciousness space. Nine Tails is still lying here looking unhappy. Kid, what are you doing again? Nine Tails opened his eyes impatiently. Naruto didn't seem to notice Nine Tails' disgust and lay directly on Nine Tails' body. And Nine Tails, who saw Naruto lying on top of them, made no move to stop Naruto. Naruto lay on Nine Tails and asked with his eyes closed, "Kurama, how did you tailed beasts manage to get sealed by humans?" Speaking of this, Nine Tails got angry. "We tailed beasts were scattered around by the Sage of Six Paths, and we were very peaceful until one day I met that human. That man named Uchiha Madara has very evil power. He possesses the Mangekyou Sharingan and manipulates me to take advantage of my power. But that man failed in the end and was defeated by Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama was afraid of my power and sealed me to prevent my power from being used again. Senju Hashirama's power is so powerful that even I can't touch it head-on." When Nine Tails said this, he roared, "It's all caused by UBD humans. Although Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are both dead, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan sealed me in his body. That sealing method is called Jinchuriki. The first Uzumaki Mito Nine Tails Jinchuriki. You are now the third Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So who is the second Jinchuriki?" Naruto asked curiously. Some information in anime is different from reality. You can't completely trust the information in anime. This is the real world. The second Nine Tails Jinchuriki is Uzumaki Kushina. Nine Tails hesitated for a while and then said, "Also your mother." I know Naruto seemed to understand something. Sure enough, the identity has not changed. "What about father? What is my father's name?" Uzumaki Naruto asked. "Namikaze Minato. Now that you know the truth, what will you do?" Uzumaki Naruto. Nine Tails wanted to see what Naruto would do next. Naruto just listened quietly and jumped off Nine Tails. After Naruto confirmed that the information was consistent with what he knew. Standing in front of Nine Tails' pupils, he said firmly to Nine Tails, "I will become a Hokage, and then personally transform this Konoha village that belongs to me, and I will rule here." Nine Tails laughed loudly after hearing this. "Do you regard Konoha as your property now? What about me, the one who killed your parents?" Naruto was silent for a while and said, "I will one day remove the resentment from you and set you free." Naruto added in his heart, "Let the mastermind die in my hands. Uchiha Obito, I will never let you go, and the people related to this matter." Hearing this answer, Nine Tails also sat up from lying down. Looking at Naruto seriously, he said, "Eliminate my resentment. If you have the ability, try it, but you have to let me go. Do you know the consequences of that?" "Clear." Naruto smiled, "Isn't it just death? There is no one who can't die. The third Nine Tails Jinchuriki may be the last one. Don't worry, Kurama will be freed before I die." Looking at Naruto's face, Nine Tails thought of Sage of Six Paths. "By the way, Kurama, how much have you eaten in your life? How do you live except in Jinchuriki's body after you have lived for so long? Do you need to eat? Can you teach me? I don't have money to eat now." Nine Tails was speechless and replied angrily, "We tailed beasts are pure energy bodies and don't need to eat. Chakra is enough. This kind of ability can't help you. As Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you are too embarrassed, figure it out yourself." After saying that, Nine Tails lay down again and closed his eyes. Is there no other way? Naruto thought. Fortunately, there is a backup plan. Konoha village is so big and there are some training grounds. There must be a lot of edible animals in there, and they are huge. It's a bit of a waste of time, but it's also a good place to experiment with your abilities. But when I test my abilities, I have to find a way to hide it from the people who have been following me. As soon as school was over the next day, Naruto went straight to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Uncle Ichiraku greeted Naruto happily when he saw him. Naruto asked anxiously, "Uncle Ichiraku, does he have any seasoning?" Uncle Ichiraku was confused as to what Naruto wanted the seasoning for. But he still handed several kinds to Naruto, and Naruto put the money directly on the table. He said quickly and then ran towards the forest of death. Naruto came to the edge of the forest of death and jumped directly into it. Anbu, who had been monitoring Naruto at this time, watched Naruto enter the forest of death. This matter must be notified to the third generation project immediately. Shadow clone technique, white smoke. A man who looked the same as Anbu before appeared in front of him. You go notify the third Hokage immediately and deactivate the shadow clone technique. The clone replied, I know the true form, and rushed towards the Hokage building. The main body followed Naruto into the forest of death. Naruto had seen a huge wild boar in the forest of death. Naruto condensed the chakra and dropped it from the sky, then punched the boar directly in the face. The huge impact was transmitted from the wild boar's face to the surrounding areas. The huge body was sent flying, crushing the surrounding trees. Naruto rubbed his hands. It looks like there will be a big dinner tonight. The third Hokage received notification that Naruto himself had entered the forest of death, and ordered, we must ensure Naruto's safety and bring Naruto out safely. Why did Naruto enter the forest of death alone? The third Hokage felt very strange. After receiving the order, Anbu directly released the shadow clone. After the main body of the death forest received the message from shadow clone, it was unable to take action. That Anbu saw that Naruto solved the wild boar with one blow and then divided it. It's baked now. Anbu hid in the tree canopy and made up his mind to knock Naruto out if he continued to walk deeper into the forest of death, and then exit the forest of death. After all, his mission was to bring him out safely. Naruto happily sprinkled the seasoning on the meat and ate it with big mouthfuls. After eating, we walked towards the outside of the death forest. Anbu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he only lit a fire on the outside and did not attract anything else, otherwise he would be exposed. I came to the forest of death just to eat, which made me nervous. Watching Naruto return home, Anbu told the third Hokage the news. Just eating meat, nothing else, and Naruto defeated it all by himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette. Yes, that's right. It's just eating. Anbu replied, kneeling on the ground. Okay, you go down first and continue to watch Naruto. If anything similar happens, let me know immediately. Is he a genius? It seems that he has inherited your talent. Minato, it seems that the attention now is not enough. I will go to Naruto's house tomorrow to see it in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and thought. Naruto had fallen asleep at this time, of course in the conscious space, and fell asleep with 9 tails as a pillow. Chapter 6. The sky in the evening was not bright. The sun was already as red as blood, and the blood-colored light dyed the blue sky red. After school at the ninja school, most of the students walked together, with only a small number of people walking alone. Naruto just walked to the road alone, and the surrounding classmates and parents who came to pick up their children all avoided him. There was an inexplicable force surrounding Naruto that separated him from the crowd around him. Why is this fox demon still in the village? Why does the third Hokage allow such a person to enter the village? Don't play with him. He is a fox demon. Stay away from him. Malice came from all directions, and Naruto felt very clearly the evil in people's hearts. Naruto had the urge to tear everyone around him into pieces, so he could only avoid it for now. Naruto couldn't kill them all directly now. Naruto tried his best to stay calm, bear the malice, keep a calm mind, and not be affected by external things. Naruto thought of those people who were bullied online and had bad words spoken to them, and his heart suddenly calmed down. Naruto lay at home for a while, and there was a knock on the door. Naruto tried to sense the chakra knocking on the door. He discovered that the other party's chakra was more than what he perceived as most people's chakra. Although it was not as much as his own chakra, it was still very large. Naruto opened the door, and what he saw was an old man with a very kind smile on his face. He was very old, and the wrinkles on his face had covered his entire face. At the same time, the old man's face was the same as the avatar on the Hokage rock. Somewhat similar. Grandpa third generation, please come in. Naruto avoided Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes and said hello. Naruto sensed no malice from the third Hokage but warm chakra. Naruto, how are you doing at the ninja school? Have you made any friends again? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked kindly. I want to make friends, but they don't want to play with me, no one is with me, and no one in the village likes me. Naruto's nose suddenly became sore as he spoke, and he burst into tears, hugging Sarutobi Hiruzen's lap. Naruto's face was filled with tears, and tears fell from the corners of Naruto's eyes like water from a mountain. Okay Naruto, I believe Naruto you will be able to make friends. I will punish the people in the village well and vent my anger for our little Naruto, okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen touched Naruto's little head and comforted him. Okay, I believe Grandpa third generation. Naruto slowly stopped crying, but Naruto's little face was still covered with tears. Still a child, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask softly, Naruto, can you tell me what you are doing in the Death Forest? When Naruto heard this, tears seemed to fall from his eyes again. His mouth tightened, and he said very aggrievedly, because I am very hungry, I want to eat Ichiraku ramen, but I don't have enough money, so I have to go to the forest to find food, and I am very strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Naruto's living expenses should be calculated, even if it was a little less, it would not be used up now. Most of the products around Naruto will not be sold to him because of Naruto's identity. I have also checked the stores that are willing to sell to Naruto and there are no problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Naruto's usual place, Ichiraku ramen. Naruto's money should be spent on Ichiraku ramen. Naruto, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen today. Yeah, Naruto agreed immediately. Third Hokage-sama, I'll start doing whatever you need right away. Naruto is here too. Uncle Ichiraku smiled. Today I'm just going to accompany Naruto to eat some tonkatsu ramen. Okay, I'll be here soon. Uncle Ichiraku, here's a bowl, Naruto shouted loudly. Now that I know why Naruto's living expenses are not enough, I have to increase Naruto's living expenses, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought in his mind. Naruto, are you full? I'm full, I'm full. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked Naruto's head. Just eat enough. In addition to treating Naruto to dinner, I have one other thing to do here today. I'm here to give you living expenses. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's outstretched hand. Grandpa third generation, didn't I just give it to you this month? It's not time yet. Seeing how much you eat today, I understand that your original living expenses are not enough. Thank you Grandpa third generation, Naruto said happily. Okay, Naruto, get some rest, you have to go to school tomorrow. Naruto lay on Nine-Tails' tail and asked like Nine-Tails, why did you say Sarutobi Hiruzen came today? It couldn't be as simple as really coming to give me living expenses, although I didn't sense that he had anything to do with me. Negative emotion. Nine-Tails snorted coldly, who knows, you humans are so convoluted, if you can get off me, you sleep on me every day. No, your place is so comfortable. It's more comfortable than my bed. Kurama, what did you say about my acting skills just now? Is it really true? Kurama is actually very surprised, why can you cry whenever you want, and the emotions are so real? It's like you really lose control of your emotions because of those things. Naruto chuckled, this is actually quite simple. In fact, those cold receptions did have a certain impact on my mood, but as long as I let go of suppressing negative emotions, my mood will collapse in an instant. My emotion is indeed real, but it's just not that serious. Now the living expenses have been settled. I just checked and my food intake is enough for me until the end of the month. Now ninjutsu should not be given for a short time. The school should teach some basic ninjutsu. If there is enough food, I should be able to do physical training. Let's see my limit. Uinfei Hiruzen shouldn't have any ill intentions towards me. Does he really want to cultivate me? But he probably didn't know that I knew the truth back then. If it wasn't him who leaked Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's identity, then it was Danzo who should have leaked it. I feel that the strongest malicious emotion is at the root of the suspicion. He wants to control the power of Nine-Tails. If he controls the power of Nine-Tails with the wrong intention, he will only go berserk and reduce the chance of becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. No, that doesn't make sense. Unless Danzo just used the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as a disposable weapon, or Danzo has the power to control Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails rampages behind the enemy, then destroys the enemy, and finally jumps out to harvest Nine-Tails. Killing two birds with one stone, Sarutobi Hiruzen should also know Danzo's plan, so he has always rejected Danzo's proposal to add Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the route. Does Sarutobi Hiruzen adopt a gentle policy? It's not bad, but Danzo is really disgusting. Kurama, do you think there is anyone in Konoha village besides Senju Hashirama and my father Namikaze Minato who has the ability to seal you? Except for the third Hokage, he will also seal away the ghouls. Kurama! Kurama! Naruto shouted twice but there was no reply. Nine-Tails closed his eyes and fell asleep as if he didn't hear Naruto's words. Kurama, don't sleep, I haven't finished speaking yet. Wake up, I really fell asleep. Naruto muttered, lying on the fur that was the color of the sunset and slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 7. In the morning, some unknown birds stood on the branches, swaying gently, raising their heads, letting the surrounding people experience their beautiful singing voices. Naruto sat in his seat and listened carefully to Mr. Iruka's explanation of the spirit of the will of fire. Although Naruto knows that this will of fire has great flaws, if Naruto wants to be a Hokage, he must understand the will of fire. You don't have to believe it, but you must learn to use the will of fire to guide the actions of some people. Ahem, pay attention. There will be a practical test in the afternoon, so prepare in advance. As for actual combat, I didn't practice specifically, and I didn't know who my opponent was. Now start the actual duel training, in pairs. The people around him also became excited. Finally, they could engage in real combat instead of playing ninja games. Uchiha Sasuke heard the voices of the people around him, and a hint of disdain arose in his heart. I have practiced many times in actual combat training, and I practiced with my brother. None of you can compare to my brother. Naruto didn't know what Sasuke was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely laugh. Uchiha Sasuke's brother made Sasuke feel desperate a year later. Although Naruto had no idea to change this kind of thing was the responsibility of the top management of Konoha. It's your own fault, but Sharingan is a good thing. The next group Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto teacher Iruka shouted. Naruto looked at it specifically. It can't be said that they are novices pecking each other, but the strength is too light. Even using chakra to increase speed and strength has no effect on me. Form the seal of opposition and begin. As soon as Mr. Iruka finished speaking, Sasuke rushed over and wanted to push Naruto to the ground. The speed is much faster than other students. But it was not enough for Naruto. He easily dodged Sasuke's hand and pressed directly on Sasuke's back, causing Sasuke to stumble. Sasuke's reaction was also very fast. He supported the ground with one hand and moved his feet back instantly. Kick away! Sasuke's foot collided directly with Naruto's fist, and with a muffled sound, Sasuke felt like his foot kicked against a steel plate. Sasuke felt a huge force, and Sasuke was directly knocked away by Naruto's fist. Naruto is so powerful that he can fight with Sasuke. All the students in the ninja school were exclaiming. It seems that I underestimated you, Naruto, be careful next time. Sasuke became serious and concentrated chakra on his legs. Sasuke rushed towards Naruto quickly, and the fist in his hand went straight towards Naruto's face, 3 minutes faster than before. The two fists and kicks exchanged, and Sasuke became more and more excited as they fought, because all his classmates in the ninja school were too weak, and he had not encountered such a strong person of his own age for a long time. Sasuke jumped up and slashed his leg directly towards Naruto. Sasuke's blow condensed all the chakra in his body. In Sasuke's heart, Naruto could never resist this blow. I won this match against Naruto, Sasuke couldn't help but think happily. What had seemed like a very intense confrontation with his classmates just now seemed to Naruto to be just playing house. Naruto just wanted to see what a ninja's taijutsu fighting was like, but although Sasuke's attacks were very powerful among his peers, they were still far from enough to deal with Naruto. Naruto could easily predict Sasuke's attack by sensing the sound of Sasuke's fists and feet cutting through the air. You can also see Sasuke's breathing and chakra concentration at a glance. Not to mention that Naruto's physical fitness is even better than Sasuke's. He was just anticipating the moves just now, just to tease Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's blow, Naruto just stepped back slightly, avoided it, and kicked out directly. Sasuke was kicked several meters away and lay on the ground. To outsiders, Naruto was just a little bit faster. The actual combat exercise is over. Uzumaki Naruto won this battle. Now we begin to receive the seal of reconciliation. Teacher Irika announced the result. Sasuke-sama lost, a girl muttered. There was a lot of discussion around why is Naruto so powerful, even more powerful than Uchiha. Some girls retorted, Naruto is just lucky. Sasuke-sama will definitely win next time. And Sasuke-sama is so handsome, he will definitely win next time. Naruto, I will definitely defeat you next time, just wait for this. Sasuke stared at Naruto and said. Next time I must have my brother train with me, and next time I must defeat Naruto, Sasuke thought to himself. Okay, next group, let's continue. It's just that Naruto and Sasuke's group is more enjoyable to watch, the rest are miserable. In a blink of an eye, it was time for school to end, and Naruto started today's training. First, he would warm up and run hundreds of laps around Konoha village. Do a few hundred sets of push-ups. This fox demon is here every day, affecting other people's business. This kid runs along Konoha village every day, I don't know what he is doing. There can't be any conspiracy, someone else said around. Don't be stupid, he's probably training. My son is a ninja, and they also have to train, but it's hard work. A boss selling masks nearby said. I don't know why you want this fox demon to become a ninja, but he is really serious and persistent enough. Never mind him, it has nothing to do with me, said the department store seller. When Naruto finished training, on the distant horizon, the sun had completely set, night had fallen, and the cool wind blew on Naruto's body. Naruto wondered why he had never been so motivated to exercise before, nor had he had the self-control. In the world of Hokage, I am full of motivation and gain a lot every day. Take a shower and eat. Naruto lay on the bed and directly entered the conscious space. Kurama, here I go again. Nine Tails just exhaled, turned his head to the other side, and closed his eyes. Kurama was like this, and Naruto wasn't angry either. I want to learn Tailed Beast Bomb, Naruto said to Nine Tails. Hearing the words Tailed Beast Bomb, Nine Tails opened his eyes, staring at Naruto fiercely. How did you know? Oh, don't worry about how I know this. I can use the Nine Tails chakra to stay sane now, but I don't know how the Tailed Beast Bomb works, so I can't use it. Teach me, Kurama. Are you serious? You might die, kid. Strong power requires taking risks. I'm ready. After saying that, Naruto brushed his mind and entered the golden body mode. Let me explain the principles of Tailed Beast Bomb first. Listen carefully. The Tailed Beast Bomb controls the chakra of the Tailed Beast. The chakra of the Tailed Beast also has attributes. The chakra of the Tailed Beast is composed of the Yang attribute blue chakra and the Yin attribute purple black chakra. Let your chakra form change to ultimate, mix and compress it into an ultra-dense ball in your mouth with a ratio of Yin and Yang of 2:8, and then release it in one breath. But this process is quite dangerous. Once the mixing ratio is wrong, why will the jade become extremely unstable or extremely stable? If it is extremely unstable, it will explode before you launch it. If it is extremely stable, it will be difficult to explode and has no power. Your chakra control ability is okay, but you still need to pay special attention to control the proportion. Idiot, throw it out. Naruto had condensed a black ball, and the black ball slowly jumped in Naruto's hand. Naruto threw the black ball several hundred meters away. There was a loud noise, and along with the shock wave, a huge mushroom cloud rose. Nine Tails had already sat up and roared, "Idiot, the proportion is wrong. You will go see Sage of Six Paths a little later." Sorry. Kurama, my power was okay the first time. It will definitely not happen next time. Naruto gave Nine Tails a thumbs up. Bang, a huge voice came to mind again. The entire space of consciousness was filled with Nine Tails' roar, "The proportion is wrong, there are too many yang attributes, but it's wrong and there are too many yin attributes." The entire space of consciousness was blasted with craters, and the original grass had long since disappeared. Turf flew everywhere, and there were dozens of large craters on the ground. It will definitely work this time. Naruto condensed the tailed beast chakra in a ratio of 8:2, perfectly forming a black sphere in his hand. The black sphere floated steadily in Naruto's hands. "Look, Nine Tails, I succeeded, I successfully learned the tailed beast bomb," Naruto said excitedly. Nine Tails hummed, "Not bad. I mastered the tailed beast bomb in such a short time." This time the explosion sounded. Nine Tails did not roar but continued, "If you want to increase the power, you should follow the proportion. The more chakra injected, the greater the power. I finally learned it." Naruto sat next to Nine Tails' paw and leaned in. Naruto's voice became lower and lower, and he fell asleep against Nine Tails. Nine Tails just put Naruto gently on his back and closed his eyes. "Close your eyes and act like normal." After exercising and consuming a lot of chakra to practice the tailed beast bomb, Naruto was physically and mentally exhausted. As Naruto fell asleep, Naruto's consciousness space absorbed Nine Tails' chakra, the ground slowly recovered, and the grass slowly grew back. The green energy directed the Nine Tails chakra to relieve Naruto's fatigue from today's workout and repair the damaged areas of Naruto's body due to the workout. The green energy merged more closely with Naruto. Chapter 8. In the early morning, the sun had just risen, but there was a faint chill in the air. The sunlight penetrated the fog and brought light to the earth, and the sunlight shone into Naruto's room. The sun shone on Naruto's face, he frowned, turned over and continued to sleep. Naruto was unusually late. Because of the tailed beast bomb practice last night, he woke up nearly 20 minutes late for class today. Naruto didn't panic at all, put on orange clothes, brought various ninja tools, and tied up his long golden hair. Going out, Naruto used his legs to gather chakra, and jumped up, just like the first time he used chakra, but now his face was not excited, but calm. He was now very familiar with how to use chakra. Skilled. I saw him tapping his toes, stepping on the roof and flying away. If it hadn't been for a relay by chance, he would have definitely been flying. After a while, we were already in front of the school gate. Naruto knocked on the door and walked straight in. Teacher Irika was roaring in class, shouting at the problem children. Irika's entire face was twisted, obviously very angry. Irika-sensei, Naruto continued to shout as if he didn't see the scene. Irika heard Naruto's voice and looked back. "It's Naruto, go to your seat quickly." Teacher Irika showed Naruto what Sichuan opera face changing is. 1 second he was still roaring to open the meeting, but the next second he seemed to be a different person. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little funny. Teacher Irika was really working hard. Originally, Naruto was also a problem child. After entering school, he played pranks every day and wanted to attract others' attention. Most of the students in the class were influenced by their parents and Naruto's desperate attempts to tease people, which led to many students not playing with Naruto. But when I become Naruto, I won't go out of my way to attract other people's attention. Instead, I will keep a low profile. This is also the reason why Iruka changed his attitude towards Naruto and did not pursue the reason for being late. Okay, please be quiet and continue the class. Next we will talk. As the days passed, Naruto's life did not change much. He listened carefully to the lectures and continued to practice physical fitness and taijutsu at night. During this year, the ninja school taught some basic ninjutsu and the use of various weapons, such as escape techniques and the three-body technique. Three-body technique is clone technique, body replacement technique, transformation technique. However, Naruto has practiced in private, and can use clone technique to separate 3 to 5 clones without using the seal. Clone technique has no entity, it is just an illusion constructed by chakra. The body replacement technique is essentially just an illusion. At the moment of the enemy's attack, the items you carry or the surrounding objects change into your own appearance to bear the attack for you, making the enemy mistakenly think that you have been hit, and the body is hidden. Sneak attack when the enemy is relaxed. Body replacement technique has nothing to do with time and space ninjutsu, it just looks like it. But this ninjutsu is most likely to fool a genin or an inexperienced chunin. It's relatively easy for genin to see through. Transformation technique, you can change your appearance, for example, into the appearance of others, or you can change into objects, but after all, it is fake. You can know the authenticity by just touching it. Transformation technique cannot deceive the sense of touch, it can only deceive the vision, and it cannot always maintained, with time limit. In Genin's battle, he doesn't use much ninjutsu. Firstly, his chakra is limited, and secondly, he doesn't know many ninjutsu. For civilians, apart from the basic ninjutsu taught in schools, basically only shuriken and taijutsu can be used to fight. People with family inheritance don't care about the ninjutsu taught in schools. They themselves are taught in schools and spend most of their time practicing their own family's secrets. For example, the doubling technique, the shadow imitation technique, the insect control technique, and the techniques that work with the ninja dog, the Byakugan, and the techniques related to the Rinnegan. And to practice physical arts, you also need a teacher to teach you how to practice without getting injured, which is not accessible to civilians. Naruto can practice taijutsu unscrupulously simply because his physique is much better than that of ordinary people. The body can repair damage on its own, which would have been a long time ago for an average person. I don't know if it's due to Naruto's physical condition, but Naruto is now a bit taller than his peers, now about 1.5 meters tall. He is already taller than the 12-year-old Naruto who was malnourished and ate instant noodles every day. Naruto looked in the mirror, he saw sunshine, confidence, and blue eyes full of hope. Naruto opened his clothes, and the slightly bulging muscles on his body showed the results of this year's training. Naruto has never slacked off this year, and he can hardly look like his former self, except for the 3 beards on his face that prove his identity. The sun shines into the room and lights up the room. The whole room gives people a sense of clarity and cleanliness, and everything is in order. Now Naruto's cleaning skills are getting better and better. He uses the wind attribute chakra to sweep the breeze across the room and blow out the dust in the room. Naruto walked out of the house, and the neighbor greeted him and opened the door. "Naruto, are you going to school today?" "Yes," he replied with a smile. "I don't know since when, people gradually forgot about the fox demon, and fewer people mentioned the fox demon. Just seeing Naruto's warm smiling face makes people feel purified." Naruto's smiling face was as dazzling as the sun's holy brilliance, following the footsteps of the sun. This is also one of Naruto's methods of using chakra. Research has found that all emotions can be transmitted from one person to another in the blink of an eye. The more vivid your expressions and the clearer your expression, the more contagious your emotions will be, and chakra can enhance this contagiousness. Naruto's chakra is very warm. As long as Naruto's heart remains sunny and positive, part of the chakra will flow on Naruto's body surface. However, the amount of chakra required is relatively small. If there is too much chakra, it will be noticed by others. After discovering that chakra has this characteristic, Naruto increased his contact with the outside world, and gradually changed the villagers' view of himself through the accumulation of time. Sage of Six Paths was right, chakra can make people understand each other, and now he understands the specific meaning of this sentence. Hey, Naruto, it's so early today. What do you want to eat today? Said a meatball shop owner. 3 skewers of glutinous rice balls, take them away. The boss quickly installed it and handed it to Naruto. There was an old man moving goods, dragging a cart on the road, with several relatively large boxes stacked on top of each other. The wheels of the cart stepped on something, bumped, and the goods suddenly slipped from the top. Seeing this, Naruto rushed to the box very quickly, supported the box with one hand to stabilize it, and returned to its original position. Thank you. It would be a big problem if the goods were damaged. You're welcome, I'm a ninja, it's just a little effort. Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto's handsome face and warm smile enveloped the earth like the sun. The old man seemed to have seen a god and knelt down to worship. Thank you for your help, Ninja-sama. Naruto walked down the street. Naruto's reputation gradually spread in the village, and now everyone knew that there was a person as warm as the sun. By helping people, coupled with the chakra that embodies one's own inner self, such a charisma of personality is hard to resist for an ordinary person. This is a manifestation of charisma. Ashura, the son of Sage of Six Paths, can unknowingly infect others through love. After Naruto inherited his chakra, he also developed this ability, and the scene of mouth escape was born. But the most important thing is to be firm in your heart. Chakra also has the power of the heart. You must choose to believe in yourself. Only by believing in your heart can you keep going. Chapter 9. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke surrounded by female classmates, with a hint of tenderness on his face. But Uchiha Itachi's eyes instantly turned cold when he thought of the situation of the Uchiha clan. Kill all the Uchiha clan who are preparing to rebel, leaving no one alive and not allowing them to affect the village. Once chaos breaks out in Konoha village, the other 4 ninja villages will definitely be ready to take action. If the 4th ninja war is caused by Uchiha's rebellion, the Uchiha clan will not be involved by then. If Uchiha does not intend to put down the rebellion, then Uchiha must be destroyed. Uchiha Itachi is not only Uchiha's Uchiha Itachi but also Konoha village's Uchiha Itachi. For Itachi, who has been thinking in a Hokage way since childhood, the collective is more important than anything else, and the village is more important than the family. The exchange is to keep his brother Sasuke's life, as long as he can kill all Uchiha before the rebellion. Some time ago, a masked man came to me. The masked man called himself Uchiha Madara. He could help him eliminate Uchiha, but the prerequisite was that he could not attack the village. At the same time, if he joined them, he could not completely kill all the people on his own. The time is set for tonight, when Envy will also cooperate and raise the barrier. Is it about to begin? The night of genocide. Naruto, who has the ability to sense emotions, senses the murderous aura rising in the air. In addition, Naruto just sensed an unusual chakra on the school rooftop. This chakra is somewhat similar to Sasuke, but it is colder than chakra and Sasuke. This person is very strong. At this point in time, it should be Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is a very troublesome person. His Juken sword comes with a very powerful sealing technique, and for the sake of Konoha village, he can do it to this extent. Uchiha Itachi was a mistake to be born in Uchiha. It looks like there will be a lot of blood today. There will be a special drill today, and no one can take leave. Teacher Irika announced the news standing in the classroom. At the same time, your parents will be notified of the results of this drill. The classmates immediately complained when they heard the news, but Uchiha Sasuke looked excited. If you can get first place, you can tell your brother the good news and ask him to practice shuriken with you. The exercise was not very difficult and did not involve much fighting. It was just extremely time-consuming and tested the ninja's ability to collect intelligence. If we want to save Sasuke's life, we can't let Sasuke go back early, so the arranged drill will delay it. Fortunately, I was prepared. Now let's take a look at my improved version of clone technique. This exercise was in a prescribed area. Naruto was aware of the chakra around him at all times, and entered Nine Tails mode after confirming that there were no problems. Clone technique modification. Naruto developed the Nine Tails chakra version of the Shadow Clone technique this year by learning the principles of chakra, adding the principles of the Shadow Clone technique created by second generation in the original work, and chakra resonance. However, Naruto's learning time was too short, and the ninjutsu he developed was very rough, so he could only barely use it in Nine Tails mode. The two Narutos nodded to each other. Hurry up and go to the main body. Leave it to me to come out. Try to avoid fights. This version of Shadow Clone won't last long. Naruto first sneaked into a place and put on the clothes and mask he purchased through transformation technique. Naruto channeled the negative chakra of Nine Tails and used the transformation technique, turning into a black-haired man about 1.8 meters tall with a fox mask on his face and a black robe with a white scarf on the collar. It is the path of the ninja. Uzumaki Menma's costume, coupled with the negative chakra of Nine Tails, even if there are sentient ninjas, they will only perceive strong malice. The negative chakra of Nine Tails can also be regarded as an alternative Nine Tails mode. Under the bloody night, Uchiha Itachi stood on the Uchiha telephone pole, with 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes as red as dripping blood. Uchiha Itachi looked at the ordinary children at Uchiha Station with firm eyes. Itachi had already made up his mind. Uchiha Itachi disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, wearing a mask belonging to Anbu, he walked to the door of the Uchiha tribe and slowly pulled out the knife. The Uchiha Station is also very lively at night, with the sounds of babies crying, children playing, and adults talking. For Uchiha, today is the most ordinary day. But the bloody moon showed that this night was unusual. At this time, the lights were still on inside the door, and the family was sitting on the tatami, chatting and eating. "Who are you and what do you want to do?" The man protected his wife and children behind him. "You guys leave quickly." Before he could finish his words, he was slashed into the chest with a knife. The blood sprayed directly on the window, staining the window red with blood. The man's wife and children were not spared either. Their eyes reflected the sharp blade and the plain but blood-stained face. Uchiha Itachi came to them one by one. The knife in their hands was not hesitant. Whether it was an elderly person or a newborn child, the blade cut their bodies. The blood on Uchiha Itachi's body was about to kill him. Stained red. A man in a tiger-skin one-eyed mask looks at the Uchiha tribesman being massacred by Uchiha Itachi. A space channel appeared next to the masked man's eyes, sucking his body in. The people Uchiha Itachi killed just now were all tribesmen with no fighting ability. They had not even opened Sharingan yet, so they were worthless to him. The masked man's target is the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and the ordinary blood chakra eyes are useless. The body of the man in the mask of the Uchiha guards appeared out of thin air. "Who are you?" the Uchiha guard shouted. "Sharingan, who are you and why do you have Sharingan?" The guard's pupils trembled when he saw Sharingan. The masked man slashed with the knife at such a fast speed that even 3 Tomo Sharingan could hardly keep up. Dang, the swords collided. This Uchiha was quite strong, otherwise he would not have entered the police force. The other members who heard the movement came over one after another, but the masked man ignored them, only to see the attack go directly through the masked man's body and pierce the wall behind him. The masked man cut off his neck with his second knife. Without hesitation, the masked man took off his eyes and put them in the salt water bottle he carried with him. "I've got my first pair." The masked man's one-eyed expression was filled with joy, and he couldn't help but turn his attention to the other members of the security team. Everyone comes together, shurikens, great fireball, swords attack together, and they pass directly through. No matter what attack is useless, the next step is to massacre together. Naruto looked on with Menma's makeup, watching Obito massacre Uchiha, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It was this man who made him an orphan in this life. Naruto, what happened? I feel that negative emotions are contagious in your heart, Nine Tails reminded. It's a small matter, I'll take care of it, Naruto replied to Nine Tails. But Nine Tails felt Naruto's heart getting colder and colder. Naruto comforted himself that he couldn't take action now, it was not the time yet, but the murderous intention in Naruto's heart was indeed getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 10. The killings continued under the bloody moonlight. None of the members of the Uchiha security team were enemies of the masked man. The last person in the security team was a middle-aged Uchiha man. Uchiha Yan covered his neck with his hands, but he still couldn't stop the blood flow, and he slowly spit out blood from his mouth. Lying on the floor full of blood, his chest heaved slightly, and he wanted to struggle, but his pupils dilated, the hand pressing on his neck fell down, and he died. The masked man praised, "You are the only one here who is pretty good, but you are far behind me, so I will accept your eyes." The masked man skillfully took out the Sharingan with his bloody hands. This was the fifth pair. Naruto suppressed his murderous intention towards the masked man and left here. As soon as the masked man took action, Naruto rushed to another place. He spent so much effort not just to see. After a year of practice, he was finally able to control some green energy. Naruto focused the green energy directly on his eyes. Naruto's eyes were directly dyed green, and the surrounding areas of Naruto's vision also became transparent. As Naruto's vision continued to zoom out, Naruto's eyes had the ability to see through. Not only could they see through, but they also had the visual range of the Byakugan, comparable to the insight of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Naruto's eyes tightened, and he murmured in a low voice, "I found it, the place where Uchiha keeps his ninjutsu materials." The purpose of Naruto is to create a database for the Uchiha clan. For a noble family, the information on the Uchiha clan should be very complete. Although Naruto can control all attribute chakra ninjutsu at will, he is powerless against some techniques that are independent of attribute ninjutsu. Just like the shadow clone technique, Naruto doesn't know how to do it now, let alone multiple shadow clone. The reason why he can sneak in now is the chakra convergence disguise technique he learned from Anbu, who was watching me, and it's not very good for such a perceptive ninja. Naruto needs ninjutsu scrolls, sealing techniques, and all the information collected by the Uchiha clan, and any weapons he wants. Naruto walked towards the door of the Uchiha clan's warehouse. No matter how many secret rooms there were, Naruto's see-through eyes could not escape. Naruto walked slowly towards the door of the secret room. Without releasing the seal, he could only break it violently. There was only a sound. Naruto used chakra to condense into huge claws and violently tore the seal with just one blow. If it were normal times, the person who imposed the seal would have called the security team to come and see who was brave enough to break into Uchiha. But the person who imposed the seal now may have been eliminated by Uchiha Itachi or the masked man. What caught his eye were rows of scrolls placed neatly in grids. Naruto also saw on the walls where the scrolls were stored. The weapons hanging on them were mostly sickles and swords, probably from Uchiha Madara or other tribesmen. "It's a weapon I've used before." When Naruto saw this scene through perspective, he knew that this must be the secret vault of the Uchiha clan. Not only did it contain seals, but it also contained so much information. Naruto quickly came to the compartment where the scrolls were stored and took out the storage scrolls he had prepared long ago from the ninja bag on his waist. Storage scrolls are very common in Konoha village. They are not only used by ninjas, but also by some wealthy merchants. They will hire ninjas to buy particularly large capacity storage scrolls to transport goods, because large capacity storage scrolls are very expensive. Generally only ninjas can use it. High capacity reels are only used when quantities are particularly high. These scrolls were obtained by Naruto from people who were infected by his emotions. With a year of infection, Naruto's status in their hearts was nothing more than a few storage scrolls. Naruto opened the scroll a little and took a look. It contained the training method of fire-style dragon flame singing. It seemed that these were indeed ninjutsu scrolls. Naruto could only pack them all up and find a quiet place to open them one by one when he returned. However, there are so many scrolls inside that contain the ninjutsu and some research information that Naruto wants. As long as there are useful things, it's not a loss. Naruto took out all the weapons and scrolls on the wall. Placing the sealing scroll on the ground, Naruto injected chakra and sealed it. Flowing in the middle of the sealing scroll, Naruto's chakra wrapped up the scrolls and weapons to be sealed, and pulled them towards the middle of the sealing scroll. The scrolls disappeared one by one in the center, and the seal was successfully sealed with the sound of smoke. Before Naruto left, he used his clairvoyance eyes to look inside and out, and left after making sure that nothing was missing. Naruto remembered one thing. The clan leader Uchiha Fugaku is suspected of owning the Manjiki Sharingan. Although he may be bumping into Uchiha Itachi, the value of a pair of Manjiki is still very high, and Sasuke will be back soon. If he wants to stop me, I have to protect my brother. Sasuke, enough to keep him busy, still has a good chance of getting the pair of Manjiki. The clairvoyant eye was activated. Naruto hid in a dark corner. Naruto glanced around, and except for the bodies of the Uchiha clan, there was no other activity. Naruto looked towards the middle of the Uchiha clan. I saw Uchiha Itachi hacking another clan member to death. Naruto looked in that direction. There was no living person in Uchiha here now. Uchiha Itachi walked towards his home step by step. Anbu are hidden on the edge of the Uchiha tribe. Their mission was to prevent any living Uchiha clan members from escaping, and they also deliberately covered the barrier to hide the battle from the villagers. The Uchiha clan was on the edge of Konoha, and few people came here, so they could avoid being discovered. A memory about the exercise suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind. The exercise was over. After Naruto's clone went home, another clone that existed for only a second informed the main body. Now that the ninja school is out, the Uchiha clan has almost been killed. Now just wait for Uchiha Sasuke to come back and take Uchiha Fugaku's body. Uchiha Sasuke, after the exercise, the feeling of psychological foreboding became stronger and stronger, and the moon above his head became redder and redder. Uchiha Sasuke ran towards the clan quickly and stopped slowly when he saw the familiar gate. Today, the people of the Uchiha tribe are not as lively as before, and even the lights of the street lamps are flickering. Sasuke could only see darkness and lifelessness, with no signs of human activity, and he could even smell the smell of blood filling the air. In the Uchiha tribe, there seems to be another huge beast's mouth opening, trying to swallow the life that enters. Under the flickering illumination of the street lights, Sasuke's face flickered. Sasuke's trembling hand slowly grabbed the ninja bag on his waist. Sasuke's hand stopped shaking the moment he grabbed the kunai. Sasuke's eyes instantly became determined, and he walked toward the Uchiha tribe with this kunai in hand, until Sasuke's shadow was completely swallowed. A spark suddenly burst out from the street lamp. The light of the street lamp went out and was no longer bright. Uchiha had fallen into deep darkness. Chapter 11. A fair-skinned and beautiful child, wearing this black shirt and white pants, carrying a small crossbody bag, Uchiha Sasuke with a fan logo on the back of the clothes. Uchiha Sasuke has been running away for a while, and the houses that used to be brightly lit every day are now dark. Sasuke saw the corpse lying on the street and hurriedly ran to his home. He was afraid that his parents would also be. Uchiha Itachi held the blood-stained knife in his hand, with tears streaming down his face. He killed his father and mother with his own hands. They didn't resist, they just accepted that they were going to die. Because he doesn't want to kill each other with his son, and he also believes that Itachi can protect Sasuke, and he is still proud of his son even if he knows that he is facing such a situation, even if his ideas are different. Itachi looked at the door where the door was opened. Under the bloody moonlight, Itachi was waiting for his brother Sasuke to come. Sasuke opened the door and saw the bodies of his parents lying in a pool of blood, with his brother Uchiha Itachi standing next to him. Brother, father, and mother. Before Sasuke could finish speaking, Uchiha Itachi threw a shuriken and cut Sasuke's clothes. It also made Sasuke tremble all over. He didn't believe that his brother would hurt him. The three-hook Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes condenses into a shape resembling a curved shuriken, and the eyes glow red. Tsukuyomi, Sasuke had no time to react and was taken directly to Tsukuyomi's world, which was full of blood and killings, scenes of Itachi massacring his tribe. Sharingan could use illusions to recreate the scenes he had seen. Sasuke instantly fell to his knees in pain, shouting crazily, "No, brother, stop, I don't want to see this." The powerful pain almost caused Sasuke to have a nervous breakdown, and he could only lie on the ground helplessly. He kept saying why? To test your mettle, for Manjiki Sharingan, you have the potential to open Manjiki, so I will save your life. Your brother is just my disguise. Hate me. Uchiha Itachi left after saying this. Uchiha Sasuke was left staring in the direction Itachi left with hateful eyes, and then fainted. On the top of the tall building in the Uchiha tribe, a slender man wearing a black coat and a tiger skin mask was waiting for Uchiha Itachi to complete the final massacre. Is it over? The masked man turned to look at Itachi, who suddenly appeared behind him and asked. Itachi wanted to say something else, but stopped talking. Under the bloody night, the space around the masked man began to distort from his right eye, and the whole person was sucked into another space. Itachi watched the masked man leave and finally couldn't help but kneel down on the ground and kill his own clan members and parents with his own hands. Now his spirit had reached its limit. Itachi arrived at the place agreed by the third Hokage. The third Hokage had been waiting here for a long time. Third Hokage said to Itachi with complicated eyes. Thank you for protecting the peace of the village. It's a pity that there is no other way. From now on, Konoha will regard you as a defected ninja who killed a clan and put you on the wanted list, regardless of life or death. Itachi was silent for a while before answering to third Hokage. That's natural. After saying that, Itachi disappeared. He had one more thing to do before leaving the village. After easily killing the root ninja with genjutsu, he left the village. Naruto hid in the shadows in the distance and listened to Uchiha Itachi's words to Sasuke. He couldn't help but sigh. Kindness to the rebels was cruelty to himself. The Uchiha clan could not integrate into the village because of second Hokage's policies, and their arrogant personality. Now it's down to this. Naruto sensed that Anbu was ready to make a move and had to seize the time. Naruto opened the sealing scroll and sealed Uchiha Fugaku's body. Naruto wanted more than just Manjiki, he wanted the information in the brain of the Uchiha clan leader. The Uchiha clan leader should know a lot. That's it for today. Danzo-sama, the number of corpses on the Uchiha list does not match, and several are missing. It has been confirmed that Uchiha Sasuke is alive. The most important thing missing is the body of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. The possibility cannot be ruled out that he is still alive. The root member said to an old man with a seal on his right hand and a bandage on his right eye. The roots next to him suddenly appeared. Sharingan said to Danzo, I will always watch you. As long as you dare to take action against Sasuke, I will give all the secrets of the village to the enemy. Uchiha Itachi's body turned into crows and flew around. Of course Uchiha Itachi left and came back to warn Danzo not to make any small moves. Danzo's face turned livid and he whispered, damn it. After saving Uchiha Fugaku's body, Naruto rushed back to the room and released the shadow clone. Then he lay directly on the bed. As for the tools used to preserve the body, they also came from vendors who would not usually notice it. The time is still too short. Although there is no need to worry about money and channels, it is impossible to get too many things at once. The gain is huge. It would be great if I could use illusion to control these two annoying guys. Now I can only use blind spots to separate the clones, or create clones and hide them when practicing clone technique. I still have to study the contents of the scroll, and I don't have time to care about them. Moreover, the monitoring distance is a bit far, and the effect of infection without communication is greatly reduced. Anbu has reported the situation of this year to the third Hokage in detail, but they will make mistakes. This year, Naruto took advantage of the gap and left Anbu's sight many times. Naruto entered the conscious space as usual and lay down on Nine Tails skillfully. Nine Tails was also used to it. After all, Naruto was like this every night after being together for a year, and he was still not used to leaving. Naruto, there is something wrong with the negative emotions in your heart tonight. If you allow the negative emotions to erode, you may be eroded by my chakra again. Although this possibility is very low, you still need to pay attention to eliminate the source of the negative emotions. Nine Tails raised his head and said to Naruto, who was lying on his back. Naruto just said casually, I just met an annoying person. If I have the chance, I won't show mercy. But his eyes were full of killing intent towards the masked man. Naruto took some time to calm down, not letting him affect his emotions. Kurama, do you know ninjutsu, something like clone technique? Naruto asked Nine Tails curiously. Well. Nine Tails was silent for a few seconds, and his very embarrassing side could be seen with the naked eye. It's so noisy, I don't need to know how to do it, Nine Tails shouted loudly. What a pity. I originally wanted to ask Kurama if he knows the sealing technique. After all, you have lived for so long, there must be some things I don't know about. Naruto asked in a teasing tone. Go away, it's nothing special. Tailed Beast Club doesn't have many ninjutsu. Only Jinchuriki can use it. Now that you have mastered my chakra, you can basically do everything I know. Naruto chuckled, we'll know tomorrow whether today's harvest is worth it. I'm really looking forward to the abilities of those Manjiki. Go to sleep, good night, Kurama said Naruto and closed his eyes. Good night, Naruto, Kurama replied softly with the corners of his mouth raised. Chapter 12. The most serious and influential thing in the history of the two families in Konoha since the founding of the village happened. The Uchiha clan, one of the families that founded Konoha village together with the Senju clan, was exterminated, leaving only a 7-year-old child who was lucky enough to survive. The surviving member of the Uchiha clan is the clan leader's youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke. When Konoha announced this news, the ninja world was shocked. The Uchiha clan was already one of the strongest ninja clans during the Sengoku period. The history of the Uchiha clan can be traced back to the Sage of Six Paths period. It is a family that has been passed down for such a long time. He was exterminated, and he did it alone. Have you heard that the Uchiha clan was wiped out? I heard it was someone from the same clan who did it. Now there is only one left, and his name seems to be Uchiha Sasuke. Ah, that Uchiha Sasuke is too miserable. I also heard that the person who did it was his brother. Naruto was walking on the street listening to people talking about what happened yesterday about the Uchiha clan. The destruction of Uchiha affected not only Konoha but also the attitude of other ninja villages towards Konoha. Today Sarutobi Hiruzen should officially announce that Uchiha Itachi has become an S-class rebel ninja. This level of traitorous ninja is already the highest level of traitorous ninja. Most people are not qualified to do so. They will kill without mercy if they encounter someone. Teacher Irika stood on the podium and announced that Sasuke-san would need to take a few days off and would not be coming to school in the near future. A girl sitting 2 rows ahead said to her table mate. Why did you ask Sasuke for leave? Is he injured in any way? Sasuke is so powerful, there must be other reasons. That makes sense. I hope Sasuke comes back soon. Hey, Naruto, do you know why Sasuke took leave? The person who asked Naruto was a little girl with a slightly broad forehead and long pink hair, Haruno Sakura. Naruto spread his hands. I'm not sure, you can wait until Sasuke comes and ask him yourself. Haruno Sakura turned her head in disappointment. Do I have to tell you that Sasuke's relatives were all killed by his brother? For ninja school students, this kind of thing is not suitable for them to know. In the anime, Naruto and little Sakura also learned about it after joining class 7. In a blink of an eye, it was time for get out of class to end, and Naruto had to use part of his training time to look at those Uchiha scrolls. Naruto skillfully found a corner and Naruto continued walking towards home. When Naruto came out, he was already a clone. The moment Naruto's body uses the clone technique, he uses the transformation technique at the same time. Then use your clone to direct your gaze away. Naruto walked out in a secluded area, which was in another direction on the edge of Konoha, deliberately avoiding Konoha's patrols. Opened the scroll of the Uchiha clan, which contains many high-level ninjutsu. Found it, Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto took a look at the training method and his own Nine Tails version of Shadow Clone. Although the principles are the same, the effects are different. Shadow Clone is easier to learn, and the Nine Tails version has better resistance to strikes. Naruto looked at the chakra operation method above, and with the sound of smoke, a person exactly like Naruto appeared. Naruto thought of a way to make the most of this jutsu. The main body goes to practice physical training, the clone goes to learn ninjutsu and check information, and the other one goes to school. This will give you several times more time to practice. Naruto then separated into two clones again and looked at the scroll at the same time. If he was doing something delicate, as the number of clones increased, too many memories would be returned and it would take longer for the brain to sort out the memories. Too much can lead to schizophrenia, which is one of the drawbacks of multiple shadow clone. There are many ways to exercise, including rock climbing with one hand, walking forward with weights, punching, and kicking. This is Naruto's daily training. Only a strong body can withstand more powerful forces. The clone focused chakra on the fire-style scroll in his hand, and a ball of fire appeared directly in his hand. Then the flame continued to deform in Naruto's hand, turning into a dragon's head made of flames. Then he injected chakra to make the dragon's head bigger, and slowly transformed. Many. What is written on the scroll is that the fire dragon sings, and now Naruto can release it with one hand. This clone is specially used to practice ninjutsu. Release illusions by condensing chakra using the eyes as a medium. There are some illusions through Sharingan. To release, there are genjutsu in Uchiha's collection that do not require Sharingan, but Sharingan can amplify genjutsu. I can try it tonight with Enbu who is watching me. If I succeed, I won't have to hide from my clone every day. This is Izanagi, Naruto exclaimed. The function of Izanagi is to record the state of the caster with Sharingan at the moment it is activated, and then within the effective time of the spell. The effective time is different for each person. Any damage suffered by the caster will be even the death of the caster can physically restore it to the state recorded by Sharingan, but the chakra consumed by the caster will not be restored. The trade-off is that the eye using Izanagi will permanently lose light, and is therefore classified as a forbidden technique. When Sasuke fought against Danzo, Danzo used Izanagi, but Danzo was not from the Uchiha clan so the time was only 1 minute for one Sharingan. But if someone from the Uchiha family uses it, the time will be greatly extended. When Uchiha Obito fights Konan, the duration of Izanagi is 5 minutes. Naruto also has a pair of Manjiki in his hand. Naruto is still very interested in this ninjutsu that can be revived, and he has made a lot of money this time. Uchiha Fire Formation, this ninjutsu is a bit interesting. It is actually a barrier technique. It may not be as good as the 4 Red Yang Formation, but it is comparable to the 4 Purple Flame Formation. The advantage is that it can be used alone without coordination. Why is there no sealing technique? Hey, I found it! The transfer seal can seal specific pupil power into one's own eyes or the eyes of others. It can be activated automatically after a period of time or when the conditions set by the caster are met. These are Uchiha's accumulation, not only fire attribute ninjutsu, but also various attributes. After Naruto finished his training, he removed all traces of himself here as much as possible, used transformation technique to sense the position of monitoring Anbu through chakra, and directly used the control illusion he had just learned. Anbu's eyes under the mask instantly became dull. He had been invaded by Naruto's chakra, and the other one was also instantly knocked unconscious, and at the same time, illusion control was exerted. What is your true identity? Naruto grabbed Anbu's hair with his hands and lifted it up along with his body. Anbu didn't react to the intense pain caused by his body being lifted. My name is Yamanaka, and I am the Jainin of Konoha village. Give me the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. There was a trace of struggle in Yamanaka's eyes for 3 days, but was immediately suppressed by Naruto. Obediently, he handed over the secret technique of recording the Yamanaka clan to Naruto. With the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, you can peek into the memory of Uchiha Fugaku. Forget what happened today and report that everything is normal. Naruto ordered. Moreover, Naruto had given hints to both of them. After Naruto's intelligence report, the only option was for everything to be normal. Now that we are only free from surveillance, it is not enough to become a ruler. Chapter 13. Since Naruto got the shadow clone, he has a lot of time. The shadow clone takes his place to deal with teachers and school. Now the theory of the ninja school no longer supports him to continue to become stronger, but there is still some knowledge about ninja literacy that needs to be learned. Naruto entered a secret room underground. It was far away from Konoha village, and there were no ninjas around. With Naruto's speed, he could get here very quickly. There were walls, and only the torches inside illuminated the darkness slightly. There is a transparent coffin inside, and there is an operating table next to it. Uchiha Fugaku's body is stored in the transparent crystal coffin. Putting Uchiha Fugaku's body on the operating table, Naruto put his hand on Uchiha Fugaku's head and used Yamanaka's secret technique, mind reading. Naruto felt that his consciousness had entered another world, almost like entering his own consciousness space. Naruto was facing a stone tablet with strange words written on it. Fugaku said to Itachi, only the Manjiki Sharingan can read this stone tablet. With the Manjiki Sharingan, you should be able to read more. Itachi asked dismissively, do you want me to tell you the content? Fugaku just turned to look at Itachi who was kneeling on the floor. That's not necessary. After saying that, Manjiki Sharingan showed. Itachi said with surprise on his face, Manjiki, Daddy too. That was Manjiki who was born with blood and tears after my friend saved me with his life during the Third Ninja War. Fugaku just turned his head and continued, the stone tablet contains Uchiha's path to salvation, but Manjiki is not enough. The Uchiha family can go further. Uchiha had the wrong environment. The higher UPS were afraid of Sharingan's power and used Manjiki to control Nine Tails. Now I can do it too. After saying that, he launched the pupil technique on Itachi's eyes, and something appeared in Itachi's eyes. 3 Uchiha tribesmen kidnapped Uzumaki Naruto, and then Nine Tails broke the seal. The powerful power shocked the entire Konoha, and Konoha remembered being killed by Nine. Fear dominated by Tails. Itachi's face was full of horror after watching it. He didn't expect that he could really control Nine Tails. Cold sweat instantly covered Itachi's face, which only made Itachi determined. Fugaku wants to launch a bloodless revolution, but he needs Itachi's help. The choice between family and village depends on Itachi's thoughts. As Fugaku's son, Itachi wanted to trust his son and help Uchiha, but what Fugaku didn't expect was that Itachi betrayed Uchiha in turn, missing a move. If it might really succeed with Itachi's help, Fugaku should also see the possibility of success, but Manjiki Eye technique is not invincible. Fugaku believed in the wrong person, which led to Uchiha's destruction. Fugaku's Manjiki SI technique is a scene after seeing the success, but it shouldn't be a true prediction of the future. In Uchiha Fugaku's memory, they captured Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Naruto who was captured was also wearing a forehead protector. It should be the time it should be after Naruto graduates. But the strange thing is that when I become Naruto, this situation will almost never happen. Nine Tails will no longer go berserk. Even if it is controlled, it is impossible for Uchiha to catch me, but Manjiki can control tailed beasts. And in Fugaku's eyes, I'm just a brat even after graduation. So this pair of Manjiki is deduced based on the cognition of the person who uses Manjiki, but if it is unknown information or the information is wrong, there will be a deviation in the predicted results. Both eyes are deductions, but the time involved is different. One can span a long time, and the other can only cover a short time. One can predict a few years from now, and the other can predict a few days from now. If it hadn't been for my arrival, then Fugaku's prediction would have been correct, but Fugaku did not deduce the genocide. Uchiha Itachi betrayed the Uchiha clan, which is also one of the limitations. Naruto exited Fugaku's head, dug out the Sharingan, and the Manjiki in his memory had turned into a 3-Magatama form. He put the Manjiki into a maintenance tank, randomly dealt with the scene, and left. Naruto kept thinking about the possibility of Kagaya's resurrection on his way back. Naruto has an anxious mentality. He has always been anxious when he knew the enemies he might face in the future. Although Naruto has many abilities, he is still unable to deal with those enemies. The reason for Naruto's anxiety was that the enemies he would face in the future were too strong. Satsuki Kagaya is the ancestor of chakra. Kagaya, the source of chakra, has ash bones of killing, heaven's control, expanding truth-seeking ball, and blood succession snare. It is the fusion of all the nature transformation of the yin and yang power of the 5 elements. It can fuse fire and wind. Ninjutsu of all 7 natures, earth, water, thunder, yin, and yang. Facing such an enemy, Naruto alone has little chance of winning. If there is no change in Sasuke's life, as long as he lets nature take its course, Sasuke can become a helper. His brother Uchiha Itachi had already paved the way. Now we need to prevent Kagaya from being resurrected as much as possible, and if we can't stop it, we need to weaken her as much as possible. Even if it's not Kagaya, Uchiha Madara is still a troublesome existence, but there will still be a long time. Black Zetsu, the 6th one, is still lurking in the dark. With his help, the possibility of Uchiha Madara's resurrection is very high, and there is also the matter of Nagato Rinnegan. Although Naruto can barely control green energy now, he doesn't understand what its essence is. Judging from the ability to increase his eyes, it is very useful. Inside the ninja school. Naruto, why aren't you very active lately, and you don't play with us anymore? Cheer up, okay? I'll give you some potato chips. The person who said this was a man in a green shirt with a plump boy in a white scarf. It's okay, Chiji, thank you for your kindness. I'm just tired recently. Naruto, who was lying on the table, waved his hands feebly, and then lay down again. If the main body hadn't separated 3 shadow clone at once and the main body had gone to exercise, I wouldn't have had to save chakra at all. My clone had been holding on to it for many days. In order to prevent too many memories from flooding in at the same time, Naruto would deactivate the clones one by one. After the digestion is completed, he would contact another one. The shadow clone used for school is usually the last one to deactivate, because the memories at school are not too complicated. As well as the low chakra consumption, Naruto used the 9 tails chakra to help several other clones, so the school's shadow clone could only save a little and try to last as long as possible. In a valley, 2 figures were attacking each other, and one person quickly threw a dozen shurikens. These shurikens collided with each other in the air, making clang, clang, clang sounds, forming a pair of huge black surrounding nets and flying towards Naruto. This is the shuriken technique unique to the Uchiha family. It uses the collision of the ninja tools to change the trajectory of the ninja tools, thereby attacking the enemy in all directions. Both the attack angle and attack density are first-rate. Naruto's eyes calmed down, he observed the gaps between the shurikens in the air, and fired multiple shurikens in different directions, knocking away the flying shurikens. The other person also stopped when he saw this. Both of them are clones of Naruto and are now practicing the Uchiha family's shuriken technique. Chapter 14. 2 days later, in a ward of Konoha Hospital. A 7-year-old boy with fair skin and handsome features was lying on the bed of Konoha Hospital, his eyes trembling slightly, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. Looking at this unfamiliar scene, his mind went blank. This is Konoha Hospital, where specialized medical ninjas treat the injured. Countless people come to Konoha Hospital due to accidents every day. You finally woke up. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? A nurse in a white coat was very anxious to check on his condition. Being so stimulated, the mental stress would be very serious. The nurse who saw Sasuke regaining consciousness hurriedly ran forward to check his physical condition in case there were any other hidden injuries. He asked after making sure his brain was fully awake. Sasuke just shook his head numbly. Now his mind was blank and he didn't know anything. The nurse hurriedly ran out and reported to the medical ninja who was responsible for Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was the last tribe member of Uchiha in Konoha and could not make any mistakes. You are not worthy of being killed by me. You are not brave enough. If you want to kill me, hate me, and then escape with your life. Live cowardly forever. Uchiha Itachi looked at the man lying on the ground. Sasuke, with Manjiki in his eyes flashing red, left directly after speaking. Ever since the night of the genocide, the gentle brother in Sasuke's heart, the brother who had always taken care of him and encouraged him, has died, and now only his enemies are living. Uchiha Itachi, even if I try my best, I will kill you. Sasuke clenched his fists and his nails dug into his palms. Sasuke's eyes flashed slightly red. Only then did Sasuke take stock of his surroundings. The surroundings were pure white, except for the small yellow flowers on the table that were swaying slightly, and his clothes had turned into hospital gowns. Sasuke briefly took stock of his situation. His body was still a little weak, but he was not injured. Then he looked at the backpack on the table and his belongings that day, all well placed there. At this moment, Sasuke's ward door was pushed open by a pair of hands, and an old man wearing a white Hokage robe and a red Hokage hat walked into the ward. It was 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke, are you feeling well? I have classified Itachi as an S-class traitorous ninja. Konoha will hunt him down. You are the only one of your Uchiha clan who survived. The rest were killed by the traitor Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, comforted Sasuke and said, have a good rest, Uchiha's property will be safely in your hands. Konoha will protect you. This was also an exchange with Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen told the nurse next to him, take care of Sasuke. If Sasuke has any requirements or feels uncomfortable, send someone to notify me immediately. Okay, Lord 3rd Hokage, the nurse said with a nod. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sasuke who was silent on the hospital bed, and couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. Then he turned and left. Recalling the agreement between himself and Itachi, he couldn't help but feel guilty for this child. Itachi sacrificed for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's back slowly softened. He walked slowly outside, only to become rickety. It's like I've aged many years overnight. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is old, and the ambition he once had is gone. Now he just wants to be an old man who protects Konoha. 3 days later, Sasuke had packed his things and was discharged from the hospital. If it weren't for the fact that the nurse said that I need to observe it for a few more days to make sure there are no sequelae. Sasuke had been discharged from the hospital a long time ago and went home to practice. Now he needed strong power to kill that man. The streets were filled with sympathy for Uchiha. These looks of sympathy and pity will now make Sasuke more determined to revitalize Uchiha and kill that man. In a valley, there were 4 identical boys, all with blonde hair, wearing white short sleeves and black shorts. 2 of them were conducting confrontation training, and the sound of shurikens clashing with each other filled the air. There is also a boy sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a huge scroll in his hand and carefully looking at the recorded information on it. The boy listened to the sounds of bumping around and couldn't help but yelled at the source of the sound, "Can you two keep your noise down when you are fighting? There are still people reading here. Hey, did you hear that? Those 2 guys fighting. It's true that once they fight, you can't hear the sound." The boy simply lay on the ground without looking at the scroll, letting it scatter on the ground. Bang! A sound like a smoke explosion sounded, and Naruto released the clone that was about to view the Uchiha scroll. As the memory was lifted, the clone's memories of the past 2 days instantly flooded into his mind. Naruto had just continued to do physical exercises near the valley, but the effect of the exercises began to decline. It seems that there is an age limit. I am only 7 years old at most and less than 8 years old now. My body has reached its bottleneck after nearly a year of exercise. Naruto's current physical fitness is actually much higher than that of Might Guy at the same time. Although Naruto's training time is still relatively short, Naruto's physical potential is higher than Might Guy. If you add Chakra Burst and 9 Tails Chakra, it is still possible to play a 6th gate or 7 gate guy. Naruto sat cross-legged and sorted through the memories after the shadow clone was released. The memories that just flooded into his mind were basically the principles of ninjutsu and information. After reading these in 2 days, it was already very good. Physically, I continued my daily routine. Uchiha's information is very large. For example, this information is about the Blood Dragon Eye. The Blood Dragon Eye is about the blood inheritance limit of the Blood Pond clan. It can open the eyes through strong emotional stimulation, and its pupil power is as strong as that of an ordinary Sharingan. Because the Blood Pond clan and the Uchiha clan are both members of the Eye Technique Blood Succession Limit, then I, Uchiha, will write down the scene of the battle, but this piece of information is from a very long time ago, and it is not of much value to Naruto. Touch! There were 2 more sounds of the clones being released, and waves of dizziness sounded in Naruto's mind. The 2 clones fought against each other, and finally died together because of insufficient chakra. The battle scene was transmitted back accurately, including the practicing Uchiha. Throwing and combat experience. Naruto stood up, holding 3 shurikens in each hand. The 6 shurikens collided with each other, changing direction and hitting the blind spot in an arc. It's time to go back to school. The shadow clone in the ninja school can no longer hold on, and a new shadow clone needs to be created to replace him. Naruto used the transformation technique to deal with it first and then rushed straight to the ninja school. You still need to be careful. The 3rd Hokage often uses crystal balls to spy on Konoha, and be careful to sail the 10,000 years ship. Chapter 15. You're finally here, I don't know how much longer I can last, Naruto's clone said weakly. Naruto looked at himself slumped on the chair at home and couldn't help but wonder if he had such a personality and why his clone had such a distinct personality. Naruto released the clone with a wave of his hand, and then sat in front of the table. The memories of the past few days returned, but in his memory, Naruto found that someone was following him. What? It turns out to be Hinata, secretly staring at me every day, that shy little face flushed. When he was in school, Naruto also noticed that Hinata often peeked at him, but now he started to follow him. Naruto helped Hinata once when she was a child. At that time, Hinata was bullied by several peers. A lot has happened recently, and I need to sort it out. Naruto is now considering whether to bring Sasuke into the game. If he wants to fight against future enemies, his power is necessary, and I can't do anything like gouging people's eyes. After school, Naruto went to school today in a rare form. If he was a clone, he would usually go home directly now, but Naruto noticed the little tail following him, changed his direction, walked slowly to the valley where he usually trained, and took care of his things. Then he turned back, smiled at the tree with two thick arms and said, "Hinata, I see you, come out. If you don't come out, I'm going to pass." Naruto slowly approached the tree as if he was coming to catch someone. The chakra sensed by Naruto's clone had already memorized everyone's chakra at the beginning of school. In addition, Hinata's tracking skills were too clumsy, so every time she peeked, her eyes were so intense that it was difficult not to notice. It's just because the clone has to last for a week and chakra really can't be wasted, so I didn't point it out. In addition, this time I deliberately asked Hinata to follow me, just make it clear. There was silence behind the big tree for a few seconds, then one foot slowly stretched out, and what came into view was a girl with short lavender hair and white eyes. The girl with white eyes lowered her head shyly. "Naruto-kun." After saying this, Hinata looked at her toes with a red face. Naruto walked towards Hinata. Now Naruto was basically a head taller than Hinata. Naruto put his hand on Hinata's and said, "Don't be so shy, Hinata, why are you following me?" When Hinata felt Naruto's hand on her head, she thought that Naruto's hand was so warm and smelled so good. When she thought of Naruto being so close to her, Hinata's face turned red and steam appeared on the top of her head. Hinata closed her eyes, fainted, and fell forward. Naruto just felt the top of Hinata's head getting hot, and then saw Hinata fainting, and quickly held Hinata in his arms. "Are you okay, Hinata?" Naruto asked hurriedly. Hinata, who was pregnant, even murmured, "Naruto-kun. This little girl, this is too shy. I haven't done anything yet. I'm sure the anime won't deceive me. Some people actually faint because of shyness," Naruto complained. Naruto had no choice but to lay down with Hinata's head on his lap, waiting for Hinata to wake up. A cool breeze suddenly blew around. It was almost autumn, but the weather was still relatively hot, so this wind came just in time. In such weather, the wind is gentle. Watching the sunset, all worries and fatigue will disappear with the wind. Naruto felt the wind and suddenly felt that the world was so beautiful. Looking at the sky and Hinata who was still on his lap, he suddenly felt that it wouldn't be bad if it continued like this. Naruto felt Hinata's breathing was long and she seemed to be asleep. Looking at Hinata sleeping, Naruto suddenly thought of the meaning of the world he came to, which was to protect the present. Protecting this place, looking at the quiet scene of these years, Naruto's perception expanded instantly. Naruto's perception drifted with the wind, and Naruto seemed to turn into the wind and drift randomly in this world. One moment it gathers, the other moment it spreads. Naruto felt the energy of nature, it was so huge, so warm, and had an indescribable sense of intimacy. This feeling was so free. Naruto was immersed in this feeling. Slowly, Naruto's soul seemed to rise on the wind and turn into wind and go to the world. There was a sudden cry from Naruto's legs, and it turned out that Hinata had woken up, because Hinata woke up, instantly interrupting Naruto's urge to turn into the wind, and Naruto was forced to withdraw from that state. Naruto immediately realized that he had almost merged with nature. The integration here was not the integration of practicing magic, but his soul was almost decomposed and merged into the world. If you allow your soul to be decomposed, you may never come back. But this time he briefly turned into the wind, allowing Naruto to gain more understanding of the wind, but the danger of sensing it again was too great, and this was also accidental. Hinata rubbed her eyes with a hazy look on her face and got up from Naruto. But Hinata suddenly woke up when she saw Naruto. As the memory slowly emerged, Hinata's face became redder and redder, until it was almost bleeding, but this time Hinata managed to hold on and did not faint. "How could I fall asleep on Naruto-kun? Oh my, but Naruto smells really good, just like the sun." "Well, Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to follow you. I just wanted to say thank you and I'm sorry I fell asleep on you." Hinata lowered her head while speaking, her hand still holding the corner of her clothes. Don't let go, still too nervous. Naruto just smiled and said, it's just a small thing. Speaking of which, I still want to thank you, Hinata. Thank me? But I didn't help Naruto-kun. Hinata raised her head and said to Naruto. No, Hinata, you helped me a lot. I really want to thank you. After hearing what Naruto said, Hinata's face turned slightly red again. Naruto-kun wants to thank me. I'm so happy. While talking, Naruto took Hinata to the valley. Hinata looked around at the traces of training. There were many shuriken targets and other training equipment. It was not difficult to see that this place had been used by people for a long time. Hinata's little face looked at Naruto and asked, where is this? This is where I usually practice. If you come to see me in the future, don't follow me secretly. I am usually here. The me who goes to school is just my clone. Generally speaking, I practice here except during breaks. Naruto said to Hinata with a smile. You really worked hard, Naruto-kun. Hinata looked at the many traces in this training ground, as well as the shurikens all over the floor, and the traces left on the ground by Naruto's physical training for a long time. He sighed to Naruto. Naruto-kun, I am actually training at home. My father practices gentle fist with me, but I always fail to meet his requirements. Am I not suitable to be a ninja? A trace of disappointment flashed across Hinata's face, feeling that she was always unable to practice well. That's not the case, Hinata. Hinata, you are just too gentle, you are also very suitable to be a ninja, Naruto retorted. I like that, Hinata, don't give up, you will definitely become a great female ninja in the future. Hinata couldn't help but feel happy when she heard Naruto say she liked it. Naruto-kun likes me, and I will definitely work hard to become a great female ninja. Chapter 16. When chatting with someone you like, you won't feel the passage of time. In a blink of an eye, it was time to meet the devil. Naruto pointed to the sky and said, Hinata, it's a bit late today. You should go home. It was already dusk now and it didn't matter to Naruto when he went back. But for someone who comes from the famous Hokage clan, it's a matter of tutoring. What's more, as the eldest lady of the Hokage clan, her safety is very important. Hinata looked at the already late night sky and stood up hurriedly. He bowed slightly to Naruto and said thank you Naruto-kun for staying with me today. Naruto-kun, see you at school tomorrow. Then he glanced at Naruto. Although we could see each other at school tomorrow, he still felt a little reluctant. But Hinata walked away in a hurry, because once she went back to ask why she came back late, she might not be allowed to contact Naruto again, so she had to rush back quickly. Thinking of this, Hinata's steps became a little faster. Naruto smiled and shook his head, then looked at Hinata's leaving back and couldn't help but sigh, that's so cute, Hinata. I still have plenty of time now. Do I still have my own life besides practicing? Naruto, who originally wanted to continue to create clones, gave up the idea of continuing training and just relaxed today. Naruto walked straight towards the streets of Konoha. Although the nights in Konoha were not as good as those nights when the whole city was brightly lit, he did watch the merchants turn on their lights one after another. Konoha, the nightlife is about to begin. Gradually, the lights became brighter and brighter. Just as the darkness wiped away the shadow of the building, countless lights and electric lights came on again. Darkness and light cannot have both, but here, they get along in perfect harmony. Suddenly, all the lights were on, and colorful lights shone on the street. The street seemed to be inlaid with a string of beautiful pearls, and the passers-by seemed to be covered with beautiful colorful clothes. Naruto walked to a stall selling masks and took a fancy to a red fox mask. The mask seller is an old man with dark skin and a bit of bald head. How much does this fox mask cost? Naruto asked as he picked up the red fox mask. That 400 yuan, the boss said hurriedly when he saw business coming to his door. Naruto just handed him the money and put on his mask. Although this mask didn't have the effect of hiding his identity, Naruto still liked it inexplicably. Since Naruto came to this world, his nerves have been tense and he has never relaxed. But until he met Hinata, Naruto suddenly understood that he not only wanted to become stronger, but also wanted to live a good life. If he just became stronger, it would be just a training machine. That's all. Naruto himself can live like an ascetic, but that doesn't mean he can't live well and embody the present moment. Naruto bought some snacks and ate while shopping. Isn't that Naruto? Naruto here. A little girl wearing a green suspender is waving in this direction. Isn't this Ino? Naruto recognized this classmate and one of the people spying on him as a member of the Yamanaka family. It's Ino, what a coincidence we meet here. Naruto walked up to Ino. Naruto, I've never seen you out playing. Ino and Naruto walked side by side on the busy street. I'm too bored at home, let's go out and hang out, Naruto just said helplessly. But it's Ino, you often come out to play. Naruto changed the topic. Of course, there are a lot of fun things in Konoha at night, wow, let's go play that. Ino's eyes seemed to glow brightly, and her face was full of excitement. She pulled Naruto through the crowd and walked to a shooting target. There is a target under each item. As long as you can hit the target, you can take away the corresponding product. However, you can only use the shuriken provided by the merchant. In addition, official ninjas cannot participate, so the participants are a group of small people. Children, so businesses can still make some money. Naruto, that doll looks great. I'll get it after you finish it. Ino said to Naruto energetically. Ino went to the boss and got 3 shurikens. Ino handed one to Naruto, just take this as a thank you for playing with me. Naruto just had no choice but to use the shuriken, but after flipping his hand, he discovered that this shuriken was a little light and the feel was wrong. For the first time, using this kind of shuriken for target shooting almost depends on luck. Okay, it's up to me. Ino raised his arm and threw it at the target. Ino used the basic throwing technique taught in the ninja school. The shuriken thrown by Ino drew a straight line in the air and hit the target directly. However, due to lack of strength, it failed to stand and fell straight down. What a pity, but I still have one. Ino cheered up and threw again, but unfortunately this time he didn't even hit the target. Ino's little face fell, but a shuriken was inserted straight into the target that Ino wanted to shoot just now. Ino looked at Naruto, who had not fully recovered his movements. Congratulations to this guy. The boss handed Naruto the doll above. Ino stared at Naruto with bright eyes, no, at the doll in Naruto's hand. Naruto, you are so powerful, but I will definitely get it next time. Ino regained her energy. Come on, let's keep playing, Naruto. Before Ino could finish her words, she was suddenly blocked by the furry thing in front of her. This doll is for you, Ino, Naruto said to Ino. Really? But you got this? Although I like this doll very much, I know you got it, Naruto. Naruto put the doll into Ino's hand and interrupted her. Actually, I'm just shooting that target because you like this doll. Speaking of which, I haven't thanked you for accompanying me. You just gave me a shuriken. Isn't it fair that I give you a doll now? Naruto thanked him and told Ino again. Ino held the doll Naruto handed him with both hands and stood here stupidly, not knowing what he was thinking. Let's go, don't stand there stupidly, keep shopping, there are still many things we haven't tried yet. Naruto turned to Ino and said. Ino just nodded slightly, hugged the doll, and continued walking down the street with Naruto. Ino and Naruto played with all kinds of things in this street. Eat from street to end. Seeing the flow of people around him slowly dwindling, Naruto glanced at the time, turned to Ino and said, it's very late now, go home, Ino. Naruto turned and left. Goodbye, Naruto, see you tomorrow, Ino said to Naruto's back. Naruto just waved his hand and continued walking alone into the darkness. Ino returned home, washed up, lay on the bed and played with the doll on the bedside. Thinking back to playing with Naruto tonight, she couldn't help but hold the doll in her arms and fell asleep. Chapter 17. Early the next morning, Naruto woke up from his crib as usual. He had a lot of fun last night and hadn't relaxed for a long time. Naruto stretched and let out a long yawn. At this time, Naruto was in line with his boyhood image. He used to always pretend to be mature and deal with things alone. Coming to other world alone is very unsettling and feels like one is always in danger. Naruto was actually under a lot of pressure. The pressure from the initial awareness of the surveillance, the pressure from the perception that the village had great ill will towards Naruto. When he got Uchiha's information and successfully solved the two monitors, Naruto felt pressured about the future again, so he listened carefully to the lessons and trained hard in the past year. I squeeze myself every day and tire myself to death. This kind of life is tiring, but when he thinks about those enemies in the future, he feels that he is not strong enough, and Naruto can't stop. But yesterday, as he almost rode the wind, Naruto suddenly understood in the process of experiencing the wind, and almost lost himself in that feeling of freedom. That kind of freedom was indeed what Naruto was pursuing, and yesterday he released a lot of pressure. Naruto washed his face vigorously with water to wash away the sleepiness. Naruto created a shadow clone to take his place in school. Although Naruto would relieve the pressure, the source of the pressure and the essence of the matter were not resolved. Continuing training, Naruto came to the valley, and several shadow clones appeared around him. Naruto himself changed his clothes, put on the weights he just bought, and continued to climb the mountain with one hand. Just as the bell rang, a girl with purple hair and pure white eyes hurriedly packed her things and walked out of the school gate. "What's wrong, Hinata? Why are you in such a hurry?" said little Sakura, who was also packing her things. "Maybe there's something urgent, little Sakura, let's go home together," Ino said to little Sakura, who was ready to leave. Because little Sakura and Ino both particularly like Sasuke, a cold-faced handsome guy, so they have to fight over who can be closer to Sasuke every day. They fight every day. It has been a long time since they took the initiative to talk to each other. In fact, little Sakura and Ino are very good friends, they just like Sasuke. But what puzzled little Sakura was that during extracurricular training today, Ino not only did not look at Sasuke. Instead, he looked at Naruto. Although Naruto was also handsome, Naruto was the sunny type, but didn't Ino like Sasuke as much as I did? Thinking of this, I heard Ino calling me if I wanted to go home together. Little Sakura agreed subconsciously, "Okay, Ino, I'll wait for you." Little Sakura and Ino walked on the streets of Konoha without saying a word. Little Sakura thought to herself. "Say something, it's so embarrassing now, it won't always end like this." Little Sakura's alter ego roared. During the silence between the two, Ino made up her mind and turned to little Sakura and said, "Let's make up, I don't like Sasuke now." "What do you mean you don't like Sasuke?" Sakura exclaimed with her eyes widened. "I discovered last night that my feelings for Sasuke are not that I like him, I'm just attracted by his handsome appearance. But if you look carefully, Sasuke and I have nothing to do with each other, he has never taken the initiative to talk to me, and I have already met someone I like, and that person is not Sasuke." When Ino said this, she was thinking about Naruto helping her last night and getting the doll she liked. Maybe I already liked Naruto at that time. Little Sakura felt a little disappointed when she heard Ino's words, because Ino was right, Sasuke was the same for little Sakura, but she was also a little happy, because no one was competing with her for Sasuke. Thinking of this, little Sakura let out a happy sigh. Little Sakura hugged Ino and rubbed her face happily. "We will still be good friends from now on, let's go shopping." After saying that, little Sakura took Ino's arm and walked towards the shopping street. Ino just smiled softly, and she was very happy to get to know this good friend again. Hinata hurried to Naruto's training valley, because Naruto just said to Hinata that I am just a clone, and the real body is waiting for you in the valley. After saying that, he directly released the shadow clone and disappeared in front of Hinata. Hinata heard that Naruto was waiting for her, so she packed her things and ran towards the valley as fast as she could in her life. "You're here, Hinata." Naruto turned around and smiled. As soon as Hinata arrived in front of the valley, she saw Naruto turning his head as expected and saying hello to Hinata. Hinata was not so anxious after seeing Naruto, but slowly walked towards Naruto. While talking, Naruto sat down on the stone where he usually rested, and invited Hinata to sit with him. Hinata sat opposite Naruto. The distance between Hinata and Naruto made Hinata feel more at ease and seemed to relax mentally. Sitting on the edge of the stone, I watched several shadow clones training hard around me. Hinata overcame her shyness and asked, "Naruto-kun, have you been using shadow clone for school?" "That's right, in order to save time, I used the shadow clone technique to go to school instead of me, and my body continued to practice in this valley and became stronger." Naruto looked at Hinata with a smile and said. Hinata sat quietly by the stone and listened to Naruto telling interesting stories about her training. Hinata also laughed very happily when talking about the time when Shadow Clone was dissatisfied with the fight between two other Shadow Clone and they quarreled with each other. "Even Naruto-kun's clone is so cute," Hinata said with a smile. "Those clones don't look like me at all," Naruto said viciously. "I think that's Naruto-kun. He just doesn't show it normally. He only behaves like this in front of people close to him." Hinata covered her mouth and said to Naruto with a smile. Hinata could tell at just one glance that it was Naruto's usually repressed character. Hinata cared about Naruto very much and sensed what Naruto was thinking. Hinata thought of the valley full of traces of cultivation, and he said to Naruto's face, "Naruto-kun, why do you want to become stronger?" Looking at Hinata's serious face, Naruto was too embarrassed to tease her anymore. Because of freedom, Naruto stood up and looked at the sky. Naruto pointed at the birds that streaked across the sky and said to Hinata, "Look at how free the birds are flying in the sky. The reason why I became stronger is simple, to fly freely like a bird. Being able to do what you like at the time you like and in the way you like is the freedom of life for me." Hinata mustered up the courage to stand up, walked to Naruto, and said to Naruto seriously, "Naruto-kun, although I don't understand what you mean by freedom, I will support you forever." "Thank you, Hinata." Naruto's warm smile reflected in Hinata's heart. For Hinata, Naruto's eyes were full of hope now. Naruto looked at the girl next to him tenderly and took the initiative to take Hinata's hand. Hinata did not resist, but also held Naruto's hand, and they watched the sunset together. Hinata glanced at Naruto secretly. At this time, Hinata was no longer shy as before and just wanted to hold Naruto's hand quietly. Hinata felt a warm breath passing from Naruto's palm to her body. It seems like the fatigue has disappeared. A dream is a ray of sunshine that dispels the haze of your journey, a dream is a clear spring that washes away the lead in your heart. Spread the wings of your dream and chase it. "Okay, Hinata, I have to continue training." Naruto turned to Hinata and said. When Naruto's hand left, Hinata still felt reluctant to let go. She wanted to continue holding those hands. Chapter 18. After that day, Naruto's life became busy again, but now Hinata was with him every day. Naruto's training methods also changed. From the beginning, Hinata just sat here and watched him train. Gradually, Hinata was moved by Naruto's spirit and joined in training with Naruto. "Hinata, be careful, this mountain is very high." Naruto watched Hinata move towards the top of the mountain bit by bit, grabbing the raised part of the mountain with both hands, and lying on the cliff with one hand. "My hands worked hard to climb up." Naruto watched Hinata climb up step by step at the foot of the cliff, as if he saw himself in the past, but at that time I was alone. Now I have some nervous people. Hinata almost missed the mark several times, and Naruto was ready to take Hinata down directly. Fortunately, there was no danger. But looking at Hinata's hard work, Naruto silently gave up the idea of letting Hinata give up. Naruto was always ready for Hinata to fall. Although Naruto believed that Hinata could do it, he had to be prepared for unexpected events. Hinata's inner lining was completely soaked, but she still tried her best to climb up. Her chakra was almost exhausted and her physical strength was low. But when she saw how easily Naruto climbed up with one hand, she proposed that she too I wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect that I ran out of energy halfway up the climb. No, I can't check anymore. The chakra is almost exhausted. Hinata kept having a voice in her heart urging herself to give up. But when she thought of Naruto still looking at her from below, the voice in her heart was immediately replaced by Naruto's warm smiling face. As if Naruto was waiting for her in front, she must not give up. Hinata gritted her teeth, cheered up, continued to squeeze her body to extract chakra, and climbed up. Hinata appears to be shy and timid. But with Naruto's encouragement, someone who can burst out with huge power. Naruto watched Hinata continue to climb up and suddenly shouted to Hinata, "Hinata, come on, you can do it." Just like in the original work, during the Chunin exam, Hinata bravely attacked Hyuga Niji with Naruto's encouragement. Hinata heard Naruto's encouragement to her, and a huge force suddenly burst out in her body. This power flowed to Hinata's whole body, greatly relieving her fatigue, and supported Hinata to continue climbing until she reached the top of the mountain. Rock climbing is an extremely challenging sport that requires physical strength, endurance, flexibility, and mental stability. When Naruto tried rock climbing for the first time, he felt a huge physical and mental challenge, but he also gained many valuable experiences and insights. Hinata climbed to the top of the mountain and fell to the ground from exhaustion. She sat on the ground imageless, breathing heavily, and the sweat on her face dripped down from her delicate little face. His vision went black, and his chest seemed to be burning with fire. Hinata's inner lining was wet with sweat and sticky to her body. Hinata wanted to tell Naruto that she had done it, but now she had no energy to shout Naruto's name. "Hinata, you did very well." Naruto's figure suddenly appeared in front of Hinata's eyes. When Hinata saw Naruto's figure, she immediately relaxed and fell forward. Naruto was afraid that she would be injured and hurriedly caught her. Naruto helped Hinata sit down on the top of the mountain. Naruto stretched out his hand and passed his chakra to Hinata. Hinata suddenly felt a very comfortable warmth. The warmth spread from her hands to her whole body instantly. Whether it was muscle soreness or fatigue, it dissipated at an alarming speed. Hinata suddenly felt like she was soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable and relaxed, as if her whole body was floating in the air. Sakura Ning. Hinata woke up from semi-consciousness and looked at herself lying on Naruto's lap. She suddenly blushed with embarrassment and tried to struggle to sit up, but was pushed down by Naruto. "Hinata, lie down for a while first, the treatment is not over yet." Naruto continued to inject his yang release chakra into Hinata's body. For Naruto, the healing effect of his chakra is probably stronger than Xiangling. Xiangling just awakened the innate ability of the Uzumaki clan, which allows others to gain the ability to heal by sucking their own chakra, and their own wounds can also heal quickly. It can be said that the sage body has been awakened, but Xiangling's sage body is not perfect yet. The real sage body can only be perfected by Xiangling's physique plus Senju Hashirama's physique. The reason why Naruto can exercise regardless of physical damage is because he has awakened the full version of sage body's huge chakra and its terrifying regenerative ability. Now Naruto's cells are very corrosive. Therefore, when the pure yang release chakra is injected into Hinata's body, it will quickly repair the injuries Hinata suffered due to practice, and it can also improve her physique and make her gradually stronger. Naruto's chakra flows with Hinata's meridians, nourishing her meridians subtly. "Naruto-kun, is it okay?" Hinata asked Naruto with her cheeks flushed and her voice as small as a mosquito's legs. Hinata had tried hard to stay calm, but as Naruto's chakra flowed through her body felt an indescribable pleasure. She wanted to stay in Naruto's arms, but this was very shy for a lady like Hinata, so she couldn't help but ask. "Okay, Okay, Naruto had already injected chakra into every corner of Hinata's body to ensure that there would not be any hidden wounds left. As night falls, the moon gradually shines on the earth. At this time, Hinata had gone home. Naruto was also afraid that she would catch a cold, so after repairing Hinata's damage, he let her go home to rest. In the dark valley, Naruto was still training hard. At 9 o'clock in the evening, inside the Uchiha station, Sasuke was sitting in his training ground. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Sasuke would wake up from nightmares every night. Every time he saw Uchiha attack and massacre the Uchiha clan. Human situation. So every night Sasuke trains himself to exhaustion, but Sasuke's previous training was not that intense. Today Sasuke just practiced a little too much, and now his body is hard to move and he can only sit here. Sasuke had never tried to overdraw chakra before during training. This was the first time he overdrafted chakra. Sasuke felt that every cell in his body was in pain. Sasuke suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. There was a coolness in Sasuke's eyes, which made him sober up a little. I actually awakened my Sharingan. Sasuke realized that his Sharingan had awakened and couldn't help laughing happily. Uchiha Itachi, your death has come. Damn, my body still hurts. Sasuke reluctantly got up and staggered towards the house. Chapter 19. When he went to school today, Sasuke wore a simple black long-sleeved shirt with a stand-up collar and black shorts. Sasuke is so handsome today, and his grades are also good. The female classmates around Sasuke exclaimed, and a smile appeared on the corner of Sasuke's mouth. This morning Sasuke looked at his Sharingan in the mirror. Sasuke's eyes will turn red, and two tomo will be produced in the eyeballs. The left and right eyes will appear symmetrical. This is the Sharingan in the form of two Megatama. The greater the number of Megatama in the eye, the stronger the Sharingan's ability is. Sasuke awakened the second Megatama Sharingan and was in a good mood. Coupled with the praise from the girls around him, Sasuke felt full of confidence. Such a voice caused dissatisfaction among other girls on the spot, and they retorted on the spot. Naruto is also very handsome, and Naruto is also very strong. Sasuke even lost to Naruto before. That was before, now Sasuke is definitely better than Naruto. Sasuke strong. Naruto is strong. The girls started arguing on the spot. During the actual training, Sasuke lost to Naruto. From then on, Sasuke always wanted to fight Naruto, but they never met in the actual training. Maybe the teacher didn't let them meet on purpose. There was no chance of fighting Naruto again. But today Sasuke decided to go find Naruto for another fight after school to prove that the Uchiha clan is the strongest. Now after school, let Naruto try the power of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. After school, Sasuke followed Naruto directly out of the school gate to a remote and deserted alley. He was about to talk to Naruto about finding a place to fight again. Immediately, Sasuke saw Naruto disappear like smoke with a pop. Shadow clone? Naruto is a shadow clone, so Naruto didn't come to school at all today. No, it's not just today. He may have started using shadow clone to go to school very early. No wonder he always lays on the table except in class and rarely talks. There was also very little communication. Damn, how could I have overlooked such an important detail? When Sasuke wanted to understand, his whole face suddenly turned the color of pig liver from suppressed pain, and he clenched his fists and danced in the air, as if he wanted to hit someone. Would you like to know why I use Shadow Clone for school? Naruto's voice suddenly came from behind Sasuke. It turned out that Naruto deliberately walked to a remote place when he sensed that Sasuke was following him, and then deliberately let Sasuke see the Shadow Clone being lifted. In fact, at the moment when the Shadow Clone was lifted, Shadow Clone created another clone and then hid it. After all, Naruto can cast ninjutsu without any seals as long as he knows the principles. Sasuke was surprised when he heard Naruto's voice. He turned around and looked back, and saw Naruto standing behind him. I clearly saw it with my own eyes. Really, are you sure your eyes didn't deceive you? Naruto just smiled. Follow me. Naruto turned to Sasuke and said. Damn it, Sasuke snorted, but followed Naruto obediently, with an indignant look on his face. Naruto led Sasuke through the dense woods to the valley where Naruto often trained. Naruto released the shadow clone with a bang. Sasuke saw a large stone tied behind Naruto. Naruto was dragging the huge stone forward by pulling on the rope. Looking at the traces of the stone being dragged on the ground, Sasuke understood the weight of the large stone. This was a weight that Sasuke could not move no matter what. The maximum weight an adult man can pull at one time is about 100 kilograms, and the stone Naruto pulled is 3 to 4 tons. According to the conversion, the stone Naruto pulled is 2 cubic meters. This is what Sasuke saw Naruto can pull. The reason for giving up on such a big stone is that Naruto is just a child now. Naruto stopped when he saw Sasuke's arrival, untied the rope and walked up to Sasuke. Hi, Sasuke. Naruto greeted Sasuke with a smile. Sasuke felt a fire in his heart when he saw that smile that made people want to beat him. Sasuke asked Naruto angrily, you have been training here and not going to school. Shadow clone can actually be used like this. You left me in the dark and you are secretly getting stronger. The expression on Sasuke's face now is as if you were secretly studying while everyone else was messing around. Even though they were all classmates, you were so stupid. Sasuke remembered Naruto after that failure. Since Sasuke got to know Naruto, he has watched Naruto slowly become stronger. P.S. It is actually the work of Shadow Clone. If you maintain a level all the time, it is easy to be discovered and you are not using your full strength. Sasuke's there was always a sense of crisis in my heart, and I was afraid that I would fail again when I faced Naruto again. So I have been training hard, and even harder after the genocide. He has maintained this arduous training that is beyond his peers, just to one day be able to defeat Naruto and become a powerful ninja who can kill Uchiha Itachi. However, theoretical classes usually take up a lot of time in ninja school, and Naruto has been using Shadow Clone to take classes. The knowledge learned can be passed on to himself, so studying with Shadow Clone saves time. But Sasuke was very angry when he realized this. When Sasuke saw the intense training Naruto was doing, Sasuke felt very angry. Actually, I just developed the hidden usage of Shadow Clone. If you can recognize Shadow Clone, can you use it? Naruto's question to Sasuke didn't change much, and he even wanted to laugh a little. My brother, no, it was Uchiha Itachi who once befriended me. Sasuke thought of Uchiha Itachi again, and his mood became slightly calmer. Then why do you still go to school? What is taught in school now should be of no use to you. Naruto's words silenced Sasuke, commonly known as breaking his guard. But Sasuke quickly forgot that Naruto didn't tell him to use Shadow Clone to go to school. The key now is that he originally came to avenge Naruto's shame, but now he looked at the stone and his small body. Can't beat it. The topic changed. What do you want me to do over there? Sasuke asked Naruto. You are my former opponent after all. Seeing how strong I am, do you have any ideas? Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto suddenly said seriously to Sasuke, do you want to become stronger, Sasuke? Sasuke was stunned for a moment and then stared into Naruto's eyes and said, I want to, even in my dreams. Naruto stretched out his hand to Sasuke, tell Sasuke in a seductive tone, then join me and train together, if you want to become stronger. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's outstretched hand without hesitation. I agreed. Come here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to see how your current strength is. Go back tonight and prepare well. I will determine your training plan based on your strength and whether you overdrawn your chakra yesterday. Naruto looked at Sasuke. He looked over his body carefully. Sasuke felt a little uncomfortable when he saw him and directly called Naruto, what's wrong? I just overdrawn chakra yesterday. What's wrong with my body? Naruto just shrugged helplessly and said, overdrafting chakra is very dangerous. If not treated in time, the body will be left with hidden wounds, which will affect the growth rate of strength, but this is not the most serious problem. Don't continue practicing after you go back today. I'm afraid you will get more injured the more you practice. It would be better if your body has a strong recovery ability. At this point Naruto looked at Sasuke's body and sighed and shook his head. If this continues. When Sasuke heard that overdrafting chakra would cause serious problems, he not only remembered that he couldn't stand the pain all over yesterday, he asked Naruto, what is the most serious problem? Chapter 20. You will die early, which means your lifespan will be shortened, and your body will break down more easily. Naruto had no choice but to tell Sasuke the most serious problem. Hearing Naruto say that he might die early if he continued to overdraw chakra for training, Sasuke trembled all over. He was not afraid of his own death, but afraid that he would die before he killed Uchiha Itachi. Tell me, what should I do to be as strong as you and live longer? Sasuke put the life-saving straw on Naruto. Naruto just smiled mysteriously and told Sasuke to go back and have a good rest now and remember to be on time tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Sasuke arrived here carrying a large bag. In the bag were various cutting tools for practice, as well as a change of clothes, bandages, healing supplies, and a double lunch box. Although it is the end of autumn, the training will definitely be sweaty, and Sasuke is fully equipped and ready for everything. Sasuke came here half an hour early. After going back yesterday, he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Although Sasuke couldn't sleep before because of the fear caused by the destruction of the Uchiha clan, last night it was because he saw Naruto showing the tip of the iceberg's strength. In terms of strength, Sasuke had to admit that Naruto was much stronger and more powerful than him now. If before he felt that Naruto's strength could never catch up with his own, Sasuke actually had a sense of superiority in his heart. But this sense of superiority was severely shattered today, perhaps because of jealousy or dissatisfaction. Sasuke was so annoyed that he spent the entire night thinking about Naruto's strength, and how many things Naruto had. I don't know. But seeing the traces in the training ground in the valley, Sasuke's heart changed. Looking at the devastated training ground and the place full of traces of various battles, Sasuke understood how much effort Naruto had put in behind the scenes to get where he is now. Kind of situation. Sasuke could only sit here and wait silently for Naruto to arrive. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, Naruto arrived as promised. Hey, Sasuke, you're here so early. Compared to the big bag Sasuke brought, the things Naruto brought were much simpler, just some basic seasonings. Other than that, there are only some blades in the ninja bag on his waist. Morning, Naruto. Sasuke greeted Naruto a little awkwardly, after all he had been thinking about Naruto all night. Naruto wants to test Sasuke's strength first. If he wants to test it accurately, he must first push Sasuke to a desperate situation in the battle and let Naruto see where he needs training. Although the shadow clone usually observes Sasuke's actual training and performance in school, Sasuke's strength is pretty good among his peers. After all, Sasuke was the chief when he graduated. But if you want to make an accurate judgment, you still have to play in person, and you can only know the specifics after playing. Although Sasuke had understood yesterday that Naruto was very strong, he simply understood that he was very strong, but he still didn't quite understand how strong he was. Now Sasuke needed a defeat to understand himself. Naruto, can you fight with me? Sasuke hadn't finished speaking. Naruto grabbed Sasuke directly and brought Sasuke to the training ground with irresistible force. Come on, Sasuke, let me see what you're capable of. Sasuke's eyes turned red, and two tomo appeared in the middle of his eyes, spinning rapidly around the center. Have you turned on Sharingan? Naruto praised. As Sasuke ran forward, he stepped hard on the ground with the sole of his left foot and jumped up lightly, just like Naruto. When Sasuke's hand was about to touch Naruto, Naruto just turned sideways slightly and raised one foot slightly upward. Saw it, Sasuke's Sharingan saw Naruto's foot raised and kicked towards his abdomen. "Why, I can't move." Sasuke tried to avoid Naruto's kick, but found that he couldn't move. Naruto kicked Sasuke in the abdomen. Sasuke's eyes suddenly went black and he was kicked 10 meters away as if he was hit by a cannonball. Sasuke lay on the ground and retched, unable to stand up for a while. Naruto did not pull Sasuke up, he just stood and said to Sasuke, "Your speed is too slow. Your Sharingan should be able to see clearly what I just did, but your body can't react, even though you have a pair of good eyes, but you did not use the full power of these eyes." Needless to say, in terms of physical skills, skills are useless when the body is crushed. Just like when I just kicked you lightly, you fell to the ground. Your body's ability to resist blows is not enough. Once your physical fitness reaches a certain level, you can start technical training. Naruto ignored Sasuke's murderous look and continued, "At your age, your chakra cannot release a few ninjutsu, but you still have to practice one thing, which is second only to physical fitness." Seeing Sasuke standing up despite the pain, Naruto had a hint of admiration in his eyes, his willpower was pretty good. But he still said harshly, "The thing you still need to practice is called chakra control. When you rushed over just now, a lot of chakra was condensed on your feet for acceleration, but some of the chakra was wasted. This is the problem of chakra control. Now, I suggest you not to practice ninjutsu now. Firstly, the ninjutsu you know now is basically useless. Secondly, your current chakra is insufficient, and chakra control is not accurate enough. Practice chakra control well, and you will get twice the result with half the effort in learning any ninjutsu." For example, Sasuke saw a ball of fire rising directly in Naruto's hand, but Sasuke did not see Naruto's seal. Sasuke's eyes widened, but he couldn't find any flaws under Sharingan. Sasuke pointed at the fire tremblingly and said, "How did you do that?" "As I explained, chakra control makes it possible to simplify the seals, and in the end they may not even be required. If you practice, you should be able to simplify some of the ninjutsu you are familiar with. After all, it is related to your control of chakra level." Naruto looked at Sasuke who barely stood up, and directly injected his chakra into Sasuke's body. Sasuke felt a wave of warmth rising up in his lower abdomen. The pain in his stomach that had just been so painful instantly disappeared. The warmth flowed throughout his body, making Sasuke's body warm. Sasuke closed his eyes in comfort. Naruto looked at Sasuke's expression of enjoyment and stopped the chakra transmission with a look of disgust. After all, Sasuke had recovered from his injury. Sasuke hadn't enjoyed it for too long when he felt the feeling stop and opened his eyes to see Naruto with a disgusted look on his face. Sasuke opened his mouth, turned his face away, and whispered, "Thank you. Now start the formal training. Let's climb the tree first, practice chakra control, concentrate the chakra on the soles of the feet, and walk up vertically," Naruto said to Sasuke while hanging upside down in the tree. Seeing that Sasuke's training was on track, Naruto took out a clone and entered today's training. Chapter 21. Damn it, how should I control it? If you use too little force, you will fall directly. If you force too much, you will be directly ejected. Sasuke fell from the tree in a very embarrassed manner and fell heavily to the ground. Sasuke looked at the scratches on the tree and reached the center of the tree. It was a 15-meter tall tree. Now Sasuke tried his best to reach it. It only reached about a third of the way to the tree. Sasuke wiped away the sweat and bruises on his body. Sasuke's body was now bruised, and his muscles were sore all over. He had exerted himself too much. This is already Sasuke's best result without rest all morning. Naruto suddenly appeared next to Sasuke and said to Sasuke, who was already lying on the ground and still struggling to stand up, "Just rest for a while, your body can no longer support you to continue," and then stretched out his hand to Sasuke. Sasuke also grabbed Naruto's hand unceremoniously and stood up. At this moment, Naruto was not injured except for being a little dirty, but Sasuke was different. Sasuke's fair and handsome face was covered with a combination of dust and sweat, which was very ugly, and his clothes were in tatters. Yes, after all, it fell from the tree so many times and it couldn't be intact. Rather, this is the normal state of practice. Ninjas are a fighting profession. The clothes on their bodies cannot always be kept clean and tidy. They are full of sweat, dust, and blood, whether it is their own or others. This is not a game. The two of them were sitting here. Sasuke took out 2 lunch boxes and handed one to Naruto. Hey, Naruto, I brought an extra lunch box, so I'll give you this one. Sasuke felt a little embarrassed even though he was handing something to Naruto. Naruto just took it generously, but did not open it. Instead, he put it beside him and said to Sasuke, "Wait for me for a while, I will be back soon." Naruto just raised a fire in his hand to light the fire, when Naruto's shadow clone came back dragging a huge wild boar. Numenon, next time something like this happens, just do it yourself. Stop talking about it, Naruto said skillfully and took out the seasoning. At this time, Naruto's clone used wind style to cut the wild boar into pieces. After a while, with the cooperation of Naruto, the rich aroma of wild boar meat was already spreading everywhere along with the heat. Sasuke looked at the bento in his hand and the wild boar meat Naruto was roasting, and suddenly felt that the bento in his hand was no longer fragrant. "Sasuke, bring the bento over here," Naruto called to Sasuke and took Naruto's bento and his own bento over. The wild boar matched the bento and the two of them ate it hungrily. When I started training in the afternoon, I supplemented Sasuke with my own chakra to help Sasuke's body recover faster. Sasuke seemed to understand that this was the reason why Naruto became stronger. With such a quick recovery of chakra, coupled with life-threatening training every day, could the effect be bad? What Sasuke didn't know was that this was only the tiniest bit of Naruto's power. After Sasuke got Naruto's chakra, all the injuries in his body were gone and he was full of energy. It also inspired Sasuke's motivation. Naruto has this quick recovery chakra. Now that I have Naruto's help, I can be as strong as Naruto. The current Sasuke no longer expects to surpass Naruto in a short time, he just needs to be almost as strong as the current Naruto. If Naruto knew what Sasuke was thinking, he would probably laugh very loudly, because apart from his own efforts, the biggest reason why he is so strong now is his own physique, of which quick recovery is only a very small ability. When the sun was about to completely set, the two people's practice ended. Today's dinner was not pork at noon, but several large birds that Naruto had newly caught from the Death Forest, probably upgraded chicken varieties. Naruto didn't care. Anyway, with his current body, no poison could hit him. His magic resistance points were full. Naruto ate the wings of the large unknown bird and said to Sasuke, "How was your training today?" Sasuke still had a chicken leg in his mouth and said vaguely, "I successfully reached half of the big tree this afternoon. I believe that in a few days, I will be able to successfully climb to the top of the tree." Naruto said directly, "You are still far from it. After climbing the tree, there are other exercises on chakra control, which are more difficult than climbing the tree." Sasuke nodded and said, "I know, I feel like I gained a lot today. I feel that chakra control is very important now. I wasted a lot of chakra when I used chakra in the past." Naruto continued, "Chakra control is just the beginning. You forget that your physical fitness is not enough. A powerful ninja must be strong in all aspects, otherwise he will be easily targeted. In the final analysis, the battle between ninjas is information is needed, but if you are strong in all aspects, then even if someone knows your information, they will not be able to target your weaknesses." Sasuke nodded in agreement and said, "I understand. By the way, you are from the Uchiha clan. How are you practicing with your shuriken?" Naruto asked. "Probably, it's okay." Ever since Sasuke saw the traces of Naruto's training, he didn't dare to say that something of his was very good in front of Naruto. "After you finish practicing your chakra control, you can divide the day into 3 parts, namely physical fitness, physical skills, and shuriken. Among them, physical fitness is practiced by yourself, and I will fight with you in physical skills. As for the shuriken skills of the Uchiha clan, we can refer to each other and practice with each other. Naruto suggested to Sasuke. Sasuke immediately agreed. What I want to say is, Sasuke, if you continue to train here, you will be very hard. Are you ready? Naruto said to Sasuke seriously. As long as it can make me stronger, I'm willing to do anything. Sasuke is equally serious. After that day, everyone in the class felt that Sasuke had become a different person. Although Sasuke was a loner together, he didn't stop communicating with others all day long. Now Sasuke can stay alone in one place all day, basically. People disappeared after class. Those female classmates who hang around Sasuke all day can hardly see Sasuke anymore except in class. Sasuke is really having a hard time saying that he separated Shadow Clone to go to school, but he has to reduce contact as much as possible. First, the Shadow Clone chakra is only half of the original body, so the strength will be affected. If he is accidentally hit, he may. If you reveal that you are using Shadow Clone to go to school, you will be in trouble. Training Valley. Sasuke climbed up from the ground with difficulty and looked at the scratches on the tree trunk. There was a hint of joy in Sasuke's eyes. After 3 full days of training, the scratches were finally approaching the peak. The further back he went, the more he had to concentrate. If he made a mistake, all previous efforts were wasted. Chapter 22. Naruto, I succeeded. Sasuke stood on the top of the tree with a smile on his lips, showing Naruto his achievements in recent days. Not bad. It only takes 4 days to complete the tree climbing training. After all, I spent a lot of time in the beginning. Naruto tapped his toes on the tree trunk and jumped up. He sat next to Sasuke and asked him, how does it feel to climb to the top of the tree? Sasuke immediately sat down next to Naruto, staring at the rising sun in the morning and said, this feels very good. When you succeed in something through hard work, it is a very satisfying thing, just like Sasuke now. Then you take a rest now, and then we will conduct physical training. Taijutsu training, isn't chakra control still advanced? Sasuke looked surprised. Chakra advancement is still a bit difficult for you now, and your physical fitness has also been honed in the process of climbing the tree. Now it is time to practice physical skills. The 3 things I told you before aspects should go hand in hand, not one by one. Naruto spoke out his experience. Are you ready? Naruto just stood in the middle of the valley and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, was staring at him with a dead look on his face, and the Two-Tomo Sharingan was spinning wildly in his eyes, trying to find Naruto's flaw. Don't worry, Sasuke, I'm just practicing with you now, don't be so nervous. After hearing this, Sasuke rushed forward and punched Naruto's head with both hands. At the same time, Sasuke predicted the direction of Naruto's avoidance. However, Naruto seemed to predict Sasuke's thoughts and grabbed Sasuke's hands with both hands. At the same time, he charged up his feet and directed towards Sasuke's head. Head kick. Sasuke's Sharingan moved to ultimate, just to see the kick clearly. Sasuke raised his head to avoid it. But Naruto suddenly changed his moves, suddenly let go of Sasuke's hand and hit Sasuke's chest with an elbow. Naruto attacked Sasuke like a violent storm with fists and kicks. Sasuke could only rely on the power of Sharingan to barely predict Naruto's attack. The attack direction, I don't know how many times I got hit on my body. Naruto punched out, and Sasuke used all his strength to resist Naruto's attack. After receiving frequent heavy blows, Sasuke's hands were numb, but Naruto seemed not to notice the pain and continued to use parts of his body to attack. With the sound of fists and feet colliding with each other in the air, you can understand how fierce the battle is. Naruto saw that Sasuke's taijutsu was rusty at the beginning, but now he can barely keep up with his attacks, so let's add more firepower. Naruto's speed was a little faster. Sasuke's defense based on Sharingan was no longer able to keep up. Sasuke's movement of raising his hand was a little slower, and he was directly punched hard in the face by Naruto. That delicate face was completely deformed in the air, and after being knocked down several times, Sasuke stubbornly stood up again. Sasuke stabilized his body and managed to stand, but his legs were trembling, he was panting heavily, and his hands had no strength to drag him, as if he was about to fall, and the clothes on his body seemed to have rolled on the ground countless times. Also covered in dust and stains. Naruto, on the other hand, was just standing here properly, his breathing was steady and delicate, and his body was not damaged at all except for a little sweat. Are you going to continue, Sasuke? Naruto asked as he looked at Sasuke who was about to collapse at any moment. Come here. After saying this, Sasuke was exhausted and fell to the ground. Naruto was hitting Sasuke from the beginning, but Sasuke had no power to fight back. Naruto helped Sasuke sit up. Sasuke's body was covered in injuries, his arms were strained, his leg bones were damaged, and his body was covered in bruises, especially his face, which was swollen like a pig's head. He was guaranteed to be unrecognizable even to his mother. But Sasuke still refused to admit defeat, muttering that I will definitely surpass you Naruto one day. Naruto looked at that pig-headed face and finally couldn't hold it in and laughed. Sasuke, you are here again today. Naruto, don't be proud, I will defeat you. Hiss. Naruto just touched Sasuke's face a little and heard Sasuke making a sound of pain. Don't move, I'll treat you. The ridicule is ridicule and treatment cannot be given up. As Naruto chakra transformed Sasuke's whole body, the injuries on his body slowly began to heal, his bones gradually grew, the swelling on his face slowly subsided, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a beautiful boy again. Although he had received Naruto's chakra several times, Sasuke still felt a little awkward, because Naruto's chakra was so comfortable and had a great effect on healing wounds and relieving fatigue. Okay, the treatment is complete. Although training with Naruto is very painful, I feel that I have become stronger. At the beginning, I could barely block, but the more I continued to fight, I could feel that the speed was slowly getting faster, although I still couldn't beat you. But my body has improved, thank you, Naruto. Sasuke said sincerely. Thank you. I learned a lot about taijutsu from fighting you Sasuke, so that's okay. Naruto waved his hand. There is still a little time left today, and we need to summarize the following results of our practice in recent days. Sasuke, you successfully climbed to the top of the tree today, do you have any ideas? Naruto was like a teacher asking questions like classmates. For tree climbing, chakra needs to be controlled very evenly, and concentration is needed. No more, no less. Each step requires accurate chakra, and at the same time no mistakes are made. Sasuke thought for a moment, recalling the feeling of climbing a tree. Actually, there's a little more. Naruto interrupted Sasuke. You need to make this feeling instinctive. You need the body to remember this chakra control, rather than slowly condensing it. No one is waiting for you in battle. Once you master chakra control, you can release ninjutsu in one step. The seal is only used to guide chakra, so you can control chakra no matter what ninjutsu you use. The stability will also increase. As long as you can be one step ahead of others, you have a good chance of winning. The same goes for physical skills. My speed today is faster than yours with Sharingan activated, so you were suppressed by me the whole time and had no power to fight back. In most cases, my speed can defeat most enemies. Do you know about Yellow Flash? Naruto asked. I know, Yellow Flash is the hero of the Third Ninja War and also the Fourth Hokage, why are you asking him? Sasuke was a little curious why he was mentioned. Because Yellow Flash possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, which is the fastest time and space ninjutsu in the world. It can kill more than 50 ninjas in an instant. This is how terrifying the speed is. This ended the Third Ninja War. At the same time, after the war, Yellow Flash was appointed the fourth Hokage. If the Hokage level is not reached, the number of people does not make any difference to the Yellow Flash. This is the scary thing about speed. Then how did Yellow Flash die? If he was so fast, who else could kill him? Sasuke continued to ask. I'll tell you later. Sasuke looked at Naruto's face that was filled with murderous intent and subconsciously closed his mouth. It turns out that Naruto also has someone he wants to kill, Sasuke thought. Chapter 23. Since the day Naruto beat up Sasuke, Sasuke has been living in dire straits every day, and is on the way to being beaten by Naruto every day. However, what makes Sasuke happy is that he can feel his progress very well. Except for Naruto, who is still undergoing strict physical training, all Shadow Clone are realizing the power of nature. Since that day when Naruto and Hinata were together, he accidentally realized the power of wind and his soul was almost torn to pieces. Naruto planned to use Shadow Clone to practice, while the main body continued to practice taijutsu. So Sasuke saw 3 or 4 clones of Naruto, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Birds were already building nests above Naruto's head, but the clones remained motionless, as if they were one with nature. And Naruto just sat there stiffly. Naruto's breathing was minimal and his breath was almost gone. If Sasuke hadn't looked with his eyes, he wouldn't have noticed where Naruto was. The principle of current practice is the method of practicing senjutsu in the Hokage. To practice senjutsu in the Hokage is to maintain one's own peace and integrate with nature, so as to sense the natural energy, and then inhale the natural energy to reconcile with one's own chakra, but Naruto this kind of practice only integrates with nature, but does not inhale it. Naruto said that what he had to do was to completely integrate into nature, from body to soul, and then directly manipulate nature. Rather than using magic chakra to control. There was a bang, and one of Naruto's shadow clone exploded directly without being harmed by any external force. After Naruto received the message from Shadow Clone, he thought about it carefully and realized that it was backlashed. When manipulating nature, he needs to ensure that his heart is calm at all times. If there is a slight fluctuation in his heart, he will be backlashed. The worst consequence is to completely assimilate with nature and become a part of nature. Although they are both integrated into nature, one is dominated by one's own will to control nature, and the other is dominated by nature's will, causing you to disappear directly into ashes. Luckily it wasn't that long since Naruto last crossed over. Bang! Bang! 2 more voices came, and Naruto's clones exploded one after another. Obviously the fluctuations in his heart were backfired. As time goes by, Naruto's clone time is getting longer and longer, and the time for merging with nature is getting longer and longer. Coupled with Naruto's chakra control, if Naruto now practices celestial magic, he may end up with Sage. Like 6 paths, you can learn it in the blink of an eye, but now Naruto's goal is not magic. If he wanted to learn various senjutsu moves, when Jiraiya returned to the village, he would naturally go to Mount Meiboku. Immortal magic is a powerful force, and this power cannot be given up. Spring has passed and autumn has come, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. It has been a year since I maintained this way of cultivation. It took Naruto a year to finally master how to enter that state, from keeping his body still at the beginning, to barely being able to stand up in the middle, to running and jumping at the end, until he could fight without quitting. In this state, Naruto's perception ability has been greatly improved, and he can more accurately perceive the status of himself or the people around him, as if the world around him has become transparent. The first element Naruto understood was wind. Now Naruto can control the power of the wind at will, and now Naruto can control the wind even without chakra. Naruto successfully flew up with the help of the power of the wind. Naruto called this method natural perception. All the power of the wind can hardly hurt Naruto. As long as Naruto has a thought, the attack on the wind will collapse. Naruto can also increase the power of wind and can already control storms. The plan to slowly infect the villagers of Konoha village with chakra has gone bankrupt. It is really too slow and there is no need to infect everyone. Naruto currently does not have enough chakra to practice, and there is no extra chakra to slowly spread. But if there is an opportunity to give a speech in front of the whole village, then Naruto will use it again, and he will have the opportunity to infect everyone at once. Naruto will definitely not let go of this opportunity. A familiar chakra suddenly appeared under Naruto's natural perception, and the corners of Naruto's mouth rose, as if he had encountered something happy. Naruto exited the natural perception mode, stood up quietly, and leaned against the big tree, as if waiting for someone beside him. I saw a person walking gently on the road, with light blue hair draped over his shoulders. Those pure white eyes were full of joy, and they were holding some food in their hands as they walked towards Naruto with light steps. "Good afternoon, Hinata." "Well, good afternoon, Naruto-kun." At this moment, the breeze blew up, blowing the girl's long hair, and also blew the beautiful girl's heart. "Naruto-kun has sensed me a long time ago, right?" The girl smiled brightly at the boy next to her. Naruto just skillfully took the girl's hand and walked towards the secret base. "Of course, if I can't feel it if you come, Hinata, then it seems like my training all these years has been in vain." Naruto held the girl's hand and answered the girl's question. Naruto put his arm around Hinata's waist. The girl's face turned red but she didn't resist. Naruto and Hinata flew to the top of the valley with the blessing of the wind. Hinata just hugged Naruto's body, but when she saw herself rising slowly, she couldn't help but feel no fear at all, but felt a little relieved because Naruto was by her side. In addition to Hinata and Naruto's relationship getting better and better, Hinata also practiced very hard this year. In order to keep up with Naruto's pace, Hinata practiced at Hyuga's house this year. Hinata accepted Naruto's training that time. After chakra, she wanted to become stronger, so she specifically told her father that she would work hard to practice. Although Hyuga Hayashi is very strange, although the Hyuga family often practices training, Hinata took the initiative to increase the intensity of training. This made Hyuga Hayashi very happy, and he began to train Hinata more rigorously. At the same time, with Naruto's encouragement, Hinata told her father about her food intake. If the training is not supplemented, it will be easy to overdraw the body. At this time, the leader of the Hyuga clan understood how much his daughter's appetite can be, and became more confident in Hinata's future. The amount of food she eats is equivalent to the amount of chakra. A better appetite can provide more energy, and with the addition of Naruto give Hinata her own yang release chakra from time to time. So Hinata has made rapid progress this year, and at the same time, the school has also begun to use clones. After all, the things taught in the ninja school are of no use to the Hyuga family, but they still have to give the Hokage a face. After all, the Hyuga is now the largest family in Konoha, and the patriarch's daughter also attends the ninja school. This will maintain the majesty of the Hokage. So Hyuga Hayashi didn't let Hinata drop out of school. But Hinata's time to come to Naruto has become less and less, because the more rigorous training requires a lot of time and the rest time is reduced, so she can only come to accompany Naruto occasionally. Chapter 24. Hinata spread the carpet on the floor and took out the things in the bag one by one. In order to accompany Naruto today, Hinata got up early in the morning to prepare things. Hinata tried to make some food by herself and prepare some things that she should bring. "Hinata, you have prepared so many things." Naruto looked in surprise at the things Hinata laid out on the carpet. There were not only drinks, but also sandwiches, rice balls, and even various cut fruits. Hinata blushed slightly when she heard Naruto's question and replied, "Because I have to be with Naruto-kun today, and I know that Naruto-kun you eat a lot, so I prepared a little more." When Naruto heard Hinata's words, Naruto couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart and hugged the girl tightly, as if he wanted to integrate the girl into his body. "Thank you, Hinata." For Naruto, he had never felt this way even in his previous life. In this life, he had lived alone for several years. Naruto felt that he was lucky to have such a person who liked him. When he lived alone, he did not feel lonely. But once you experience living with someone who loves you, you don't want to go back to that person's life. Hinata felt Naruto's hot embrace, Hinata felt Naruto's hot love, felt Naruto's power, recalling every moment with Naruto in her heart. Hinata was not shy but hugged Naruto tightly. "It's so nice to have you by my side." Hinata tightened her hands around Naruto's body after hearing what Naruto said in her ear. Hinata just hummed quietly. Naruto hugged Hinata, and after a while he let Hinata go. Hinata looked at Naruto with tears in his eyes and an expression on the verge of crying. Hinata just stretched out his little hand and touched Naruto's face. "I like being with Naruto-kun the most," Hinata said with a smile on Naruto's face. When Naruto heard Hinata's confession, Naruto's surprise and emotion surged out of his heart. Naruto's brain seemed to stop thinking and just played Hinata's words repeatedly, as if he was dreaming. Ninetales felt the endless happiness that passed through Naruto's heart. A smile could not help but appear on the corner of Ninetales' mouth, and then he changed his position and lay down, but the smile beside the corner of his mouth had not disappeared. Naruto calmed down and said to Hinata, "I also like Hinata the most. I like to be with you, Hinata, the most. I will always protect you and prevent you from getting hurt again." Naruto and Hinata were enjoying their time together, sitting on the top of a mountain, hugging each other and enjoying the breeze. The two people did not disturb each other, and although they did not talk much, neither of them felt bored. On the contrary, both of them felt very happy. Happy time always flies by very quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it's time for Hinata to leave. Although Hinata is on vacation now, the tutors in Hyuga's family are very strict. Hinata is afraid that her father will not allow her to go out, so she has been very abiding by family rules. Hinata moved away from Naruto. Although she was very reluctant to leave, she stood up. But when leaving this time, Hinata suddenly bent down and said loudly to Naruto, "Naruto-kun, please give me your advice in the future." Naruto was stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he quickly bent down and said to Hinata, "Please give me more advice in the future, Hinata." After saying that, Hinata left reluctantly. Naruto watched Hinata take a step and looked back. Naruto just stood there, waved his hand, and smiled as Hinata's back disappeared into his eyes. Naruto understood that the relationship between Hinata and himself was now one step closer, and both parties understood the other's position in their hearts, so Hinata only said when he left, "Naruto would like to give you some advice." Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but shook his head. A girl was braver than him. Hinata had a very deep feeling for him and he had to protect her well in the future. As for Sasuke, who was still training, Naruto specially found a place far away from Sasuke when Hinata arrived. "Why do you and Hinata need to bring a light bulb in this world? Sasuke should be continuing training at the foot of the mountain." In fact, Sasuke also found out when Hinata came, but Sasuke is not interested in girls now, and she is looking for Naruto. Sasuke never intends to waste time on women. If you have time to eat with a girl, you might as well practice ninjutsu for a while. During this year of training, Naruto gave Sasuke part of the scrolls he harvested on the night of the genocide. Half a year ago, Sasuke, who was knocked to the ground by Naruto again, struggled to accept the treatment of Naruto chakra. Naruto said to Sasuke, "Do you remember what I said about training before?" "Of course I remember, taijutsu, physical fitness, and chakra control." Sasuke lay in Naruto's arms, but the position was a bit awkward, but Sasuke didn't care at the time. "Just now, when you were fighting with me, you felt how much your physical skills have improved now. I still couldn't beat you, Naruto, and you probably struck too hard just now," Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Unexpected, Naruto chuckled. Naruto continued, "Now that your physical fitness and physical skills have improved a lot, it's time to move on to the next step of your training plan. Naruto stopped delivering chakra, the treatment has ended. Follow me. Naruto greeted Sasuke and walked towards the center of the valley. Sasuke followed Naruto and walked in front of a wooden house. This wooden house was used by Naruto to store things when he first started training. It is where some training equipment is now kept. The room is not big. It is filled with some dumbbells and weights used for strength training, and there are some targets standing here. What are we doing here? Sasuke said looking at Naruto. Naruto didn't answer. Naruto put his hand on the wall of the room. Sasuke didn't notice any movement from Naruto. Suddenly, a bulge appeared in the middle of the wall. As the bulge gradually expanded, Sasuke discovered that it was a hidden compartment. Naruto took out a scroll from the secret compartment and threw it to Sasuke. Sasuke caught it and asked, "Why, I didn't even know there was something hidden here." Naruto thought, "Of course you don't know, I just hid this." But Naruto said, "This is ninjutsu training prepared for you. This scroll contains the jutsu suitable for the Uchiha clan. Now I leave it to you to practice. I didn't give it to you before because you didn't have enough chakra to practice it a few times, you need to restore chakra, so after training your body and willpower in the first half of the year, your chakra should be able to support the consumption of practicing ninjutsu." In the next 6 months, Sasuke worked hard to practice ninjutsu, while also retaining the practice of taijutsu. Now Sasuke saw that Naruto was addicted to women and was not ashamed of Naruto's behavior. "Women will make you weak and eat up your time. Just wait, you will understand when I am stronger than you, Naruto." Sasuke watched Naruto separate himself and continue training, and couldn't help but form seals a little faster. Naruto looked at Sasuke working harder and his heart was filled with relief. He sighed and said, "Keep up the good work, Sasuke." Chapter 25. A week later, Naruto was practicing natural sensing as usual. The sound of Sasuke practicing ninjutsu could be heard nearby. Sasuke was wearing a blue shirt and white pants and stood in front of a pond. Sasuke poured all the chakra from his body into his mouth while quickly forming a seal in his hand, fire-style great fireball technique. I saw a huge fireball spitting out of my mouth. The fireball burned the surroundings. The temperature of the fireball distorted the surrounding air. The 300-degree high-temperature fireball hit the pond hard. The moment the fireball came into contact with the pond, the fog in the sky instantly dispersed. "Come, the pond is covered with a layer of fog." Suddenly a gust of wind blew over. Although the wind was not strong, Sasuke could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the gust of wind. There was no chakra wind, but it accurately dispersed the fog of the great fireball. After the fog disappeared, the wind the pause seems to be caused by blowing away the fog. Naruto, who was meditating, suddenly had a smile on his lips, as if he had encountered something happy. In fact, Sasuke's guess was not wrong. The gust of wind was caused by Naruto. Naruto just gently used some of the power of the wind to blow away the fog. In fact, the pond where Sasuke practiced was still very far away from the valley where Naruto was. Naruto projected his power to Sasuke's area in natural perception mode, so he could directly manipulate the natural power around Sasuke. Only then did Sasuke notice that something was wrong with the wind. He stopped practicing his ninjutsu and started to rush towards Naruto. His speed was more than one level faster than Sasuke before. Naruto sensed that Sasuke was on his way over, so he simply stopped practicing and stood up to stretch his muscles. After all, entering natural perception for a long time is quite tiring. Naruto moved his numb legs a little and waited for Sasuke's arrival. Sasuke rushed to the valley as quickly as possible. As soon as Sasuke entered the valley, he saw Naruto doing some preparatory activities. He stretched his legs and stretched his waist, looking like he was preparing for activities. The question Sasuke was about to ask Naruto also stopped. Sighed. Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, let's have a fight and see how far behind I am." Naruto smiled inwardly and continued with the preparatory activities. "Kide, didn't we practice taijutsu?" Is there anything else to fight? I want to have a serious fight with Naruto. It's no longer just a physical battle. I've become stronger now, and I've almost practiced the ninjutsu on the scroll you gave me, Naruto. Naruto, are you afraid of losing to me? Sasuke said with pride. In fact, Sasuke had this idea a long time ago. He was practicing taijutsu and ninjutsu to the point where his hands were itchy if he didn't fight. Sasuke also wanted to know how Naruto could control the wind at such a long distance. At this time, Naruto's preparations were finally completed and he agreed to Sasuke's request. Naruto and Sasuke stood opposite each other, with the seal of opposition in their hands at the same time. The seal of opposition can only be performed when the two sides seriously decide the winner. The formation of the seal of opposition means that the ninjas can start fighting. However, this seal is only applicable to companions. If it is an enemy, just attack directly. How insidious is this? Assassinations are very common. Naruto and Sasuke moved, and they ran towards each other at the same time. Their elbows collided hard, and the air around them froze. Fists, feet, and hands came into contact at extremely fast speeds, leaving only the sound of fists and feet intersecting in the air. Naruto's whole body became a weapon for attack. The Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes was desperately observing the direction of Naruto's attack. A large amount of chakra was concentrated on Sasuke's Sharingan. The blood vessels around Sasuke's eyes bulged. At this time, Naruto suddenly changed his move and raised his leg. Sasuke suddenly thought of the first failure, which was being kicked out. It won't happen this time because I saw it. Sasuke also raised his leg, intending to fight Naruto directly. It was a head-to-head encounter, and Sasuke's punch was ready to strike. As long as he blocked it, he would hit Naruto's chest directly. Naruto's knee lift was blocked by Sasuke's leg, and at the same time Sasuke's punch came roaring. Naruto could clearly feel the power Sasuke had accumulated in this punch. Naruto suddenly turned sideways, and Sasuke's charged punch grazed Naruto's clothes. It passed over and hit the air hard. Naruto hit Sasuke with a fierce uppercut on the chin. Sasuke's head and his body were sent flying by Naruto. Sasuke was ready to defend himself when the punch missed, but he didn't. Block, that blow was too fast. Sasuke's head went blank for a moment, but he quickly reacted and quickly completed the hand seal in the air. Fire-style great fireball technique. Sasuke spit out a huge fireball from his mouth and aimed at Naruto rushed forward, and the huge fireball blocked Naruto's sight. Naruto concentrated chakra on his feet and quickly jumped back. The fireball hit the ground hard, burning a large hole through the ground. That's a good move Sasuke, Naruto said looking at the big pit. Of course, I'm from the Uchiha family. Sasuke pointed at the Uchiha clan emblem behind his back and said. Naruto, be careful next time. Sasuke took out several kunai in each hand and shot at Naruto. The kunai collided in the air and aimed at various places on Naruto's body at angles that ordinary people would not expect. It was the orthodox Uchiha technique. Naruto took out the kunai directly from the knife bag on his waist. Bang, 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 the sound of several kunai colliding directly knocked all the kunai off the track. Naruto has also practiced the techniques of the Uchiha clan, and is better than Uchiha Sasuke. Naturally, he knows the direction of the kunai's aim very clearly. When Sasuke saw Naruto flying away all the kunai easily, he was not disappointed at all, but showed a smile that his plan had succeeded. Sasuke pulled his hands, and the kunai that had been blown away immediately launched a second wave of offensive, and at the same time, the steel wire entangled Naruto. In conjunction with kunai shooting, Sasuke also continued the hand seal, fire-style fire dragon technique. The thread that entangled Naruto suddenly burst into flames, and the flames burned along the wire towards Naruto instantly. This was Sasuke's plan. He used Naruto's carelessness in practicing Uchiha's throwing technique to fly the kunai. Before doing so, he tied the kunai with a wire. After the kunai was blown away, he pulled the wire at the same time to trap Naruto. The Tokiku now will aim again and use the fire dragon technique to finish. As the flames burned on Naruto's body ignited a fire. Sasuke was just about to stop the fire dragon technique. After all, Naruto was his partner, but when he thought about it, Naruto couldn't be so weak, and such a simple strategy couldn't be undetected. Naruto, who was burned by the flames, suddenly turned into smoke with a bang. Shadow Clone, when is it? The one I have been fighting is Shadow Clone. Sasuke quickly used Sharingan to quickly check the surrounding environment to see where Naruto was hiding. A hand suddenly stretched out from under Sasuke's feet. Sasuke was dragged to the ground, and Sasuke's body was also sinking. Sasuke wanted to struggle, but his center of gravity was unstable and the strength of his hand was too strong, so Sasuke was taken off directly. Only Sasuke's head was left on the ground, and parts of his body were already underground. Naruto Shishiran rose from the ground. "Hi, Sasuke." Naruto happily greeted Sasuke. "I lost this time." "Naruto, when did you switch to Shadow Clone?" Sasuke said with only one head left, looking up at Naruto. "Well, let the main body talk to you." This Naruto also turned into smoke and disappeared. "This is also a Shadow Clone, what about Naruto's true form?" Sasuke was extremely surprised. Chapter 26. Naruto's body fell gently from the tree, and looked at Sasuke who only had his head on the ground and laughed. "You guy, get me out of here," Sasuke said angrily. "Okay." Naruto agreed with a smile. Naruto raised his hand and the soil around Sasuke was like flowing water, wrapping Sasuke and rising from the ground. Sasuke only felt that the surrounding soil was wrapping him up, as if the soil had liquefied, and Sasuke felt that he still couldn't move. If he squeezed into the middle at this time, he had no means. "That's how strong you are, Naruto." Sasuke didn't know how many times he had said this, but every time he fought Naruto, the result was a sense of despair. "Come on." When Sasuke came out, Naruto stretched out 2 fingers to Sasuke, and Sasuke also stretched out his hand, forming a seal of reconciliation. Naruto and Sasuke were sitting on the stone bench, preparing to review today's duel. To be precise, it was mainly reviewing Sasuke's battle. For Naruto, this kind of battle was just a warm-up. "When did you change your body to a Shadow Clone?" Sasuke asked. It may be that Sasuke failed too many times with Naruto. After seeing Naruto's efforts and strength, Sasuke had no hope for this duel. "You said that, the moment I knocked you away, I separated the Shadow Clone. At the same time, the main body has been observing your fight in the tree, Sasuke." Naruto explained with a smile. "There are many nerves on the human chin. If you hit it hard, it may cause coma and loss of consciousness. Although your Sharingan predicted it and concentrated the chakra to reduce the power of the punch, it still made you unconscious for a moment in the air. It was switched at that time. Sasuke, your physical skills have improved a lot. You can fight me for such a long time. It seems that your previous training was effective. As for ninjutsu, your great fireball is very powerful and fast, and your chakra control is good. The control of shuriken is also remarkable. Overall, your strength exceeds that of most Chunin." Naruto concluded by comparing the Chunin in Konoha village. "Is it just better than Chunin?" Sasuke still felt a little unwilling. "You are now growing in strength faster than most of your peers. Even Uchiha Itachi was promoted to Chunin at the age of 10, and you are only 9 years old at most," and Naruto explained to Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's heart tightened when he heard this name. "No matter how many times I hear it, it still resonates." "How did you know, Uchiha Itachi's promotion time?" Sasuke had already gotten rid of the disappointment and asked Naruto hurriedly. "The information on Uchiha Itachi is very simple, it is in the library and on the wanted list. Now Uchiha Itachi is the most wanted criminal, and the civilians of Konoha village should know a little bit about it." You only need to go out to look for it, and you can collect complete information. Gathering information is the basic skill of a ninja. Naruto explained the source of Uchiha Itachi's information. Then how can I become stronger quickly and then kill Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke suddenly felt a little confused. Just 2 words, insist, Naruto said decisively. As long as you stick to it and keep training, you will be able to surpass him sooner or later. Before reaching the goal, all the confusion is no longer important, you just need to move forward. Yes, Naruto, you are right. As long as I keep working hard, I can achieve my goal. Sasuke's eyes suddenly became determined. Keep training. Naruto continued to beat Sasuke, and sure enough, Sasuke became full of motivation again. It's just that although Naruto told Sasuke that Uchiha Itachi became a Chunin 1 year after him, Naruto did not tell Sasuke that Uchiha Itachi had already opened Manjiki when he was 13 years old, and his strength soared directly to the shadow. Naruto recalled Sasuke's performance after turning on Manjiki, and couldn't help but sigh. Sasuke relied too much on Manjiki, and unscrupulously squandered Manjiki's power. Caused Manjiki's blindness, and was a bit far behind Uchiha Itachi in the use of Manjiki Sharingan. Fortunately, I still have Fugaku's Manjiki in hand, so at least I have an insurance policy. After Sasuke activated Manjiki, he used the Eagle team to challenge Eight Tails Jinchuriki and was beaten violently. Of course, it was because Uchiha Sasuke had just opened his eyes and was not familiar with Manjiki's ability, but if it was Itachi who also didn't use Manjiki, he could at least be as good as Eight Tails Jinchuriki. At 50/50ths, if Itachi is forced to use Manjiki, Eight Tails Jinchuriki can only fail. This is the difference in fighting methods. Now Naruto's main purpose is to change Sasuke's reckless fighting style and learn to observe and collect intelligence. The moon slowly appeared in the sky, and night fell. At this time, Sasuke was still doing weight-bearing training. I don't know if he was stimulated by what Naruto said in the morning. At this moment, Sasuke had one belief in his heart, that is, perseverance. Under the illumination of the night light, a figure appeared in the valley running hard for the future, sweating like rain, soaking the ground drop by drop. Naruto looked at the back of Sasuke who was still running hard. Naruto raised his foot and appeared next to Sasuke in an instant. He said to Sasuke, "I'm going back. You should finish it as soon as possible." Regarding daily exercise, Naruto only adheres to one principle, that is, too much is not enough. With Naruto's physique, he can continue to exercise, but in the case of the shadow clone memory return, Naruto must sleep for a certain period of time to digest. At this time, going back to rest and relax was the best thing for Naruto's spirit. Serious psychological problems may occur under the pressure of the long world, and the gains outweigh the losses. Naruto is training for his future, not for the sake of training. Okay, Naruto, you go back first. I want to continue to persevere and see my limits. Sasuke had no intention of stopping and continued to run with weights. For Sasuke, overdrafting chakra is no longer a problem because Naruto is still there. Sasuke now understands that no matter how he practices or overdrafts his body, as long as Naruto is here, he will be a good man tomorrow. This is where Sasuke's confidence lies. Naruto just admired the night view and walked slowly home. He bought some snacks and nutritional supplements at the store and ate while walking. He arrived home unknowingly. Naruto lay peacefully on the bed after taking a shower. Thinking back on what happened today, his breathing became slow and steady. The night light shone through the window in Naruto's room, covering the surroundings with a veil, as if to protect him. Just like Naruto. As Naruto breathed in and out, Naruto dreamed. Naruto dreamed again, that feeling of floating freely in the air, surrounded by darkness and only illuminated by countless stars. Chapter 27. Naruto's eyes shot open. Last night I dreamed again of that feeling of floating in space. Ordinary people's dreams are only made up of the brain's memories of people's daily lives. The basis of dreams are based on people's memories. But in the Hokage world, with the existence of extraordinary power like chakra, dreams are more than just dreams. Normally dreamers would soon forget the specific content of their dreams after waking up, but Naruto had never forgotten that dream since the first time. Instead, he could remember all the details of the dream, as well as the floating feeling of weightlessness. That dream was so real. Naruto believed that it was not an ordinary dream. It was probably related to his time traveling to the Hokage world, and his ability to show differences from the original Naruto. However, except for the second dream last night, never in the past 2 years. Thinking of dreams, Naruto suddenly thought of a person, not an animal, Mount Maiboku's toad. The toad Sennin who has lived from the Sage of Six Paths to the present, has the power of prophecy, and the prophecies of the prophecy sun also come from it, and he predicts the future through dreams, an existence named Toadmaru. Naruto can't practice magic without the 3 holy places, but now he has another reason. But the summoning scroll to Mount Maiboku is on Jiraiya. Jiraiya is still running around the world and is not in Konoha at all. Jiraiya returned to the village sometime after Naruto graduated and took the Chunin exam. The original work is Chunin's return to Konoha village during the exam. Orochimaru will also cause Konoha's collapse plan, which is still a few years away from now. Naruto stretched, let out a long yawn, got dressed, and got ready for training. Day after day of training made Naruto, who used to be a nerd, change and become more disciplined. It's time for ninja school to end. Naruto, let's go have barbecue tonight, said the little boy with a pineapple head. It's just the 2 of us, is there anyone else with us? There are also Ino, Chiji, Hinata, little Sakura, Kaiba, but I don't know if Sasuke will go. Shikamaru scratched his head to express his unfamiliarity with Sasuke. Leave it to me, Sasuke, Naruto just said casually. Shikamaru nodded seriously, and then went to call other friends. Shikamaru recalled the rumor about the fox demon that he first asked his father about. Dad, I want to ask you a question, why are everyone saying Naruto is a fox demon? Shikaku was stunned when he heard Shikamaru's question, and then asked Shikamaru, do you think that child is a fox demon? Shikamaru shook his head and said, Naruto is not a fox demon. In my opinion, Naruto is a member of Konoha village just like us. Dad, can I be friends with Naruto? Shikamaru asked Shikaku. Shikamaru did not answer Shikamaru's question directly, but said to Shikamaru, I will not object to you dating Naruto. If you want to be friends with Naruto, then go ahead. Konoha village has experienced the Nine Tails rebellion. Nine Tails broke the seal and not only wreaked havoc in the village, but also killed many people. Therefore, when the fox demon's message spread, he directed his anger towards Naruto. But the Nara clan has always been famous for their extremely high wisdom, and they all understand the reason. Naruto sealed Nine Tails as Jinchuriki. Naruto is the hero of Konoha. However, although the Nara clan understands the reason, they cannot take the initiative to calm it down. Firstly, it is easy to leak the information that Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Secondly, it is about the attitude of Hokage. Well, the Nara clan only assists the Hokage and cannot make decisions for the Hokage. They can only sit and watch. What makes Shikaku happy is that his son was not misled by the rumors. Instead, through his own observation, he realized that Naruto was a person worth making friends with. This made Shikaku very happy. Naruto walked towards the dark corner and took a closer look to make sure that no one was waiting. With a bang, Naruto's clone exploded into smoke. Naruto, who was exercising in the valley, suddenly stopped with a smile on his lips, as if he had received some good news. Sasuke, tonight's class reunion, you should come too. Class reunion. Sasuke's eyes flashed with surprise. Sasuke has never seen Naruto participate in any activities. He has just been practicing like an ascetic monk day after day. Now he is going to a class reunion, which makes Sasuke very surprised. Should I go too? Sasuke asked Naruto. Yes, establishing connections with classmates is also a very important lesson. We cannot do everything alone. At this time, companions are very important. Sasuke frowned, but they are too weak now and will not be of any help to us. Naruto advised Sasuke, being weak now does not mean you will be weak in the future. Didn't you come from being weak step by step? In the face of a certain strength, companions are important. But there are still things that strength cannot do. Strength is not everything in life. I am working so hard now for the future, so that I can live a peaceful life. Sasuke wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Naruto. Sasuke, let's go together. Naruto said, forcing Sasuke to leave the valley. Seeing this, Sasuke had no choice but to deactivate his clone and prepare for the party after school. Hinata thought the same. Hyuga Hayashi explained that he was going to a party at night, and Hyuga Hayashi readily agreed. Hinata heard her father agree and quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, father." Hayashi is very pleased with the current Hinata. Hinata has made great progress and is now worthy of being the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. From now on, the Hyuga clan will still be handed over to her. Hayashi turned and walked towards the room. Hinata dressed up well because she knew that Naruto would also go this time. Hinata happily picked up her clothes and really hoped to see Naruto soon. Thinking of this, Hinata felt a little shy. The entrance of Konoha Grill. Shikamaru was waiting for the others to arrive. Shikamaru saw a figure. "Hi, Naruto." Shikamaru greeted Naruto as he raised his hand. Shikamaru was still surprised to see people around Naruto. Seriously, Sasuke was pulled over. Naruto felt familiar with Chakra and ran over to her. After all, she was his future wife. "Hinata here." Hinata heard Naruto's voice and trotted towards the source of the sound. Hinata hugged Naruto, and Naruto took Hinata's hand and joined her friends. At this time, Ino, little Sakura, and other friends came. Little Sakura saw Naruto and Hinata holding hands and asked directly, "Hinata, you and Naruto?" At this moment, other friends saw Naruto and Hinata holding each other's hands. Hinata blushed, but did not let go of Naruto's hand. Naruto also held her hand and did not let go. Ino next to her looked at Naruto's hand, a hint of darkness flashed in her eyes. "Let's go barbecue." Chapter 28. As night falls, the bright moonlight is shining on the streets of Konoha. Night is when Konoha is really lively. In the barbecue shop, 9 classmates from the same period were gathered around a large table, waiting for the barbecue to arrive. Little Sakura struggled to sit next to Sasuke, and Hinata also took the opportunity to sit next to Naruto. At this time, you can see the close relationship between the classmates. Konoha's Inoshika ch sat together, Naruto, Hinata, little Sakura and Sasuke, Shina Abarame and Kaiba Inyazuka. Chichi took a bag of potato chips and said while eating, "This is a yakiniku restaurant owned by the Akamichi clan. You can eat whatever you want. I'll pay for it today." Little Sakura looked at Chichi a little surprised, because little Sakura didn't know the Akamichi clan, she just knew that the Akamichi clan was fat. Little Sakura is from a commoner background, and little Sakura is too young to know that the Akamichi clan has always been a big consumer of food in Konoha, so the Akamichi clan has restaurants all over Konoha. Otherwise, for their food, even the tribesmen would not be able to feed themselves with that little money. Naruto was a little excited when he thought of this. "Chichi, let's see who can eat more food." Ino next to her heard Naruto wanting to compete with Chichi for food intake, and her eyes widened. "Naruto, are you sure you want to compete with Chichi for food?" Ino looked at Naruto and compared the body shapes of Naruto and Chichi, feeling that Naruto was joking. Okay, Chichi was very happy. When it comes to eating, Akamichi is first and no one is second. Now it's more about eating. This is a challenge to Akamichi. Naruto-kun. Hinata just looked at Naruto but didn't stop her. She understood that Naruto never did anything he wasn't sure about, and Hinata, who cooked for Naruto, understood Naruto's appetite very well. Sasuke just looked at Akimichichi with interest. This man dared to compete with Naruto on his appetite, which was simply asking for his own death. Sasuke was shocked not only once by Naruto's appetite, but he got used to it later. Uncle Akimichichi shouted to the back kitchen, and the chef in the back kitchen seemed to hear something and walked towards Naruto's table. Even Naruto was amazed by it. It was too fat. If Chi was already very fat, he was nothing compared to this one. His waistline was at least 3 or 4 times larger than that of an average adult, and his weight was estimated to be 200 kilograms. Above, and very high. Just like a little giant. This is Naruto looked at the body, looking at his small body, which was too strong. Chi continued to introduce, "This is our uncle, and he is also the owner of this barbecue restaurant now. Uncle, my classmates want to compete with me on who can eat more. Please make more food later." Akimichi Dingyan smiled heartily, "Now we have a meal competition with the Akimichi clan. Okay, the delicious food will be here soon. Can you tell me who is competing with you?" Akimichi Dingyan touched his big belly. Seeing this, Naruto stood up proactively, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the one who competes with Chi for dinner." Uzumaki, Akimichi. Dingyan seemed to understand something when he heard this last name. Akimichi Dingyan smiled and said, "Okay, if you can win against Chi, I will treat you to meals for a week, free of charge." Akimichi Dingyan ordered the chef to make food quickly. In a blink of an eye, the table was filled with all kinds of food. Although it was called a barbecue restaurant, there were also other things. Seeing this, Konoha's classmates started to taste it. "It's delicious." Ino and little Sakura covered their mouths. They didn't come to this kind of barbecue restaurant often. Everyone ate deliciously, but compared to Naruto and Chi, their eating speed was far behind. Naruto ate every dish quickly. Fortunately, the meat here had no bones, otherwise even the bones would be chewed and swallowed directly. Naruto and Chi mainly ate the grilled meat, which was grilled by the kitchen. Just seasoning is enough. Barbecued meats were being brought out from the kitchen in a steady stream, and the others couldn't help but have an appetite as they watched Naruto eating. Naruto ate the barbecue so deliciously that it affected the people around him, who also started to feast on it. Ino touched her full belly and thought with tears in her eyes. She originally wanted to control her weight, but now it's all gone. How long will it take to lose weight? The little Sakura next to her is also the same as Ino. She's going to gain weight now. Fat. Little Sakura's second personality roared, "If I had known better, I wouldn't have agreed. It's all Naruto's fault for eating so much. The food tastes so delicious." Hinata was still preparing the seasoning for Naruto, spreading the seasoning evenly on the grilled meat. The empty plates on the table were piled high, about 20 or so, as well as other food, which showed how much they had eaten. Chi was already a little reluctant to eat until now, but seeing Naruto not stopping at all, Chi still had to persist and eat more. Shikamaru next to him had already seen that Chi was reaching his limit, and advised him, "Chi, don't force it." Akimichi had filled his entire mouth, and his whole face was trembling. Naruto, on the other hand, was still the same as when he started eating, and didn't have much reaction. It was just Hinata who was silently checking Naruto's sweat. Chi reluctantly swallowed the last bite. Chi's stomach is now full of food, and he must not continue to eat. Chi is now hiccuping non-stop, and is accompanied by the feeling of nausea and vomiting. He knows that he can no longer eat. Said to Naruto, "I give up, you did eat more than me." Chi is so trembling now that he dare not speak loudly. Naruto swallowed the food and said to Chi, "I was born with a big appetite, but now it seems that I can eat better than you." Akimichi Dingyan also rushed over and said, "It seems the winner has been decided. I declare that Uzumaki Naruto is the winner of this match." Hinata clapped her hands happily. Naruto's victory was more important to Hinata than anything else. On the way back, Konoha Xiaoqiang was a little stuffed. Naruto sent Hinata home, and they went home separately. I didn't expect that Naruto could really beat Ji in terms of food intake. Shikamaru looked at Ji, who was already walking with his hands on the wall. Shikamaru also knew better. The Akamichi clan obtained a large amount of chakra by burning fat, but Naruto's food intake was even greater than Ji's. Big, that means Naruto's strength is not ordinary. Shikamaru is a smart person, good at observation and thinking, and has doubts about Naruto's strength in the ninja school. But Shikamaru didn't go deep. For Shikamaru, it was enough that Naruto was his friend, and nothing else mattered. Naruto and Hinata were walking home. Naruto asked Hinata, "Have you eaten enough today, Hinata? Do you want to go get something to eat?" "No, Naruto-kun, I've eaten a lot, I'm full." Hinata gently held Naruto's arm. "I see that you have been preparing condiments for me, and I just thought that you didn't eat much." Naruto rubbed Hinata's hair, with a fond smile on his face. Hinata just shook her head. "I'm happy today because Naruto-kun won and I also helped Naruto-kun." Having said that, she had already reached the door of Hyuga's house, and Hinata said goodbye to Naruto reluctantly. Naruto watched Hinata enter the door, turned around and returned to his home alone. Chapter 29. Naruto was very satisfied with yesterday's meal. The taste and portion were both excellent. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and the new year is about to arrive. Naruto stood in front of the window and looked at the falling snowflakes in the sky, and reached out to touch a snowflake. Naruto's hands felt a hint of coolness, and looking at the melted snowflakes in his hands, Naruto slowly closed the doors and windows. Naruto hasn't trained for half a month, and winter is Naruto's rest time. The ninja school was also on winter vacation. Naruto got dressed and wore a red scarf around his neck. This was sent by the third Hokage. Naruto just took it with him. This was just a drop in the bucket for Namikaze Minato's legacy. Naruto has learned some information about Namikaze Minato through Konoha's library, although it is not comprehensive, but Naruto also knows some about Namikaze Minato's performance on the battlefield and his achievements. Naruto knows it in detail, and of course, by the way, learned about the contributions made by the former third Hokage. Now is the period when the third Hokage is in power, and the Uenfei family has developed very fast during this period. It is not just the reason why the third Hokage has opened the back door, but the third Hokage is still alive. After all, he is a member of the Uenfei clan, so other families will intentionally or unintentionally avoid it. This is inevitable. Therefore, in the past few years, you can see the Uenfei clan everywhere, including people from the Uenfei clan around the daimyo. The so-called 12 ninja guards are used to protect the daimyo. The daimyo is very important in the Hokage world. Although Naruto doesn't understand why they should respect the daimyo's opinions, it does not hinder their protection of the daimyo. So now the Uenfei clan has become a big family, while during the second Hokage period, Uenfei was still a small family. Also developing was the Shimura clan. With Danzo here, their strength also rose relatively quickly. Therefore, the position of the Hokage of the third generation is very stable, and Konoha's staff have a relatively good relationship with the third generation. The third Hokage can directly decide the candidate for the next Hokage. Even a dog can become a Hokage. The third Hokage was originally a dog, but the setting was abolished. When Naruto saw this information, although he didn't have much hope, he still admired second Hokage very much because second generation integrated his family into the village and directly cancelled Senju's surname. At the same time, as time passed, he gradually intermarried with people in the village, thus spreading the family bloodline. But the perception of third Hokage is not so good. Suddenly several children ran away from Naruto, interrupting Naruto's train of thought. Haha, look at my snowball. The snowball hit a little boy in the face. The little boy didn't cry. He then pinched a bigger snowball and threw it back, but they ran away. Naruto stood there for a long time watching the children playing. Naruto recalled that he was playing around with his parents in his last life. Thanks to chakra, not only did he remember the events of this life more clearly, but the memories of his previous life also slowly emerged. Although Naruto already had someone he wanted to protect during this time, he still felt a little homesick. Naruto cheered up and went out to buy some things today. The Hokage New Year was coming soon, so it was very necessary to add some things to the house. Sasuke also didn't know what to do in the empty house. He just stared at the empty house. He recalled that he was playing in this room. His parents seemed to be still there. His mother was preparing in the kitchen and his father was sitting on the tatami. He was sitting majestically, with his favorite brother beside him. Sasuke's eyes were filled with tears at some point. Tears fell from the corners of Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke wiped them unconsciously, tears streaming down his face. Sasuke's eyes turned into Sharingan at some point, and the Megatama on the Sharingan split into another Tomo. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke awakened the three Tomo Sharingan, but he doesn't know it now, and he is still immersed in sadness. Naruto was on his way home with a lot of things in his hands. Now that Naruto was not short of money and it was time to rest, he would definitely buy whatever he had, including various snacks, various instant noodles, and various daily necessities. Hinata was coming to Naruto's house in the evening. When there was no training, Naruto told Hinata the location of his home. Hinata was coming over to play tonight, so Naruto went and bought a lot of snacks. Naruto still needs to tidy up the house. After all, after staying at home for a while, people will become lazy, so the room needs to be cleaned properly. Naruto was cleaning when he heard the key to open the door. Naruto looked back and saw a pair of white and tender hands pushing open the door of his home. Hinata was also holding a bag filled with various ingredients. Naruto-kun, I'm here. Hinata quietly stood at the door looking at Naruto. Naruto was still looking like he was cleaning. When he saw Hinata coming, Naruto took off his apron as fast as he could in his life and brought Hinata in. Hinata, please sit down for a while. Naruto laughed. Hinata saw Naruto cleaning the house and quickly went to help Naruto clean the house. Naruto's cleaning was almost finished, but with Hinata's help, he finished it quickly. Hinata, thank you. Naruto threw the last bag of garbage out the door. Hinata, didn't you say you would come here at night? Naruto asked, slightly confused. Hinata said with a smile, originally I was going to practice gentle fist today, but I might be better at practicing, so I came over early. I talked to my father today and he agreed that I should leave early. By the way, Hinata opened the bag she carried with her and laid out the food inside one by one. The coffee table was filled with food brought by Hinata. Hinata pointed to a placed pastry and said, I made this by myself, Ming. Man, give it a try. Naruto took the exquisitely packaged cake and tasted it. A sweet taste spread in Naruto's mouth, and at the same time it was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and the taste was very good. It's very soft and has a very moderate sweetness, which is very satisfying to Naruto's taste. Naruto ate 3 or 4 pieces in one go. Very delicious, Hinata. Hinata saw that Naruto liked the cakes she made, and she was very happy that her practice was not in vain. In fact, what Naruto didn't know was that Hinata spent more time practicing cooking at home than practicing gentle fist because she wanted to cook it herself. Give Naruto something delicious and practice day and night until you are satisfied. The ones brought to Naruto now are all Hinata herself. Slowly experiment, both texture and taste are top-notch. Then try this. Hinata brought more than one kind of food. Naruto had a very nice night, feeding only. Naruto spread out on the sofa and said to Hinata, Hinata, I'm going to be fattened by you. Hinata just stroked Naruto with her hand, no matter what Naruto becomes, I will always like Naruto. Chapter 30. There was snow falling all over Konoha, and the snow covered most of the buildings. However, because the trees in the shinobi world are generally tall, most of the snow fell on the tree trunks. The new year in Konoha village is very lively, and every household has posted spring festival couplets. Although I don't know why the festival here is somewhat similar to that on Earth, it's better to be more lively. The neighbor also gave Naruto a couplet and some red lanterns to celebrate the arrival of the new year. After sending Hinata away, Naruto rested in the room for a winter. During this period, Naruto was also invited by his classmates from the ninja school. During the new year, Shikamaru specially invited Naruto to their home to celebrate the new year. Naruto, who was thinking about celebrating the new year and didn't want to be alone, agreed. Worthy of being called the Nara family, Naruto looked at the big house that came in and out, but he was very envious. The Nara family basically monopolized the medicinal materials market in Konoha, and there were also some medicinal gardens, and every generation of the Nara family had their IQs are generally high. There may be some secret to this stable inheritance, which may be related to the medicinal garden. But this is a secret, and Naruto is not easy to find out. Naruto, this is your first time coming to our house. You must accept this. Shikaku handed over some newly bought clothes and some secret tonics that are very suitable for children's growth. Naruto. Shikamaru on the side saw Naruto's hesitation and said, "Just accept it, Naruto. These things are specially prepared for you and are very useful." Shikamaru stuffed the gift box directly into Naruto's arms. Without waiting for Naruto to retort, Shikamaru took Naruto to eat. After Naruto went back, Nara Shikaku still sighed. Shikaku knew Naruto's identity. In fact, even if the third Hokage didn't announce that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, he would have guessed that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, with blonde hair, surname Uzumaki, or Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although there is no direct evidence, based on these points alone, Shikaku already understood that Shikaku had assisted the fourth Hokage when Namikaze Minato was still alive. In Shikaku's heart, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is a very gentle yet considerate ninja. In the process of getting along with Namikaze Minato, Shikaku also understood that the fourth generation was a great Hokage who could bring Konoha to the top. Now that his son is living so lonely, what reason does he have for not helping him? Naruto watched the snow melt and the earth return to life. Naruto also gained some understanding of nature and experienced the flow of the four seasons, which was beneficial to the natural model developed by Naruto himself. Now that winter has passed, Naruto continues to pack his things and prepare for training. Naruto took out a balloon, filled it with water, put it in the palm of his hand, and used chakra to rotate it to expand the water balloon. This is Naruto's signature skill in the future, Raise Nan. What Naruto is practicing now is the first step of Raise Nan, controlling the rotation of chakra. The description of Raise Nan was inspired by the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato seeing the tailed beast bomb. Focus the chakra on one point and use rotation to damage the enemy. The learning difficulty of this ninjutsu is level A. Now Naruto has gone through compulsory education in a ninja school and understands that the classification of ninjutsu is based on the difficulty of learning, not the power. Because they are in the hands of different people. The power of ninjutsu only depends on the person who performs it, and any ninjutsu will have weaknesses. There are only invincible ninjas, but there is no invincible ninjutsu, as strong as Senju Hashirama. His secret technique wood style is based on his sage body to exert its power. If you only know wood style but don't have enough chakra and vitality, you will be like Yamato, who can only build houses and engage in wood leaf greening and so on. You must know that although Yamato inherited the wood style and was the Jainin of Konoha village, he inherited the wood style of Senju Hashirama who pacified the troubled times. Such power is really disappointing. Yamato wood style, let alone fighting Manjiki, even fighting 3 Tomo Sharingan is quite difficult. It is only the ninja that is strong, not the ninjutsu. Closer to home. The balloon in Naruto's hand suddenly deformed and exploded with a loud bang. Naruto was happy because the first section of Raise Nan was completed. You know, just a few minutes after Naruto took it into his hands, he was already able to use chakra to spin and pop the balloon directly. Learning A-level ninjutsu is difficult for most people, but in Naruto's hands, as long as it's about chakra control, it's not a problem. Naruto then took out a rubber ball from his hand. The second part was the power. The power of rotation would burst the rubber ball. There was still some gap in strength between the rubber ball and the balloon. Naruto concentrated and mobilized the chakra to rotate rapidly. As the chakra rotated faster and faster, the rubber ball in Naruto's hand made a loud noise. In the blink of an eye, the ball in Naruto's hand had turned into pieces. Raise Nan second phase completed. The last stage is stabilization, which stabilizes the huge power and finally forms a sphere. For this step, it is the easiest for Naruto. Naruto has experience in practicing Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto is familiar with stabilizing chakra. In a moment, a blue sphere appeared in Naruto's hand, with many chakras spinning in different directions inside. Naruto looked at the blue sphere, wanting to test its power. Naruto stood in front of a big tree with several people hugging each other. Raise Nan, as Naruto roared, he pressed the ball in his hand against the big tree. Centered on a certain point, the big tree began to twist crazily, as if a rotating drill was turning inside the tree. Naruto's arm directly penetrated the trunk of the big tree, and the big tree in front of Naruto's eyes had a large prototype hole in the middle where the Raise Nan was hit, and the scenery behind the tree could be seen from the hole. The power of this move is really not low. It is indeed based on the Tailed Beast Bomb. A Raise Nan the size of a palm can cause certain damage, but Naruto knew that as long as he continued to inject chakra, the Raise Nan would grow larger. How long does it take to inject nature transformation to make Raise Nan more powerful? The most basic Raise Nan is just a container. This Raise Nan is not weak in power. It can inject Tailed Beast chakra, and it can also inject chakra of various attributes into the Raise Nan. You can also fuse Tailed Beast Bomb with Raise Nan to greatly increase its power. If there is enough chakra as support, the nature transformation of Tailed Beast Bomb plus Raise Nan plus chakra can destroy the entire Konoha village with just one blow. The next step is to try to inject the Tailed Beast Bomb into the Raise Nan, and inject various attributes into the Raise Nan, just like Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. I can also develop a ninjutsu that is more powerful than the Rasen Shuriken. Directly using Nine Tails Tailed Beast transformation to condense this compound ninjutsu, almost no one can resist it. Chapter 31. Spring arrived, and Naruto came to the training ground as usual. Before it even started, he saw Sasuke running over quickly. Running and shouting at the same time. Sasuke ran to Naruto excitedly and said to Naruto, "Look at my eyes." With the injection of Sasuke chakra, Sasuke's eyes turn red directly, showing 3 tomo. After waiting for 3, Naruto seemed to notice something was wrong. Naruto looked at Sasuke, his eyes full of surprise, and said, "You have awakened 3 tomo Sharingan." Although Naruto does not have a Sharingan, he understands all kinds of information about Sharingan. Naruto understands that there are many things to go through to awaken 3 tomo Sharingan. It turns out that the purpose of awakening 3 tomo Sharingan is to completely cut off Naruto's bond, and thus meet Naruto for the first time. The Battle of the Valley of the End awakens. 3 Megatama is already the norm. Uchiha has reached the highest level of awakening. Naruto was sure that Sasuke could awaken Manjiki, but the time to awaken the 3 Megatama was much earlier. But there is nothing that would cause Sasuke to have a strong emotional change. How did Sasuke awaken? Naruto still felt strange. A trace of embarrassment also flashed across Sasuke's face, and he touched his eye sockets. "I don't know how I woke up, but I woke up one morning and suddenly found that my eyes had turned into 3 Megatama." At this time, Naruto thought of a possibility. Could it be that my chakra made it easier for Sasuke to open his eyes? As the reincarnation of Ashura in this generation, Naruto is very aware of how pervert his chakra effect is, and he often injects his own chakra into Sasuke's body, thereby stimulating Indra's chakra in Sasuke's body, thus making it easier for Sasuke to awaken. Most likely so. Naruto retracted his thoughts. Sasuke said confidently, now that I have Megatama Sharingan, Naruto, you will no longer be my opponent soon. Look at Sasuke's excited and proud expression. Although Naruto couldn't bear to hit Sasuke, he still wanted Sasuke to recognize the reality. Then let's have another fight to test the power of your 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke heard that Naruto was about to fight him again. Sasuke immediately cheered up because he had never won in sparring with Naruto, but this time Sasuke was confident. Come on, Naruto, Sasuke is at it again. This time Sasuke realized the limitations of 3 Tomo Sharingan and refreshed the gap between himself and Naruto. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged blows, the two men slamming into each other like 2 bolts of lightning. There were sounds in the air, the sounds of bodies colliding with each other. Sasuke wanted to predict Naruto's moves, but he was always a little slow. Sasuke stared at Sharingan, looking at Naruto's extremely fast and unorganized movements. Sasuke's brain couldn't analyze it, and Sharingan also reacted. But come on, it's too fast. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke was being beaten all the time. If Naruto's hand had been replaced by a knife, Sasuke's body would have been covered with wounds. Sasuke had been trying hard to dodge Naruto's attack, and suddenly Sasuke saw something, and I knew what Naruto's next move would be. Now it's a straight punch, the next move is a kick or a punch. The next move was a punch, which should hit me on the left side below my heart. After Naruto's violent attacks, Sasuke finally saw clearly for once. Sasuke was going to directly control Naruto with both hands and arms, and then throw him forward directly. Naruto unleashed the blow, and everything was exactly as Sasuke expected, controlling it with both hands. The moment Sasuke's hands were about to touch Naruto, Naruto disappeared. Sasuke groaned and his body was pressed hard to the ground. Sasuke struggled to get up, but then a huge force came from his back, forcing Sasuke to the ground and unable to move. Damn it, Sasuke cursed secretly, and the next second his face was pressed to the ground. Naruto slowly let go of Sasuke and let him get up. Naruto directly patted the dust on his body, which was splashed from the fight just now. Why is it so difficult for Sharingan to predict your attacks? Sasuke asked in confusion. Moreover, Sasuke tried to copy Naruto's movements just now, but after copying, he couldn't use it at all. And Naruto didn't use any taijutsu moves, but just normal taijutsu attacks. Naruto patiently explained to Sasuke, the Uchiha tribe of San Magatama is very powerful. Not only can it see through the enemy's chakra flow in battle to predict the released ninjutsu, but it can also copy its movements and predict actions. In this way, the effect of later generations can be achieved, and the effect of pioneers can be achieved, and illusions can also be used to confuse. This will make it difficult for the enemy to defend against it. But as long as you avoid looking at Sharingan, the illusion won't work, not to mention I'm very resistant to illusions. In physical combat, as long as you have enough speed, Sharingan can fail to predict, or can only predict part of it. And just now, I disrupted some physical attack methods by speeding up, thereby interfering with Sharingan's judgment. As long as I can keep changing my moves at a very fast speed, you can only passively defend. And in the end, you still predict something. You have never been exposed to this kind of attack method before. That's why I couldn't tell for a while. You finally wanted to block and counterattack, which is very good, but I have already seen your expression through observation, so I was prepared in advance. The moment you hit, gather chakra attacks from above you, hitting you when you don't have enough speed to adjust. This way there will be a great chance of hitting the target with one hit and making the opponent lose resistance. Launching an attack at the moment when the enemy thinks he has succeeded is second Hokage Senju Tobirama's specialty. Naruto shook his finger at the stunned Sasuke. This time it was a victory of intelligence. Sasuke thought he might lose, but he didn't expect to lose so miserably. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Naruto and asked, "Second Hokage, isn't that already dead?" Naruto smiled and said, "I learned it from the Konoha library. There are very classic battles in it. I just summarized the fighting methods." Sasuke looked at Naruto's smiling face and had the urge to hit him, but forced himself to calm down. Sasuke thought to himself, if you can't beat him, you can't beat him, and peace is the most important thing. Sasuke didn't expect that it was just a battle, but Naruto was thinking about so many things. "So Sasuke, you know the importance of intelligence, right? Because I know you very well and know Sharingan's information, I can defeat you easily. Use your 3-tomo Sharingan well, its power is more than that." After saying that, Naruto turned and left. Chapter 32. Time flies and it's finally the graduation season of Ninja Academy. Domino Irika did not yell and punish the troublesome students as usual but stood on the podium with the roster in his hand. Domino Irika slowly spoke to the students he had taught for 6 years, "As you know, this is the last year of the ninja school." Hearing Domino Irika's very serious look, several students in the audience who often made trouble gradually became quiet. There was silence in the classroom. Irika was a little reluctant to see this scene, but he still emphasized that the graduation exam will be held next week. Those who pass the exam will be awarded the title of Genin, which also means that you will become a Konoha villager. A ninja instead of a ninja academy student. People who become ninjas must be willing to risk their lives. I wish you good luck. Domino Irika understands the profession of ninja. Although it is still in a peaceful era, there is still considerable danger in being a ninja. During a ninja mission, anything can happen. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. It is already quite difficult for a ninja to survive. Someone as strong as Hokage will be killed one day. Watching these children become ninjas one by one. The kind-hearted Domino Irika couldn't bear it, but he understood that he was also a ninja and a teacher at the ninja school, and his duty was to train ninjas. There was nothing he could do to change this fact. After hearing what Domino Irika said, the audience instantly became very lively. "Do you know what the graduation exam will be about this time?" asked the classmate with whom I have a good relationship. "I don't know. I hope it's not too difficult." Ye sitting above them burst out laughing when he heard what they said and said confidently, "No matter what kind of exam it is, I and Akamaru will pass it, are you right Akamaru?" The puppy on Ye's head, Akamaru barked happily when he heard Ye's words. Compared to him, Shikamaru is much calmer. "I asked my senior classmates about graduation, and they said it was not difficult. It could be said to be very simple. But after graduation, we have to form a 3-person team, and that's where the trouble begins." Chiji, who was sitting next to him, had just swallowed a mouthful of potato chips and asked, "What's the point of forming a 3-person team? Don't you know how to take on missions directly after graduation?" Ino next to her was also listening to Shikamaru's words with her ears pricked up. Shikamaru shook his head and said solemnly, "The graduation exam is not a real test. After forming a 3-person team, basically one Jainin will lead the team." Ino couldn't help but interject when he heard this, looked at Shikamaru and said, "Isn't this great? With Jainin leading the team, the safety will be very great." Shikamaru did not get angry at Ino's interruption but continued, "After the graduation exam, team leader Jainin may take an additional exam." "Added exams, what is that? Isn't the graduation exam already completed?" Ino was very confused. "I heard that if Jainin fails the exam to lead the team, he will be stripped of his ninja status and sent back to the ninja school for another year. I heard about this, and every year there are students who are kicked back to ninja school to re-enroll. This is too cruel." When Ino heard Shikamaru's words, she lay weakly on the table, as if she had lost her soul. "But we don't know which group we are assigned to, or who the teacher is. We don't know any of this. We can only take it one step at a time." Shikamaru's worry is very necessary, but for Naruto, it is very simple. Even if you don't know the plot, you can look at it through what you have learned in Konoha village over the years and the special profession of ninjas. Although it is true that if an ordinary team encounters Hitoki Kakashi after graduation, it is basically impossible to pass. But it will only be beaten back once at most, and it is impossible to be beaten back continuously. After all, ninjas are a fighting profession. Those who can enter and graduate from ninja schools are not just ordinary children. At least they can kill people. It is impossible for Konoha to cut off its own retreat. Kirikage is completely negative in this regard, even though the boss is controlled. Naruto understood, so he didn't panic at all. Otherwise, after Nine Tails Jinchuriki graduates, Konoha will be full. The week passed quickly, and it was the day of the graduation exam in a blink of an eye. Mr. Iruka and Mr. Mizuki are discussing. The questions given by Hokage-sama are easy, right? Iruka said to Mizuki while looking at the exam content in his hands. Mizuki still had that fake smile on his face, making it impossible to tell that he wanted to collude with Orochimaru secretly. Oh, of course it's easy for you Iruka, but it's still a bit difficult for the students in the ninja school. By the way, who is the chief this term? Shuimu asked, concerned about the results. Iruka thought for a moment, probably Naruto. Both his performance and actual combat are far beyond those of his peers. Naruto, that demon fox, there was a hint of evil in Mizuki's eyes, but then it returned to a kind smile. Okay Mizuki, it's time for us to prepare. Invite classmates to draw lots and decide the order. The content of this graduation exam is clone technique. If you have 3 clones, you will get full marks. If the clone fails, you will fail. Teacher Iruka was talking about the exam rules on the stage, and the table in the exam room was covered with Konoha forehead protectors. Start exam. Following Iruka's order, everyone went up to draw lots. Naruto took it out casually, looked at it and put it in his pocket. Naruto-kun, what number did you draw? Hinata asked curiously next to Naruto. On the 6th, the exam is very simple, it doesn't matter what date it is. What's your number Hinata? Naruto was also curious about Hinata's order. Number 15, behind Naruto-kun. Number 6, please come in and take the exam. I'm going to take the exam first. Naruto said and walked into the door of the room. Naruto formed a seal with his hands, and several identical figures appeared next to Naruto. So fast, this kind of speed, Mizuki was shocked, he didn't even have this kind of clone speed now. Iruka checked Naruto's results a few times, handed Naruto the brand new Konoha forehead protector and said to Naruto at the same time, you passed, congratulations on becoming Konoha Genin. Iruka watched Naruto graduate successfully and felt very emotional. After all, Iruka's parents were both killed by demon foxes, so he had mixed feelings. As soon as Naruto walked out of the door, he saw his friends and asked, how are you doing? Naruto just waved the forehead protector in his hand. Smooth past Naruto put the forehead protector on his forehead, Naruto finally became a genin. The time for Naruto to rule Konoha is getting closer and closer, and now is just the first step. Get ready, take photos. The old man who was taking pictures of the ninja school graduates was shouting to Naruto. As the sound of taking pictures rang out, Uzumaki Naruto's handsome face instantly came into view. In the Hokage office, 3rd Hokage Uinfei Hiruzen was looking at Naruto's information, and looked at Naruto's results with a satisfied smile. Chapter 33. Although the sun in June is not hot, it is somewhat warm and bright. Although it is not as nourishing as the warm sun in winter, it has its own temperature. Naruto sat on the chair in the classroom, looking at the classmates walking in the classroom, and couldn't help but recall how cautious he was when he first came here, and how vast the world is now. In the Hokage building, several well-known Genin in Konoha village looked at the graduating ninja students through the 3rd Hokage's crystal ball, waiting for instructions from the 3rd Hokage. Yuan Fei Hiruzen took a deep breath of smoke and said, "These students are left to you. They are the future of Konoha." One of the ninjas with a full beard and a cigarette in his mouth said, "He is the chief of this term." His eyes looked at Naruto's figure in the crystal ball. He continued, "I just look like an ordinary kid. Can I become the chief like this? Where is Uchiha's orphan? This is the son of 3rd Hokage Yuan Fei Hiruzen. Yuan Fei Asuma can say such words here. That Uchiha Sasuke is 2nd place this year. This is another female ninja with long hair. She has a beautiful appearance, a delicate face, and a pair of red pupils. She is Jainen Ui Kurane, who is good at illusions in Konoha village." Kurane Ui explained to Asuma. Asuma said with great interest, "In other words, Uchiha lost to a commoner. This is big news." Yuan Fei Hiruzen was a little unhappy and coughed heavily. He took out the class placement results from his desk and handed them to everyone. Jainin. This is the result of this year's class placement. In the classroom, Irika also got the class placement results. Irika cleared his throat and said, "Now we have to divide the classes into groups of 3. The result remains the same. Naruto is in class 7. Little Sakura was very excited, but the news was not good for Hinata and Ino, who both wanted to be in the same group as Naruto. But unfortunately, Inoshika is impossible to separate. Today is a special day for Hotaki Kakashi, because today he finally saw his master's son, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha's orphan. Thinking of this, Hotaki Kakashi touched his left eye. "Obito, I am going to be the teacher of your people." With only the last group left, little Sakura's heart was shattered. Everyone else was chosen, and although he was with 2 handsome guys, Sasuke was cold to everyone except Naruto. And Naruto had been sleeping on the table, which made little Sakura even more devastated. Hotaki Kakashi saw such a scene when he arrived. The 3 of them seemed to be quite uncomfortable. They are all problem children, Hotaki Kakashi thought to himself. On the rooftop of Konoha, Hotaki Kakashi said to the 3 problem children, "I am your instructor. My name is Hotaki Kakashi. Do you have any questions?" Naruto shook his head and said he had nothing to ask. Sasuke next to him saw Naruto shaking his head and shook his head too. "Okay, what about you?" Kakashi turned to little Sakura sitting in the middle and said. He shook his head deeply, indicating that it was okay. Hotaki Kakashi flashed a hint of embarrassment. "Okay then, let's meet at Konoha Training Ground number 12 at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late." Hotaki Kakashi used the body flicker technique and disappeared around Naruto and the 3 others. Naruto nodded to Sasuke and said nothing, but Sasuke seemed to understand what Naruto meant. He nodded slightly to Naruto, indicating that he understood. Then Sasuke left. The little Sakura next to her was confused and couldn't understand it at all. Naruto suddenly said to little Sakura, "Sakura-chan, go back and see you tomorrow morning." After saying that, Naruto also ran away. The message Naruto conveyed to Sasuke just now was, "Wait for me at the training ground." The next morning, Naruto's 3-person team came on time, and unlike the rumors, Kakashi was not late this time. "Good morning, Mr. Kakashi," little Sakura said hello first. Sasuke and Naruto nodded. "Okay, let's start training now." Kakashi saw this and didn't say much nonsense. He took out 2 bells and placed them on himself. "Your mission today is to grab the bells from me. No matter what method you use, you can start now." Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke a little confused. They stood in front of Kakashi with no intention of dodge. "Sasuke, you make the first move, and I'll be responsible for finding opportunities to grab you." Sasuke showed the 3 Tomo Sharingan directly in front of Kakashi. The moment the 3 Tomo Sharingan was shown to Kakashi, Kakashi knew something was wrong. At only 12 years old, Sasuke already had 3 Megatama, which was never heard of in these schools. Kakashi didn't have time to think too much because Sasuke rushed over. Sasuke didn't go to grab the bell at all, but went with the mentality of killing Kakashi. Sasuke's attacks are all aimed at vital points, and his attacks are sharp and precise. Don't wait until this continues. I never said Sasuke was so strong. After all, he is a veteran. Jainin has very good adaptability. He seized the gap, picked up the kunai and swiped upwards. Sasuke quickly avoided it, and Kakashi also distanced himself. Hokage Kakashi pushed the forward protector upward to reveal the same 3-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi observes Sasuke with the 3-tomo Sharingan. Judging from his strength, Sasuke may have gone through rigorous training and has the 3-tomo Sharingan, so he cannot easily defeat him. Sasuke didn't look shocked when he looked at the 3 Megatama Kakashi, because Naruto taught him to collect information before fighting, no matter who he was facing. As long as you do your homework, you can stay calm. Hokage Kakashi's eyes flickered. What is that seal? A huge fireball suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi's hands formed a residual image, water-style water barrier. A wall of water rose directly in front of Kakashi, blocking the fireball spit out by Sasuke. Smoke suddenly filled the air, and Kakashi suddenly heard a movement. He turned around and saw Sasuke slashing directly at Kakashi with his sword. Suddenly sparks flew out. Kakashi held the kunai in both hands at the same time and crossed each other. The force was so strong that he directly pushed Kakashi down. Suddenly Kakashi turned into a beam of lightning and rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke reacted very quickly. The moment he saw the lightning, he immediately abandoned his sword and jumped into the sky. Fire-style Hao Yanlong technique. Sasuke spit out several dragon heads made of flames in the air and smashed them directly towards the ground. Sasuke knew in his heart that if it was Thunder Shield Shadow Clone, the main body was nearby and he could directly use the fire-style spell with a larger range to cover it. Sasuke had a proud smile on his face, sure enough. Sasuke looked at the embarrassed Kakashi dodging the fireballs and thinking about how to attack next. The moment Sasuke was about to land on the ground, Sasuke hit him with a concentrated uppercut and knocked him away again. What? Sasuke saw in disbelief that Kakashi, who was hiding from the powerful flame dragon, exploded into smoke with a bang. Shadow Clone, when was that? Sasuke recalled, it should be Thunder Shield Shadow Clone, which split into 2 clones, one to paralyze and the other to attract attention. The main body uses special means to lurk under my landing point. You will definitely lose to this kind of clone. Chapter 34. It's true that you still lack combat experience, so I'll leave it to you, Naruto. It was after receiving the signal from Naruto that Sasuke stopped fighting with Kakashi. Sasuke felt relieved and left the rest of the battle to Naruto. Watching Sasuke fall to the ground, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afraid of Sasuke's counterattack, Kakashi suddenly realized something. If Sasuke was so powerful, then where was Naruto? Kakashi suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Suddenly a whip kick came. Kakashi didn't even notice how it appeared. He could only raise his hands to block it. A huge force hit Kakashi's arms. Kakashi was kicked away in just an instant. Kakashi's flying body hit the tree directly, blasting a big hole in the tree. This was Naruto's power. Kakashi raised his mighty and trembling arms, and the severe pain in his hands instantly spread throughout his body. Kakashi understood that his hands were useless and it would be impossible to use them again in a short time. Kakashi gasped for air, looking at the slowly approaching figure with firm eyes, insisting on not falling down. Naruto appeared in front of Kakashi, holding 2 bells in his hand, which he had taken from Kakashi's waist at the moment of the attack. It seems that we won this trial, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto tossed the 2 bells in his hand casually. Kakashi-sensei, what you are testing in this competition is teamwork. As long as you know this, if you can pass the test, that's why only 2 bells are given. Kakashi couldn't help but sit on the ground, and now he finally recovered a little. Although I had consumed a lot of chakra by Sasuke, with Naruto's strength, he could easily defeat me even without consuming it. Your strength is really beyond my expectation. Kakashi was very surprised at Naruto and Sasuke's current abilities. What about Sakura-chan? There are 3 people working together as a team, Kakashi retorted. As for little Sakura, look over there. Kakashi looked in the direction pointed and saw another Naruto holding little Sakura. It's just that little Sakura seems to have fainted. Seeing the worry in Kakashi's eyes, Naruto hurriedly explained, little Sakura is fine, but we were afraid that the battle would affect her, so she fainted in advance. So Kakashi-sensei, are we qualified? Hokage Kakashi smiled helplessly, with such strength, it is more than enough to be a Jonin. I hereby announce that Team 7 has been established. After Kakashi said that, he went directly to Konoha Hospital, his arm hurting like crazy. I hope I won't break any bones, Kakashi thought as he ran quickly. Little Sakura rubbed her eyes and stretched, where am I? Before little Sakura could see her surroundings clearly, she saw Sasuke. A quick shout out to Sasuke, Sasuke. Little Sakura, wake up. The trial is over. You are already a member of Team 7. Little Sakura didn't feel disappointed by Sasuke's cold face. Instead, she shouted happily, I passed the test, how did I pass? Little Sakura recalled carefully, I remember that I was the only one hiding in the grass, and then everything went dark, and I don't remember anything. By the way, where are you now? Only then did little Sakura notice the situation around her. She was no longer on the training ground. She was lying on a small bed with some sundries piled around her. This is the utility room next to the school. Naruto helped us during the trial. Since you haven't woken up yet, I put you here. Sasuke explained. If Naruto hadn't asked Sasuke to put little Sakura in a safe place, little Sakura would probably still be at the training ground. Little Sakura looked at Sasuke affectionately. Sasuke must have sent me here in person just now, and then took care of me by the bedside. Could it be that Sasuke was interested in me? Now in little Sakura's eyes, Sasuke seemed to be glowing all over, and countless pink bubbles rose in the air. Sasuke stood up and said, since you're fine, I'll leave first. Remember to meet in front of the Hokage building at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to pick up the mission. Little Sakura stared at Sasuke's leaving figure, not knowing what she was thinking. Next day. Kakashi-sensei, why are you like this? Sakura said strangely. In front of Hokage Kakashi, one hand was covered with bandages, and the other hand was wrapped so tightly that he couldn't move it. Kakashi accidentally remembered that he went to Konoha Hospital for treatment yesterday. The doctor asked, how did you get injured? There shouldn't be anyone in Konoha village who can use taijutsu to beat you like this. Could it be Guy? Guy wouldn't be so serious. Kakashi could only smile awkwardly. It couldn't be said that a genin who had just graduated had injured himself. After the doctor bandaged him, he told him, don't move for a week. Be careful. So Kakashi came to the meeting point with the bandage on his head. Come on, let's go pick up some missions. Kakashi explained as he walked, the missions have levels S A B C D, ranging from the lowest D to the highest S. D-level missions will not involve combat and will not go too far. They are within the scope of Konoha. Generally, they are given to people just now prepared by graduated genin. Level C can fight but there will be no ninjas. At most, they can fight bandits and protect an ordinary person for a period of time. Level B and above are more threatening, and there will be some wandering ninjas or rebel ninjas. To participate, S level involves the national level. For example, protecting the Fire Country's famous names belongs to S. Now you all understand, right? Kakashi looked at the 3 little ones and nodded, feeling pretty good. The first task of the 7th class is to help the old man cut wood and move it down the mountain. The address is in Little Sakura gestured with her hand on the map and pointed to the villa near Konoha village. Then let's go. Little Sakura set off happily. This is the first mission of Team 7. After the task is completed. What the hell kind of mission is this? The mountain is too high. Little Sakura's face was twisted. Questioned Mr. Kakashi. This is what Sasuke said, it should be that ordinary people don't have chakra, so going down the mountain is more dangerous, and they can't bring much down the mountain at one time. Little Sakura's face changed immediately when she heard Sasuke speak. Sasuke is so handsome. Naruto was very helpless after hearing this, and it was better to have Hinata as his own. After handing in the task, Kakashi looked at the sky and announced, "That's it for today, disband." Naruto weighed the money bag in his hand. This little money was not enough for a meal. In fact, judging from the average person's appetite, although the money is not a lot, it is definitely enough to eat. But Naruto's appetite was too big. If it wasn't for the constant support, Naruto would have gone hunting. Let's go, Sasuke, little Sakura, let's go to dinner together. Naruto said, Sasuke will definitely follow. If Sasuke goes, then little Sakura will go too. Chapter 35. Another morning, Sasuke suddenly asked Naruto, is there any use in doing these low-level tasks? We have already done many tasks, but they are all D-level tasks. In fact, Sasuke has a lot of doubts in his heart. Why did Naruto give up Shadow Clone after graduating from the ninja school and use his body to do these basic tasks of helping others? These D-level tasks are not difficult, considering Naruto's current Shadow Clone chakra. One Shadow Clone is enough. The main body continues to go to the training ground. Isn't the training good? Naruto, who was walking on the street with Sasuke, shook his head lightly and then explained, these tasks seem to be of no help to us at all, but the premise is that we can't meet a good teacher. Teacher? Yes, he is a teacher. Hokage Kakashi is considered a good teacher in Konoha. His resume is very exciting, but he is also a very strong person based on his strength alone. Naruto continued, the key is not strength, but the power Hokage Kakashi holds and the abilities he has. This is what we have to learn from him. The D-level mission has just begun. Kakashi has a certain quality that you don't have now. Sasuke heard Naruto's words and thought carefully, what exactly is it that Naruto said I don't have? Now it seems that Sasuke's strength is not worse than Kakashi, but why can't he beat Kakashi? If the previous training was all about laying the foundation, then now is the period of explosive strength, but the speed of strength growth depends on a good teacher. Kakashi's combat experience, attitude towards handling various situations, and combat thinking are the most important things to learn, and you must use your own strength as much as possible. The main thing is to learn Kakashi's combat thinking method, such as intelligence analysis when facing pain, and targeting weaknesses. These things need to be learned. The adult Sasuke stayed with Orochimaru for 3 years and went through countless battles, but he was still manipulated by Itachi in the duel with Itachi. It can be said that Itachi deceived Sasuke from beginning to end, whether it was Uchiha's genocide or Itachi's own death. Even Obito obeyed Itachi's expectations and left Manjiki Sharingan to Sasuke. Stronger than Kaguya, who abused his power, and various Tsutsuki all fell here due to lack of combat experience. It can be seen how important fighting thinking is. Although Sasuke has fighting thinking now, he is still a bit immature compared to Kakashi. The most important thing is to stay with Kakashi, observe and analyze, seize the flaws, and kill with one blow. And it's of little use for others to say it. Sasuke has to understand it himself. Good morning, Naruto, Sasuke. Little Sakura waved and ran towards them. During this time, little Sakura grew her long pink hair, hoping with joy that Sasuke would notice her. After all, girls love beauty. Good morning, Sakura-chan, Naruto greeted with a smile. Seeing Sasuke's unresponsive look, Naruto couldn't help but poke him with his elbow. The girl is saying hello to you, what are you doing? Sasuke realized it later and reluctantly said hello, good morning, little Sakura. Little Sakura ran over and looked around. Where's Mr. Kakashi, hasn't he arrived yet? As soon as Sakura finished speaking, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Sakura. You're talking about me? Kakashi's figure suddenly came from behind. I was shocked, Mr. Kakashi, when did you come? Sakura said angrily as she patted her chest. Okay, let's go pick up the mission today. Kakashi-sensei, can we change the mission level today? Naruto suddenly spoke, causing Kakashi to stop heading towards the Hokage building. Kakashi touched his chin and considered, based on your strength, let's take on a sea-level mission today. Naruto chuckled inwardly, having succeeded. The country of waves, yes, Naruto is going to the country of waves, but he is not going to the country of waves to perform a bullshit bridge building mission, but for the country of waves. Although the country of waves is a small country, the 5 major countries cannot interfere with the development of the country without specific conditions. As long as they control the daimyo of the country of waves, you said there is no daimyo, just create one, no matter who he is, by controlling Cardo, the economic lifeline of the country's current economy, he can completely rule the country. There are too many benefits to ruling a country. If there is anything inconvenient to do, the country of waves can do it for you. It's Naruto. Uenfei and Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette while sitting in Hokage's office. Third Hokage-sama, we are here to take on a sea-level mission, Kakashi behind him said to Uenfei Hiruzen. Uenfei Hiruzen looked at the mission file and picked a mission at random, this is it. Escort a person to the land of waves. Come in. An old man smelling of alcohol walked in. Looking at the temperament of these people, although there was a little girl among them, the team looked very strong. Gather at the main gate of Konoha in 1 hour, Kakashi gave the order. Naruto took out the clothes in the seal scroll. Naruto looked at the clothes in his hand, which were the ones he wore on the night of the genocide. I never thought I would have the chance to wear it again. Naruto's shadow clone and Kakashi are going to turn, and Naruto's body is rushing towards the land of waves. He wanted to control them all before they arrived and deal with Zabuza. Outside Konoha village, a figure wearing a fox mask and black robe soared into the sky. Floating in the air, this is the country of waves. His whole body cut through the air as if it had turned into light, and he rushed toward the land of waves at extremely fast speeds. The air was split open by Naruto, and waves of air spread around. Flying in a straight line is very easy as long as the direction is determined. Most of Naruto's training is training on taking off and turning in the air. Coupled with Naruto's chakra control ability, he rarely makes mistakes and masters flying very skillfully. Flying in the air is not only fast, but also there are no complicated terrains, so you can fly wherever you want. Naruto has now accomplished one of mankind's ultimate dreams, flying freely in the air without contact with foreign objects. Naruto is still using the wind attribute chakra to continuously accelerate. With the protection of the Nine Tails chakra, coupled with Naruto's powerful body, Naruto's flying speed can reach the land of waves in just 1 hour. Due to the meeting time and changing clothes, it was almost lunchtime when Naruto arrived in the land of waves. Naruto had already determined the location of Cardo when he saw some small houses surrounded by some small houses in the sky and a very luxurious castle in the center. Chapter 36. Naruto fell from the sky, and under the acceleration of gravity, he crashed directly into Cardo's luxurious castle. Smoke and dust were everywhere on the ground. The wandering warriors around heard the sound and rushed over with their own swords. After all, if something happened to the boss, who would pay them their wages? The surrounding wandering warriors, as if facing a formidable enemy, aimed their swords at the figure. In front of where their sword tips were pointed, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. They didn't know who they were facing. They only looked at Dao Kong. The sky fell. Their throats rumbled and their faces were filled with sweat. Their bodies desperately tried to alert their brains, and their eyes could see that the surrounding area where they fell was vaguely dyed red. My legs couldn't stop shaking, but my whole body seemed to be frozen and could only keep shaking in place. Just like an animal encountering a natural enemy, it is engraved with genetic instinctive fear. The smoke dispersed, and a slender man wearing a black robe, a fox mask, and short black hair stood here very naturally. When the surrounding warriors clearly saw a person standing there, the bloody aura around that person suddenly spread to the surroundings, swallowing up the hearts of the people around him in an instant. In a room on the castle, Zabuza suddenly raised his sword and rushed towards where Naruto was. He had just sensed a very evil and murderous aura appearing in the castle. The owner of this aura must have killed many people with his own hands. It was much scarier than the aura on his own body. Zabuza-sama, let me go with you. At this time, Byakuya put on the ninja battle uniform and Kirikage's exclusive mask, preparing to face the enemy with Zabuza. Bye, you stay here. Zabuza-sama. Shiro wanted to say something but was stopped by Zabuza. As a tool, don't be around me when I don't need you. Zabuza spoke fiercely. Then he went to face the enemy alone. The samurai who surrounded Naruto a second ago were frightened and fainted as if they had collectively lost consciousness. The bloody pupils under the fox mask shrank a little, and a malicious smile crossed the corner of his mouth. It seemed that I didn't need to do it myself. Under the mask, Naruto's eyes had turned into red vertical pupils, and his body was covered with blood-red Nine Tails chakra. Just now they saw the malicious emotions of Nine Tails, coupled with the slightly enlarged sense of fear, which directly affected the surrounding people. People fainted from fear. This is one of the benefits of manipulating Nine Tails' evil intentions. Naruto slowly kicked away the wandering warrior who had collapsed on the ground and walked towards Cardo's room. Naruto had sensed Cardo's location. A large knife cut through the air at a sharp angle, and with a whistling sound, it struck directly at Naruto's head. Seeing the beheading sword approaching, Naruto didn't panic at all. He saw the bloody chakra flowing on Naruto's body, and in an instant it condensed into a huge claw and grabbed the beheading sword. The claws collided with the blade, making a loud sound. Without any hesitation, Naruto's claws directly grabbed the decapitating sword in half. The blade whizzed along both sides of Naruto and was inserted into the ground behind Naruto. Water style, Great Falls technique. Seeing that Zabuza couldn't do any harm to the masked man in front of him, he directly formed a seal to convert all the chakra in his body into ninjutsu. Using all the chakra of a Jainin to release a ninjutsu is naturally very powerful, not to mention the highest level of rebellious ninja from Mist Shinobi. Momokai Zabuza, also known as Demon Zabuza, graduated from Kirigakure. The condition for graduation is to kill all the students in the same period. Only one graduates, so it is also called the Village of Blood Mist. So those who graduate from anywhere are all combat elites. Later, he failed to assassinate the fourth Mizukage and became a rebel ninja. But it was his bad luck to meet Naruto as a pervert. The water that could submerge the mountain forest roared in, and the trees in front of Naruto were completely washed away, and because it washed down from the top of the mountain, it swept away the mud and sand in the mountain, like a big yellow mouth, trying to swallow Naruto up. Standing in front of the huge flood, Naruto became a little bit interested. The power of such a large-scale ninjutsu was very impressive. Such a natural disaster is not very powerful for the ninja world. If you master the extraordinary power of chakra and have a strong body, it is very possible to survive. It's a pity, even this kind of ninjutsu is almost useless to me, Naruto thought to himself. The chakra around Naruto condensed into a huge red fox head and wrapped around Naruto's body. Mudslide, who was roaring just now, was stunned when he encountered this fox head. Mudslide was forced to separate his body and rushed towards the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, it is impossible to live with a flat door around Kato's house. This move that Zabuza used after running out of chakra not only failed to hurt Naruto as he expected, but also killed all of Kato's wandering warriors. The warriors who had just fainted were still alive and well, but they were washed away by the mudslide. I guess I'm lucky to be alive. Naruto rushed directly to Zabuza, and with a wave of the huge chakra, he directly grabbed Zabuza into pieces. It doesn't feel right, Naruto muttered. A pool of water flowed out from the middle of Naruto's chakra hand, which turned out to be the water body. Zabuza was shocked when he saw the fox head. The huge chakra had materialized. Zabuza understood the difference in strength and forcibly squeezed his body to refine the chakra, creating a water body. At the same time, the main body escaped upwards. Haku was still there and could not be let go. He was caught. Suddenly a huge hand grabbed him tightly. Zabuza struggled frantically, but was unable to move at all on the giant hand. Naruto was somewhat interested in the fact that he could knead Zabuza into paste with just a little force, but what interested Naruto more was his little follower. It really means Cao has arrived. Hurry up and let go Zabuza-sama. As the sound came, a man wearing a mask and wearing a mist shinobi assassination force appeared next to Naruto. Aiming directly at Naruto, firing multiple senbons across the body. When senbon was about to touch Naruto's body, he suddenly lost power and fell down. Under the white mask, his face was full of disbelief. No one chakra didn't understand, and he didn't see any ninjutsu being used, so he couldn't hit him. Ice shield, magic mirror ice crystal, with Bai's hand seal, the moisture in the air suddenly condensed into ice. The ice formed mirrors, and Bai's figure blended into the mirror. The mirror circled towards Naruto. Naruto was very interested in the ice shield, because Naruto could control the shield technique with 5 attributes. There was no reason why he couldn't control the ice shield with the fusion of 2 attributes. Secret technique, 1,000 killings of water. Haku's figure flashed crazily in the mirrors, and all the mirrors pointed out senbon to Naruto. Chapter 37. Shiro's purpose is very clear, which is to rescue Mr. Zabuza, but there is no good way. He can only attack him and let him let go of Mr. Zabuza, and he will definitely not be able to defeat him with his own strength, so he can only fight for opportunities. Let Zabuza escape by himself, even if it means risking his own life. Naruto saw the senbons coming from all directions, and gathered several claws on his body. He destroyed all the ice mirrors with one blow and knocked away all the senbons at the same time. Shiro, who was hidden in the ice mirror, was scratched by Chakra's claws, and his body suddenly shook, vomiting blood directly, and fell heavily to the ground. The mask also fell off the face, revealing a very beautiful face, with bright eyes and white teeth, but the mouth that was vomiting blood somewhat ruined this beauty. Naruto's whole body felt bad when he saw this face. This face is prettier than most girls. You tell me it's a boy. As the chakra claws on his body moved, the two people were directly hung up side by side. When Naruto caught Haku, Zabuza kept his mouth shut. Even when Haku vomited blood, Zabuza didn't say a word. But under Naruto's perception, Zabuza's behavior was clearly visible. If you are secretly condensing chakra, that child will die in the next second. Naruto lifted Haku in front of Zabuza. Zabuza-sama, don't worry about me, he said in vain, and spit out a large mouthful of blood, which stained the ground red. Zabuza Mori looked at Naruto angrily, but still stopped to concentrate the chakra. Why do I feel like a villain? It was obviously you who attacked first and I was just resisting, Naruto complained in his mind. Naruto's hands ignited the 5 characters of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and pressed them directly on Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza and Haku immediately fainted. This 5-element seal is really easy to use. Naruto just used the 5-element seal. It was originally used to seal some messy things on the body, and it can also interfere with the control of chakra. But now after Naruto's improvement, Naruto sealed part of his chakra inside the bodies of these 2 people. If you don't listen to me, the 2 chakras will explode in the body instantly, and something will explode in the body. The result is predictable. If Naruto wants to rule the country of waves, he must have someone to protect this place, otherwise he won't have the strength to guard it. It's not about letting people come when they want and leave when they want. Although these two people are not strong enough, they are more than enough to protect a small island country. At the same time, once the two people are in danger, the seal will automatically activate to help the two people recover from their injuries, which can be regarded as a small benefit of working for Naruto. Naruto raised the two of them in front of them and injected his chakra into them. Zabuza and Haku's injuries healed immediately. Haku's internal organs were injured by Naruto's chakra claws. Zabuza's chakra was exhausted and he was still squeezing his body desperately. Then the five elements seal interfered with the chakra. He couldn't breathe and fainted. Looking into my eyes, facing each other, Zabuza and Haku woke up, but their eyes were dull. You just stay here and wait for me to come back. Naruto used genjutsu to control them and deal with them later. Naruto swaggered into Cardo's room, and the moment he saw Naruto, he fell into genjutsu forever. Let me see what you did. Naruto looked through Cardo's memories. Hey, it seems that you have done a lot of bad things, smuggling, selling, killing, you really haven't done any good things. Just let you always obey my orders. Naruto's eyes glowed red, and Cardo's eyes also glowed red at the same time. Yes, master. A bad guy with a huge fortune just uses his remaining value. Help, the country of waves develops, help them build bridges, let them live safely, and at the same time, deposit and withdraw the benefits collected, waiting for me to take them. Naruto left a hint in Cardo's mind, asking Cardo to govern the country well. Only when the country is rich can Naruto make a lot of money. Kato's ability to make money has not been lost, he can still make money, he just doesn't use those inhumane methods. As the country of waves economy develops, if you have some money, the country will also be rich. Naruto also has money and can indirectly rule a country. It's a win-win situation. Well, Naruto wins twice. After Naruto dealt with Kato, he easily unlocked Zabuza and Haku's genjutsu and also searched out the memories in their minds. He also understood part of Kirigakura's current situation through their memories. It seems that Obito tormented Kirigakura quite a lot. Mist Shinobi's strength is now far inferior to before. Although the graduation requirement is to produce elites, it is not enough to suppress everything. Some people who have not grown up are killed directly. At the same time, the Shueijia family was being chased crazily, and the 7 ninja swordsmen were beaten into the 3 lucky treasures. They died and rebelled. The fault is worse than Konoha. We're not dead. Zabuza and Miyako looked at each other, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Who wants to die while alive? I have planted a seal on you, and I am the only one who wants to kill you. As long as one of you doesn't disobey, the other will be the unlucky one. Zabuza didn't dare to consider that what Naruto said was false. With Naruto's strength, he would have killed him long ago. And more importantly, Zabuza really felt the chakra that was not his own in his body, as well as the seal. Zabuza looked at Naruto with a complicated look in his heart and said tentatively, "What do you need us to do?" Zabuza stumbled and almost fell to the ground, but luckily Byakugan quickly held him back. "Zabuza-sama, are you okay?" Shiro looked at Zabuza worriedly. "Fine. You have only one purpose, to help build this country. Cardo will obey my orders, you just need to protect him." "What does this mean?" Zabuza was filled with doubts. "I was originally protecting Kato for money, but now someone else is protecting Kato." Naruto seemed to notice his doubts but had no intention of explaining. "You don't have to worry about these, just protect the country of waves and Cardo." Naruto also took Cardo's small treasury with him when he left, but the money was enough to hire people to rebuild the country of waves. On the other side, after Sasuke easily dealt with the Ghost Brothers, he asked Taz about the ninja mission level. After Taz explained the situation, Naruto took the initiative and continued the mission. Sasuke gave Naruto a strange look, but did not refute Naruto's words, and just persuaded little Sakura to continue the mission. This is what the leader of the 7th squad said. The 7th squad continues its mission action. Taz had tears in his eyes and expressed his gratitude very excitedly. Thanks to them for not giving up the mission, the country of waves was saved. Taz made up his mind to build the bridge as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Tell me, where is your body? Sasuke mysteriously pulled Naruto aside and stayed away from them. What? I am my true form. Naruto looked at Sasuke with an innocent face. His innocent look was very convincing, and he touched Sasuke's forehead and said, "Did you have a fever in your head and fell into fantasy?" Seeing Naruto's playful smile, Sasuke knocked Naruto's outstretched hand away. Don't come here, Naruto. I don't know you yet. You must be a clone now. We have been together for so long, and I still don't know whether you are a clone or your true body. Looking at the affirmation in Sasuke's tone, Naruto was thinking about whether to do it or not. Tell him. Okay, let me tell you. Naruto had no choice but to spread his hands. Seeing Sasuke's insistence, Naruto could only explain some of the situation clearly, but what he told Sasuke was all, and only part of it, only Naruto himself knew. Why is this mission so serious? Sasuke said in a low voice. According to the information from Naruto, the inside story of this mission is that the mission level has reached the A-level level. The enemy behind it is not only Cardo, but also Demon Zabuza, and one who can use Ice Shield. The blood successor limited ninja. And from there, Naruto learned that Zabuza can be evenly matched with Kakashi, and Kakashi's strength is relatively clear to Sasuke, who is definitely stronger than him now. So even if it's Kaijin Zabuza, Sasuke is confident that he can win. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto also lowered his voice and said, according to the speed of the main body, he should be back soon, so don't worry. Sasuke looked in disbelief after hearing this. It was solved so quickly? It was promised to be very strong. Don't you know my strength yet, Sasuke? When Naruto said these words, his cold eyes narrowed slightly, and he exuded a very dangerous aura. Naruto seemed to turn into a dangerous beast, and Sasuke suddenly shuddered. The hair on his body stood up, and the terror of the ultimate made his body subconsciously turn on the Sharingan, and jerked away from Naruto in an instant. If he hadn't faced Naruto, Sasuke would have attacked directly out of fear. Sharingan also saw that Naruto's figure was replaced by a huge red fox, that evil chakra, even more violent than Sharingan. Sasuke, are there any enemies? Seeing Sasuke leave and take a defensive posture, everyone was instantly frightened and drew their weapons in defense. After hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke came back to his senses and said, "It's okay, maybe it's an illusion." Kakashi felt it carefully and found no problem, so he asked everyone to put down their weapons. "It's okay, it's just an illusion." After hearing what teacher Kakashi said, little Sakura felt relieved. He glanced at Sasuke resentfully and thought to himself, "What? I was shocked. But if it's Sasuke, please forgive him." After comforting herself, little Sakura returned to her usual happiness. But Kaka couldn't help but be a little wary looking at Sasuke's frightened look. What on earth did Sasuke see that scared him like this? What was that thing that looked like a fox, and why did he see it from Naruto? Sasuke still has lingering fears when he thinks about it, such a powerful chakra. "It's okay, Sasuke." Naruto came over to comfort him as if nothing happened. In Sasuke's current perception, Naruto from chakra is still so warm and bright, as if the violence he just saw was fake. Sasuke shook his head, suppressing the fear in his heart, and the group continued walking towards the land of waves. Dejuna led the 7th team, taking boats and taking transportation all the way. After a week, they finally arrived at the country of Awa. During this period, Naruto's body was also exchanged with his clone, and he condemned the clone's deliberate use of Nine Tails chakra to scare Sasuke. Afterwards, he explained it well, saying that it was a special ability developed by himself, and it was no big deal. Although Sasuke didn't believe it, but Naruto had said so, so what else could he do? No one can force Naruto to do what he doesn't want to do. What happened? Dasna looked at this scene, as if his whole body was petrified, and pointed at the completed bridge. This. Daejuna's hands couldn't stop shaking. Then he fell to the ground, as if his whole body had lost all bones, and collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Didn't it mean that Cardo has been blocking the construction of the bridge? Little Sakura looked at the completed bridge in front of her and was confused. Dasna burst into tears, tears kept forming in her eyes, and big tears kept flowing from her eyes. The bridge of the land of waves has been built. Daejuna kept kneeling down and worshipping the bridge, and kept kissing the ground of the bridge. No one knows better the value and implications of this bridge. Naruto just gave a small smile. It seemed that they did a good job, and Naruto was very happy, finally getting on the right track. Tatsuna suddenly remembered something and ran frantically towards his home. Naruto and the others quickly followed. At this time, a beautiful young woman with long black hair wearing an apron was washing dishes at home. It was Tsunami. Tsunami was Tajuna's daughter and now the mother of a child. Tsunami suddenly noticed something. After opening the door, Tsunami saw Tajuna running over quickly as soon as she walked out of the door. "Dad, you are finally back." Tsunami hugged Tajuna in surprise. "Tell me what happened here and why the bridge was suddenly built." Tatsuna grabbed Tsunami's shoulders excitedly. Tsunami hesitated for a while and said slowly, "It's Cardo." The convener of Cardo suddenly announced that he would build a bridge and name it Naruto Bridge. When Sasuke heard the word Naruto, he immediately understood that this bridge must have something to do with Naruto. "Why is Cardo so kind?" Sakura asked curiously. Daejuna slapped his head in regret. "These few people behind me are ninjas from Konoha village. If it weren't for them, I would be dead. Come in quickly." Tsunami quickly asked a few people to sit down. Team 7 and the Tajuna family were sitting on the tatami in the room, listening to the recent events of Tsunami show. Just a week ago, Kato suddenly summoned a large group of people and suddenly announced that he would build a Naruto bridge, and then asked him to pull all the poor people over. They were all afraid of Kato and could only follow him obediently, but Kato first. They provided a lot of food to seduce the poor people who had nothing to eat. Then, they proposed that there would be wages and the money for food would be deducted from their wages. At first, they did not believe it and thought it was another Cardo conspiracy, but until they actually gave him food should be eaten first before working. Everyone rushed to get there. In just a few days, the bridge that was almost completed was repaired directly. Kato also really paid wages, and what Kato will build in the future, hospitals and housing. So now they follow Kato to build houses. So now it's like this. So where is Cardo himself now? Sasuke asked Tsunami. Kato was often seen in the beginning, but after the bridge was built, it was not seen so much. The current abbot is building it for a man named Tao Di. Machi, Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and he thought of Mamakai Zabuza, who is also a member of Mist Shinobi, and the ghost brother is also a member of Mist Shinobi. Chapter 39. Tsunami continued, Kato now plans to build a few more bridges and is recruiting bridge builders, who will be paid a lot of money. How many bridges will be built in Cardo? A question mark slowly appeared on Dazna's head. Tsunami, how did you know about this? Didn't you read the notice when you came here? Cardo sent his men to build a huge wooden board with information on Cardo's recruitment. It seems that this country is getting better, Kakashi said with a smile. Then our mission is accomplished, Sakura whispered from the side. Sakura-chan, Sasuke called. The reason for Cardo's change is not simple. Sasuke looked at Kakashi, waiting for Kakashi's opinion. He looked at Naruto again, but Naruto was still smiling, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Kakashi hesitated for a while and said to the members of Team 7, "Our mission has been completed and we have successfully sent Tatsuna to the country of waves. We will return to Konoha tomorrow." Kakashi paused and continued. "However, regarding the situation in the country of waves, I will truthfully report to Lord Hokage, and the level of this mission will also be changed." After saying that, Kakashi walked to the door and performed the body flicker technique and left. Dejuna looked frustrated and put the hat on his head weakly on the table. He was obviously so excited when he saw the bridge, but now he is a little lost. He doesn't understand why he went to Konoha village to submit the mission request, and why Cardo suddenly it's gotten better, so isn't everything meaningless now? Little Sakura looked at Tajuna's depressed look and didn't know how to comfort her. She could only sit here and watch. Naruto patted Sakura on the shoulder. "Let him calm down, let's go Sasuke." Now Naruto is not good at comforting people, he can only calm himself down. "Then let's go." Team 7 packed up their things and the Dejuna family came to say goodbye. "Please be careful along the way." Tsunami bowed deeply to the backs of Naruto and others. She understood that it was they who protected her father so that he could come back safely. "Why do you think Cardo has changed for the better? Do you know, Naruto?" Little Sakura sneaked up next to Naruto and whispered into Naruto's ear. Maybe Cardo suddenly realized his conscience. "There may be many," Naruto said nonchalantly. "Let's just leave. The Dejuna family won't be in danger, right?" "No, Cardo is going to build a bridge now. Tatsuna is very experienced in building bridges, so there won't be any danger." Naruto's words made little Sakura feel less uneasy. After 3 days of running, Naruto and his team had arrived at the gate of Konoha village. "It was a long and dusty journey and I didn't even get a good rest. My clothes were extremely dirty." Little Sakura looked at the clothes she was wearing and couldn't wait to go home and take a shower. Little Sakura said dissatisfied. "You have worked hard these past few days. I will go to the Hokage building to report the situation first. You can go and rest first. Let's take a day off tomorrow." "Okay." Little Sakura's eyes curled up with crescent moons very happily. "Then let's go first." Kakashi-sensei Sasuke bowed slightly and left with Naruto. The first time Naruto left was to look for Hinata. Naruto's perception can easily locate the location of everyone in Konoha village. Konoha Training Ground, Class 8. Teeth passed through the teeth, and Akamaru turned into teeth. The two of them rotated each other, forming two whirlwinds that swept the surrounding air, hovering in the air, like two huge teeth, rushing towards Konoha's training target. Konoha, the training target, was torn into pieces by two whirlwinds in an instant, with sawdust flying everywhere. The whirlwind continued to move forward, breaking the rotation speed of several large trees before slowing down. The trees were cut short by the cyclone, the trunks fell straight to the side, and the leaves on the trees fell to the ground. There was a puff of smoke and Akamaru turned into a dog again. Ya's eyes were full of excitement and he raised Akamaru high. "Akamaru, we succeeded! We successfully became Yatongyai!" Akamaru was also very happy, wagging his tail excitedly and barking non-stop. "The power is pretty good, yay!" Kaiba took a closer look. "Naruto! Naruto, you are back from your mission. How was your mission?" "The mission was okay. There were 2 ninjas who attacked us midway, but it was relatively easy." "Ninja, aren't you on a sea-level mission? How could there be ninjas?" Ya looked at Naruto. "I encountered it during the mission. Now the mission has become B-level," Naruto said with a shrug. "I'll go. You guys are lucky. I also want to ask Teacher Hong to apply for a B-level mission." Ya shouted loudly. Akamaru on his head also shouted in agreement. "Okay, I'm here to see Hinata. I'm leaving first." Naruto sped up and rushed towards Hinata. "Hey, why don't you tell me the details of the mission? Ye shouted as he looked at Naruto's leaving figure. Next time. Naruto's figure had disappeared, but Ye heard his answer. Hinata. Naruto called to the girl who was training hard. Naruto-kun. Hinata heard Naruto's voice and turned her beautiful eyes in Naruto's direction. Seeing the figure she thought about day and night, Hinata ran up to him regardless. Naruto also opened his arms, hugged Hinata in his arms, and whispered, "I'm back, Hinata." Hinata lay in Naruto's arms, her delicate little face turned red instantly, but she still hugged Naruto tightly and answered Naruto in a small voice. Hinata and Naruto were sitting on top of the Hokage rock wall, watching the setting sun and recounting recent events. They didn't feel bored and were very happy. The setting sun fell on the two embracing figures, covering them with a golden coat, as if blessing them. As the sun set, Hinata felt a little crazy listening to Naruto's strong heartbeat. Naruto has always been Hinata's hero in her heart, nothing can compare to Naruto. When I was in ninja school, Iruka-sensei had to write on a piece of paper who you would want to be with if the world ended tomorrow. At that time, Hinata thought for a while and did not fill in his parents or his sister Hanabi, but his hero, Uzumaki Naruto. Until death can separate us, this is what Hinata really thinks. The words Hinata wrote when she was young will eventually be realized by her future self. The love between Naruto and Hinata is very pure and has no impurities. In the end, Hinata will definitely realize her dream and marry the hero in her heart. This is also a beautiful wish for everyone who has known their love. Naruto stroked Hinata's soft and delicate hair, feeling that if no matter what happens, there is someone waiting for you, then this life will be very successful. Chapter 40. After returning from the country of waves, Team 7 started performing missions again. However, due to the mistake in the last mission, they were punished to do a D-level mission for a period of time. The reward for the last mission in the country of waves was based on the B-level mission. Given, the missing part will be made up by the village. The gain this time is not money, but the country of wave. Kakashi-sensei, how long do we have to do the D-class mission? Sakura finally couldn't help but ask. Little Sakura showed her hands to Kakashi, "My hands have become very rough. When will it end?" Little Sakura seemed to have lost all color and squatted on the ground lonely. Kakashi could only say with great embarrassment, "Quickly, just make a few more. We still have to do it." Little Sakura was really on the verge of tears. Suddenly a bird chirped from the sky. Kakashi looked at the birds in the sky and thought to himself, "It's the time this year too. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura will be dismissed today. The gathering time will be notified later." Then Kaka quickly rushed to the Hokage building. "Naruto, I'm leaving first," Sasuke said to Naruto and left directly to care for himself. "Sasuke, this guy is so rude," Naruto complained. "He's always been like this." Little Sakura felt like she was being ignored by Sasuke and was about to cry. The signal just now was the Hokage summons signal. All Jonin must go to the Hokage building to gather. The Jonin summoned at this time is about the annual Chunin exam. The Chunin exam is jointly organized by the 5 major ninja villages. The purpose is to promote genin who have reached a certain level to Chunin. During the exam is conducted together with genin from other ninja villages. It is said that the exam is actually to show one's tolerance to other ninja villages. The strength of the village is similar to showing strength and shocking surrounding countries. The venue for the Chunin exam was held in turn among the 5 major ninja villages, and this time it was Konoha village's turn. Why are there so many people from other villages around? Little Sakura looked at the people wearing different forehead protectors. There may be some event going on in Konoha, and Mr. Kakashi must have been there for this just now. Naruto answered Sakura's question casually. Naruto's eyes lit up, as if he saw something interesting, and Naruto walked straight to a shop in Konoha. "Boss, how do you sell this?" Naruto is holding a very beautiful crystal necklace. 7,000 yen, okay, Naruto gave the money readily. "Naruto, who are you buying this for?" Little Sakura looked curiously at the crystal necklace in Naruto's hand. Of course it's for Hinata, who else could it be given to? Naruto glanced at little Sakura inexplicably. Hehe, that's what I said. Little Sakura could only smile awkwardly. Damn Naruto, don't think I won't hit you because you are handsome. There seems to be another person roaring very angry in little Sakura's mind. The above comes from another personality in little Sakura's heart. It's not that simple for Naruto to buy this crystal necklace. Naruto wants to transform this crystal necklace and inject his own highly concentrated chakra into it. Giving it to Hinata so that Naruto can protect her even if Naruto is no longer around her is like the necklace Senju Hashirama gave to Tsunade, which is made of high concentration chakra crystals. And if worn for a long time, it can slowly improve the wearer's physical condition and heal wounds faster. Naruto calls it a portable spring, Naruto himself calls it a mobile spring, and Naruto chakra has the effect of restoring injuries. Leave an insurance policy for Hinata to protect her safety. No one is more important than her safety. Naruto, pay attention to the chakra over there. 9 tails in the body suddenly pointed in a direction. Naruto looked in the direction 9 tails' finger pointed. It was a red-haired child with a gourd on his back. The most obvious feature was the word love on his forehead. I asked who it was, and it turned out to be one-tail Jinchuriki. Sandfall's Gaara seemed to notice Naruto's gaze and looked over. But the moment she saw Naruto, the one tail in Gaara's body seemed to notice something and began to struggle crazily. Gaara gradually became ferocious, her teeth began to grow, her eyes were full of murderous intent, as if she was about to rush towards Naruto in the next second. Her angry face had become distorted and gradually began to transform into a beast, and her eyes were slowly dyed yellow. Shikaku's eyes. Kill you, kill you. Gaara's eyes made people's hair stand on end, a sinister smile flashed on his face, as if he turned into a wild beast, licked his teeth that had become sharp, and pounced directly on Naruto. Gaara, is One Tail going to go berserk now? Kankuro next to him was so frightened that he trembled like a quail, unable to stop being scared. Temari's situation is a little better, but he is still worried about Gaara. After all, he is his younger brother. At the same time, he also knows why Gaara went berserk. There are 9-tailed beasts in this world, and these 9-tailed beasts are all moving natural disasters. One of them is sealed within Gaara's body, Shikaku, whose body is made of yellow sand. Shikaku is gifted with the ability to control powerful sand and the power of wind, allowing him to create quicksand storms that sweep across Tsunagakuer. Tsunagakuer's ancestors tried their best to seal it, and it is now sealed in Gaara's body. The moment Gaara pounced towards him, Naruto anticipated Gaara's attack direction and dodged lightly. Naruto condensed chakra in his hand and punched Gaara hard on Gaara's twisted face. Gaara had a handful of sand next to her, blocking Naruto's fist, but was directly punched through by Naruto's punch. After receiving the punch, Gaara flew back faster. The sand around Gaara couldn't keep up with the speed at which Gaara was knocked away. With a bang, Gaara was hit directly against the wall and couldn't even buckle it down. The gourd behind him was also blown into pieces by the powerful impact, turning into sand and slowly flowing on the ground. Cracks slowly appeared on Gaara's face, and at the same time, it turned into sand and flowed down. That heavy punch not only shattered Gaara's sand protection, but also the sand armor. Even Shikaku was knocked offline by this punch and did not dare to show up again. Kankuro never expected that Gaara, who had been shouting to kill just now, would be punched so hard by an ordinary ninja from Konoha in the blink of an eye that he couldn't even take the buckle. This made Kankuro feel less afraid of Gaara. Although every time Gaara kills someone, he will trap the enemy in the sand and crush it like an ant. But for Konoha's god tier, Gaara's appearance doesn't seem so scary anymore. Gaara, Gaara, are you okay? Temari was worried and quickly pushed Gaara down against the wall, but Gaara passed out immediately. No matter how Temari shouted, there was no response. Fortunately, Gaara was still alive, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Back to Tsunagakur. Chapter 41. What did you say? Naruto sent Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki to the hospital. The third Hokage stopped smoking. Anbu knelt on the ground and reported the situation to third Hokage Uinfei Hiruzen. Yes, but many people saw it, and it was Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki who did it first. Where's Naruto? Is Naruto okay? The third Hokage changed his mind and asked about Naruto's situation. Naruto was not injured. The fight was very short. Naruto only used one blow to knock Sand Shinobi Jinchuriki into the hospital. Ha ha ha, Uinfei Hiruzen has not been so happy for a long time. Naruto is really strong now. Although Kakashi has reported it once before, but has never had time to understand it carefully, but judging from this incident, Naruto is very strong and deserves to be the son of the fourth Hokage. How about Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki? Uinfei Hiruzen asked. The medical ninja checked and said that he was just unconscious due to a heavy blow. He didn't suffer any injuries. He will wake up after a while. You go down, Uinfei Hiruzen said. Anbu bowed and left. Let Naruto be promoted to Chunin after this Chunin exam. With Naruto's strength, he shouldn't continue to stay in Genin. Looking at the photo on Naruto's profile, third Hokage sighed. Naruto has grown up too, Minato. Uinfei Hiruzen was old and sentimental when he thought about the time when he passed on the Hokage to Minato. The appointment letter written by the third Hokage was kept in a drawer and Naruto would be promoted as soon as the Chunin exam was passed. Konoha Hospital, the Kankuro siblings are waiting in the ward for Gaara to wake up. Temari looked at Gaara, whose head was wrapped with gauze, and a trace of worry flashed across Temari's beautiful face. But looking at the calm Gaara on the hospital bed, I couldn't help but think that Gaara was quite cute when she was quiet. Gaara slowly opened his eyes and looked at Temari and Kankuro who had been guarding him. He was not as ferocious as before, and there was no murderous intent in his eyes. At this time, Gaara's eyes were as calm as a pool of water without waves. Gaara, you're awake. Temari saw that he was awake and wanted to go over and hug him, but when she thought of his murderous look before, Temari had to suppress the urge to hug him. Seeing Temari's hesitant look, Gaara spoke. Temari, Kankuro, you go and have a rest. Gaara's tone was so relaxed that he didn't realize it. Kankuro couldn't help but exclaimed. Just now, Gaara actually told them to go to rest, without telling them to get out or staring with murderous eyes. Watching them, Temari pulled Kankuro and said to Gaara, you should rest first, let's leave first. Temari forced Kankuro out and gently closed the door of the room. Temari grabbed Kankuro's neck fiercely and said to him, are you trying to make Gaara angry again? Kankuro waved his hands nervously and shouted quickly, no, no, no. Then let's go, don't disturb Gaara's rest. Temari let go of Kankuro and left Konoha Hospital. Gaara had a dream while in coma in the hospital. Dreaming is a very common thing for ordinary people. As long as you sleep, you can experience various dreams, but Gaara is different. He is Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi Jinchuriki is a very painful existence. Sand Shinobi's sealing technique is not perfect, which means that even though Shikaku is forced into Jinchuriki's body, Jinchuriki cannot sleep. Once Jinchuriki falls asleep, Shikaku will take the opportunity to invade Jinchuriki, and Shikaku will break the seal and die. It caused huge damage to Tsunagakur, and many people died every time. Fourth Kazekage wanted to kill Gaara many times, so as to change the container. You know, Gaara's father is fourth Kazekage Luasha, which can be regarded as a father's kindness and a son's filial piety. In contrast, the fourth Hokage inherited most of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and Naruto is a member of the Uzumaki clan, so the chance of Nine Tails breaking the seal is very slim, and as time goes by, Naruto can in turn master Nine Tails. The power of Tails, this is why 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato sealed Nine Tails into Naruto's body, because Nine Tails contains huge power. Minato wants his son to get the power of Nine Tails, and believes that his son will be able to success. Therefore, when Naruto was a boy, 9 tails never came out once. At most, chakra came out and breathed out, and his consciousness was always in Naruto's body. The seal of Sand Shinobi Village: as long as Jinchuriki's spirit is slightly stimulated, Shikaku's consciousness will come out to grab the body, stimulating Jinchuriki's negative emotions until it completely takes over the body. Over the years, Gaara has been unable to sleep, unable to rest mentally, and being a Jinchuriki, he often receives discrimination from others in Sand Shinobi Village. Shikaku keeps going berserk, and 4th Hokage can't do anything about it. A ninjutsu was also developed from this, called the ninjutsu technique, which is a technique to make oneself sleep. Let Shikaku come out and fight for you, but once the technique cannot be ended by itself, it must be awakened by external force. Therefore, if there is no interference from external forces, the Shikaku chakra will be completely leaked over time, and Jinchuriki will be dead at that time, and the tailed beast will completely unlock the seal. This is completely a life-threatening technique. Gaara saw her mother in her dream. Although she didn't know that Gaara had never seen her, her chakra was so warm, full of tolerance and love. Gaara's long-stressed spirit suddenly relaxed. I felt like I talked to my mother a lot, but I couldn't remember it after I woke up. I just took a good rest in my mother's arms, and Shikaku didn't come out to disturb her during this period. Gaara's heart was instantly filled with love. Once Jinchuriki experiences love, he can resist the tailed beast's negative taste, thereby reducing the chance of going berserk. It may be a coincidence that Gaara dreamed of her mother. Naruto punched Gaara through the sand and felt a chakra full of warmth. That chakra was full of the flavor of protection, but now Shikaku's chakra only smells of destruction, so it couldn't be Shikaku's power. Naruto just knocked Shikaku down with one punch, causing Shikaku to temporarily lose the ability to cause trouble. Maybe at that time, he also punched another chakra on Gaara into the consciousness space. So it's just a coincidence. Underscore 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 underscore. Naruto was compressing chakra crazily in the consciousness space, trying to put the chakra into the crystal necklace, but he was always missing the last step. 9 Tails looked at Naruto's hard compression, and not only reminded, compress chakra, your current amount of chakra, the concentration of chakra is enough, but the last bit is still missing. Kurama, don't be pretentious, just say it. Naruto had been trying for hours and always got stuck on the last step. Remember the way you condensed the tailed beast bomb for the first time? 9 Tails did not directly tell Naruto the answer because of his eagerness but brought up a related topic. Naruto said angrily, of course you remember, the yin and yang attributes will be mixed in proportion soon. Wait a minute, Naruto suddenly had a flash of inspiration and he already knew what to do. It's the proportion. The proportion of chakra is wrong, so it has been unable to condense. Naruto figured it out. No matter how it was aggregated, it could not form a solid. This is the same principle as the tailed beast bomb. If a certain yin attribute chakra or yang attribute chakra passes otherwise, the tailed beast bomb will explode before being launched or may not explode at all. Naruto is now making a tailed beast bomb that won't explode, but it's not a prototype. Naruto, who understood the trick, quickly completed the crystal necklace. Place it safely in a gift box, ready to be given to Hinata tomorrow. Chapter 42. The sun was rising over Konoha, and the golden crow was slowly rising from the horizon. Naruto got up early as usual. Yesterday, Mr. Kakashi informed us that we would gather today. Naruto knew that it was about the Chunin exam, but Naruto's focus was not on that at all. Just take the Chunin exam casually. Now I want to give Hinata the necklace that just came out yesterday. Naruto-kun, this is. Hinata looked at the necklace Naruto gave. Hinata felt very shy after a long absence, and her voice was much softer. If Naruto hadn't listened carefully, Hinata's voice would not have been heard at all. Come and let me put it on for you. Naruto put the crystal necklace on Hinata's small and white neck. The crystal sparkled in the sunlight. Hinata leaned gently into Naruto's arms, enjoying the tranquility of this moment. Remember, no matter what danger you encounter in the future, don't take off the necklace. Naruto's voice was a little tough, but Hinata felt Naruto's heart more. Hinata buried her head firmly in Naruto's chest, and hugged Naruto with both hands slightly. Hinata's heart was pounding, and the little deer's face was covered with blush, but Hinata had no choice but to get more and more excited. Pushing harder and harder, this is the first time Hinata has expressed so boldly that she wants to hug each other forever. Suddenly, Hinata realized something, jumped out of Naruto's arms, and bowed slightly, with a faint blush on her face, looking gorgeous and incomparable. Thank you Naruto for the gift. I like it very much. Naruto also knew that Hinata was very nervous about this gift and had been holding on to the necklace since it left Naruto's arms. Teacher Kurane said we need to gather together, Naruto-kun, I'm leaving first. Hinata has been very polite to other people since Naruto met her. Apart from being shy around Naruto, Hinata rarely loses her politeness. I'm going to be late. I hope Teacher Hong won't blame me. Hinata was running quickly to the gathering place. The crystal necklace was glowing slightly in Hinata's arms. A warm current slowly flowed from Hinata's chest to her limbs. Hinata's the chakra and body are being nourished, and Hinata's white eyes also shine with a golden light, but this light is very weak, and the people around Konoha don't notice it at all. Sakura-chan, Sasuke Naruto was greeting them with a cheerful look on his face. Naruto, where have you been? Little Sakura shouted at Naruto with her arms crossed and a dissatisfied look on her face. Something happened at the last minute. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Anyway, Naruto was in a good mood now, so it didn't matter. Kakashi-sensei isn't here yet. Naruto looked at the two of them. Little Sakura's expression softened a lot after hearing Naruto's apology. Kakashi-sensei was here just now. I just saw you didn't come, Naruto, so I wanted to wait for you, but now I don't know where I went. After hearing little Sakura's explanation, Naruto realized that they had been waiting for him, and they were just with him. Hinata stayed for a while and time passed so quickly. Hokage Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of Naruto's three little ones, holding 3 application forms in his hand. He handed them to them and said, "This is the Chunin exam application form. After you fill it out, give it to me. It is voluntary." Sasuke, are you joining? Sakura looked at Sasuke expectantly, with a little yearning in her eyes. When looking at Naruto, Naruto just nodded slightly, and Sasuke responded and said, "Participate." Then all members of Class 7 agree to take this Chunin exam. After this period of observation, Hokage Kakashi has learned that the leader of this team is Naruto. Sasuke seems aloof and talks little, but every time he makes a decision, he first seeks Naruto's opinion, while little Sakura I always followed Sasuke's advice. Therefore, Team 7 has always decided their actions based on Naruto's will. This makes teamwork very easy, but compared to the strength of Naruto and Sasuke, little Sakura is not needed. The two of them can solve problems. Little Sakura's strength is only that of an ordinary genin, and she is also a girl. This makes little Sakura dispensable in Class 7, which is not a good thing. For Team 7, little Sakura is just a vase at most, with no effect at all. If this continues, this team will easily abandon little Sakura. When Kakashi reported to 3rd generation, he had already made it clear that Naruto would be promoted, and then Team 7 would disband immediately. The first session of the Chunin exam begins now. Following the examiner's order, the Chunin examination room suddenly became lively. Although there was a little hiccup when entering the examination room, Sasuke had no intention of fighting with Xiao Li at this time, and Guy's arrival stopped Xiao Li's challenge in time. But Naruto really admires Yakushi Kabuto's acting skills. If he were asked to act, he would definitely not be able to perform it. For the first Chunin exam, there were many over-the-top questions. For Konoha Genin, who had average grades, he could only rely on cheating, but for Naruto, who exercised every day and used Shadow Clone to go to class and even go to the library, these questions it's very simple. Sasuke also learned it under Naruto's influence, learning. So it's trivial. The examiner above had a dark look on his face, because the questions asked this time were all beyond the syllabus, mainly to test the ninja's intelligence collection, because there must be questions that he knew how to do in so many exams, and he just copied the questions that others had done and combined them. For a while, it mainly tested the accuracy of intelligence collection and analysis, but he saw that everyone in this team could write and they were all correct. Wasn't this examination in vain? The Konoha examiner knows the list of assigned members of the team. This team is class 7, so I'll remember it and I'll deal with you later. Naruto was already bored and wanted to sleep, so he could just hand in a blank paper. Naruto went to chat with Nine Tails, and Naruto just lay down on the table. Hinata, who was busy writing, saw that Naruto had fallen asleep, and couldn't help but wonder, Naruto-kun, are you so tired? Hope Naruto can rest well. The second forest of death. Collect all the earth coiling axes in the sky and reach the tower within 5 days. If you pass, the others will be eliminated. The moment he walked into the forest of death, Naruto looked at the ninja in the corner of his eye. The ninja's chakra was as cold as a snake and had a slippery feel, full of poison. A person's chakra is the embodiment of will, which can more or less reflect a person's inner personality. Orochimaru, Naruto thought to himself. Look, I have a surprise for you, but I can't beat you to death. Then put something in your body. Let you feel what it feels like to be controlled when fighting. Orochimaru also has the information I need in his hands, as well as laboratories in various places and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The most important thing is the solution to the ghoul seal. Naruto has been coveting Nine Tails for a long time, but he has never been able to find the Uzumaki clan's ancestral hall, and he can't tell which mask it is, so he came up with a plan to empty out all Orochimaru's things at once. Chapter 43. In the Forest of Death, Team 7 was moving forward rapidly, as if someone was chasing them from behind. On the other side, the Gaara team was being attacked by Rain Shinobi. A Rain Shinobi holding an umbrella said arrogantly, "You kid from Sand Shinobi village, hand over your scroll." That Rain Shinobi relies on his own strength and is arrogant and domineering. He often uses his companions to consume the enemy's chakra, and he is taking action himself. But he didn't know that he would get into trouble with the top performers in this Chunin exam from the very beginning. Gaara did not speak, but just watched the clown from Rain Shinobi village shouting. Although Gaara was in a good mood these days, her relationship with Kankuro and Temari had only gotten better. As for the enemy, the first lesson of a ninja is to kill the enemy. Rain Shinobi then jumped directly into the air. He wanted to release his secret technique. Using this secret technique, he killed many civilians just to take away their belongings. The ninja technique Sen Umbrella Senbon, the black umbrella he held in his hand suddenly open it, and then, under the infusion of chakra, launch black Senbon in all directions. The Senbon is coated with poison. If you are not a ninja, it can be said that anyone who sees it will die. Seeing that Gaara hadn't made any move yet, a cruel smile appeared on Rain Shinobi's lips. He had already seen the death of the Sand Shinobi team. The moment the black Senbon struck, countless sand suddenly poured out around Gaara, forming a protective shield made of sand. All the Senbon were trapped in the sand and unable to move. The sand continued to flow, and countless gravels formed a huge hand, grabbing the Rain Shinobi. The Rain Shinobi wanted to beg for mercy, but before he could say anything, his body was attacked from all directions. The force directly crushed him to death, and his crushed body was buried in the ground along with the sand. Scroll of Earth, you're pretty lucky. Gaara took the scroll held by Rain Shinobi and said it was a pair with his own, and he could clear the level. Class 7 was also moving forward and had already walked halfway through the journey. Little Sakura was out of breath from running and was starting to lose strength. Naruto, why did we keep running instead of grabbing the scroll? Little Sakura also asked Sasuke's question. Looks like it's coming. Naruto looked ahead, always paying attention to Sasuke. Naruto looked in the direction. With a bang, a huge cloud of smoke swept in, accompanied by several giant pythons. The giant pythons spat out the message and head-butted the three of them. Naruto hugged little Sakura and jumped up. The moment Sasuke jumped up, he immediately cast the great fireball. The huge fireball swept the python, directly roasting the python into charcoal. Orochimaru, who was hidden in the tree trunk, saw this scene, stretched out his tongue in excitement, and licked his lips. Orochimaru saw that Sasuke's strong body, excellent chakra control, and instantaneous release of the great fireball all showed that Sasuke was his best vessel. Orochimaru suddenly pounced on Sasuke like a snake. At the same time, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a snake. At the same time, a sword came out of the snake's mouth and stabbed Sasuke, who was still in the air. Sasuke turned around in the air, took out a kunai and hit him hard, sparks flying. Although Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword is a magical weapon, if it is not strong enough, it will still chop down the kunai. Is this Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin? Sasuke thought as he looked at the man who sneaked up on him. While he was on his way, Naruto suddenly passed the chakra to Sasuke. It was not to help Sasuke recover his strength. There was a piece of information hidden in Naruto's chakra. Then Sasuke opened the Sharingan and looked at Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke were talking directly in the illusion space. Naruto also said straight to the point, "There is someone following us, and this person is stronger, much stronger than Kakashi." Stronger than Kakashi, who is that? Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, is behind us now. He is here for your Sharingan. At the same time, there is something about Orochimaru that can instantly increase your power. Naruto then told Sasuke about the advantages and disadvantages of the curse seal. Although the time in the illusion space is very long, in reality it is only a short moment. Sasuke decides to accept Orochimaru's power. Naruto is also planning how to obtain Orochimaru's knowledge, and uses Orochimaru's desire for Sasuke's body to bring Sasuke with him when he is reincarnated. Entering the reincarnation space with Naruto's chakra crystal, just like how 8 Tails helped Naruto and 9 Tails compete for power in the original work. Naruto can materialize there, and most of Orochimaru's soul is there. As long as Orochimaru's soul is in hand, his knowledge can also be used by Naruto. Although the plan is simple and not too difficult, the benefits are astonishingly large. Even if Sasuke didn't want to accept the curse seal just now, Naruto would have tried to persuade him. After all, the power was given away in vain. The only one who suffered a loss was Orochimaru. At the same time, Sasuke had to defect again, but this time the defection was a false betrayal, just for Orochimaru's resources. At this time, Sasuke was confronting Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at the 3 Megatama in Sasuke's eyes greedily. I can't help but admire in my eyes that there are 3 Megatama at such a young age. Almost comparable to Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru used Taijutsu to fight Sasuke for the first time in a long time, but Sasuke's situation was not so good. Because of Orochimaru's software modification, many ergonomic movements could be easily performed. In addition, Sasuke had no experience, so he was still a little disappointed, but Sasuke quickly adapted to this style of play, but the kunai was a bit short and didn't have enough attack range. The two sides fought for a while, but Sasuke never gained any advantage. He directly distanced himself, shot out wires with both hands, and breathed fire directly from his mouth. Orochimaru was captured in an instant. But Sasuke's Sharingan could clearly see that at the moment of being tied up, Orochimaru's body became extremely smooth and the steel wire slid directly over, rushing directly into the fireball, shedding its skin like a snake and rushing towards Sasuke. Sasuke used a kunao to directly he stabbed Orochimaru in the body, but his neck was also bitten by Orochimaru at the same time. At this time, Sasuke felt a burning sensation spread from his neck throughout his body, and black lines instantly covered Sasuke's body. Naruto didn't say that the curse mark was so painful. Sasuke couldn't help but wailed. It seemed that I was going to appear on the stage. Naruto saw that the plan was successful and Shishiran came out. Naruto teleported and punched Orochimaru directly in the chest and smashed it to the ground. A huge collision sound was heard, and the ground shook faintly. Orochimaru's blood spurted out from his mouth, and the sound of cracking bones could be heard all over his body, as if his whole body was shattered by this force slash. The ground seemed to have been bombarded by a cannon. A 10-meter large crater was opened directly by this punch. Cracks appeared on the surface of Orochimaru's body. You must know that Orochimaru has been transformed by software and is not afraid of attacks such as blunt objects. Orochimaru directly used all the chakra in his body to shed his skin, and at the same time, he desperately drilled into the ground. After molting 3 or 4 times in a row, he could barely regain his ability to move. The lifespan of Orochimaru's body was also shortened by squeezing the chakras so hard just now. Was shortened. Orochimaru will have to be reincarnated soon, otherwise the soul rejection will make Orochimaru weaker day by day until he dies. Orochimaru also knows this situation, but Sasuke has just carved the curse seal at this time, and reincarnating into Sasuke at this time is undoubtedly asking for death. We can only wait until the next reincarnation of Sasuke, Orochimaru thought. Chapter 44. After the war, Naruto placed Sasuke in a tree hole. Black runes kept appearing on Sasuke's body, but Sasuke's chakra suppressed them. In fact, the reason for the high mortality rate of curse seals is that the amount of chakra they bear is not enough, resulting in being swallowed up by the power of the curse seal, and finally exhausting the chakra and dying. However, if the body is strong, people with huge chakra will lose their health after receiving the curse seal. It will become easier. The curse seal essentially uses natural abilities. It is a degraded sage mode. The source is Rika Cave, so it needs chakra to suppress it. But Naruto, who has a natural mode, very clearly sensed that the natural energy around Sasuke had calmed down, and the runes on Sasuke's body began to slowly fade away, returning to his neck. Sasuke was about to wake up. Sasuke adapted to the curse seal very quickly. Not only did he now have the 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, he was also physically stronger, making it easier to deal with the curse seal. Is this the power you are talking about? Naruto. The first thing Sasuke did when he woke up was to notice the power contained in his body. Sasuke felt that as long as he had enough chakra, he could use the curse seal continuously, and he could also switch it on and off freely. Looking at the black chakra flowing around Sasuke, Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, this is the power of the curse seal. It can increase the power of your ability. If you want to try it out, there are 2 ninjas from the grass ninja village not far from here. They ran over because of the noise of the battle just now. You can practice with them." Sasuke smiled evilly, and the Sharingan opened involuntarily, exuding an evil aura. The curse seal opened immediately, and black stripes covered the whole body. "I feel good now." Sasuke shot up into the sky like a cannonball and rushed towards the 2 grass ninjas that Naruto said did not know whether to live or die. "That chakra called Xiangling is so delicious. It can not only heal injuries on its own, but also restore physical strength," said a Kusanagi ninja. "The most important thing is that she is from another village. I can absorb her chakra anytime and anywhere. It's really great." Xiangling is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and Uzumaki Naruto comes from the same clan. The Uzumaki clan is related to the Senju clan and also inherited the sage body of Sage of 6 Paths. The symbol of the Uzumaki clan is red hair, huge chakra, and vitality. The Uzumaki clan established the country of Whirlpool and also has its own ninja village. The Uzumaki clan is good at all kinds of sealing techniques, but due to the opening of the Jinchuriki system, the ninja villages of the 5 major countries were jointly robbed of information by several major ninja villages because of the imperfect sealing techniques and the Uzumaki clan's natural suitability for Jinchuriki. They obtained various sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, and the orphans of the Uzumaki clan flowed to all directions. Xiangling's mother was exiled to Kusanagi village. Because she awakened the talent of the Uzumaki clan, others could absorb her chakra and quickly recover from injuries. Therefore, Xiangling's mother was injured in Kusunan village and continued to absorb chakra day and night, causing Xiangling's mother chakra to run out of chakra and die, and at the same time her bright red hair turned snow white. When he died, his body was covered with teeth marks, and he died in a very painful way. Xiangling has also been sucked for several years, and it can make an Uzumaki clan member who has awakened the sage body consume chakra and die, which is enough to show how inhumane the Kusanagi village is. Although there are many excessive things in the ninja world, Naruto's mother is from the Uzumaki clan. Of course, Naruto is very angry that his own clan is treated in this way. It just so happened that Sasuke needed someone to vent to, so Naruto took advantage of it. Anyway, for the way the grass ninja village treated Uzumaki's orphans, Naruto would make them pay the price sooner or later. How many chakras were used for recovery, how many people in the grass ninja village would die? Sasuke finally saw the opponent Naruto had arranged for him, and he couldn't help but get excited, and his laughter slowly turned villainous. Sasuke's aura became terrifying, and the cold chakra slowly emitted from Sasuke, infecting everything around him. You two are from the grass ninja village, right? Sasuke said with a grin. Their faces instantly became as bright as white paper, and there was no blood in their bodies. They said with trembling fear, "Yes, we are from the grass ninja village." "What's the matter? There is nothing for you to try this power," Sasuke said with red eyes. Sasuke came in front of them in an instant, and punched one of them directly on the Adam's apple with a fist wrapped in black chakra. His neck was directly broken, and his head was blown away by Sasuke's punch. The blood spurted out, stained Sasuke's whole body red. But Sasuke made no move to dodge, and instead enjoyed the feeling of being covered in blood all over his body. Another person in the grass ninja village was also sprayed with blood. He was so frightened that he sat on the ground and peed, and kept saying, "Let me go, let me go." Sasuke just snorted, kicked him away in disgust, and then shot him through the head with a kunai. With the blessing of the curse seal, Sasuke's speed and strength are several times stronger than before. As Sasuke closed the curse seal, a feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. After exiting the curse seal mode, Sasuke regained his previous calmness. Looking at the messy murder scene around him, Sasuke vomited directly. It took him a while to recover. He couldn't believe that he had done it, and watched the smell of blood on his body made Sasuke feel like he was going to vomit again. Sasuke quickly took away the scroll they kept and jumped into the river to wash away the smell of blood. Naruto saw Sasuke's murder scene and sighed. It seems that the curse seal has completely brought out his negative emotions, but it's okay to let him vent, but only on Xiangling's side. Seeing a bear chasing Xiangling all over the forest, Naruto said in surprise, "There are so many chakras and no one teaches her how to use them. This is too weak and is far different from the Xiangling in the 4 stations period." Naruto separated a shadow clone to rescue Xiangling. Sasuke was originally the one to save Xiangling, but Sasuke was taking a bath now, so Naruto had no choice but to go there himself. At this time, little Sakura woke up and said with sleepy eyes, "Naruto, where are we at this time? Where is Sasuke?" The moment the snake rushed over, Naruto hugged little Sakura and cast an illusion that made people sleep, keeping little Sakura in a coma and not letting little Sakura disturb him. After everything settled, little Sakura woke up. "It's nothing." Sasuke went to do some reconnaissance. "The snake was killed just now. You accidentally passed out. Do you remember?" Naruto explained patiently. "Well, I remember a big python rushed towards me, and then I was held by Naruto and escaped." But little Sakura still feels groggy, as if her brain is still sleeping. Naruto sensed that Sasuke was moving here, and it seemed that he had taken care of it. Chapter 45. Look, Sasuke is back. Naruto pointed forward with his finger, and the next second, Sasuke suddenly jumped down from the direction of Naruto's finger. Sasuke had changed his clothes and returned to his fresh look. The horrible look just now that was stained with blood all over his body was completely gone. Sasuke was hesitant to speak when he saw that little Sakura had woken up. He originally wanted to talk to Naruto about the curse seal, but for some unknown reason he didn't want little Sakura to know about it. There were two very weak enemies just now. They happened to have the missing zero scroll that we were missing. Sasuke took the scrolls found from the two grass ninjas and handed them to Naruto. Naruto compared them and determined that they were missing. Another. Naruto smiled and said to Sasuke, "Thank you for your hard work, Sasuke, take a good rest." Little Sakura said worriedly, "Sasuke is not hurt." Seeing little Sakura's slightly worried look, Sasuke just casually said it was okay and went in to rest. Naruto looked at little Sakura and made a move with little Sakura. "Little Sakura, there is a very simple way to make Sasuke like you." Hearing this, little Sakura's disappointed expression suddenly changed, and she said with a slightly excited tone, "What can I do?" Sasuke was also quietly pricking up his ears in the tree hole, wanting to hear what Naruto had to say. Naruto spread his hands and said, "It's very simple, just become stronger." Sasuke will never regard people who are weaker than him as teammates. As long as you are strong enough to help him, then stay with him as time goes by. Hey, hey, hey! Naruto smiled like his aunt. As if he was very interested in these, Sasuke snorted when he heard what Naruto said. "Oh, it seems that I was heard, but Sakura-chan, this method is very acceptable." Naruto, asterisk. Little Sakura blushed, not sure whether it was because of Naruto's words or because Sasuke heard that she was asking Naruto for advice on how to chase him. Damn, Naruto heavy multiplication x2. The second personality in little Sakura was not so shy, it was just angry that Naruto's words were heard by Sasuke. Sasuke looked angry. If Naruto didn't know Sasuke best, if little Sakura was really no longer a vase and helped Sasuke all the time, then Sasuke might really accept little Sakura over time. "Okay, the joke is over, Sasuke, you don't have to get up." Sasuke was about to get up when Naruto interrupted him. "We now have the conditions to clear the level, and we have plenty of time. We are afraid of long nights and many dreams. After Sasuke has rested, we can move forward. If we encounter enemies, don't worry about them, just leave them to us," Naruto said to little Sakura. At the same time, Naruto planned to leave a clone to follow Hinata and bring Xiangling out. "I didn't expect that you were the first to arrive at the central tower," the teacher stationed on guard said, looking at class 7. "There is no problem with the scroll. Congratulations on passing the test." He simply announced the result. Sasuke couldn't help but touch the mark on his neck. "There are still 3 days left at your disposal." Naruto's body arrived, and Xiangling had been immersed in Naruto's chakra. After Naruto rescued Xiangling, he took her directly out of the Death Forest and took her directly to the secret base. Xiangling sensed Naruto's huge and warm chakra like the sun, and collapsed directly into Naruto's arms, greedily absorbing the scent of Naruto. "This chakra is so comfortable," Xiangling sighed. "Okay, we're here, get off me quickly." Naruto was speechless to this woman. She looked scared just now, but now she was leaning directly on him. "No, no, please let me hold you for a while, just for a while." Naruto directly lifted Xiangling and placed it on the ground. Naruto adjusted his clothes and introduced himself to Xiangling, who was about to pounce at any moment. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am an Uzumaki tribesman like you." Xiangling suddenly became quiet when she heard the word Uzumaki and remained motionless. Naruto continued, "Like you, my mother is an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. You should also know that the symbol of the Uzumaki clan is red hair, but I did not inherit my mother's red hair, but I did follow my mother's red hair. Surname, I saw your red hair and your physique, and I am sure that you are from Uzumaki like me, so. Naruto did not finish speaking, but just let Xiangling calm down for a while. In fact, Naruto can only have a surname of Uzumaki, because Naruto's father, Namikaze Minato, has no surname at all. Namikaze Minato is his first name. He was born as an orphan. No one knows who his parents are. Even his first name is given, let alone his surname. No, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage and the disciple of the third Hokage. He has a name inheritance, so he inherited his mother's surname Uzumaki. Xiangling is also from the Uzumaki clan, but he was not able to inherit the name Uzumaki. It may be to hide his identity. After the Uzumaki kingdom was destroyed, many Uzumaki clan members gave up their surnames to avoid being hunted down. The same goes for Nagato. Situation, but Naruto's mother was brought to the village according to Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so she did not give up the surname Uzumaki. The reason why Xiangling knew about Uzumaki was because her mother had accidentally revealed it before her death. Because she had been wandering, her mother said that we used to live in the country of Uzumaki. After her mother died, Xiangling learned about the history of the country of Uzumaki. After hearing this, Xiangling suddenly hugged Naruto tightly, her tears couldn't stop flowing down, and she wailed, "Why did you come here? Do you know how much we have suffered?" Although Xiangling was complaining, but his hands had no intention of letting go, and Minja just slowly hugged Xiangling. Naruto gently patted Xiangling's back to comfort her and said, "It's okay, it's okay. I'm protecting you now. No one is forcing you to take chakra unless you volunteer." After saying that, Naruto injected his chakra into Xiangling's body. Fortunately, the situation was not too serious, it was just a depletion of the body. A good rest and good nutrition would improve it. At the same time, Naruto's chakra blended seamlessly with Xiangling's chakra. Xiangling suddenly felt connected to a source of life, more vibrant than her own chakra. The hidden wounds on Xiangling's body and the bite marks on her limbs that never fade away are slowly recovering. At the same time, Xiangling's dry red hair was slowly regaining its luster. As the chakra between Naruto and Xiangling flows, suddenly chains appear on Xiangling's body and pierce into Naruto's body. Chains also appear on Naruto's body and pierce into Xiangling's body. Adamantine sealing chains is a super powerful sealing technique that can only be used by the Uzumaki clan. Its power can directly seal chakra creatures such as tailed beasts. The stronger the chakra, the more powerful the seal is and can also be used as a means of attack. The small wooden golem jutsu that no one could defeat in the 4 stages was broken by Xiangling, who had awakened adamantine sealing chains. Now Naruto combines with Xiangling's chakra to guide out the power deep in the bloodline. Naruto has returned to his ancestors. In fact, he could have awakened a long time ago, but he just didn't realize it, and took advantage of this opportunity to show it. Chapter 46. 3 days later, the candidates came out of the death forest one after another, and Naruto also left after settling Xiangling. At this moment, all those who have passed the exam will participate in the playoffs under their own names, regardless of team. Everyone draws lots and plays against each other, and the winner advances. The draw results came out and Naruto got a bye. There is nothing interesting about this kind of match, Sasuke easily eliminated his opponent. Next game, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. Hinata cheered up and faced Hyuga Neji head-on, because Hinata was also undergoing rigorous training and had not met Neji many times, but Neji had a dissatisfaction with Hinata, and the dissatisfaction with the clan extended to Hinata. Come on, both of them set up the starting position of 8 trigrams palms at the same time. Hinata is now different from what she used to be. She has become stronger mentally and is extremely proficient in every move. Hinata and Neji continue to show the essence of the Hyuga family's taijutsu. Although there is no tough fight like Gukken, every move of gentle fist caused great damage to the internal body of the human body with the blessing of Byakugan. Niji was extremely surprised by Hinata's strength. He didn't expect that the rumored weak eldest daughter of the clan would be so strong, but he believed he could win. Niji was not careful, and 2 or 3 acupuncture points on his arm were sealed, and his chakra could not open them. The sparring time was extended, and Hinata slowly began to hit other acupuncture points on Niji's body. Although she was also hit by Niji's gentle fist, the number was smaller. Hinata's chakra was also gradually breaking through these blocked acupoints. Niji was already a little anxious, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He saw that the place where he hit Hinata had been washed away, but his own chakra operation had become obscured. If he continues to fight, his chakra will be completely blocked. Hinata also saw the situation in Niji's body, and began to seek stability, slowly blocking it, from his hands to his chest. During the battle, both sides kept colliding with their own battle modes, and the battle became very long. At this moment, Niji finally decided to give it a try and use that move. The chakra in Niji's body began to condense rapidly. Hinata's Byakugan also noticed it. Seeing the familiar method, Hinata suddenly thought of a trick. It was taught to her by Hyoga Hayashi himself. No wonder brother Niji could do it too. Then Hinata also gathered chakra and used the same move. Niji and Hinata shouted at the same time, revolving heaven. On the field, Niji and Hinata's figures began to spin almost at the same time. Smoke and dust suddenly filled the field, and only 2 semicircles were seen colliding with each other. The harsh sound made the audience outside the field couldn't help but cover their ears. After a while, one of the blue semicircles suddenly changed. The surface continued to expand, and the scope involved also increased. One of the people's revolving heaven was devoured. A blue tornado was formed on the field, the center point of which was Hinata. A large amount of chakra was released directly from the acupuncture points all over her body, making the tornado grow bigger and bigger. There was a bang. A figure was thrown out by the tornado and fell heavily against the wall. Niji fainted directly, his clothes became tattered, and his body was covered with small scars scratched by the tornado. Hyoga Hinata vs Hyoga Niji, Hyoga Hinata wins. The referee announced the result. Naruto looked at the result with a smile, very satisfied with Hinata's battle. The medical ninja then sent Hyoga Niji to the hospital. Next game. The surrounding audience also affirmed Hinata's extraordinary strength. Hinata, how did you become so powerful? Even the previous chief was no match for you. Little Sakura and Ino looked at Hinata with envy. Listening to the compliments from her surroundings and good friends, Hinata slowly became shy, and quickly waved her hands. No, I just practiced hard, and I'm not strong enough now. Hinata added in her heart, I want to following in Naruto's footsteps, he is not strong enough yet. Ino and little Sakura fell to the ground at the same time and were eliminated. Xiao Li was eliminated by Gaara, but this time Gaara did not crush Xiao Li's bones, but was carried down because of the side effects of the 8-gate shield. In the end, Konoha and Sand Shinobi entered the finals, and the other small shinobi villages were eliminated. Hokage office. Have you determined Orochimaru's whereabouts? Yuanfei Hiruzen asked with a serious look. It's confirmed, it's Orochimaru's technique, and my curse seal also reacts. The person who answered Hokage's question was Orochimaru's favorite disciple, Anko. Jiraiya, what do you think? Third Hokage looked at the other human around him. Orochimaru's purpose is not clear, but it must be related to the Konoha exam. Based on my understanding of him, he may do something on the day of the exam. The person who said these words was another Sunin, a tall middle-aged man wearing a forehead protector with the word oil on his head, a red coat, and 2 red marks on his face. Yuanfei Hiruzen took a deep breath of cigarette, notify Anbu to increase vigilance and make sure the Chunin exam goes smoothly. Anko leaves to prepare for Orochimaru's invasion. After returning to the village, have you visited Naruto? Yuan Fei Hiruzen said slowly. No, I have been compiling information since I came back. Jiraiya shook his head. Yuan Fei Hiruzen handed Naruto's information to Jiraiya. Naruto is now very strong, and he also has a very important person, and he has a bond with the village. Jiraiya looked through Naruto's information and looked at the appearance that was similar to Minato, as if he saw Minato reborn in front of him. Yeah, I'll go visit Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya had disappeared into Hokage's office. It's really been a long time since I've been back. Konoha has changed so much. Jiraiya was still very emotional when he saw the change in Konoha. Jiraiya suddenly laughed obscenely, wondering if the warmth of Konoha had changed. Jiraiya became excited all over, thinking about the largest hot spring in Konoha. If we were talking about someone who knew Konoha hot springs, Jiraiya would be the first and no one would be the second. There are several hot springs in Konoha. Jiraiya knows where they are located and how many people there are every day. Now he is going to the hot springs to take a good look at them so that he can use them as material for his book. Who is it this time? Naruto suddenly felt that the powerful chakra broke into his perception range. Although Naruto did not activate super large perception in daily life, he only relied on his instinctive passive perception. Jiraiya has visited most of Konoha's hot springs, and now he is laughing very obscenely on the roof, laughing non-stop. When Naruto arrived, he understood who it was. Everything that happened at this point in time was happening step by step. Chapter 47. Naruto knew Jiraiya. He was known as one of the Sunin. He was very reliable and loved the village, was kind to his companions, had amazing willpower, and the spirit of never giving up. But this is his core. If you don't know him well, you will just think that he is a perverted old man. But when Naruto actually saw Jiraiya peeping, he couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. This horny guy, Naruto wanted Jiraiya to know that there were some things he shouldn't do. At this time, Jiraiya was staring at the bathhouse lustfully, with a very lewd expression. Naruto immediately jumped behind Jiraiya and punched him down. However, Naruto would not treat him like an enemy, but he would not show too much mercy. Jiraiya also reacted very quickly. He felt the wind from behind and crossed his hands to resist. Naruto punched directly, and the person and the roof were thrown into the middle of the bathhouse, making a big hole in the ground. Ah, there is a pervert! Harsh sounds came from all directions in the bathhouse, and the girl directly covered her body with something nearby. At the same time, Naruto lifted Jiraiya up from the ground and said to the guests in the bathhouse, "Please ask Mr. Third Hokage for today's compensation. I have taken this suspect away." The next moment, Naruto jumped out of the bathhouse and left this place at lightning speed. If Naruto stayed there, he might be overwhelmed by things. With a bang, Naruto slammed Jiraiya to the ground. Feeling that he was about to be in close contact with the ground again, Jiraiya quickly opened his eyes and supported the ground with his hands. Oh, when Naruto was about to attack again, Jiraiya begged for mercy. "No, no, no, I admit my mistake. Why are kids so cruel these days?" Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief when Naruto showed no intention of continuing to attack. "Boy, do you know who I am? I am Jiraiya, one of the famous Sunin, known as Toad Sage." Immediately, Jiraiya jumped onto the stone table nearby and made a strange movement, waving his long white hair left and right. "If you are really Jiraiya-sama, one of the Sunin, why would you go spying on the women's bathhouse?" Naruto crossed his arms, making it clear that he didn't believe him. "Let me think about it." Jiraiya shook his head and thought of a solution. Summoning technique. I saw Jiraiya shouting, biting his thumb, and forming seals on his hands on the ground. Rows of black runes appeared on the ground. With a burst of smoke, Jiraiya stood on a big toad and showed off. "Boy, look, I'm Toad Sage. But that doesn't explain the fact that you peeked." Naruto's words seemed to stab Jiraiya in the heart. Nibbling, gnawing, with a coughing sound, Jiraiya got off the toad in embarrassment. That's a collection, do you understand? Jiraiya said angrily to Naruto. Boy, what's your name? Jiraiya said seriously. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Okay Naruto, to express my apology, I will pass on a ninjutsu to you, okay? What ninjutsu? I won't learn any ninjutsu that is too low level. Jiraiya took the scroll off his back and unfolded it to reveal the name written on it. Naruto, write your name completely on it with your own blood. Naruto obeyed and did so because he understood that this is the summoning scroll of Mount Maiboku, and one of Naruto's purposes is senjutsu. Remember, this summoning technique can summon animals or objects that have signed a contract with you. Summoning technique. With the summoning technique completed, Naruto seemed to sense that using different components of chakra, the corresponding animal could be summoned. Bang! There was smoke, and the toad with a cigarette in his mouth and a big knife on his waist was none other than Toad Buntat. Jiraiya, why did you summon me? The giant toad looked at Jiraiya with his eyes. Actually, it's not me. Jiraiya pointed upward. Naruto was standing on top of Gamabunta's head. Kid, what qualifications do you have to stand on top of me? Then Gamabunta was about to throw Naruto down with a jump. Bang! There was a sound like an explosion, and a suffocating breath came from the air. Gamabunta, who was in mid-air, suddenly felt a huge energy wave coming from the top of his head, suppressing him tightly, and there was also a wave of energy on the ground. There were bursts of cracks, and Gamabunta was penetrated by terrifying energy. Looking at the cracks on the ground and Gamabunta being pushed down, Jiraiya's expression became very serious. Just the burst of chakra caused such destructive power that it directly shattered the ground through Gamabunta. This is such a terrifying chakra. Gamabunta seemed to be pressed down by something heavy, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. Now, I seem to be qualified to stand on your head, but you shouldn't be able to move now. Naruto looked at Gamabunta at his feet as if there was no one around. Naruto, you Jiraiya was at a loss for words. He only thought of one possibility. Naruto could use the power of Nine Tails freely. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a large chakra, not even the Uzumaki clan. But the seal is still in good condition, and the key is in his hand. How did Naruto do it? Gamabunta wanted to get up, but then Naruto kicked him down and he could only lie down again. Damn brat, when I get up, I will definitely chop you down. Naruto kicked him again after hearing this, and there was a roar from the ground. Naruto, for my sake, let Bunta go. He means no harm. Jiraiya said with a smile. Okay, but he has to promise me that he will listen to me next time I summon him, do you understand? Naruto asked. Jiraiya could only look at Bunta helplessly, hoping that it would agree. Okay, I promise, Uzumaki Naruto, you are very strong, and you have my approval. From today on, you will sign a contract with Mount Maiboku. My name is Gamabunta, remember. Seeing that Gamabunta was subdued, Naruto immediately let it go. Naruto just stopped suppressing it when he saw Gamabunta return to Mount Maiboku with a bang. Running so fast, I still have something to ask. Naruto sighed. Naruto. Jiraiya rubbed his hands with a flattering smile on his face. Can you tell me if you saw a red fox? Naruto chuckled to himself, finally unable to bear it any longer. You mean Kurama? I've seen him before. Kurama, Jiraiya realized that Nine Tails was called Kurama. Sure enough, Naruto and Nine Tails became friends, and Nine Tails lent his power to Naruto. Thinking of this, Jiraiya had a smile on his face. Okay, it's time for me to go. Goodbye, little Naruto. Goodbye, pervy sage. Jiraiya suddenly stumbled upon hearing Naruto's words and almost fell down. It's Toad Sage. Okay, pervy sage. Okay, I'm leaving. Jiraiya waved his hand and left with no regrets, but he was very happy in his heart. Naruto is very strong now. Chapter 48. 3 days ago, Anbu sent by Yuanfei Hiruzen finally determined Jiraiya's whereabouts and learned that Jiraiya was in Dewa Street in the southwest of the Land of Fire. It happened to be the Chunin exam, so he asked Anbu to send a message to recall Jiraiya. Another point is that Naruto is now powerful, but does not have a good leader. For Jiraiya, who taught 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, it is perfect to serve as Naruto's teacher. Now that Jiraiya has returned to the village and Naruto is handed over to him, Yuanfei and Hiruzen are relieved. When he heard that Orochimaru returned to Konoha, he always had an ominous premonition in his heart. Orochimaru's goal is not just as simple as Konoha, so he entrusts Naruto to Jiraiya and concentrates on dealing with Orochimaru. After seeing Naruto, Jiraiya did not go out. Instead, he was sorting out information alone. After returning to Konoha, he only sorted out part of it. The time was too short. He felt relieved after seeing Naruto. After years of accumulation, Jiraiya has collected enough information. He has traveled all over the country, met many different ninja clans, and encountered battles of all sizes. But what made Jiraiya most happy was that he found traces of Tsunade. He hadn't seen Tsunade for many years since he left Konoha. He didn't know how Tsunade was doing. While chasing along the intelligence, Jiraiya kept pursuing Tsunade's traces across multiple countries, and it wasn't until he returned to the Land of Fire that he finally confirmed it. But at this time, he received a message from Yuanfei Hiruzen, which said something about Naruto and invited him to return to the village. Another reason is that a mysterious organization wants to collect information about tailed beasts, which is also the key for Jiraiya to return to Konoha village, because Jiraiya suspects that it is possible to target the 9 tails in Naruto's body. After returning to Konoha village, I also learned that Orochimaru was back. Although I was happy to see Orochimaru again, I must stop him, no matter what he came to Konoha village for. Summoning technique, Naruto is trying to enter Mount Meiboku, and signed a contract with Mount Meiboku. He should be able to enter through the reverse summoning technique, but to be on the safe side, summon the toad first, and then let them use reverse summoning. Familiar runes sounded from the ground, but at this time Naruto used a little more chakra. There was a huge puff of smoke, but Naruto didn't see the big toad coming. Strange, the summoning should have been successful. Where are you looking? A toad about the size of Naruto's hand stood in the middle of the summoning circle. The toad had a green body and was wearing a robe. It had snow-white eyebrows and hair. It looked very old. My name is Fukasaku, you can also call me Fukasaku Sage. You are Uzumaki Naruto who just signed a contract with us for Mount Meiboku. Fukasaku looked at him suspiciously. He heard from Gamabunta that the new contractor was very powerful. But this is just a child. Now Naruto is taller, but his face is still a little childish. For Fukasaku, who has lived for 800 years, although he is a child, teenagers are different from those in decades. Thinking in his mind, Fukasaku Sennin's pupils widened at this moment. He not only sensed Naruto's huge chakra, but also sensed the natural flavor from Naruto, as if Naruto was merging with nature anytime and anywhere. A born child of nature, a seedling born to practice magic. Before Naruto could speak, Fukasaku Sennin said first, "Are you willing to inherit Mount Meiboku's senjutsu?" She looked at Naruto expectantly, waiting for his answer. Okay, I agree. Naruto signed Mount Meiboku. He came here just for the senjutsu. Although he didn't know what Fukasaku sensed from me just now, as long as the purpose was achieved. Alright, Naruto, I'm going to use reverse summoning to enter Mount Meiboku. I saw Fukasaku's 2 short green hands clasped together. Naruto felt that he was traveling through a space passage. As soon as the scene turned, he came to a world surrounded by green, the air was extremely fresh, and there were tall lotus leaves all around the path. There are dozens of large and small lakes around, not only toads, but also other animals. I could vaguely see several giant toads jumping around, creating a dreamy and strange scenery. Since entering Mount Maiboku, Naruto felt that the pores on his body had opened, and all the cells in his body were sending the same message to Naruto's brain. They wanted to absorb the energy here. Naruto suppressed this feeling because he knew the side effects of rashly absorbing senjutsu energy, but his body's instinct would not harm him, but he would need to wait until he mastered senjutsu. Fukasaku Sennin, when will we arrive? Naruto asked impatiently. It's like a very hungry person feels itchy when he sees a big meal, but it's not time to start eating. Now, at this time, toad oil can help people who are practicing for the first time feel the natural energy. Immortal magic first needs to be integrated with nature. After absorbing it, it absorbs and controls the proportion at the same time to reform the fairy art chakra. The magic can be doubled. Enhance all energies. Hey, Naruto, are you listening? Naruto's eyes were glowing green and he was staring at it, his throat was squirming, looking at the toad oil flowing out, he wanted to jump on it and suck it up immediately. Toad oil is liquefied natural energy, and Naruto's body wanted natural energy. Remember, don't absorb too much natural energy at the beginning. Pay attention to adjusting the proportion of physical energy and mental energy to the natural energy. Too much will directly petrify, and too little will not allow you to enter sage mode. I saw Fukasaku smearing a little bit of toad oil on Naruto's body. Naruto also let go of his body and allowed them to absorb natural energy. Of course, they had to pay attention to the proportion. Naruto was also afraid of being petrified. Natural energy was continuously coming from all directions, rushing towards Naruto's body at an almost crazy speed. Once he began to absorb natural energy, Naruto found that it was relatively easy to control the natural energy in his body. The speed of absorption is too fast, Fukasaku exclaimed. Although he knew that Naruto was a child of nature, the degree of matching with natural energy was too crazy. Moreover, the transformation of natural energy out of control did not appear on Naruto's body. Eyeshadow slowly appeared on Naruto's eyes, and his pupils slowly turned into horizontal pupils. It seemed that he had entered sage mode. Fukasaku nodded with satisfaction. The next step was to enter sage mode without the help of toad oil and teach Naruto the tactics to go with it. What made Fukasaku feel strange was that Naruto entered the sage, but the speed of absorbing natural energy not only did not slow down, but instead became faster and faster. Naruto seemed to have turned into a black hole, absorbing the surrounding energy crazily. The toad oil also began to evaporate uncontrollably, and was then absorbed by Naruto. The toads on Mount Maiboku felt abnormal. Taiwenta, have you felt that the natural energy around you is decreasing? Gamabunta took a puff of cigarette and said in a deep voice, the source is in the Holy Land. This is not something we can control. Don't worry. In the space of consciousness, it was raining. It only took a few minutes for the rain to drift from the beginning to the heavy rain. Nine Tails sensed that the rain was all natural energy, and then let go of the body to welcome the rain. Chapter 49. The area of consciousness space is also slowly increasing with the influx of huge amounts of natural energy. Not knowing how much time passed, Naruto opened his eyes and found Fukasaku looking at him with a horrified look on his face. What's wrong? Why do you look like you saw a ghost? Naruto now felt as if his body had endless power and energy, and the hunger had disappeared. After a while, Fukasaku took out a mirror and looked at Naruto's current face. A faint orange eyeshadow appeared in the corners of Naruto's eyes, and his pupils turned into toads. Naruto said frankly, I think I have succeeded, and I can directly extract natural energy while moving because I have similar experiences. What he is talking about is his unique talent, natural mode, which can directly control natural energy, so it is a very simple thing for Naruto to sense natural energy, he can do it naturally. Now Fukasaku told Naruto what he had just done. Fukasaku said frankly, after you just entered sage mode, you drained most of the natural energy here in just a moment, and you also used the natural energy accumulated by Mount Maiboku for many years. Consumed. The toads are in chaos now, but while you were absorbing energy, I went to see the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage said not to interrupt you yet, and to go see it after you finish. Please follow me now. Naruto noticed Fukasaku's attitude became respectful, most likely because of what the Great Toad Sage said to them. When he first heard the words of Great Toad Sage, Fukasaku couldn't believe his ears. Great Toad Sage said, after so many years of accumulation, we finally waited for his master. Great Toad Sage, what you mean is, give all the natural energy crystals we preserve to Naruto to absorb. Fukasaku Sage didn't understand the meaning of this, but Great Toad Sage had spoken and he was going to do it. Yes, I dreamed that Naruto would completely change the world. Our natural energy was reserved for Naruto. The old Great Toad Sage muttered to himself as if he saw something while half asleep. Remember to bring him to see me, he is your highness. Then Great Toad Sage fell into a dream again. Great Toad Sage, I saw Naruto-san coming here. When did I become the royal highness of these toads? Naruto listened confused. The Great Toad Sage tried hard to open his eyes. From Naruto's perception, the energy in the Great Toad Sage was very amazing, almost the same as his own chakra. He was worthy of being the Toad Sage who had lived from the Sage of Six Paths period to the present. Your Highness Naruto, you are here, said softly. Gamamaru spoke to him in a very soft voice as if he was afraid of scaring Naruto. It's outrageous for these toads to call me your highness. Do I have any other identity? Naruto knew himself, but he was a time traveler who came from the earth for some unknown reason, and he didn't have any awesome background. Why do you call me your highness? Naruto asked confused. He stared at Tomomaru, expecting to give himself an answer. You will understand when you get something. It's not the time yet. Gamamaru said softly. It's this kind of riddler again. Naruto hates people who half talk and hides them every day. Please forgive me, your highness, I just got some information about your highness from my dream, but I can't tell you. This is not something I can decide. Gamamaru seemed to be afraid of something, and turned to explain to Naruto. In Konoha village, the more Naruto thought about it after returning home, the more wrong he became. What is the situation at this time? What power can threaten Gamamaru? Could it be Sage of Six Paths? No, there is no reason for Sage of Six Paths, except that it is Ashura's. What is the secret of Chakra's reincarnation? Now Naruto can only suppress the doubts in his heart for the time being. Now he wants to try Sage mode in Konoha. At the same time, Naruto is also looking at the ninjutsu related to senjutsu, such as Frog Q Might, which can attack from a distance. In Ray's Nan even adding senjutsu to Tailed Beast Bomb, becoming a veritable nuclear bomb ninjutsu. Now it's time to consider where to test the power. It's obvious that such a powerful ninjutsu can't be released in Konoha, but there is a place where it can be done, and it can also help the Uzumaki clan breathe a sigh of relief. It's up to you, Kusunin village, waiting for the Uzumaki clan's revenge. Kill all the ninjas in Kusunin village, and see if they have any other secret weapons. It seems that there are some that have been passed down from the Sage of Six Paths period in Kusunin village. Something, but Naruto forgot what it was, but they would use it if they beat them half to death. Chidori, Sasuke turned on the Sharingan and a ball of thunder and lightning appeared in his left hand. Chidori opened holes in the ground one after another. Sasuke only had a target in his eyes. Chidori thrust hard into the boulder. A dazzling light suddenly emitted from inside the boulder. There was an explosion, and the boulder burst from the ground. The inside was blown to smithereens. That's right, Sasuke, you can use Chidori so skillfully in just a few days. Kakashi praised as he looked at the shattered boulder. There was a 1-month gap after the Chunin exam ended that day, and Kakashi brought Sasuke to this training ground to teach Sasuke his unique ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Sasuke learned Chidori in a short period of time, and combined with Sharingan's insight, and Sasuke's own strong physique, it was really even more powerful. Seeing the traces of being penetrated by Chidori everywhere on the training ground, Kakashi was also shocked by Sasuke's chakra amount. Although it was not as good as Naruto's, it was almost better than Kakashi himself, and Sasuke's chakra control was also not ordinary. With a strong learning ability, a Sharingan, a huge chakra, and extremely strong physical fitness, Kakashi is sure that it will be very easy for Sasuke to surpass him. In the training ground, Sasuke was breathing heavily. Now Sasuke has used Chidori more than 10 times in a row, but he always feels that the speed is not fast enough, and Sasuke clearly feels that the power of Chidori can continue to increase. If he were facing Naruto, such a speed would not even touch Naruto's face, let alone hit him. Naruto's speed could not even see 3 Tomo Sharingan clearly. Sasuke just didn't want to be left behind, that's all. Sasuke, take a rest. Kakashi saw Sasuke, who was still insisting, and couldn't help but persuade him. Kakashi, tell me honestly, how can you make Chidori stronger and faster? He asked. After a moment of silence, Kakashi expressed his opinion. Why don't you try using thunder to stimulate your body to accelerate it, and at the same time add other attributes of nature transformation to the Chidori? This may increase the power of the Chidori and make it faster. You also need to learn the form changes of the thunder attribute to accommodate other attributes, so as to further enhance the power. Then go ahead, time waits for no one. Sasuke continued to grit his teeth and insisted, and Kakashi could only let him. Chapter 50. Now that we are ready to go to the Grass Ninja Village to take action, there is one thing we need to make sure of before we take action. There is a small wooden house in the forest of Konoha village, and Naruto has placed a simple barrier around it. As long as a strange chakra touches the barrier, Naruto will know it. Xiangling was living a very happy life at the moment. She was neither forced to absorb chakra nor had to listen to anyone's orders. Moreover, Naruto visited her from time to time, which made her feel the warmth she had not seen for a long time and felt that Konoha was a good place. Xiangling Naruto waved. Xiangling ran towards Naruto with a crazy look on her face, hugged Naruto and rubbed her against him. Xiangling, I have a girlfriend. It's very bad for you to be like this. Naruto grabbed Xiangling's collar, grabbed the back of Xiangling's neck like a kitten, and lifted Xiangling off his body. I came here this time to ask, can you take me to the Grass Ninja Village? Go to Cao Ninja Village, where are you going? Xiangling shivered when she mentioned Cao Ninja Village, as if she was remembering her painful memories again. Calm down. Naruto put his hand on Xiangling's shoulder and injected chakra into Xiangling's body. Naruto found that his chakra seemed to have a very strong calming effect on people's minds. As long as Naruto's chakra circulated throughout his body, the negative emotions of those who were mentally disturbed and frightened were alleviated. Moreover, as long as he brought Naruto around, he would be infected unknowingly. The most obvious one is Sasuke. After the night of genocide, Sasuke's spirit was on the verge of collapse. He just used life-threatening training to numb himself, and his character gradually became ruthless, and everything was focused on strength. After accepting Naruto's chakra, Sasuke slowly changed. Although his appearance was still cold, he began to consider other people and had the emotions that a normal person should have. He also slowly began to believe in the power of his companions. Now Sasuke is also passionate about revenge, but not as extreme. As Naruto's chakra circulated, Xiangling also stopped trembling. The dark memories just now seemed to be infected by the warm chakra on his body and became less scary. I went to the Grass Ninja Village this time to avenge our Uzumaki clan, Naruto said with a smile. Last time, I seemed to have peeked into your past and your chakra and learned about the tragic experience of you and your mother, so I decided to go to the Grass Ninja Village to avenge our Uzumaki clan. Are you interested? Xiangling. Yes. Xiangling nodded heavily. She also wanted revenge, but she didn't have the ability. Now that she could take revenge, it was too late for her to be happy. Then you're ready. Naruto changed into a mask, wearing a black robe and a mask to ensure that no one could recognize him. Naruto took Xiangling to fly directly into the sky, and thoughtfully lent Xiangling the Nine Tails chakra to Xiangling. Xiangling was also covered in a fiery red-tailed beast coat, and at the same time protected Xiangling from the impact of high-altitude flying. Hurt, Xiangling hugged Naruto tightly, as if he was afraid of heights, and didn't dare to open his eyes at all. He could only rely on his ears to hear the sound of the air splitting rapidly. Then speed up, Naruto began to increase chakra's output, and the speed slowly increased. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion behind Naruto while he was flying. The huge shock wave generated in the air rushed to the ground, making everyone on the ground hear a boom. This is a sonic boom. The moment the flight speed exceeds the speed of sound, a sonic boom will occur. If it weren't for the Nine Tails chakra that was constantly protecting Xiangling, Xiangling would have died due to the rupture of her internal organs due to the excessive speed. At the moment when the sonic boom occurred, Xiangling felt as if the whole world was silent. She could no longer hear the sound of anything in the world. The sound could not keep up with the speed of flight, and a spectacular sonic boom cloud was also produced in the sky. But as the destination approached, Naruto no longer had to maintain such a fast speed. Xiangling was gradually able to hear some things. Fortunately, he could still feel Naruto's body temperature when he lost his voice, otherwise he wouldn't know how to survive. "We're here." Naruto separated himself and left Xiangling in the sky to watch the show. Naruto went down alone and headed to Kusanagi village. "Let me see how many ninjas there are in the grass ninja village, and then see how many people are worth killing. Naruto will not kill children, but other adult ninjas who have chakra are all targets of Naruto's attacks. Let's see if there's any way to focus the ninja," Naruto thought, stroking his chin. The place where the information of Kusakunin village is stored should be very important. Who is it? When the guards of the grass ninja village saw the masked man falling from the sky, they couldn't help but hold their kunao tightly, ready to take action at any time. "I just want to borrow your grass ninja's database to use." Naruto's voice changed and became unusually deep. "Unknown person, sound the alarm." One of the grass ninjas fired a flare directly into the sky, but Naruto just folded his arms and floated in the air, paying no attention to the alarm. As the signal flares were fired, almost all the adult ninjas in the village gathered here. The corners of Naruto's face and mouth under the mask were slightly raised. It would be interesting if they all did it together. At this time, Naruto slowly rose into the sky, and the energy around him slowly condensed. The Kusanagi also realized something was wrong, and they all took action together, including Senbon, Shuriken, 5 attribute ninjutsu, and various attacks aimed at Naruto's body that was slowly rising into the air. All the Kusanaga's attacks were concentrated on one point. The attacks of the 5 attributes seemed to be coordinated, doubling the power of the ninjutsu. The Kusanagi clearly saw the huge explosion and smoke sound when they hit the masked man. "Did it succeed?" said a grass ninja. When the smoke cleared, none of Naruto's clothes were damaged. "Have you finished the attack? Look at my move!" he sneered. Fire, wind, water, thunder, and earth appeared on Naruto's palm, floating in the air, and expanded rapidly with the injection of Naruto chakra, and his body size had grown dozens of times. Naruto laughed. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time. When I know that I can control the 5 attributes of chakra at will, I have always hoped that this moment will come and perfectly replicate Momoshike's behavior. Come on!" With a wave of Naruto's hand, the fire attribute chakra turned into a huge phoenix and rushed towards the grass ninja on the ground, but the difference from the Boruto Den was that they did not have the invincible 7th Hokage to protect them. Bang! The phoenix exploded directly, huge flames shot up into the sky, the power was like a huge bomb, detonating in the crowd, gravel flying everywhere. Most of the grass ninja gathered were directly burned to char by the phoenix. Luck was the best. The good ones were also blown away by the shock wave. Naruto's attack speed was too fast, and the grass ninja didn't know the information. There was a burst of mourning on the scene. Under the high temperature, even if he didn't die, he was still half alive. A raging fire has been ignited in the grass ninja village, and the firelight reflects the desperate faces of everyone. Chapter 51. Too weak, you are really too weak. This is just the first attack and it can't be blocked. Naruto said calmly. You devil, I'm going to kill you. Hokage couldn't help but roared at Naruto when he saw the scene of corpses everywhere. Weak people are not worthy of me. Naruto stood in the sky, looking at the ant-like people below. Come on, let me see the power of your grass ninja village. Naruto injected the thunder attribute chakra, and the sky was filled with furious thunder. The fire attribute burning just now quickly heated up the surrounding air, and the sky was already filled with dark clouds. Naruto created thunderballs slowly rose into the dark clouds. Lightning suddenly flew across the center of the dark cloud, as if something was being born. A dragon full of yellow thunder and lightning poked its head out from the dark clouds. The thunder dragon was just hovering in the sky, but the electric sparks on its body had already electrified the air with a burning smell. Look at my masterpiece. Naruto looked at them coldly. There was a thunder dragon circling behind him, much like the legendary god of thunder, waving his whip to punish all living beings. Using the fire attribute to create high temperatures, and using the thunder attribute to draw thunder and lightning, this is actually the same principle as the Kirin developed by Sasuke in the future, but the power is completely different. Sasuke uses the Chidori to draw down the thunder from the sky, creating a Kirin to attack the opponent. But Naruto's power just to attract thunder is almost the same as that of Kirin. After injecting a large amount of chakra to increase its power, he turns on the natural mode and sage mode at the same time to control the form and attack direction of the thunder dragon. Not only does the Brontosaurus act like a living creature, it can carry out multiple attacks and can also mobilize natural energy. The thunder dragon fell from the sky like a punishment from heaven, and while the thunder dragon was hovering in the space, Naruto gave the grass ninja village a chance to defend itself and did not launch a direct attack. Naruto's purpose this time was to take revenge, but he still wanted to test it. Its power is so great that if the opponent has no defense, it can kill people just like Kunao. I saw a large-scale rune spreading on the ground in Kusanagi village. The remaining people all condensed chakra and injected chakra into the rune. Even those who were seriously injured just now were forcibly absorbing chakra until they were drained. Many were seriously injured. People were sucked to death directly. This is how the grass ninja village treats its companions. It's really eye-opening. Although Naruto gave them time, he didn't expect to directly drain the chakra of his own people. It is truly a small ninja village, and its way of survival is the same as that of the great ninja village. Very different. The great ninja village pays more attention to companions and has its own spiritual traditions, such as the will of fire, the will of stone, etc. Although there is also a dark side, overall it is a place where light is greater than darkness. But the little ninja village is different. They don't have time to carry out spiritual inheritance. Survival and becoming stronger are their main goals, so they do whatever it takes to become stronger. They steal secret techniques, pirate ninjutsu, force, threaten, and can't see the future clearly. Do whatever you can to become stronger. For those small ninja villages that are struggling in big countries, this is a worse world. Whoever can be more unscrupulous can get benefits quickly. However, this method lacks foundation and spiritual inheritance and can only guarantee survival. Willpower is also a very important factor for ninjas, so those small ninja villages have never been able to develop. When Naruto was getting impatient with waiting, Kusanaga's ultimate weapon was finally charged. We will definitely be able to kill the masked man this time, and let him be careless and give us time to prepare. The grass shadow is secretly happy that the lives of those who were seriously injured will not be wasted. The chakra attack that hit all the grass ninjas quickly attacked Naruto. The thunder dragon directly hit him. The attack was constantly consuming the chakra on the Thunder Dragon's body. The Thunder Dragon's body was slowly getting smaller, but only Naruto felt it because of the change. The small body shape is so slight that there is almost no improvement visible from the outside. Thunder Dragon suddenly emitted a strong light from its body, and broke through the combined attacks of the Kusanagi in a devastating way, hitting the Kusanagi who were still condensing chakra. The center of the Kusanagi village seemed to have turned into a thunder pool, and everyone was bathing in the thunder and lightning. Naruto was sure that there would be no one left alive this time. The moment the Thunder Dragon hit, everyone was dead. There was a huge roar and a light that could blind the eyes. It was like another sun appeared in the sky. The old, weak, women and children who had just retreated to another group of mountains watched helplessly as the grass ninja village was swallowed up by the strong light. The main body is playing so big this time. Naruto's clone quickly protected Xiangling, otherwise he would probably be injured if he faced her head-on. The light dissipated, and there was no living person left in the original grass ninja village. Now there was only a very large pit instead of the grass ninja village, and everything had turned into ashes. It seems that there are still 3 moves left and we can only look for opportunities. Naruto put away the other 3 chakra air balls and flew towards the distance. On the way to Konoha village, Naruto said to Xiangling in his arms, "Kusa ninja village is gone, and those who bullied you are all dead. What are you going to do now?" "Of course I'm following Naruto." Xiangling rubbed Naruto's chest intimately. "Hold on tight," Naruto ordered. Xiangling's screams filled the air again, and Naruto laughed happily. After settling Xiangling, Naruto changed his clothes and walked on the streets of Konoha. Naruto raised his eyebrows and glanced left and right. This kind of chakra fluctuation, someone is spying on me. Naruto carefully sensed it, Jiraiya, and there is something on his body that resists chakra's perception. "Follow me secretly, see how long you can follow." Naruto walked into the alley. Shadow clone technique. Suddenly 3 identical clones of Naruto appeared, walking in their respective directions. Jiraiya saw Naruto's clones, and also separated shadow clone technique, one after another. Until Jiraiya completely left, a white-haired man next to him pushed up his glasses and showed a smile. This was of course Naruto's disguise. As long as it was about chakra skills, Naruto always used them very well. Naruto was now like an ordinary person. Like people. There was no chakra fluctuation at all, and the temperament became harmless. Under Naruto's perception, Jiraiya's chakra followed the 3 clones. Naruto went shopping for a while, bought some things, and went home. After Jiraiya discovered that the 3 were all clones, he realized that he had been tricked by Naruto. He first noticed that someone was following him, and then created clones to confuse the audience. The main body was hidden. What made Jiraiya wonder was how Naruto's chakra was hidden. Yes, Jiraiya has mastered the method of hiding chakra through many years of collecting intelligence, and has cracked the method, but for Naruto's hidden chakra, Jiraiya can't sense it at all, so he can only start from his living habits. In the next half-month, Naruto and Jiraiya played a hide-and-seek chase game. At the same time, Jiraiya was also observing Naruto's habits and wanted to find Naruto in this way, but it was almost, just almost. Good thing Naruto was careful, otherwise he would have been caught. Both parties had a very tacit understanding and didn't point out why they didn't just go to the house to block him, they just cooperated silently. Chapter 52. In Konoha village, pedestrians came in and out of Konoha gate one after another. Most of them were gorgeously dressed and accompanied by guards. They are basically some high-ranking officials from the Fire Country, as well as some wealthy people from well-off families. They are all invited to participate in the Chunin exam in Konoha village. However, the Hokage will also come together before the exam to watch the Chunin exam. As a result, after all, Konoha village and Tsunagakure have always had an alliance, and the Hokage was invited to come and show off the strength of Konoha village. There is still about a week before the third Chunin exam, but everyone who is due to come has stayed in Konoha village in advance. Konoha is also a place with beautiful scenery and rich resources, which is very valuable for visiting. For nearly a month, Jiraiya has been hanging around Naruto every day. There is no chasing game anymore. Honest tracking. What do you want to do by following me every day? Naruto said angrily to Jiraiya behind him. Then, Jiraiya's mean face appeared behind the pillar behind Naruto. Jiraiya scratched his head and said, "Oh, Naruto, don't be so stingy. The third Hokage asked me to be your guardian, but you have never agreed, so I can only follow you." After Jiraiya compiled the information, third Hokage and Jiraiya talked in detail about Naruto's situation and intelligence summary. Uinfei Hiruzen felt that no matter how strong Naruto was, he was still a child and needed people to help him. Jiraiya did not hesitate. He agreed, but Naruto didn't want to agree to Jiraiya being his guardian. Naruto was used to being alone, and he was no longer a child, so he always refused to agree. That's why Jiraiya came up with this strategy. He followed Naruto every day and stopped collecting materials. Wherever Naruto went, Jiraiya would follow him. "It's up to you." Naruto was helpless, but he couldn't do anything to Jiraiya, and he kept pestering him. Okay, Jiraiya followed Naruto and hugged Naruto's neck. "Let's go, Master Jiraiya invites you to dinner. Are you sure you want to treat me to dinner?" Naruto glanced sideways at Jiraiya and said with a hint of uncertainty. Jiraiya froze, as if something bad had happened. "I'm sure, it's just a meal, no big deal." Jiraiya confidently walked into the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. An hour later, Naruto came out after eating and drinking. "Thank you for your patronage." The sound of calamus was heard in his ears. Jiraiya wanted to cry very much. He touched his empty wallet repeatedly and finally understood why Naruto had emphasized it just now. By inviting Naruto to a meal, he was already bankrupt. Jiraiya didn't expect that just run away, but then you'll be done thinking about getting close to Naruto. So, Jiraiya took out his wallet with tears in his eyes, and now there was really no one in it. In fact, Naruto was ready to pay the bill himself, because Naruto knew Jiraiya's personality, and it showed even when he used Naruto's money to drink, but this time he didn't run away after seeing so many bills. After eating and drinking, Jiraiya took Naruto to a training ground. Jiraiya wanted to teach Naruto everything he had learned in his life. Although Naruto and Nine Tails have become friends now, some methods of using chakra and some unique ninjas the art still needs a successor. "Naruto, I will teach you a unique ninjutsu now, be careful." Jiraiya put on an attack stance, condensed a chakra ball from small to large from the center in his hand, and suddenly pressed it towards the tree in front, and in the blink of an eye the tree broke. A large hole then collapsed. "How about it? It's awesome, this is an A-level ninjutsu Raise Nan." Jiraiya looked at Naruto proudly. But he was dumbfounded in the next scene. I saw Naruto standing in front of Jiraiya, stretched out his right hand, and a chakra ball also appeared in his hand, and Naruto pressed it to the ground. Suddenly, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and there was a big hole on the ground. Naruto nodded to the dumbfounded Jiraiya and said, "Is it difficult?" "It's just that the chakra rotates irregularly and then stabilizes. Furthermore, pervy sage, this Raise Nan is probably only a semi-finished product. It only has the form change of chakra, but no nature transformation." Naruto said confused. Jiraiya was completely stunned. Is Naruto really such a genius? The principle of Raise Nan can be seen at a glance, and the flaws are noticed. However, what he didn't know was that Naruto had learned it a few years ago. It would be very difficult to create this thing from scratch, but if you know the method and use Naruto's chakra control, you can learn it in minutes, and this is the same as the tailed beast bomb. The principle is similar. It has to be said that Namikaze Minato is really a genius. He created a container that can carry various attributes of chakra, and can use chakra's nature transformation to ultimate. The destructive power of Raise Nan is not that important. Before Naruto learned Raise Nan so quickly, what he thought, Jiraiya taught Naruto all the ninjutsu he knew, whether it was attack or reconnaissance, including experience in using it, such as Jizo needles, ninjutsu about controlling hair, and various barrier and sealing techniques were passed down to Naruto. Although only the barrier technique and the sealing technique have some effect, they can draw parallels and are very helpful for Naruto to learn more complex barrier techniques. At the same time, Jiraiya shared various information collected over the years with Naruto. This really opened Naruto's horizons and he knew that there was a lot more to the ninja world. In the blink of an eye, the third final of the Chunin exam began. But Naruto's first battle against Hinata put Naruto in a difficult position. He couldn't possibly attack Hinata. This was domestic violence, so he absolutely shouldn't do it. I abstain. The sound of Naruto giving up spread throughout the arena, and the audience was furious for a moment. They came to Konoha village with all their efforts to watch the game, but the audience could only be the audience, and the audience could not leave the game. Hyuga Hinata vs Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata wins. This kid Yuanfei Hiruzen said with a smile. Orochimaru, who was playing Kazekage next to him, said hypocritically, "It seems that I have met someone I like." Shikamaru's battle of wits against Temari was still very good. Although there was no tunnel this time, Shikamaru still distinguished Temari's true form from the clone and controlled it with shadow. Shikamaru wins. Shino's bugs blocked the gaps in Kankuro's puppet, and the bugs kept biting the chakra line that controlled the puppet, leading to defeat. Jinai wins. The last game is Sasuke vs Gaara. Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi and Sound Ninja all over Konoha village are ready. Once one tail goes berserk, they will take action directly, and Orochimaru has deployed huge summoning beasts everywhere. Konoha, the collapse plan sounded good, so Sand Shinobi cooperated, but I didn't expect that Raza was killed by Orochimaru. Sand Shinobi's losses this time may be greater than Konoha. Naruto just smiled, he would not allow outsiders to run wild on his territory. Chapter 53. In the last match between Sasuke and Gaara, Sasuke made a cool move and fell straight to the ground from a high altitude. Gaara, on the other hand, dragged herself with sand and floated down from the auditorium. The way these two players appeared on the stage aroused the enthusiasm of the audience, who started shouting wildly. Gaara took the lead, starting from the gourd, and sand spread out and began to cover Konoha's field. At the same time, the main sand began to attack Sasuke, but for Sasuke, the current sand flow rate was too slow and rushed directly to Gaara. In front of Gaara, a wall of sand instantly appeared in front of Gaara, hoping to block Sasuke's fist. The sand condensed into a big hand and slapped Sasuke hard. At the same time, streaks of electric light appeared on the surface of Sasuke's body. Sasuke's fist went directly through the sand wall, protected by the sand. It had no effect. Sasuke's fist directly shattered Gaara's sand armor. At this moment, a giant hand smashed down on Sasuke's head. The sand on the ground was also following Sasuke's legs, trying to immobilize him. It seems that this month of special training is still very effective. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and attacked Gaara with ease. Sasuke's figure seemed to blur for a moment, and Gaara was kicked out again. While Gaara was in the air, Sasuke separated two shadow clone, and used the force in the air to attack Gaara in crazy combos. The attack was so powerful that all of Gaara's surface sand armor was shattered. At the same time, Sasuke's fist hit Gaara's body firmly. Gaara's bones couldn't bear it, and her ribs were broken. Gaara tried to defend with all her strength, but she still couldn't block the attack. The tailed beast in her body noticed that Gaara was being attacked. The pain begins to release the chakra again. After being hit in the air, Gaara's body slowly began to change, and some fine sand flowed on Gaara's body surface, greatly reducing the injuries Gaara suffered. The attack didn't feel right. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and he found that the damage of taijutsu attacks had been greatly reduced. Sasuke turned on the Sharingan and looked closely, discovering the presence of sand on Gaara's surface, and an evil chakra flowing out of Gaara's body. Tailed beast. Sasuke secretly thought. Now Sasuke will never underestimate any opponent. Through Kakashi, he learned the information about the opponents in this Chunin exam. The strongest among them was Naruto. As for the others, they were average, but Sasuke noticed the tailed beast and also learned about the tailed beast. The power of. If it were a fully tailed beast, I might still be wary, but if it was just a tailed beast, chakra, I would be looking down on me, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke kicked Gaara directly into the wall, but Sasuke clearly saw that the evil chakra had increased. At the same time, Gaara's body on the wall was slowly transforming into a beast, and the injuries on her body were slowly healing. At the same time, her hands were wrapped in claws. Stand up! Gaara condensed sandballs between her body, formed into spikes, and launched them towards Sasuke. Fire style, dragon flame technique, Sasuke version. Sasuke spits out a huge dragon head and rushes directly towards Gaara. Originally, this technique was to spit out several in a row, but Sasuke forcibly compressed it into one. Although the number was reduced, the power was great. Promote. Gaara was directly broken through the wall by the dragon's head, and then the dragon's head exploded. Gaara was at the center of the explosion, and she didn't know whether she was alive or dead. At this time, feathers appeared in the sky, and the audience on the stage fell asleep. With a bang, giant summoning beasts appeared in many places in Konoha and began to destroy the village. Temari and Kankuro went to find Gaara to escape. Upon seeing this, Naruto immediately divided into several clones to suppress summoning men. Sasuke jumped to Naruto and asked, "What should we do now?" "You follow my clone to suppress the summoning beast. You can use the 3 Megatama to suppress them directly. The Sound Ninja and Sand Shinobi are both enemies and you don't have to hold back. I have to check the situation of One Tail now to prevent a rampage." Okay, Sasuke just agreed and left. But Naruto added, "You just performed well." When Sasuke heard Naruto's words, a smile appeared on his lips and he replied, "Of course, I am Uchiha Sasuke." The two separated. The Konoha collapse plan was officially launched. Kakashi and Guy suddenly faced the enemy. What happened to Kakashi? Why did Sand Shinobi attack us? Guy kicked an enemy away. Sand Shinobi village broke the alliance and is now attacking Konoha. It should be related to Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja. Kakashi was slicing the neck of a Sound Ninja with a Kunao Kide. I just hope that Master Third Hokage will defeat Orochimaru as soon as possible. Kakashi looked in the direction of the 4 purple flame formation with a solemn expression. At this moment, Temari was running for his life with Gaara, but the little heroes of Konoha were also awakened one after another, and followed their teachers to resist Sand Shinobi. Of course, Naruto's clone sent Hinata to the Hyuga family, and ninjas began to appear in the Hyuga family to help. Konoha resisted Sand Shinobi and Sound Ninja, but they were both members of the branch house. To send bad bugs, countless bugs appeared in Shino's hands and pounced on the enemy, sucking up the enemy's chakra. Teeth passed through the teeth, and Inyazuka Kaiba instantly killed Genin who was watching a Sound Ninja. Gaara's condition at this moment is not very good. He just hit Gaara's defense with a single blow from the flame dragon head. If he hadn't been the tailed beast Jinchuriki, Gaara would have been dead if Chakra, the tailed beast, had sustained his life. Now that I'm here, I'm slowly transforming into a tailed beast, and I'm slowly out of danger, but I'm still unconscious. In fact, Shikaku could already occupy Gaara's body, but he sensed that Naruto's chakra was approaching quickly, so he could only stabilize the tailed beast transformation first, and when he wanted to get close enough in Naruto, he killed the bug in one tailed beast transformation in one breath. Put Gaara down, you can leave, Naruto said standing in front of the Sand Shinobi siblings. I will never give up. Gaara Temari stubbornly stood in front of Naruto and said. Kankuro also took out the crow and used his hands to manipulate the puppet in front of him. The 3-star fan, Temari burst out the maximum power of the 3-star fan in one breath. Temari waved, and the strong wind rushed directly towards Naruto, but Naruto did not move, but the closer the air mass of the 3-star fan was to Naruto, the less powerful it was. When it came into contact with Naruto, it was already there was a gentle breeze, and there was no harm at all. By the way, I forgot to tell you, all the wind-type ninjutsu are useless to me. Naruto fired an air cannon and pressed Temari against the tree, just like Death Gate guy hitting 6 with an air punch. Paths Madara was also unable to move, but the power was different. At the same time, he kicked the crow that was coming towards him into pieces. Naruto looked at the chakra Shikaku that was condensing inside Gaara's body. Naruto guessed that he was waiting for him to pass. How could Naruto pass? Dozens of chains suddenly appeared on Naruto's body and directly trapped Gaara tightly. They were officially the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, adamantine sealing chains. Chapter 54. As the adamantine sealing chains entered Gaara's consciousness space, Naruto's consciousness immediately saw Shikaku being sealed. Kurama's sealing environment is much better than Shikaku's. There are blue skies and white clouds over Nine Tails. From time to time, Naruto will link Nine Tails' vision to the outside for him to experience. Shikaku's environment is quite different. The consciousness space is full of eerie and terrifying atmosphere. This should have a certain relationship with Jinchuriki's psychological environment. You kid, let me go. Shikaku in Gaara's consciousness space was also locked by the King Kong seal. Shikaku could only move his mouth. Naruto ignored Shikaku. The chakra on Naruto entered Shikaku's body along with the chain, and forcefully pulled Shikaku's chakra into his body like a tug of war. The chakra on Shikaku's body began to be slowly pulled out. At the same time, Naruto injected part of his chakra into Gaara to save his life and prevent Gaara from dying from his injuries. The Shikaku in Gaara's body has shrunk a lot, and nearly half of Shikaku's total chakra has been extracted by Naruto. Shikaku's chakra also entered Naruto's consciousness space, and Nine Tails also watched Shikaku slowly take shape in Naruto's body. It's just that the Shikaku inside Naruto is very small compared to Nine Tails. But Shikaku discovered that this space of consciousness was replenishing his chakra. Tailed beasts originally relied on natural energy to survive, and Naruto happened to have a lot of natural energy in his body. So as soon as Shikaku came in, he felt that the energy particles around him were rapidly replenishing the chakra he lacked. Hello, Shikaku. A smile appeared on Nine Tails' face, and then he pressed Shikaku under his paws. Shikaku could not beat Nine Tails originally, but now Shikaku only has half of his chakra left, so he is naturally suppressed by Nine Tails. Smelly fox, let me go quickly. I will teach you a lesson when I get out. Shikaku struggled wildly under Kurama's claws, but it was like a man competing against a mountain for strength. It makes me happy to see you like this. Then Nine Tails burst into laughter. Outside, Naruto stopped extracting Shikaku's chakra, and at the same time left his adamantine sealing chains in Gaara's body, restraining Shikaku's movements. At the same time, if others want to forcibly collect Shikaku's chakra, Naruto will sense it immediately. Akatsuki's tailed beast capture operation has not officially started yet, there is still time. As for why Naruto wanted to collect the tailed beast chakra, it was to weaken Kagaya's power as much as possible. 10 Tails only needs part of the tailed beast's chakra to resurrect, but its strength will be greatly reduced. Once Kagaya is resurrected, he lacks most of the chakra, making it easier to seal it. Naruto wants to get rid of Kagaya once and for all in this generation, but Black Zetsu is unknown, and there are other alien visitors at the same time. As long as Kagaya is weakened to a certain extent, Naruto himself can seal her. At the same time, it is necessary to seal Kagaya, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. In Konoha village, several huge snakes were attacking Konoha village. Suddenly many chains appeared in the void to restrain the big snake. At the same time, 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in the big snake's eyes. Naruto took out the sealing scroll, and the huge snakes were directly dispersed by the scroll. Chakra is swallowed. The surrounding enemies tried to interrupt the spell, but Sasuke stayed by Naruto's side. Sasuke was now holding the sword that Naruto had obtained from Uchiha's secret vault. Sasuke has used these knives to chop down several guys who tried to disturb Naruto's seal. Okay, Sasuke. Naruto looked at the scroll, which had several large snakes drawn on it, indicating being sealed. Naruto felt that the strength of these big snakes was pretty good. They were much more powerful than those ordinary big snakes. Judging from the chakra contained in their bodies, although they were not as good as 10,000 snakes, the gap was not very big. It seemed that Rika Cave product Sand Shinobi and the Sound Ninja are being suppressed. Although Konoha has gone through a series of periods of weakening its strength, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Sand Shinobi is not the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages, but it is a hit. Moreover, not all of Sand Shinobi's combat power came to Konoha village. Several of the most destructive summoning beasts were put away by Naruto. Now only the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage is left. Naruto returns Gaara to the Sand Shinobi siblings, but is immediately caught by Anbu, who arrives. Naruto returned to Konoha village, penetrated the 4 purple flame formation at a glance, and saw the situation inside. Uinfei, Hiruzen, had summoned Shinigami behind him, and was grabbing Orochimaru tightly, wanting to die with him. Although Naruto doesn't know why he can see Shinigami directly. Generally speaking, Shinigami can only be seen by the caster and the one being attacked, but Naruto is now neither the caster nor the one being attacked, and there is a layer of 4 purple flames in between. Formation, but Naruto saw it, and saw it very clearly. Naruto has no intention of ending the third Hokage. Although he is a good person, he is just average to Naruto. Naruto does not have much feelings for Uinfei Hiruzen, so let the third Hokage end beautifully. Then the Shinigami's sickle struck, Orochimaru lost his hands, the third Hokage died, and the souls of the former fourth Hokage went to Shinigami's belly. At the same time, Sand Shinobi village also lost his shadow, but Konoha did not suffer much loss, only 1 Hokage died. This was the end of the Konoha collapse plan brought about by Orochimaru. Naruto dressed in black and everyone in Konoha attended the funeral of the third Hokage. Uinfei Hiruzen's name was also engraved on the memorial tablet. Those were the names of all the ninjas who died for Konoha, from the Hokage to the 4th Hokage, countless ninjas died. The profession of ninja basically cannot end well. There will always be various enemies looking for trouble for you. A great person like the Hokage would be used to fight even when dead. The law of life and death in this world has serious loopholes. The boundaries between the dead and the living are blurred, but this is indeed a good thing for Naruto. The vague laws of life and death indicate that dead people have the opportunity to be resurrected. As long as the soul is immortal, there is a chance to be resurrected. Death does not really disappear, which is why Naruto is not afraid. The more powerful the person, the higher the possibility of resurrection. The legendary sage of 6 paths seems to be dead, but his soul is still good. If he has the chance, he can still come out and run around the world. With a wave of his hand, he can give power to seal Kaguya, and he can also pull out the souls of the Pure Land to help. Sage of 6 paths is now the guardian of the Pure Land. If Naruto dies in the future, it is very likely that he will open up his own space in the Pure Land like Sage of 6 paths, and then awaken the souls of his important people to live together. This is the privilege of being powerful enough to a certain extent. Chapter 55. In the early morning, when most people were still sleeping, the gatekeepers of Konoha had already gone to work. I saw 2 figures wearing bamboo hats walking slowly on the street, wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds. What else do Konoha guards want to say when they see 2 people acting suspiciously? But a pair of red eyes under the hat made the Konoha guard faint. The visitors were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame from the Akatsuki organization. They came to determine the status of 9 Tails. There seemed to be no obstacle in Konoha's barrier. The two people swaggered into Konoha and disappeared into the thick mist with the ringing of bells. With the death of third Hokage's grandson Yuanfei and Konohamaru attended the funeral together. Hokage was generally precocious. Konohamaru also suppressed his sadness silently in his heart, but he still looked at the Hokage rock of third Hokage from time to time. Although the giant summoning beast did not cause many casualties due to Naruto, some buildings were still destroyed, and some renovation workers are now repairing the damaged buildings. Naruto looked at the decoration workers and couldn't help but wonder if he should also decorate his own home, as Naruto's personal belongings increased more and more. The previous house has become smaller and smaller. How about taking this opportunity to renovate your house, or move it directly to the center of Konoha? Just do what you say. Anyway, now that you have the property of Wave Country, if there are not so many enemies, Naruto would like to retire, but unfortunately, this is impossible. Naruto's things were sealed using a sealing scroll and could be moved away quickly. As for the location in the center of Konoha, Naruto saw an apartment that was very suitable for living, and the owner of this apartment just wanted to sell it. Naruto took it down with a wave of his hand, but it still needed a period of renovation, and now he could only live in the original house. Konoha Prison. This time the Konoha collapse plan, Sand Shinobi failed, and Jinchuriki and Kazekage's family were captured alive and imprisoned directly in Konoha Prison. Naruto also received some rewards about the village, and also added the number of A-level missions completed to his personal resume. But these things don't have much effect on Naruto now. At this moment, after Naruto prepared the things to move, he went to Konoha Prison. "Hello, Gaara." Gaara was sitting in the cell with something sealed on her body. These were things to prevent Gaara from escaping from prison. But if Gaara really breaks out of jail at all costs, these things won't stop him. And next to them were Kankuro and Temari, who were important figures in Sand Shinobi village after all, so they couldn't be imprisoned with real prisoners. "Hello, Naruto, thank you for pulling me out of the darkness." Gaara thanked him. "Thank me?" A question mark appeared above Naruto's head. "Are you referring to Shikaku's matter?" Naruto then understood what Gaara was thanking him for. "Yes, Shikaku has always been on me, and he will rush out as soon as I fall asleep, but since meeting you, Shikaku rarely comes out to cause trouble. And you also sealed the seal on me, didn't you?" Gaara looked at Naruto with a calm and humble tone. "This almost freed me from that fear, so thank you very much, Naruto." Gaara said sincerely. "It's okay, I'm a Jinchuriki like you, so I'll help if I can, after all, we're all monsters." Then Naruto showed a sun-like smile to Gaara and left the prison. "One more thing," Naruto said, slapping his forehead and returning. "You won't be here for long. Sand Shinobi and Konoha are about to re-enter the peace contract, and then you will be free." "Great, Gaara, we can go out right away," Kankuro said happily to Gaara. Gaara just nodded calmly and said, "The village must have paid some price for re-signing the treaty with Konoha village. Sand Shinobi village cannot withstand the turmoil. After we go back, we must find ways to develop Sand Shinobi village." Gaara Temari looked at Gaara blankly and murmured, she couldn't believe Gaara's change. "My goal is to become the Kazekage, and I need your help, Temari, Kankuro." Gaara said firmly, as if he saw the future of Sand Shinobi village in his hands. At this time, the gangsters who barely escaped back to Tsunagaku reported the information to Granny Cho. "What are you talking about? The fourth Kazekage who went to Konoha is Orochimaru," disguised as Cho said in disbelief. "Yes, the fourth generation turned into Orochimaru and killed the third Hokage of Konoha, and Jinchuriki did not escape," reported Sand Shinobi knelt on the ground tremblingly to report the situation. Cho sighed inwardly, the fourth generation was probably in danger, but he didn't know where he died, and his relationship with Konoha and the Jinchuriki matter. "You go down first," Cho said helplessly. "Yes," Sand Shinobi reported and ran away without looking back. Now that Sand Shinobi has lost fourth generation and Jinchuriki, it's difficult to handle. Cho is discussing many matters with his younger brother Ebis, and they are the only two people at the top of Sand Shinobi Village who can decide on this matter. Ebis analyzed, the first thing is to find the corpse of the fourth generation, and the second thing is to re-sign the alliance with Konoha and show sincerity to rescue Gaara. But this matter cannot be rushed. After all, Konoha now lacks a leader just like us, and the situation in Konoha village is more complicated. We must wait until Hokage takes office before signing. It can be like this. Cho breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at his brother's analysis of the problem, because Sand Shinobi is too weak now, and one person must guard Sand Shinobi village during the negotiation. In a desert not far from Sand Shinobi village, the scouts seemed to have found something. Black crows were pecking at the mutilated corpses, and they flew upward when they saw the arrival of living creatures. That's it. The scouts gathered their companions and pointed at the little fourth Hokage below. The scouts all jumped and finally accepted the reality. The leading Sand Shinobi was trembling with air. The shadow of a village was killed like this and his body was exposed in the wilderness. This was a great humiliation for Sand Shinobi village. Before the Chunin exams, the fourth Hokage was killed. Everyone wanted to cut Orochimaru into pieces and vent their hatred. But Orochimaru's situation is even worse at the moment. Having the soul of his hands taken away is not a problem that reincarnation can solve. Unless he gets it back, no matter how many bodies he changes, his hands cannot be used. Orochimaru thought that Sasuke still had the curse mark on him after all, and Sasuke couldn't run away. But this is a trap instead. As the reincarnation of Indra, the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke wants to steal his body, which is impossible from the beginning. It is impossible to be possessed, and once he enters the reincarnation ritual, it is the end of Orochimaru's life. Chapter 56. Konoha's efficiency is really fast. In just a few days, the entire Konoha has been given a new look. Naruto walked on the streets of Konoha and saw that the houses that were damaged a few days ago had changed their appearance today. It has been 3 days since Yuanfei Hiruzen's funeral. The busiest people are not the construction workers, but Konoha Hospital. The death toll this time is not high, just a few unlucky people. But the more abnormally many people were injured, Naruto could be considered to have changed the fate of many people, causing the original death rate to plummet. Today Naruto came out to move. The yard that Naruto bought in the center of Konoha has been renovated, probably because of the different raw materials. Now Naruto can move in with his bags. After all, it is a second-hand luxury apartment and there is no need to change many things in the decoration. And the reason Naruto liked this house was that it had a basement, which gave it a lot of extra space. Originally, this apartment was already quite large and could even accommodate many people living together, and it also had a dedicated study room. Naruto didn't expect that a house that he had never been able to earn in his previous lives was right in front of him. This apartment is divided into 2 floors. You can go up or down through a spiral staircase. In the middle of the apartment there is a big tree spanning 2 floors. There are various green plants and decorations around it, and everything inside is extremely modern. The level of science and technology here may be a little skewed. Weapons and life are completely 2 extremes. The difference lies in transportation. Even aerial fortresses can be built in this world, but there are no airplanes or cars, and civilians still use horse-drawn carriages to travel. Maybe it's because ninjas can run very fast on their own, and only need 1 soldier food pill to cover 100 kilometers. After Naruto put his things in order, he began to enjoy the house of his own with peace of mind. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang outside, and Naruto opened it to see Ino standing pretty at the door, wearing a white dress, her golden hair tied into a high ponytail, and her calves, like top-quality mutton fat white jade, slowly stretched out from the dress. It's so eye-catching. The white dress shows off Ino's figure well, and she also wears light makeup on her face, making her look so beautiful. Hi, Naruto, Ino greeted, took off her shoes at the entrance, and stepped directly on the floor with her white and tender feet. "How about it? It's a surprise. Guess how I knew that you would move here today," Ino said with a playful wink at Naruto. "Well, let me tell you, because the decoration master originally took an order from my house to help open a new flower shop, but he only received your order, and then asked his apprentice to take over the order from my house. I was very angry at the time and wanted to see who dared to steal my order. Finally, I saw you talking with the decorator, so I asked him, and I found out your home address. Well, I'm smart, right?" Ino sat on the sofa and looked at Naruto with a proud look on her face. Ino leaned her white feet on the sofa, completely unprepared for Naruto. Naruto forced himself to avert his eyes and stopped looking. "Wow, your home is so big," Ino exclaimed as she walked around Naruto's new home, especially looking at the big tree in the center. Naruto's home now has not only various green plants, but also many flowers, and the air is covered with this fragrance. "If you want to come over and play, you're welcome at any time. You can come over." Naruto looked at Ino's look of liking and said to her. "Thank you, Naruto, I will come and play often. Ino likes this place very much." Ino likes flowers and likes Naruto. "Hey, this is the spare key to my house." Naruto handed Ino the spare key to his house, so that even if Naruto was not at home, Ino could use the front door if he wanted to come over. After admiring it, it was almost noon. Naruto quickly prepared lunch, while Ino was sitting at the table waiting for Naruto to start the meal, looking at the dishes on the table and Naruto who was busy in the kitchen. The feeling in Ino's heart was so unreal. Naruto's figure seemed to become illusory in Ino's eyes. It would be like living here with Naruto. "Ino, Ino," Naruto called from the kitchen. It took Ino a moment to realize that Naruto was calling her. "What do you want to drink?" "I have juice, drinks, and tea here," Naruto said to Ino. "Juice? Just juice?" Ino's face suddenly turned red and she secretly asked herself what she was thinking. The steaming dishes were placed on the table, and Naruto poured out the juice he bought last time. The fruit of this juice was specially imported, it was expensive, and it was very delicious. As the head of a family, it's his duty to entertain guests. Anyway, Naruto doesn't care about the value of these things now. Just like it and enjoy life. "Naruto, this juice is delicious." Ino took a sip and said to Naruto in surprise. "Ino, just feel free to drink if you like it." After finishing her drink, Ino lay on the sofa without moving. "Naruto, I didn't expect your food to be so delicious." Ino burped, then quickly covered it with her hands and looked at Naruto shyly. "I didn't see anything," Naruto said with a smile and waved his hands. Ino threw a pillow over and warned, "Forget it, Naruto." Okay, I forgot about it." After eating, being careful not to exercise strenuously, Naruto smiled and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. When Naruto came back after finishing the process, he saw Ino sleeping on the sofa in a very cute posture like a kitten. And Ino was also very cute after she fell asleep. Naruto gently picked up Ino and put her in his room, looking at her tenderly. The afternoon sun is not too hot, which is a very good weather for those who habitually take naps. The golden sunset slowly shines on a beautiful girl, and this girl's hair happens to be also golden, shining under the sun. The golden hair was shining, and the beautiful blonde princess slowly opened her eyes, revealing her beautiful emerald eyes, looking at the surrounding sunshine slowly in trance. Ino stretched out, revealing the beautiful curves of her body, and became a little more awake. "What time is it now? I should be at Naruto's house. Where is Naruto?" Ino thought. Naruto's bed at this time. Ino instantly became shy at the thought of sleeping in Naruto's bed. Ino slowly walked down the stairs and looked at Naruto sitting on the sofa, reading a book. Naruto seemed to notice something at this time, put the book down and said hello to Ino. "Did you sleep well, Ino?" Naruto said softly. Naruto's voice was so gentle to Ino. She nodded and said, "Sleep very comfortably." Let's play again when we have time, Naruto said as he watched Ino leave. I will definitely do it, Ino answered Naruto and left this place that haunted her. Chapter 57. As the Herald Eagle flew over Konoha's sky, Naruto understood that Kakashi was calling them. At this time, Konoha's unique notification method appeared on top of the notification from superiors to subordinates. Once Hokage's Herald Eagle was sent, it would be all at the same time, no longer Jonin who are responsible for important affairs in Konoha gather at the Hokage building, and the Jonin who leads the team has his own set of messenger eagles. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto was walking leisurely, although he saw the Herald Eagle. But with Naruto's perception ability, he had already determined the meeting point, so that he didn't have to run with the Herald Eagle, and Naruto felt it. There are 3 somewhat powerful chakra waves. One is the chakra of Uchiha Itachi that he remembered on the night of the genocide. There are 2 chakras on the same person, and Naruto feels a fishy sea smell. That should be the chakra of Hoshigaki Kisame, as well as the chakra of Samehada. Samehada is also one of the 7 swords of Mist Shinobi. It is the same as Zabuza Momoki's decapitating sword, but in terms of combat effectiveness, Kisame is stronger than Zabuza. However, Naruto noticed these 2 people first and no longer posed a threat. Naruto understood Itachi's thoughts. The purpose of his return to the village must be to see Sasuke. It seemed that he wanted to give Sasuke a vaccination. Hey, Sasuke! Naruto intercepted Sasuke on his way ahead of time. Naruto, what are you doing here? Sasuke looked at Naruto in shock. I have something to tell you, come with me. Naruto said seriously. Konoha rooftop. Naruto, what's important? This was the first time Sasuke saw Naruto's serious expression, and he subconsciously became serious too. From Sasuke's point of view, Naruto has always had a relaxed attitude, as if he was sure of everything he encountered, but this time it must be a very serious matter. Uchiha Itachi, entering the village, Naruto told Sasuke the news. Uchiha Itachi! Sasuke roared, his expression instantly became ferocious, and his body trembled as if he wanted to eat someone. Sasuke hadn't thought of this name for a long time, but just because he didn't want to, it didn't mean he would forget it. Calm down, remember what I taught you. Naruto stopped Sasuke's movement. Analyze the situation calmly, look for weaknesses, don't be too emotional, Naruto said with a frown. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's body slowly calmed down, and the uncontrollable Sharingan in his eyes also closed. I'm sorry, Naruto, I lost my temper, Sasuke apologized to Naruto. Listen next, I sensed Uchiha Itachi's chakra on the streets of Konoha, but there is a powerful opponent beside him. Their purpose of returning to the village is not that simple. The location is next to Kakashi. Kakashi! A flash of light suddenly flashed in Sasuke's eyes. You are right. Kakashi may have discovered something, so he used the messenger eagle to call you. I just happened to see it and sensed it. Don't worry, there are 2 Jonin from Konoha with Kakashi. They won't be able to leave in a short time. Come on, I will take you there. Naruto stretched out his hand, and Sasuke took it. Sasuke instantly felt my body is being subjected to an irresistible force. The drag blocked Itachi and Kisame's departure for just a moment. Sasuke, you have grown up. Itachi saw Sasuke at the first sight. His heart was full of excitement, but his face was calm. Asuma and Ui Kurane also rushed over and stopped the 2 of them. Sasuke stared at Itachi, not wanting to say a word. Fire style Hu Flame Dragon Technique, a dragon head composed of huge flames flew towards Itachi. Itachi didn't expect that Sasuke would take action now. Itachi jumped into the sky and quickly formed seals with his hands. Ordinary ninjas could only see the afterimage and couldn't see the speed of the seals at all. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Now Sasuke has calmed down. There was no desire to talk to Itachi anymore. Asuma and Kurane Ui also quickly pulled away to avoid being attacked by the flames. Kisame quickly rushed forward and dealt a heavy blow to Asuma and Kurane. The two sides were fighting inextricably, but Naruto, as the protagonist, was watching the show. Sasuke had to face Itachi alone, so Naruto didn't help, and Kisame's side had not yet shown its true strength. Naruto sensed that Jiraiya was attacking this person. Bien rushed over, so Naruto watched them fight leisurely. Oops, Asuma was accidentally chopped by a knife, and he was bleeding immediately. Kurane was also forced to engage in a taijutsu battle. The genjutsu that Kurane was good at was of no use to Kisame, and he was immediately knocked away. "Hello, Mr. Kisame." Naruto came out from behind them with a smile on his face. "What, Nine-Tails brat, it seems that I can complete the task assigned by the leader today." Kisame chuckled, waving Samehada and rushed towards Naruto. "Run away!" Naruto, Asuma and Kurane got up from the ground with difficulty, trying to stop Kisame. "You two, just take a good look at my strength." Naruto casually injected Asuma and Kurane into Asuma and Kurane's bodies. A golden light flashed, Kisame vomited blood in the air, and the bones of his body seemed to be shattered. Samehada also whined and cushioned it when it was hit. It was also seriously injured. Itachi looked at Naruto with a surprised expression. He didn't expect that Naruto could directly knock Kisame away. "Where are you looking at?" Sasuke roared angrily, and slashed directly at Itachi with the Chidori spear. Itachi was caught off guard and had several hairs cut off. Naruto directly followed Kisame in the air, and struck Kisame down from the air with a kick that cut through the air. The ground instantly felt like it was hit by a meteorite. Amidst the huge explosion, Kisame's body was exposed with scars. The birds in the forest were shaken away by this blow. Kisame's chest was still rising and falling slightly, lying on the broken ground. He was still alive. At this time, Kisame's muscles and bones were broken, and Samehada pierced Kisame's chest with the sharp thorns directly on his body. At the same time, Kisame's body also changed. He had completely given up his human posture, merged with a human and a shark, and his head changed. It looks like a shark, with sharp and huge teeth in its mouth, fins growing out of its hands, and its skin turns blue and is consistent with the skin of a shark. Although he has become like this and his injuries are slowly recovering, Kisame understands that he may still be unable to defeat him, so he has created an opportunity to escape. Water style, water prison, same dance technique. Hoshigaki Kisame spit out a huge amount of water and directly wrapped the forest. Kisame made a super large water prison technique, and Kisame kept summoning sharks in this huge water prison, and the body then he swam away quickly. Kisame had already noticed that he could escape smoothly as long as he entered the nearby underground lake. Chapter 58. As the Kisame water style, water prison same dance technique unfolded, the duel between Itachi and Sasuke was also suspended. The two stood on the water, facing each other from a distance. Itachi said to Sasuke with a hint of relief, "Unexpectedly, it's already so strong now." "Yes, that's right, because I will always target you until I kill you." Sasuke looked cold and raised the blade of the knife to point at Uchiha Itachi. "For my parents' revenge, I will definitely kill you with my own hands, and I still have a companion. This is the biggest difference between you and me." The three Megatama in Sasuke's eyes turned black and they were spinning rapidly, as if they were vaguely coming together. "Similar. Comrade, it seems that you are living well in Konoha," Itachi said with emotion. He once had a companion, Itachi recalled Shisui, but unfortunately, Shisui was already dead. Suddenly, the huge waves under his feet suddenly rolled. Sasuke watched a group of sharks rushing toward him. Sasuke waved his hand and attached the Thunder Attribute Chakra to the knife. He used the Chidori sharp spear to extend the smoke and kill the sharks. While Sasuke was slashing the shark, Itachi disappeared with the smoke. Naruto, who was in the water, had a layer of Nine-Tails Chakra attached to his body. He was able to move freely in the water, but was besieged by a steady stream of sharks. The nine tails chakra condensed into claws and crazily tore the sharks apart. The water was filled with smoke, blocking the line of sight, but it could not stop Naruto's super perception ability. The giant claws of chakra condensed by nine tails suddenly expanded and stretched in the direction of Kisame. All the sharks around him were torn into pieces. Kisame made a bold move when he saw the giant claws grabbing at him. Because in the water, Naruto's released claws were affected by the resistance of the water and slowed down for a while, which gave Kisame room to survive. Kisame used the shark head on his body to sense the direction of the water flow, and then avoided the chakra claws as much as possible, hugged Naruto's chakra claws and started to chew on it. Kisame's original chakra is very large. He is known as the tailless beast. His ninjutsu can also develop in the direction of absorbing chakra. In addition, his weapon Same Hata can also absorb chakra, so when he encounters Kisame, it is the more he fights, the more chakra he has. But most of his chakra is used to heal his injuries, plus J-ninjutsu and summoning. He doesn't have much chakra now. He was able to act so quickly thanks to the use of Same Hata fusion just now. But it is a pity that he met Naruto. When Kisame was eating Nine Tails Chakra's claws, the fishman form on Kisame was also changing. Same Hata's transformation speed into chakra became slower and slower, and the chakra absorbed by Kisame also changed. It gradually became less and less, and Kisame's body returned to what it was before it was fused with Same Hata. A smile appeared on Naruto's lips. He felt that the chakra that was originally fused with Kisame slowly separated into two different chakras. My chakra is not so easy to absorb. Adamantine sealing chains suddenly appeared on Same Hata's body and stabbed into Kisame's body, making it impossible for Kisame to condense chakra. As Kisame was sealed, the huge blisters also lost the support of chakra and turned into rain and slowly fell to the ground. Kisame in Same Hata's fusion form wants to absorb Naruto's chakra through Same Hata to restore his physical strength, but Naruto's chakra is not so easy to absorb. Naruto's chakra is highly condensed and contains Naruto's will. As Same Hata absorbs more energy, Same Hata was slowly controlled by Naruto, so she gave Kisame less and less chakra, and took the initiative to leave Kisame. Kisame also degenerated from the fishman form into a normal form. Naruto used his chakra to use adamantine sealing chains to seal Kisame. Kisame looked at Same Hata in disbelief. The chain appeared on his body, making him unable to move and could only be slaughtered. Amaterasu, the three Megatama in attack, his right eye directly condensed into the shape of a dart, and then the chakra condensed between the right eye, and a ball of blood tears flowed directly from the right eye. Uchiha Itachi knelt down and covered his right eye in pain. He had just fought with Sasuke and consumed some chakra. He was using Amaterasu, and now Itachi didn't have much chakra. I saw balls of black flames appearing on the adamantine sealing chains. The chains were burned by the black flames, and the chains began to slowly disintegrate. Kisame's chakra also returned to flowing, and the remaining chains on Kisame's body also collapsed as Kisame struggled hard. Kisame hugged Itachi, who was still kneeling on the ground, jumped into the river, and retreated. After the chain was burned, Same Hata quickly ran towards Naruto. Same Hata restrained her thorns and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto hugged Same Hata. Same Hata rubbed against Naruto excitedly, sticking out her tongue like a dog. To please Naruto, although Naruto's chakra is difficult to digest, it tastes very good and has very high nutritional value. Same Hata is willing to follow Naruto. Asuma and Kurane collapsed on the ground. Sasuke was already panting slightly. Kakashi finally arrived too late. Also coming with Kakashi was Jiraiya from Sunan. Kakashi had just gone to find Jiraiya, so he missed this battle. This also prevented Kakashi from being injured and lying in the hospital for a month. Master Jiraiya, the enemies are Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Yuanfei Asuma said while supporting Uihong. Naruto saved us. Ui Kurane came out of Asuma's arms and added to Jiraiya. Everyone is here. Naruto returned from the woods holding Same Hata. This is... Everyone looked at the same hata in Naruto's hand. This is my trophy. Itachi and Kisame jumped into the river and escaped together. I think I won't have the guts to come to Konoha again for a long time. Damn it, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke cursed secretly from the side. Said that Itachi ran away, which made Sasuke very unhappy. As for that organization, Jiraiya has mastered some information after years of intelligence collection. Their target is the tailed beast. They have now targeted Naruto, but there is no need to worry about Naruto's strength. He can already protect himself, but he is just afraid. It would be difficult to go out all at once and deal with Naruto at the same time. That organization was full of S-class rebellious ninjas and was very dangerous. Jiraiya's face darkened. Jiraiya summarized what happened at the moment and wrote a report. When he found Tsunade, he handed it to her together. Come in, come in, come in, be careful. Several decoration workers worked hard to install a super large fish tank in Naruto's living room. Naruto looked at the huge fish tank and felt very satisfied, and then put some aquatic plants he had just purchased into it. Same hata swims around freely in this oversized fish tank, which is very comfortable. Maybe it's because Naruto injected chakra into the fish tank. This is what a rich person looks like. Raising sharks in the office is nothing. I am the best at raising same hata at home. Chapter 59. It was another early morning, and Naruto stretched out and woke up from his big bed. After yesterday's invasion of rebel ninjas, Jiraiya understood that he needed to find Tsunade's whereabouts as soon as possible, so he set a time for Naruto to officially set out to find Tsunade in 2 days. Kakashi also took Sasuke away for training, and the village began to calm down, now no different than when the third Hokage was alive. As for little Sakura, I hope Tsunade can make good use of little Sakura's talents after returning, but the effect is indeed limited. With Naruto's chakra, the ability to heal injuries is much better than medical ninjutsu. Now Naruto's recovery power should be better than Senju Hashirama is even stronger. Even if his heart is stabbed, he can still survive with his strong recovery ability. This leads to the awkward positioning of little Sakura. For Sasuke, little Sakura's auxiliary ability is not as strong as Naruto's. Naruto's chakra can quickly restore chakra and physical strength, but the medical ninja's healing speed is too slow. The effect is relatively poor. But for a ninja fighting in a group, little Sakura is still an indispensable and important role. The best way in the future is to have Naruto sit in the center of Konoha and Sasuke and little Sakura go on missions to cooperate. It happens that little Sakura also likes Sasuke. For the sake of her classmates, give little Sakura a chance. In fact, there is another reason. With Sasuke's temperament, except for little Sakura who has been chasing Sasuke, no one likes Sasuke's cold temperament now. Girls like to be cool when they were young, but this is no longer popular. There are no other girls around Sasuke, although Naruto understands, but after the revenge is completed, the two of them should forget it together and stop harming others. Regarding Tsunade, the teacher of little Sakura, Naruto also wanted to have a jutsu, which was 100 healings mark. This jutsu seems to be only practiced by girls, and Naruto has never practiced it, so he doesn't know. But the effect of this technique was heaven-defying. Naruto didn't care much about the main effect, he only valued the effect of keeping his appearance forever and his body function always at its peak. Naruto hopes to pass this technique to Hinata. At this time, Naruto gives Hinata a gift. This ninjutsu is better than any cosmetics. Girls, their appearance is not old, and they stay young forever. This will definitely make people crazy, and Hinata controls chakra. The technology is not inferior to that of little Sakura. The Hyuga clan also has a huge chakra. They are also descendants of Tsutsuki, so their lifespan is longer than that of ordinary people. Moreover, with Naruto around, the side effects should be minimized. This is why Naruto agreed to go find Tsunade together. Let 100 healings mark repay this favor. After feeding Same Hata some chakra as usual, Naruto went out. It was rare that he had nothing to do today. Naruto missed Hinata. After the collapse of Konoha's plan and a series of things that happened, he had no time to see Hinata. It was just a good time to tell Hinata that she had moved and was about to leave the village. Hinata has the chakra necklace that Naruto gave to Hinata, so Naruto is sure where Hinata is. Outside Hyuga's house, Naruto knocked on the door. Naruto clearly sensed that Hinata's chakra was not far away. A maid in white clothes opened the door of Hyuga's house and bowed slightly to Naruto and said, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Hinata, Hyuga Hinata." Naruto returned the greeting. "Is it convenient to leave your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto." The maid closed the door gently and announced inside. In fact, considering Naruto's strength, no door can stop him from entering, but it is the family of the person Naruto likes, so it is impossible to run in without courtesy, and the courtesy of the Hyuga family is also very good, no matter what kind of guests they treat. You will lose your manners. Naruto experienced this with Hinata. A familiar chakra ran towards Naruto quickly. Naruto showed a smile, the door opened, and a familiar figure rushed towards Naruto. Naruto opened his hands and stopped directly. "Naruto-kun, I miss you so much." "Me too." Naruto gently hugged the girl in his arms. Just now Hinata heard Naruto coming, and regardless of any politeness, she rushed over and hugged him. A little girl suddenly appeared behind the door, also with pure white eyes. She was staring blankly at the hug between Naruto and her sister, and she was holding a snack with slight bite marks in her little hand. "Sister." Hanabi looked at the two of them very strangely. Hanabi's voice sounded, and Hinata suddenly realized that this was at the door of her home. Hinata's face suddenly turned red, and she was obviously very shy. Hinata pulled Naruto in as fast as she could in her life and closed the door. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I lost my temper." Hinata straightened her hair and clothes. "Who is this?" Naruto knelt down and touched the little one's head. Hanabi was really cute when he was little, Naruto thought to himself. "This is my sister, Hyuga Hanabi. This is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. He is the person that my sister likes." Uzumaki Naruto, little Hanabi will remember the name of the person who took her sister away. Now Hinata has changed, and now Hyuga Hayashi's focus is entirely on cultivating Hinata. For Hanabi, it is not as tight as in the original work. In addition to spending time with Naruto, Hinata spends other time with Hanabi, so now Hanabi's relationship with Hinata is very close, which is why Hanabi thinks that her sister will be taken away. Reason. On the streets of Konoha, Hanabi happily sent Hinata out. Actually she was not happy at all, while Naruto took Hinata shopping. "By the way, I moved, this is the key to my house." Naruto told Hinata the address of his new home. "If you want to come to me Hinata, just go directly to my house and wait for me." Naruto put the key into Hinata's hand. "I have a mission tomorrow, so I won't be able to accompany you for a while. Be careful, Naruto-kun. It's a very simple task and very safe. Don't you know my strength yet?" Naruto stroked Hinata's hair and comforted her. "Come on, let's go eat and see who eats more this time." Naruto laughed and pulled Hinata straight to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Hinata gave Naruto a gentle slap. After all, every girl doesn't want others to know that she has a big appetite. "Uncle Ichiraku, are you ready?" Naruto looked at Ichiraku seriously. Ichiraku swallowed and said tremblingly, "Ready. Let's start." Followed the referee's order. Hinata and Naruto started eating ramen, and the chef also started making it with all his strength. However, unlike Naruto who was gobbling up the noodles, Hinata was very elegant in eating the noodles, but in terms of speed, she might as well give in a little more. Ichiraku looked at the two mountains of bowls and felt happy. Just the two of them came here once and they made a lot of money. Ichiraku ramen tastes delicious and there are many people eating it. Night falls. Naruto sent Hinata back to Hyuga's house, but the one who opened the door was not the maid, but little Hanabi. Sister, little Hanabi said while rubbing her eyes. You should go to bed now, Hinata said to Hanabi in a stern tone. Afterwards, Hinata bowed slightly to Naruto and took Hanabi back to Hyuga's house. Chapter 60. At the gate of Konoha, Naruto brought a lot of things, but because Naruto had money, he put the things in the storage scrolls. Although it seemed that he had nothing on him, the large capacity storage scrolls were already filled. Naruto, are you all ready? Jiraiya was carrying a backpack. Seeing Naruto walking lightly, he couldn't help but be a little confused. The time he left the village this time was not too short. It's okay, I'm ready. Naruto confidently patted his ninja bag, which contained a lot of money and daily necessities. They were all bought now to ensure that his living standard would not be reduced, and he was also prepared for wild camping. Preparation. Then let's set off and find Tsunade as quickly as possible, Jiraiya ordered, because Jiraiya couldn't rule out whether other people from that organization would come. Please wait, Naruto. Hinata's voice sounded from behind Naruto. Naruto looked intently and saw Hinata running over quickly, holding a pink box in her hand. Hearing Hinata's voice, Naruto stopped and turned around and walked towards Hinata. Naruto-kun, please accept this. Hinata thrust the package into Naruto's hand. This is the new bento I made today. I made it all by myself. I can't go with Naruto, but I must accept the bento. Hinata held Naruto's hand and didn't want to let go. Naruto held it back. Hinata's slightly cold hands said, you should still wear the necklace I gave you. As long as the necklace glows, it means I am back. Let's go, pervy sage. Naruto let go of Hinata's hand and left. Naruto's back slowly disappeared from Hinata's eyes. Hinata stood there for a long time before leaving, but before leaving, she looked at herself wearing the necklace. Naruto, I was much more popular than you when I was little. It was when I was in school that a lot of girls liked me. Not sure if it was to lighten the mood, Jiraiya took the initiative to mention things from his school days. Naruto looked at Jiraiya speechlessly. Didn't he know what Jiraiya was like when he was a child? Jiraiya was a brat when he was a child, and he was always chasing after Tsunade. His grades were also at the bottom of the list. He was often beaten for offending Tsunade. The most serious one was because he peeked at Tsunade taking a shower, and then was punched and seriously injured. He lay on the hospital bed for a long time before recovering. People like this were talking about how popular he was as a child, no wonder Naruto was so speechless. What's that look in your eyes? I'm really popular. The Tsunade I'm looking for this time is also one of my suitors. Jiraiya said that even he believed it and began to imagine the scene of Tsunade chasing him. With an expression on his face he was wretched, his face was flushed, and his mouth was drooling. He didn't know what he was fantasizing about. But what else can a person who can write out the love heaven with his own hands imagine? When Jiraiya is reliable, he is really reliable, and when he is not serious, he is really not serious. Time passes quickly, and the sun becomes more and more poisonous. Jiraiya and Naruto sat under the shade of a tree to rest. After all, they had been traveling all morning. Naruto opened the lunch box Hinata brought him, which contained sushi, rice balls, and cut fruits. There are also various exquisite snacks, as well as a poached egg that looks very like Naruto. Hinata used the seasonings as paint to paint the face of Naruto Q version, a veritable little sun poached egg. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's lunchbox and almost drooled. Before he could speak, Naruto moved the lunchbox and said, "This is what Hinata gave me. It's useless even if you stare at it." Cheapskate, Jiraiya whispered and went to look for food by himself. Hinata's thoughts. Naruto didn't dare to waste anything. Hinata knew Naruto's appetite and made the lunchbox into an extra large size, but Naruto still ate it cleanly and it tasted very delicious. After Naruto finished eating, Jiraiya also came back from hunting. Jiraiya and Naruto rested against the tree, with the sun and breeze coming. The two people leaned together quietly. Jiraiya looks at Naruto as if he were his own grandson. Although Minato is gone now, Naruto is still there. He is very anxious to find Tsunade. Konoha village is still waiting, but Jiraiya wants to spend more time with Naruto, so this paragraph a short trip is a great opportunity. In the next 3 days, Naruto and Jiraiya hurriedly found the place where Tsunade was. As soon as he entered the town, Jiraiya stared at an entertainment club with a glowing sign. He rushed inside and said, "I went to collect information." Then he didn't look back, with an idiotic expression on his face. Smile. Naruto covered his forehead and sighed deeply, then found a hotel to stay in. As for Jiraiya, screw him. It's so comfortable. Naruto soaked in the hot spring, and his whole body seemed to relax. The hot springs next to it were filled with various fruits and food storage scrolls, which were well preserved. As Naruto ate and soaked in the hot spring, at that time, in a casino not far from here, Tsunade was preparing for a big gamble. With a wave of his hand, a box of money was directly converted into chips without blinking an eye. Shizun's eyes trembled as he watched. Shizun watched Tsunade-sama keep borrowing money and losing money. Logically speaking, he was used to it, but Shizun was just used to Tsunade-sama running away due to debt collection. Even if no matter how many times he watches it, Shizun will never get used to Tsunade-sama's gambling luck. How could someone be so unlucky? Buy them all, and as Tsunade puts all the chips in, the dealer comes, but he looks at the dice with disbelief. Big, said the croupier. We win, Tsunade-sama, we win. Shizun hugged Tsunade excitedly. As Tsunade placed bets, there were more and more chips in front of Tsunade, but Tsunade's expression became more and more solemn. Tsunade changed the chips into money and prepared to run away without looking back. Tsunade's physique is a magical existence. If Tsunade keeps losing money, he will only have minor financial troubles. With Tsunade's debt avoidance skills, he can easily fool the debt collectors, but once Tsunade wins money, and when the flow continues, then something very bad will happen, such as the death of Jiraiya in the original work, and Tsunade won that time. That's why Tsunade wants to run away quickly, but trouble will not let you go just because you run away. Instead, it will haunt you. Only by facing it squarely, and solving it can you avoid tragedy. Naruto was running around the hot springs singing songs, looking contented, but Naruto suddenly felt a dark, snake-like chakra approaching. Orochimaru. Naruto thought to himself. Give up, Tsunade can't heal your hand, Naruto can continue to go to the hot springs with peace of mind. Sunin's class reunion is about to begin. Chapter 61. After Naruto took a bath in the hot springs, he walked around the street and found that there was something going on here. It was very lively. Although it was not as good as Konoha village, the atmosphere of the event was not bad at all. But there is one thing that is completely different from Konoha. There are not only casinos, but also flower buildings and amusement parks. Naruto finally understands why Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have their class reunion here. This is also one of Kishimoto's symbolic meanings. Tancho Street is a place where it is very easy to trigger the 3 taboos of ninjas. Wine, money, and women are all available here. The snake came, and Naruto sensed that Orochimaru's chakra was in contact with another type of chakra. This type of chakra was the first time Naruto encountered. The chakra was full of vitality, but it was different from the Uzumaki family's chakra. The focus is different, but it's still huge. The granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, she has the blood of the Senju clan. Although her surname is no longer Tsunade, from the chakra point of view, she is close to Senju Hashirama's chakra, a ninja with a direct blood relationship. Generally, the chakras are similar after all. For example, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto once used a similar chakra to fuse the Taiki Raise Nan. Naruto and Boruto also used the Raise Nan together to defeat Urashiki. In Naruto's opinion, Tsunade still inherited a bit of sage body, but it was an extremely weakened version. He has lost his ultimate recovery ability, but he also has a huge chakra, and his recovery ability is still stronger than that of ordinary people. After being broken into 2 pieces by Madara, he can still use chakra to summon a living dragon, and he can still survive the rescue. His vitality is as tenacious as Uzumaki. The same goes for lifespan, which is slightly higher than that of ordinary ninjas. Sage of 6 Paths are all caused by physical death due to lifespan issues, and may be partly affected by the removal of the Gedo statue. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Obito was still able to use Rain Tensei after being detached from the 9-tailed beasts. This means that after the 10 tails were detached from the tailed beasts, Jinchuriki would not die, but there is a prerequisite. The Gedo statue is still in Jinchuriki's body, and with the support of the Gedo statue, it doesn't count that the tailed beast has been completely extracted, so it won't die. After the battle, Ban was pulled out of 10 tails and even the Gedo statue was sealed again. Of course, he died. Even if Madara was so strong, he would still die. Jinchuriki couldn't act blindly, or he might be slapped by a tailed beast and then burped. As for Naruto, if the conditions are normal, let's see if he can deal with the tailed beast alive. For example, if 9 tails is divided, some 9 tails will be released, leaving some 9 tails for Naruto himself, a win-win situation. Orochimaru wants to use Impure World reincarnation to help Tsunade meet his important people. If it were Naruto, he might beat Orochimaru up, get the Impure World reincarnation, and then find a way to use the sealing technique to retain the soul and reincarnate it. A body, and then the soul is stuffed into it to achieve the purpose of resurrection. A person is not just a soul and a body. With these 2 things, you can be resurrected. It sounds simple but difficult to do. It is better to resurrect Rain Tensei. Naruto listened quietly to the exchange between Tsunade and Orochimaru, and touched his chin. Shizune is still awake and knows not to trust Orochimaru. And Tsunade's hemophobia has not yet healed, so he has to find a way. Naruto thought to himself. Jiraiya, I found Tsunade. Naruto's clone rushed into the flower building and saw Jiraiya drinking with several women in his arms, with a drunken look on his face. Ha, Naruto, what did you say? Jiraiya shook his head and answered Naruto. You guys go down first. The waitress next to her felt that Naruto was not easy to mess with and went down obediently. But Jiraiya is still waving to stay. Naruto was not angry about this, and just whispered in Jiraiya's ear, Tsunade and Orochimaru are together, are you sure you want to continue drinking? Orochimaru. As soon as Jiraiya heard that Tsunade was now with Orochimaru, he was so frightened that he woke up. Where is Orochimaru and Tsunade? Naruto, hurry up, if Orochimaru says anything to Tsunade, there will be trouble. Jiraiya followed Naruto and wanted to head towards Tsunade's location. You don't have to answer me now. Give me an answer in a week. Orochimaru confidently wanted to turn around and leave. Orochimaru a loud roar reached Orochimaru's ears, and oncoming was a super large raised nan that rushed towards Orochimaru. See you in a week, Tsunade. Orochimaru then turned into smoke and disappeared. Orochimaru and Kabuto were just clones. Don't underestimate the snake's perception. After Orochimaru sensed that Jiraiya's chakra was moving towards him, he secretly switched them. The main body, all this is seen by Naruto in the dark. Orochimaru's chance of winning in a conflict with Jiraiya is too low now. Orochimaru cannot use ninjutsu. If he faces Jiraiya at full strength now, his healing hands will be in vain. It is better to escape first. Jiraiya's raised nan hit the ground hard, sending smoke and dust everywhere. The raised nan made a big hole in the ground, but there was no trace of Orochimaru. Jiraiya. The scene turned, 4 people were sitting in the tavern looking at each other. Tsunade was already drinking. Naruto looked at this 50-year-old aunt holding a 20-year-old face, and her skin was in very good condition. Naruto wanted the idea of 100 healings market is also more intense. Maybe it can be changed to a method that can be practiced by men. Although Naruto himself is still young, he doesn't want to get old. The 30-year-old Naruto is an uncle, and the 18-year-old Naruto is still a handsome boy. His image is the gap is a bit big. Naruto doesn't want to go further and further down the middle-aged greasy road. He just couldn't help it in his previous life, but now he still wants to do some image management. These thoughts flashed through Naruto's mind, and now his main task was to cook. But the food here tastes good. Naruto thought after swallowing a mouthful of fried fish. Orochimaru, what are you looking for? Jiraiya said. Jiraiya's temperament doesn't like beating around the bush, so he just speaks directly. Nothing. Tsunade's beautiful face was still flushed from drinking, but she just shook her head slightly. She didn't want others to know about the problems involving her relatives. The third Hokage was killed by Orochimaru, and the village wants you to return to Konoha as the Hokage. Tsunade's eyes were shocked, but he still pretended to be calm. I heard what Orochimaru said, and the first candidate to succeed the Hokage should be you. Why come to me? Tsunade Zyuoman said with a sip of wine. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly and said, you know me, you are used to being free by nature, and you are not suitable to be a Hokage. The village has also agreed that as long as you return, you can immediately ascend the throne and become the 5th generation of Konoha. Well, think about it. Jiraiya seriously invited Tsunade. But Tsunade did not answer Jiraiya's words, but instead turned his eyes to Naruto, who was eating and drinking. From the very beginning, she noticed that this kid was tall but not very old, and he had a special attraction about him. Chapter 62. Tsunade casually asked Jiraiya, the kid next to you looks good. Is it your new apprentice? Jiraiya laughed, his name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Even though Naruto is not old, he is very powerful. 9 tails, this child is 9 tails Jinchuriki. It turns out he has grown so big. Tsunade thought to himself. So, what's your answer? Go back to Konoha. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade seriously, expecting her answer. Tsunade was silent. She thought of Orochimaru's conditions and that Orochimaru still wanted to destroy Konoha. This made Tsunade very hesitant. Nawaki and Dan kept coming to mind. One was her brother and the other was her lover. They had both died in the previous battle. When Tsunade made up his mind and was about to refuse, Naruto spoke, Jiraiya, let this beautiful sister think about it. After all, such a major matter cannot be decided on the spot. Tsunade watched Naruto call her sister, and something seemed to awaken in her heart. Coupled with the already existing sense of closeness, people couldn't help but want to listen to his words. Jiraiya, let me think about it and give you an answer in a week. Tsunade replied to Jiraiya. Success. Now Tsunade is in a period of confusion, and with the opposition between Orochimaru and Konoha village, Tsunade is easily influenced by other irrelevant people, and it is human nature to escape and delay. When he cannot make a decision, he just can escape. Konoha has complicated emotions towards Tsunade, and she also understands that once she agrees to Orochimaru, not only Konoha, but also herself may be affected by Orochimaru. Tsunade is typically tough on the outside and soft on the inside. If you want to use Tsunade, you can only start from the emotional aspect, but Tsunade is very smart, as long as you give her a little time, she can figure out the answer. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, and he clearly wanted to refuse. Why could Naruto influence Tsunade? Jiraiya confessed many times, but he always refused, so he was very sensitive to Tsunade's attitude of refusing, but now he just said to think about it. It seems that the key to Tsunade returning to Konoha lies with Naruto. Drink, drink, we haven't seen each other for so many years, let's have a good gathering tonight. Jiraiya turned into his cynical look again, poured wine for Tsunade diligently, and brought some dice and poker cards. It's just that Jiraiya's luck is not very good. It is impossible to win with Tsunade with this kind of buff. Now Tsunade can only kill everyone when he goes to the casino. Jiraiya greeted Naruto and Tsunade to play. How about a day's meal? Naruto suggested that whoever loses should be given a day's meal. Okay, little devil. Tsunade agreed without hesitation. He just happened to win money because of Orochimaru's relationship, so he was naturally not afraid. I win. Naruto turned over the cards cheerfully. The biggest card, Tsunade looked at in disbelief, was a flush. Again Tsunade dealt the cards himself this time. I won. As the sound of I won sounded many times, Tsunade felt a little broken. Even though I had won money and was about to run away this morning, I encountered Orochimaru, something bad like that happened. But Orochimaru has not been solved yet, so I should still be able to win. Do you want to continue, Sister Tsunade? Naruto looked at Tsunade with a smile. Now Tsunade almost owes Naruto a lot of money. If Naruto's appetite is calculated, he consumes a lot in a day, and he loses dozens of times in a row. Damn it! Tsunade curled up his lips and was about to smash the wall in anger. Come on kid, let's bet on this. Tsunade took off the necklace from his neck and pressed it on the table. Tsunade-sama, you can't bet on this. Shizune was nearby and wanted to stop her. After all, this necklace belonged to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya looked at the necklace and smiled. Tsunade would not bet on such a thing unless Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Naruto. This necklace of mine is worth 3 mountains. Even if you can eat it, you won't be able to finish it. You're so scared, kid. Tsunade said with an arrogant look, just to match his beautiful face. No matter how arrogant he is, he still won't be able to finish it. People can't be disliked. Let me see. Naruto picked up the first Hokage necklace and felt the vitality of chakra from it. It was similar to the necklace Naruto made himself, but the essence of chakra was similar. It's really good stuff. First Hokage's stuff is really amazing. Naruto praised. What do you think, kid? Are there any equal bets? Tsunade encircled his hands and expanded the circle in front of him. Naruto then took out a necklace from the seal scroll and pressed it on the table. I don't bring so much money, but I also have a necklace here that is equally valuable. No matter whether I win or lose, I will give this to you. How about? Seeing Naruto also take out the necklace, Tsunade took a fancy to Naruto's necklace at a glance, and she also had an urge to want it in her body. Tsunade quickly succumbed to the dual psychological and physical desires. This is the embodiment of my pure chakra. Tsunade's sage body is not complete, of course it will be eager to complete itself, but once Tsunade is brought on, Naruto smiled evilly in his heart. Okay, I agree. Tsunade agreed. Tsunade was very serious and meticulous this time. Let's open the cards. Sorry, I won, as the familiar voice sounded again. Tsunade was not very disappointed, but rather happy. Okay, Naruto, the necklace belongs to you. Tsunade gave the necklace to Naruto. Tsunade seemed to be in a trance, like the shadows of Naoki and Su standing behind Naruto. Not only were their figures the same, they were both wearing the necklace given by Tsunade. Looking at myself happily. At the same time, Tsunade also put on the necklace given by Naruto. I don't know if it was an illusion, but her body seemed to feel slightly hot after putting it on. Tsunade-sama, Shizune really didn't expect that Tsunade really gave this necklace to Naruto. It was not a joke. At night, Naruto put on the necklace and lay on the roof, looking at the moon above his head. It seems that it is a foregone conclusion that Tsunade will return to Konoha village. 5th Hokage Tsunade, it sounds good. It seems that the 100 healings mark is also close at hand, Naruto thought. Tsunade's personality charm is really strong, and now Naruto even likes her a little bit. Tsunade's necklace is an accessory of first Hokage. Tsunade is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, so she gave the necklace to Tsunade, and then Tsunade gave it to her younger brother Naoki. As a result, Naoki died in the war. Later Tsunade gave it to Tsunade's lover Kato Dan, who was also a relative of Shizuan. As a result, Kato Dan died again with this necklace, so this necklace was also regarded as an unknown object. Naruto was not killed by this necklace. Even if it was the Miko's death predicting language, Naruto could change it. In the original work, he was crushed by the rampaging Naruto when facing pain. The necklace is destroyed. Chapter 63. In the next 3 days, Jiraiya continued to have fun as usual. Tsunade did not return Konoha's temper at all, and Naruto saw everything about the two of them. The human condition is very complex, and there are so many things that interfere with people's behavior, and they are all beyond their control. On the night of the 3rd day, Naruto felt that he had to do something and couldn't just waste time. At this moment, Tsunade is getting drunk in an izakaya. The difference is that Tsunade went to the casino today and won again, which made Tsunade feel uncomfortable. Tsunade-sama Naruto came out and sat next to Tsunade. "Kid, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be able to drink right now." Tsunade was drunk and looked at Naruto. The white skin on her chest looked a little transparent under the light. Tsunade's slightly opened eyes revealed a hint of charm. The whole body was almost leaning on Naruto's body. "I didn't come here just to drink." Tsunade-sama is offended. After Naruto said this, he picked up the slightly drunk Tsunade and flew away. Tsunade was also heartless and hugged Naruto back in the air and pressed directly against Naruto. Tsunade pressed too tightly, which made Naruto feel a little uncomfortable. In a deserted area outside Tansha Street, Naruto gently put Tsunade down. At this moment, Tsunade was swaying and looking at the surrounding scenery and asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Tsunade-ne, look at this. After Naruto finished speaking, he cut his finger and let blood cover the entire palm. When Tsunade saw the blood scene, he felt a kind of fear in his heart, as if he was back to that night again, when he watched his lover die in front of him. Tsunade fell to his knees weakly, his body trembling slightly. At this moment, Naruto gently touched Tsunade's face with his bloody palm. At this moment, Tsunade had completely lost his ability to judge. He could only see blood in his eyes and kept recalling the scene in his mind. "Sister, I'm going to die, please help me." Naruto's voice seemed to come from outside, breaking into Tsunade's memories. In Tsunade's eyes, the current Naruto was equivalent to his brother calling for help to him. Now Naruto was gradually increasing his intensity. "Sister, if you hadn't saved me, I would have died immediately." Nawaka's voice kept ringing. Naruto opened his clothes and smeared blood on his stomach, just like Zhang did back then. Zhang died because his chest was shot through, his internal organs were destroyed, and he was lying on the ground bleeding. Now Naruto was like a broken man, walking staggeringly in front of Tsunade, lying down, exposing his bleeding abdomen. He gently touched Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, you can do it. You can save me. As long as you use your medical ninjutsu, you can definitely keep me by your side. You are one of the Sunin, Tsunade." Naruto's chakra also slowly entered Tsunade's body with Naruto's blood-stained hands, and the necklace Tsunade carried shone slightly. Naruto's hand slipped weakly from Tsunade's face and fell heavily to the ground, and the Senju necklace on his body also slipped out. Tsunade cried out sadly, "Break!" Tsunade ignored the blood on Naruto's abdomen and pressed it with his hands. His hands glowed green and he output his chakra frantically. Tears kept falling in his eyes and fell on Naruto. As a medical ninja, Tsunade noticed that Jan's body was slowly getting better. He could slowly feel the sound of his heartbeat and felt that his heart was regaining its vitality. Tsunade's tears were still flowing, but he kept chanting, "I succeeded, I succeeded." Naruto held Tsunade in his arms, comforted Tsunade with his own chakra, patted Tsunade's back gently, and said in Tsunade's ear, "Thank you, Tsunade, you succeeded, you are the greatest medical ninja." Tsunade's reaction became weaker and weaker, and he kept repeating, "I am the greatest medical ninja." as Tsunade's voice gradually became smaller and became silent. Naruto then realized that Tsunade had fallen asleep. Tsunade closed her eyes tightly and hugged Naruto tightly with her hands, fearing that Naruto would disappear again. But now Naruto's clothes were wide open, and all his blood had touched Tsunade's body. He was still holding on to Tsunade, so he had no choice but to take Tsunade back to the hotel first. And Naruto's newly cut finger has healed. Early the next morning, Tsunade stretched out, and Tsunade's body was exposed in the beautiful sunshine. However, there was still some dirt on Tsunade's body and it was stained with bloodline. Why am I so dirty? Tsunade took off his bloody clothes, took a shower in his room, and changed into clean clothes. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Tsunade-sama, are you awake? Shizuan knocked on the door. It's Shizuan, come in. Tsunade was tying up her hair at the moment. For some reason, she was in a particularly good mood today and even hummed a song slightly. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama is looking for you, Shizuan said respectfully. At this moment, Shizuan noticed something was wrong. There was a piece of clothes with blood on it. Shizuan quickly picked it up and checked. This was the clothes Mr. Tsunade wore yesterday. Why was there blood? Tsunade-sama, why is there blood on the clothes? Shizuan asked. Tsunade had just finished tying her hair and turned around. At this moment, Tsunade was wearing a blue coat with a white lining inside. With her 20-year-old beautiful face, she really deserved the title of stunning. Tsunade glanced at the bloody clothes and said nonchalantly, I don't know, maybe I drank too much yesterday and hit someone. Tsunade-sama, there's blood on your clothes. Blood, Shizuan said helplessly. It's just blood. As the strongest medical ninja, there's no need to make a fuss about blood. Shizuan pointed it out directly, Tsunade-sama, your hemophobia has recovered. Look. Shizuan dangled the blood-stained clothes in front of Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade looked at the blood, but he couldn't feel any fear in his heart. He only felt that his clothes were about to be washed. Well, the hemophobia is gone. I'll leave Shizuan's clothes for you to wash. Tsunade turned around and went to the casino. Shizuan saw that Tsunade was doing well and felt happy for her in her heart. Now that Tsunade-sama's hemophobia is gone, it means that Tsunade-sama has given up, and Orochimaru's conspiracy will not succeed. It's great, Shizuan happily went to wash clothes. Really, Jiraiya? Jiraiya and Shizuan said, wait for Tsunade here at the izakaya. Jiraiya wanted to persuade Tsunade not to agree to Orochimaru's request, but Jiraiya waited and waited, but did not wait for Tsunade to come. I had no choice but to find Shizuan. What are you talking about? Tsunade's hemophobia has healed. Jiraiya looked at Shizuan in surprise. Yes, but Tsunade-sama's clothes were stained with blood. Maybe he did something last night to cure Tsunade-sama's hemophobia. Shizuan guessed. Chapter 64. At this moment, Tsunade was gambling in the casino. She generously took out a box of money and placed it on the table. She had already lost all her money in her bet with Naruto. But Tsunade used the necklace to pay off the debt, so the money she won the day she met Orochimaru was still with her. As a box of money was all converted into chips, Tsunade became eager to try. Half an hour later. How could this happen? Tsunade roared, and the good mood of the morning suddenly disappeared. A box full of money was not left for Tsunade. And Tsunade borrowed money from the casino here again, but the result was the same. They were all lost in less than half an hour. Tsunade-sama, I found you. Shizuan hurriedly ran over. Tsunade-sama, are you gambling again? Shizuan looked at the disappointed Tsunade coming out of the casino. Shizuan, we have to leave here again. I just borrowed money from the casino again, Tsunade said to Shizuan. Shizuan asked Tsunade slightly stiffly, you didn't lose again, did you? Tsunade nodded. Our meal money, our accommodation fee. Shizuan seemed to be watching the pieces of money grow wings and fly away, feeling like crying without tears. Shizuan shook his head hard. Now is not the time to think about money. The important thing is what Tsunade-sama did last night. On the other side, Jiraiya was looking for Naruto after getting the news from Shizuan that Tsunade was recovering from his fear of blood. Jiraiya had another intuition. This matter must have something to do with Naruto. How did Naruto cure Tsunade? Let's find Naruto first. At this moment, Naruto changed his appearance. He was a handsome white-haired guy with round glasses. He was buying things from the celebration vendors, and Naruto enjoyed this process very much. Originally, Naruto was just a small person, and now he has become rich, so he likes to buy, and he loves eating all kinds of delicious food to satisfy himself. After all, Naruto was not very young in his previous life and was at the age where he liked to play. He should live a good life before he found a way to go back. Same as Jiraiya, except that Jiraiya pursues S*X the most, while Naruto pursues eating, drinking and having fun. We are all human beings and there is no need to work hard. And Naruto hates fighting the most. It's not good to live a good life, but there is a premise. Even if you play every day, no one will care about you, but once something goes wrong, you need the ability to put things right. As long as it's something related to yourself, once you are affected, even if Naruto doesn't like fighting anymore, he will pin you to death. After all, strength is a guarantee. In this place where personal force can change the world, if you want to live a good and wealthy life, you must be the strongest. People always live for a certain goal. Walking in the market, drinking drinks, eating snacks, and strolling slowly. If only Hinata were here, she wouldn't be so lonely. Alas, Naruto suddenly lost the desire to go shopping when he looked at the bustling crowd. After discharging the transformation technique, Jiraiya, who was looking for Naruto, saw the eye-catching golden hair in the crowd at a glance. After all, Naruto's hair was quite recognizable. Jiraiya ran towards Naruto. Pervy sage. Naruto muttered, but walked towards Jiraiya anyway. Let's talk about it later, Jiraiya said to Naruto while looking at the crowd around him. In the hotel, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and asked Naruto, "Have you cured Tsunade's anemia?" Naruto nodded. It was originally a secret that Tsunade had hemophobia, but I was hiding it when Orochimaru was talking to Tsunade. It was just my clone who went to call you. At that time, I heard Orochimaru exchange Nawaki for the chance to meet with Swan in exchange for healing his hands. Before Orochimaru left, he deliberately cut his finger and blood flowed out. Looking at Tsunade's reaction at that time, I was sure that Tsunade was afraid of blood, so I used the same method to confirm. Of course Naruto wouldn't tell Jiraiya the source of his information, but what Naruto said was logical. Naruto continued, using the characteristics of chakra that can connect to each other, I know why Tsunade is afraid of blood. As long as the cause is known, there is a way to treat it. There is something I can do about this kind of mental injury. Naruto shrugged. I understand now. It's up to you to persuade Tsunade to return to Konoha, pervy sage. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with shifting eyes. Since Tsunade didn't refuse on the spot, there is still a chance. Naruto said. There are still 2 days left before Orochimaru's appointment with Tsunade. In the izakaya at night, Jiraiya was drinking with Tsunade. Tsunade, come back to Konoha with me. Although Jiraiya's face was full of blood due to drinking, he still persuaded Tsunade. That necklace is very important to you. You gave it to Naruto, which proves that you still have deep feelings for Konoha in your heart. At this moment, Tsunade finally told Orochimaru's promise. Nawaki and the break? That guy Orochimaru is really good at using people's hearts. He clearly knows how important these 2 people are to Tsunade. It's no wonder Tsunade is so entangled. If they could see their dead relatives, many people would definitely be willing to exchange. Tsunade, Orochimaru's technique is a forbidden technique, which passes through dead body tissue, forcing the soul to return from the Pure Land and turn it into Orochimaru's combat weapon. This kind of forbidden technique that desecrates death has no meaning. Jiraiya is still trying to persuade Tsunade to stop obsessing. It's just the living dead. Naruto's voice sounded from behind the screen. Tsunade heard the voice and quickly turned around to look. Naruto slowly walked out from behind. People who are reincarnated by the impure world have no pain, no consciousness, no temperature, and are not considered alive. Naruto sat down next to Tsunade unceremoniously and said to Tsunade's beautiful face, "For them, it is a cage. This is an evil ninjutsu that forcibly imprisons the soul. They will be killed alive and blackmailed even after death. Are you sure they will be happy after seeing it? In other words, this ninjutsu belongs to Konoha. As long as you become the Hokage of Konoha, with your talent, you can learn this ninjutsu by yourself and call them back. How about my proposal, Tsunade-sama?" Naruto looked at Tsunade with a smile, as seductive as a devil, but there was not much emotion in Naruto's eyes. Naruto Jiraiya did not expect that Naruto would propose such a plan. Once Naruto's proposal was successful, although Tsunade could return to Konoha to serve as the fifth Hokage, this was not what Jiraiya wanted. Jiraiya wanted Tsunade to truly step out of the shadows and stop worrying about resurrecting the dead, but now Naruto pushed Tsunade. Now, no matter which one Tsunade chooses, he will inevitably be on the road to resurrecting the dead. Tsunade just drank the wine in one gulp and left silently without saying a word. "Naruto, how can you say that?" Jiraiya looked at Naruto a little angry and said. "Don't you believe Tsunade?" Naruto's words choked Jiraiya. "If you believe Tsunade, you won't worry about what will happen after Tsunade returns to Konoha. Just wait, there will be results soon." After saying that, Naruto also left here, leaving Jiraiya alone here drinking. Chapter 65. After Tsunade went back, he kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. He kept repeating Naruto's words in his mind. "As long as you go back to Konoha village, you can see them in person." Tsunade fell asleep with his thoughts. In his dream, Tsunade dreamed of the death of two of his relatives, but Tsunade's dream slowly began to change. The memory of the night when Naruto treated Tsunade for hemophobia slowly opened up. Tsunade slowly understood everything in his dream, why his hemophobia suddenly got better, and why he was no longer afraid when he woke up. Naruto's treatment was actually divided into two steps. The first step was to recreate the scene, recreating the root of the fear but changing the result. The second step is to recognize the reality again, because the first step changed the result. It is not really going back to the past, it is just reappearing the scene. Although it has a certain effect, the person is still escaping. So Tsunade was still debating whether to resurrect or not, and still had some illusions about Orochimaru, so the treatment was only half done. As Tsunade slowly realizes the reality, the necklace Naruto gave to Tsunade is slowly merging with Tsunade. Naruto's chakra flows in Tsunade's body, stimulating Tsunade's physical potential. Tsunade's breathing began to stabilize, and his face slowly began to relax. In his sleep, Tsunade saw Swana and Noeki. They stayed with Tsunade and slowly listened to Tsunade talk about recent events. He told them about the death of the third Hokage, what Orochimaru said to him, and Naruto's treatment. Swan gently touched Tsunade's forehead and said softly, "I am dead, and you will inherit my dream. You must become a Hokage. I am happy for you. Sister, after becoming Hokage, you must protect the Konoha left by Grandpa. This is Grandpa's treasure." Noeki hugged Tsunade and said with the same smile on his face. Tsunade hugged the two of them, the tears in his eyes could no longer stop flowing, and he cried loudly. "I promise you, I will protect Konoha and become Hokage." As Tsunade made up his mind, the figures of Noeki and Dan slowly turned into bubbles and disappeared. Although Tsunade's eyes were filled with tears, a smile appeared on his face. This concludes Tsunade's treatment for hemophobia. Naruto was lying on the roof, his eyes also filled with tears. Tsunade's emotions were transmitted through chakra, and he also saw everything Tsunade experienced in his dream. In this world, how many people really look away? Life goes on, and those who have left will continue to be remembered by the living. The three major types of death in the world are physical death, social death, and forgotten death. It would be a good thing if someone remembered me after my death. At least I would leave something in this world that could be passed down. Tsunade woke up from his sleep with tears still remaining in the corners of his eyes. Unlike other dreams, Tsunade remembered every detail of the dream. I clearly remember what my brother and former lover said to me, hoping that I would inherit their dream and become a Hokage. The feeling of that embrace was so real. Tsunade wanted to touch the necklace, but couldn't touch it on his chest. Tsunade then remembered that his own necklace had been given to Naruto. Tsunade frowned, so what about the necklace that Naruto gave to him? Gone too. Naruto went there. Tsunade looked around but didn't see Naruto. Now Tsunade has remembered everything, including the fact that he took himself to the wilderness, scared himself with blood, and pretended to be Nawaki and Dan so that he could treat him. Now that I think about it, Tsunade feels that he is so stupid. He pretends to be like Naruto even though he only sees blood on his body. When he comes to Naruto first, he must give him a good beating to vent his hatred. Tsunade clenched his fists, eyes burning with fire, bit his silver teeth lightly, and walked away angrily. Strange, what did Naruto do to Tsunade? I hope Naruto can escape this time. It would be quite scary if Tsunade is really angry. Thinking of this, Jiraiya touched his chest and peeked at Tsunade's shower. The injury from being beaten was aching again, but with Naruto's strength, it shouldn't be a problem. It was more than enough to hide from Tsunade. Tomorrow is the deadline to see whether Tsunade agrees to return to Konoha village, and the matter of Orochimaru. If Orochimaru is not solved, sooner or later he will go to destroy Konoha. We can only kill Orochimaru now. There was a hint of gloom in Jiraiya's eyes. Shizuan, have you seen Naruto? Tsunade grabbed Shizuan's clothes and said. Naruto-kun, he seemed to have gone to the market in the morning. Shizuan pointed in a direction towards Tsunade. Strange, Tsunade-sama is even stranger today than yesterday. Could it be that Naruto was the one who cured Tsunade-sama? That's why Tsunade-sama was so anxious to find Naruto. Shizuan went to dry his clothes. Damn it, where is Naruto? Tsunade was about to turn over the market, but he didn't see the blonde-haired one. Tsunade was so angry that he punched the ground. Fortunately, Tsunade was no longer in the market. A crack began to appear from the ground where Tsunade hit. A deafening sound suddenly came from the ground. Suddenly, the ground in front of Tsunade the hole collapsed and the cracks continued until the wall in front was shattered, and a very spectacular ruin appeared in front of Tsunade. All the people in the market were frightened by the loud noise and fled away, and as the aftermath came here, Naruto sighed when he saw it. He was not in the mood to go shopping yesterday, so he went back halfway through the shopping. Today, he is in a good mood, and again I was interrupted after shopping. I must have some grudge against you, Sunan. Naruto had no choice but to check on Tsunade's situation. After the fusion of Naruto chakra, the amount of chakra in Tsunade's body now soared. Another angry blow from Tsunade said that even if he was far away, he still had such great destructive power. Hi, Tsunade-ne, Naruto called from behind Tsunade. Hello, Naruto. Tsunade came over holding hands. Thank you for what happened the night before yesterday. Tsunade's face twisted, and his fingers squeaked when he pinched her. If I'm discovered, let Tsunade give me a beating. Anyway, my blood is thick, and since my body is so strong, I can take a few beatings. Naruto wanted to raise his hands in surrender, saying that he was at the mercy of Tsunade. Tsunade hugged Naruto tightly and said, Thank you, Naruto, I met Nawaki and Dan. Then Tsunade's red lips kissed Naruto's forehead, and said to Naruto, I will return to Konoha village, and after I leave office, you can't even think about running away. Uzumaki Naruto, I declare in the name of the 5th Hokage that the 6th Hokage is you, Uzumaki Naruto. What? I became a Hokage candidate out of nowhere. Chapter 66. The scheduled time with Orochimaru has come, and Tsunade faces this day alone. Now Tsunade is full of confidence and confident to face all difficulties. This time, Orochimaru must be hammered to pieces so that he will never dare to think of destroying Konoha again. Tsunade clenched his fist like white jade. But no one dares to doubt the power of these fists. Naruto in the room slowly opened his eyes. Tsunade has his chakra in his body. Naruto can know Tsunade's actions at any time if he wants. I went to see Orochimaru without telling anyone. Do you want to solve it alone? And Jiraiya showed no sign of waking up. It seems that Jiraiya really trusts Tsunade. Or maybe it was what Tsunade said to Jiraiya last night. For the sake of insurance, he still go wake up Jiraiya. Walking to Jiraiya's room, he saw that Jiraiya smelled of alcohol and his face was flushed. Tsunade didn't drug Jiraiya, he just made him drunk. But why did Jiraiya get drunk without any precautions at this time? A slightly broad but delicate-skinned hand pressed on Jiraiya's chest. As Naruto's chakra was injected into Jiraiya's body, Jiraiya gradually woke up. It's Naruto. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes and yawned to wake up. Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, It seems you are very relieved that Tsunade will go see Orochimaru. Jiraiya straightened his messy hair and said, Don't worry, I made an agreement with the contact frog last night to ask him to watch Tsunade. Once something unexpected happens to Tsunade, the reverse summoning will be automatically triggered. Tsunade had a long chat yesterday. She didn't want me to go with her, and I know Tsunade. If I didn't agree, she might drug her. I felt that the former Tsunade was back. And Jiraiya smiled again and said, Although I promised Tsunade not to go with him, I can wait until Tsunade arrives before I go. And now Tsunade's chakra is very stable and the fight has not officially started yet. No, Jiraiya may not be for this reason, so Jiraiya is worried about Tsunade, but he wants Tsunade to go alone. Is this Jiraiya's goal? I understand, the corners of Naruto's mouth raised slightly. On the other side, Orochimaru and Kabuto were rushing to the agreed place. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto with sharp eyes and said, If anyone interferes with the negotiation process, kill him directly. At this moment, Orochimaru was already prepared that Jiraiya would stop him. To be sure, Orochimaru prepared something else to entertain Jiraiya. Although Orochimaru can't use most ninjutsu now, there are some special forbidden techniques that Orochimaru can use even if he doesn't have hands. Summoning technique, Jiraiya concentrated chakra summoning, and then two toads appeared here. One was the Fukasaku sage that Naruto saw last time, and the other was a green toad of the same size with purple hair. That was Shima sage. Little Jiraiya, is there something urgent you want to call us for? Shima Sennin stood on Jiraiya's shoulder. Ask the two immortals to help me enter sage mode. Now Tsunade is fighting Orochimaru and I need help. Naruto-sama is also here. Fukasaku Sennin, who was standing on the other side of Jiraiya, saw that Naruto was also beside him. Naruto just nodded slightly. Naruto still has a good impression of these toads. Little Jiraiya, don't move yet, let's help you gather the chakra, Sage Shima said. Jiraiya put his hands together, and the same toad gate also put his hands together. Naruto felt that the natural energy around him was slowly flowing to the two toads. The chakra of the toad was connected to Jiraiya at the same time, which can be said to be a three-person form. It is worthy of being exclusive to Mount Maiboku. The way Jiraiya cooperates with toads is Sage Art 2 life techniques, which can be used to make up for the shortcomings of Sage Mode and extend the maintenance time of Sage Mode. In this state, not only does it not have to worry about charging for a short period of time, if you have any questions, you can also get help from Toad Sages. It just took a long time to prepare. The reason why Jiraiya didn't go with him was because he was easily interrupted. Now Jiraiya has murderous intentions and wants to kill Orochimaru completely without letting him run away again. In fact, Naruto didn't understand. In the original book, Jiraiya wanted to kill Tsunade because Tsunade wanted to heal Orochimaru's hands. Shouldn't he take this opportunity to kill Orochimaru? Even without Tsunade, Orochimaru's talent will heal his hands sooner or later. Tsunade obviously still has rich feelings for Konoha. Instead of giving priority to solving Orochimaru, he has murderous intentions towards Tsunade. But now Jiraiya's face has slowly begun to change with the influx of natural energy. The nose gradually became larger, with small Madara dots bulging on it, and red facial makeup appeared on the face, making the whole person look like a big toad standing upright. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Shizune didn't know when he came and covered his mouth with his hands. After all, not everyone can understand the process of why a person transforms into a toad. Jiraiya opened his eyes and kicked forward hard. The house was suddenly shaken into cracks by the huge impact. Jiraiya quickly jumped forward with the blessing of Sage Mode. Really? Naruto shook his head helplessly, pulled aside Shizune who was in a daze, left the hotel that had become a dangerous building, and rushed towards the battlefield. Orochimaru, I won't help you heal your hands, just give up on this, Tsunade said enthusiastically, putting his hands on his hips. The person standing in front of you is the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. How can he help treat the traitors in the village? Orochimaru's eyes shrank. How could this happen? I am sincerely dealing with you. When Tsunade heard the word transaction, he immediately became furious. Orochimaru-sama, be careful. Kabuto beside Orochimaru felt the killing intent in the Tsunade chakra and hurriedly reminded Orochimaru. Tsunade rushed forward suddenly and hit Orochimaru with a charged punch. Orochimaru saw this and jumped away. However, Tsunade's charged punch was not easy to dodge. Although he avoided it, the shock wave from Tsunade's fist was still swept away. We arrived at Orochimaru and Kabuto, and the entire area was in ruins. There was a trace of cold sweat on Kabuto's head. If the power of this punch hit him, he would probably die. Tsunade stood on a high place, threw away his cool green coat, and jumped directly from the high place to punch them. Tsunade transforms into a violent destruction machine. Everything around her will be shattered directly once it is touched by her fist. To the berserk Tsunade, everything around her is as soft as tofu. Although Orochimaru still has a trump card, it is better to move the battlefield when faced with the furious Tsunade. Orochimaru and Kabuto ran away hard, and Tsunade broke several walls in succession, biting Orochimaru and not letting go. Chapter 67. Strong noises rang out all around, as if a big monster was wreaking havoc. The original plane had turned into ruins, smoke and dust were everywhere, and gravel was constantly flying around. Kabuto was directly hit by the shock wave again. His whole body barely stood here, crumbling, and Kabuto's chakra had been consumed more than half. The sweat on his body was also dripping down. Under the sun's rays, Kabuto felt like he was about to faint. But when he looked at the woman Tsunade, her breathing was only slightly faster, there was only a thin layer of sweat on her body, and her breathing was not messy, just like one person was exhausted and the other was just doing warm-up exercises. The gap is a bit too big. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded like a lion. Majesty, Tsunade, you have become stronger. Tsunade shook the sweat off his beautiful forehead without hesitation, opened his seductive lips towards Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, it's not that I have become stronger, but that you have become weaker. Although Tsunade said this to Orochimaru, she clearly felt that her chakra amount was increasing rapidly, and her physical recovery speed was also becoming faster. Kabuto struggled to put the Bing Liang pill into his mouth with trembling hands, replenishing his missing chakra, and then his body slowly recovered. Kabuto swallowed hard, he really didn't want to face Tsunade now. The combination of this unparalleled destructive power, inexhaustible chakra, and super-fast attack speed is truly terrifying. Even though Kabuto had used his own secret technique to restore his injured parts, he was not hit from the front. The shock wave alone caused damage to Kabuto's internal organs, and even with the effects of the HYRY pill, it wouldn't last long. Moreover, Tsunade was too fast, and his own medical ninjutsu couldn't even touch Tsunade's body, let alone launch an attack. Orochimaru also understood that Kabuto would definitely lose if he continued to fight. "Kabuto, you can use that move." Orochimaru's hoarse voice rang in Kabuto's ear. Lord Orochimaru, a flash of understanding appeared in Kabuto's eyes. As long as that weakness is there, it will be useless no matter how hard Tsunade can fight. When Tsunade attacked again, Kabuto suddenly laughed sinisterly and cut his hand with a kunao, causing blood to flow out. "Wait for Tsunade to rush over and then use your own medical ninjutsu to temporarily paralyze Tsunade." The distance between Tsunade and Kabuto was getting closer and closer, the red color of blood was also reflected in Tsunade's eyes, and Tsunade's body began to tremble involuntarily. "Ha ha ha!" With Kabuto's disgusting laughter, Tsunade collapsed in front of Kabuto. Now was the time to protect him. The moment Kabuto's hand glowing green was about to touch Tsunade's body, blood spattered. Tsunade's charged punch punched directly through Kabuto's abdomen, and blood spurted out from Kabuto's body, dyeing Tsunade's beautiful face bright red, like a blood-stained demon. Tsunade pulled his fist out of Kabuto's body nonchalantly, but his body was already covered in blood. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade covered in blood with his eyes wide open in disbelief and said, "Tsunade, you... I didn't expect that, Orochimaru. When you dared to play with the souls of the dead, I made up my mind to kill you," Tsunade said with a firm voice. "Sage Art Big Ball Raise Nan." A red figure suddenly shot out from the side. Orochimaru was at the center of Raise Nan. With the enhanced power of magic, a heavy blow hit Orochimaru accurately. Orochimaru's body was completely twisted, as if it had been twisted into a twist. "Tsunade-sama." Tsunade raised her beautiful eyes and said, "Shizuan, and Naruto, why are you here?" Seeing Tsunade's sister facing Orochimaru alone, "How could we not come?" Naruto said with a playful kid smile. It seemed that Orochimaru was in trouble this time. Naruto looked at Orochimaru, who was beaten by Jiraiya Sage Mode. Jiraiya hit Orochimaru hard with a frog Q-Might strike on Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru's head was blown away, but his body was still in place, and his neck was stretched out. Orochimaru's vitality was also quite tenacious, and he was hit by Sage Art Big from the front. Ball Raise Nan hit him, and he still had strength even after being beaten by a whole range of physical skills. Orochimaru suddenly fell to the ground, and a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from his mouth, tearing Orochimaru's head open, revealing a brand new Orochimaru. Orochiryu's body replacement technique, a snake substitute, uses the method of imitating the shedding of snakes to reduce the injuries sustained on one's own body. Obviously Orochimaru was forced to do it, because this technique consumes a relatively large amount of chakra, and he would only use it after receiving serious injuries. Immediately, Orochimaru opened his mouth again, and countless snakes suddenly appeared in Orochimaru's mouth, turning this place into Lion Majesty's paradise in just an instant. Lion Majesty's mouth also opened, spitting out a sharp sword and charging towards Jiraiya. Orochimaru's move is the formation of 10,000 snakes. As the saying goes, the snake spits out me, I spit out snake, the snake spits out snake, the snake spits out sword, I spit out sword, I turn into snake. Orochimaru's attack method is like this. All related to snakes. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin nodded to each other, condensing the Senjutsu chakra. Jiraiya's chest swelled high, and his face swelled like a toad. Jiraiya suddenly spit out a large pool of oil and covered it with the charging Lion Majesty. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin spit out at the same time, one spitting out wind and the other spitting out fire. The fire ignited the oil, and the wind assisted the fire to form Jiraiya's most powerful and wide-ranging senjutsu, Sage Art Gomen. In the blink of an eye, all the snakes in Orochimaru's 10,000 snake formation were turned into charcoal. There was also the smell of coke in the air, and this was still a relatively far-away place. At this time, Orochimaru slowly spoke in a hoarse voice, "Jiraiya, you actually learned senjutsu." I had been beaten so much that I had no chance to speak. Orochimaru also found the place where senjutsu is inherited related to snakes, which is Rika Cave, which is one of the 3 holy places along with Mount Maiboku. It's just that Orochimaru failed the senjutsu test and failed to gain the power of senjutsu. However, Kabuto, who inherited Orochimaru's relic, cultivated senjutsu, thus suppressing the 2 Uchiha brothers. So Orochimaru can only retreat to study the power of the curse seal and manipulate natural energy through the curse seal. But compared to the orthodox immortal, although it is not as powerful, it has changed from manual transmission to automatic transmission. It can be turned on and off at any time, and the entry speed is very fast. There is no need to worry about turning into stone, but the mortality rate of engraving the curse mark is a little high. The 4 sound ninjas, Kimimaro and later Sasuke, are all examples of success. As for those who can't bear failure, that's too much. After all, they can be regarded as degraded senin. On a higher hillside, Tsunade watched Jiraiya use such a wide range of senjutsu, and said with emotion, "Jiraiya has become so strong now." Chapter 68. Orochimaru didn't care when he saw that his snake was burnt. For Sunin at the same level, there are still many ways to clean up the snakes, but his gift to Jiraiya has just begun. Summoning Technique, 10,000 Snakes. A giant purple snake with a sinuous body suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The giant snake was 50 meters high, with grey stripes on its body and a purple horn on its head. "This is 10,000 snakes." Jiraiya frowned. He didn't expect that Orochimaru could still summon it after losing his ninjutsu. Orochimaru stood on top of the snakes. The snakes' heads jumped high and rushed directly towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya's perception ability in Sage mode was excellent, so it was not a problem to avoid the attacks of the snakes. However, Jiraiya the Sage was not very good at dealing with it. A large summoning beast, and an elite from Rika Cave. Jiraiya, who had avoided the impact of the snakes and was still in the air, suddenly heard the sound of a whip cutting through the air, and a huge tail whipped towards Jiraiya. The air was suddenly pushed away, and strong wind pressure swept over him. Wan Shi's goal is to attack while in the air, taking advantage of the fact that there is no point of leverage in the air. Jiraiya's legs instantly transformed into frogs. He stepped on something in the air and turned to avoid Wan Snake's attacking tail. At the same time, he formed a seal in the air. A huge burst of smoke sounded, and 3 toads fell directly from the sky and pressed hard on Wan Snake. On the snake's body. Summoning Technique, Roof Collapse Technique, 3 huge beasts suppressed Wan Shi and prevented him from moving. They are Gamabunta, Gamajian, and Gamagwang. Jiraiya, this is the long-lost class reunion. Gamabunta took a puff of cigarette and used all his strength to suppress Wan Shi. Wan Shi was still trying to shed his skin, but Gamabunta stabbed Wan Shi's mouth with his sword, pinning Wan Shi to the ground. Toma Takeru and Toma Hiroji also stabbed Wan Shi with weapons at the same time, reducing Wan Shi's body. The power of resistance. Help me suppress 10,000 snakes first. I want to deal with Orochimaru first. Jiraiya didn't have time to explain. Orochimaru was too durable. Jiraiya found Orochimaru again, and used the ninja technique, Jizo Needle. Jiraiya lay on the ground like a toad, and his white hair suddenly shot out like needles, pricking Orochimaru into a hedgehog. Without giving Orochimaru time to breathe, Jiraiya continued his attack. The Genjutsu magic toad came to sing, and the 2 immortals were connected to Jiraiya's soul, and they immediately began to chant at the same time. Orochimaru, who had just been bound, was suddenly swept by the sound wave. Genjutsu has always been Orochimaru's weakness. After many reincarnations, Orochimaru's soul has been contaminated and has become no longer pure. At the same time, his resistance to high-level illusions has dropped significantly, and the sound waves are mixed with fairy magic. Illusion. Orochimaru seemed to be trapped in a square water prison, and the toads around him immediately raised their weapons and attacked the center of the water prison. Jiraiya, who was performing Toad Sing, sensed something. A terrifying power came from Orochimaru's body. As Orochimaru's body continued to expand, Jiraiya quickly left Orochimaru's body. A huge 8-headed monster with 8 tails formed a huge white body, each head opened its huge fangs and charged towards Jiraiya, the 8 tails technique. This is Orochimaru's ultimate trick, and its power is comparable to that of tailed beasts. Orochimaru transformed into Yamada and first attacked the 3-headed toads that were suppressing all snakes, including Toad Bunta, Toad Ken, and Toad Hiroshi. They all picked up their weapons to block Baki's attack, but a powerful impact came and the 3-headed toad was knocked away. One of the Yamada's heads bit directly at Toad Takeru, trying to swallow it whole, but Toad Takeru stuck his weapon in his throat and couldn't swallow it. Gamahiro was tightly entangled by Yamada no Orikai's tail and had no way to escape. Bunta's sword slashes on Yamada no Orikai were of no use and could not break the defense. At this moment, Wan Snake used all his strength to untie the restraints and burrowed into the ground, waiting underground for an opportunity to attack. Tsunade immediately felt bad when he saw the appearance of Yamada no Orikai and rushed towards the battlefield. Shizuan also wanted to rush over but was stopped by Naruto. You can't help them if you go up now, and you will be attacked by the aftermath. Naruto's shadow clone protected Shizuan and Dodo behind him, preventing them from passing by. As for Naruto's body, it was floating above their battle, but no one noticed it. Naruto's body was sitting directly in the air, glowing with golden light, and he was looking at the fighting creatures on the ground. In Naruto's eyes, each of them seems to be a group of chakras colliding with each other. The weaker one will always be swallowed up, but weakness and strength are always relative. The strong one may also become the weak one, but for Naruto, there is no difference between strength and weakness, it's all just energy. At this moment, the green energy that had been with Naruto for nearly 10 years was roaring in Naruto's body. Every cell in Naruto's body was absorbing it. Naruto also automatically entered Sage mode and began to absorb the natural energy of this area crazily. Green eyes looked at the battle below indifferently, the way they fought, the flow of chakra, and the direction of attack at the next moment. Gradually, their fighting figures appeared as ghosts, and the fighting movements in the previous second moved to another one in the next second. The place has gone, a flash of realization flashed in Naruto's eyes, that was the scene of the future. His eyes saw the future, as the battle continued below. Tsunade punched directly at the Yamada no Orikai. His small fist hit the huge Yamada no Orikai, as if Mayfly was shaking a tree. But as Tsunade's fist came into contact with the scales of the Yamada no Orikai, a terrifying sound wave erupted from it. The contact surface is passed over. He forcefully knocked the huge Yamada no Orikai away several meters. 100 Healings Mark, Solution. The prismatic mark on Tsunade's forehead instantly sprouted black runes all over Tsunade's upper body, and it reached the sky. Naruto understood all the abilities of 100 Healings Mark, and the situation flowing in Tsunade's body. In this special state, Naruto now has various abilities such as clairvoyance, seeing through chakra, and predicting the future, but now Naruto's thinking is closer to that of a god than a human being. Summoning technique. As Tsunade lifted the seal, a giant Katsuya was summoned. Master Tsunade, what are your orders? Katsuya's soft voice sounded. Go help Jiraiya and attack the 8-headed 8-tails monster. Little Jiraiya is in a bad situation, Fukasaku Sennin said. Furthermore, the surrounding natural energy has become thinner, and Sage mode cannot be maintained for long. Naruto was frantically absorbing natural energy from above, causing Jiraiya's Sage mode to be forced to cancel due to lack of energy. Gamaken and Gamahiroji have returned to Mount Maiboku. Only Gamabunta was still holding on with his sword. Tsunade Jiraiya understood when he saw Katsuyu. At this time, Wan Shi also rushed out from the ground and wanted to sneak attack, but was dodged. This has really become a class reunion. Gamabunta stood here holding the knife. 10,000 snakes, live dragons, and toads all arrived. Naruto above nodded, this was like a class reunion. Sage Mode Jiraiya, Baihao Tsunade, Yamada Orochimaru, come together. Chapter 69. Sennin Jiraiya and Baihao Tsunade violently bombarded Yamada no Orokai. Jiraiya mainly used Senjutsu fire style, roasting the scales of Yamada no Orokai until they were a bit crispy. Tsunade punched him again. Directly smashed part of Yamada no Orokai to pieces. Jiraiya usually avoids Yamada no Orokai's resistance, but Tsunade in Baihao mode is so reckless that he punches the snake's body hard regardless of the injuries. The Yamada no Orokai let out a cry of pain, and one of the snake's heads suddenly opened, and Orochimaru, naked to the upper body, climbed out of the snake's mouth. In Orochimaru's characteristic hoarse voice, he said, "This attack alone is not enough to hurt me." Jiraiya condenses all the remaining Senjutsu chakra, Sage Art Gomen. The huge flames engulfed Orochimaru, who was still arrogant just now. Moreover, the body of Yamada no Orokai was covered with oil, and the fire stuck to Yamada no Orokai's body and could not be shaken off. It couldn't help but roar up to the sky. Tsunade seized the opportunity and punched the head where Orochimaru was hiding. The Yamada no Orokai's head was directly punched through. Tsunade roared angrily, and punched the weak Orochimaru hard. Orochimaru was knocked into the sky. Tsunade hit Orochimaru's body hard again with a castle kick in the air. The ground instantly seemed to be hit by a meteorite. Orochimaru's life and death are unknown. With Orochimaru being knocked away, Yamada technique was also forced to be lifted. Jiraiya Sage Mode mask has also disappeared, the two immortals have also returned to Mount Maiboku, and Tsunade, the only Sannin who still has fighting ability, is still driving Baihao. Tsunade was panting heavily, but the chakra was still not completely exhausted. Next to him, Wan Snake was vomited all over by the live snake's acid, and after being hacked by Gamabunta with a knife, he was exhausted and lay on the ground like a dead snake. As the smoke sounded, Wan Snake also returned to Rika Cave. Inside, Wan Shi hopes that the reward from Orochimaru this time can make up for this loss. Among the ruins, Kabuto, whose stomach was still bleeding, supported Orochimaru, whose arms were broken and his whole body was shattered, and stood in the smoke, slowly disappearing. After watching Orochimaru leave, Tsunade released the Baihao mode. Although he wouldn't immediately turn into an old woman, he still had to wait for a while. Looking at the devastated earth, Naruto floating in the sky gathered natural energy and poured it into the earth. With Naruto's help, the plains that had been reduced to ruins would soon be filled with life again and rejuvenate. It seemed that the powerful ninja's destruction power was still too great. Naruto then quietly swapped places with his clone, and rushed towards Tsunade and the others with Shizuan. Tsunade-sama Shizuan trotted all the way and handed Tsunade the clothes he had thrown away when the battle began. Naruto also exited that state and distributed his chakra to Tsunade and Jiraiya to help heal their injuries and restore their physical strength. With Naruto's addition, the two quickly recovered. Naruto's chakra only relieved the mental fatigue, but they still needed to rest on their own. I thought I could kill Orochimaru in Sage Mode, but I still let him run away, Jiraiya said regretfully. Orochimaru has tenacious vitality and is not easy to kill. No one knows how to kill Orochimaru. Tsunade crossed his arms. At this moment, the group was on their way back to Konoha village. Orochimaru was severely injured, and the Yamada no Orokai that he finally cultivated was violently broken. Orochimaru may not want to use this ninjutsu in the next 5 years. On the way back to Konoha, where Naruto injected natural energy, the land was suddenly flattened by an invisible force, and grass suddenly grew on it. As the greenery spread, it didn't take long for the land to grow. The recovery of the Earth's injuries was completed, turning it into the plain before, as if nothing had happened. Tsunade stood on the Hokage building in high spirits. The breeze seemed to be celebrating her, slowly blowing her golden hair. Tsunade put the hat representing the Hokage on her head and announced, "From today on, I am 5th Hokage at Konoha village." The ninjas and villagers in the audience applauded one after another. Anyone who has experienced the ninja world war knows Tsunade, one of the Sunin, and the medical ninjutsu that is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Although the villagers did not personally participate in the battle, they knew that their children or relatives, they all survived because of Tsunade. Therefore, Tsunade is a well-deserved choice to serve as Hokage. He was born as an orthodox Hokage, participated in wars, and rescued countless people. This makes the entire ninja world not aware of Tsunade's name. Although he left Konoha village for a while, this did not affect Tsunade's reputation at all. Danzo Underground could only snort, and then leave silently. For Tsunade, who was so radiant, there was no way he could win with his dark roots. At this moment, Danzo doesn't know that he is going to be in bad luck. There is someone who has taken a fancy to his position and has the ability to pull him down. In a mansion in Konoha, Naruto yawned and got up early to attend Tsunade's inauguration ceremony. Now Naruto's sleepiness has returned. I don't know why Naruto always wants to sleep recently. And some inexplicable thoughts would pop up in his mind. For example, Naruto somehow knew that the succulent on the windowsill wanted to move because the sunlight here was not very good. It's really crazy. Naruto shook his head and raised his hand to place the succulent under the sun. Naruto felt that he was just doing what he was doing, completely unreasonable. I added some chakra to Samehada. Samehada was so happy that she wanted to pounce on her, but now that she was in a fish tank, she thought better of it. Naruto was going to catch up on his sleep now, lying on the bed peacefully, his breathing became steady, and he fell asleep soon. In the Hokage building, Tsunade is going crazy at this moment. Why are there so many documents, and each one requires my signature? Master Tsunade, stop complaining. These are important documents left behind by Master 3rd Hokage after he left. Such a big thing happened in the Chunin exam. We need to give an explanation to the various nobles of the Fire Country. The explanation documents have already been written. But it still needs to be signed. As he spoke, Shizun came over with a bunch of documents. These are the village's future plans, and many things need to be confirmed by Mr. Hokage himself. Those Fire Nation nobles, screw them. Veins popped up on Tsunade's beautiful face. She really wanted to punch the pile of documents to pieces. Where's Jiraiya? Ask him to help deal with it. Tsunade turned to Shizun and said, as if he was thinking of a savior. Jiraiya-sama left after attending the inauguration ceremony, and I don't think Jiraiya-sama will handle this pile of documents. Shizun's voice became weaker and weaker. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and it was Lord Hokage's advisor, Nara Shikaku. Hokage-sama. Shikaku bowed slightly, and then placed a dozen official documents on the Hokage's desk. These documents need to be processed as soon as possible. The compensation for Sand Shinobi Village has also arrived, and Hokage-sama needs to sign for it. There is also the drafting of a new peace treaty. Signature. Let me die. Tsunade looked at the piles of documents, his eyes could not be brighter. Chapter 70. Hey, Naruto, little Sakura, long time no see. Kakashi teleported over again, and took Sasuke with him. While Naruto and Jiraiya were looking for Tsunade, Team 7 was in a state of disintegration, and Sasuke was taken away for training by Kakashi. Little Sakura has also been training quietly at home during this time, hoping to follow in their footsteps, but the efficiency is a bit too low. Little Sakura does not know what to train on her own, and her parents are just civilians and cannot take care of her child in combat. Sakura. Moreover, the ninjutsu taught in ninja schools are all basic. In this world, without a good teacher, no one will discover your talent even if it is good. In this world, resources and blood are both indispensable, and powerful power always requires a threshold. Sasuke, long time no see. Compared to Naruto's simple greeting, little Sakura was much more enthusiastic. After all, she was very happy to see the person she liked. Naruto is back, so our 7th class has regrouped, now let's go take on the new mission. Kakashi smiled and hugged Naruto. Mr. Kakashi, what mission will our 7th class take on this time? Little Sakura asked curiously. Hokage-sama said that he seemed to be escorting someone to another country. Kakashi explained to little Sakura a little unclearly. Escort mission, what is that? Sasuke looked at Naruto a little doubtfully. Sasuke always felt that something about Naruto had changed, but upon closer inspection, he had not changed. Sasuke, look what I'm doing. Naruto suddenly turned around. Sasuke had no time to dodge and was caught by Naruto. No, I want to ask you if you know about this mission. Sasuke turned his head awkwardly and explained. Really? Look me in the eyes and say. Naruto suddenly hugged Sasuke and said. Really? Sasuke gulped. Okay, this mission. Naruto made a long note. Both Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto expectantly, expecting him to say something. Even Kakashi looked sideways with one of his eyes. I don't know either. Naruto laughed. The two people turned their heads at the same time. Little Sakura's second personality wants to beat Naruto into the ground. Isn't it fun to play tricks on people? We're here. Kakashi interrupted their play. This time the mission's level is as high as A level. Shizune handed Naruto 4 movie tickets. Explained, go and watch the movie first. The protagonist of the movie is the one you want to protect. When little Sakura got the movie ticket and saw Princess Fengyun written on it, her eyes widened. Princess of the Storm, is it the movie starring Fuji? She is my favorite. Little Sakura was so surprised that she could jump up and have close contact with her favorite star. It is the dream of many movie fans. Yukihime Ninpo Tai, Naruto understands the princess he wants to protect. If Naruto is interested in this, he is only interested in the country of snow, the chakra armor, and the device that can induce natural energy. Especially that treasure, it can actually activate such a wide range of natural energy. It would be great if the principle could be known. With Princess Kazehuna's speech, justice will eventually defeat evil. People in the cinema applauded, but their heroine seemed to have a slight problem. The heroine is running in front, and a group of people are chasing her. It really looks like a scene in a movie. Naruto stopped Sasuke and little Sakura and explained, those who are chasing Fuji Kazue are the crew members, don't worry about them, let them catch them. Fuji Kazue alone could not escape the pursuit of the entire crew even if he was riding a horse. The country of snow is a nightmare place for Fuji Kazue. Fuji Kazue's original name was Kazuka Koihoki, and she was the princess of the country of snow. However, his uncle killed his father and directly usurped the throne. Koihoki got Kakashi as a child. The rescuer took out the snow country, but now Zyoksu is afraid of meeting that man when she returns to the snow country. Looks like he's a troublesome guy again, don't you think so, Naruto? Sasuke crossed his arms and asked Naruto. Indeed, Naruto returned, but Naruto's trouble is not the trouble of Fenghua Koihoki, but the trouble of making the snow country the same as the current wave country. Moreover, the technological level of snow country is relatively high. The chakra armor they developed can be used as a ninja, and it can also fly. Although the strength is indeed average, their technology is capable, including kunao that can automatically attack, and airships. And they actually have trains. You know, the train appeared in Konoha village until the time of Boruto-den, and it was still called a thunder train. There was at least a dozen years in between. With this level of technology, it is almost 10 years ahead of the ninja world. Let's go and meet this princess of wind and cloud, Naruto greeted. Master Kakashi, I finally see you again. The third doctor burst into tears. He still remembered that it was Kakashi who saved the princess, so he specially appointed Kakashi to protect the princess this time. But the princess looked like this, and the third doctor sighed softly. It will be easier to handle if you know the information this time, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura together. At night, Fenghua Koihoki was drunk alone, with a blush on her beautiful face. At this moment, Naruto, wearing a black robe, directly knocked out Fenghua Koihoki, and then took him away from the scene. He didn't know how skillful his movements were. Also coming with me were little Sakura and Sasuke. Are we going too far? Sakura whispered. She will be grateful to us, Naruto smiled confidently. The ship to the land of snow has just set sail, our poor Koihoki is still in a coma, and Naruto secretly did some tricks on Fenghua Koihoki, such as, you know. The comatose Fenghua Xiaoxiu slowly opened her eyes and suddenly let out a piercing scream. What's wrong, princess? The third doctor heard the princess's cry and hurried over. Third doctor, we are here at the moment. Fenghua Xiaoxiu felt the constantly shaking bed and the flat surface outside the window. At this time, she couldn't refuse even if she wanted to. Don't worry, Hatake Kakashi will go with you this time. It will be fine. The third doctor tried his best to comfort the panicked Xiaoxiu. It's useless, the wind and waves are too strong. Fenghua Xiaoxiu shook her head, grabbing the necklace around her neck and falling into despair. The sea view here is so beautiful. Little Sakura looked at the magnificent sea level. Kakashi was reading with a book as usual, but the movies were being filmed and still being framed, and some plots were being completed first. Wait until Fenghua Xiaoxiu is willing to reshoot the previous content. This was also the first time for Team 7 to see a movie being shot with their own eyes, so they all watched the filming over and over again with great interest. As for Naruto's purpose this time, it is to pack up the technology of Snow Kingdom and take it away. Chapter 71. Naruto's body is holding the necklace that was pulled out from the unconscious Kaze Hana Koihoki. As for Kaze Hana Koihoki's necklace, it is condensed by Naruto's chakra. With Kaze Hana Koihoki's current progress, it is enough for Naruto to do a lot of things. Entering Fairy Fox mode, he flew directly on the sea level at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, cutting a hole in the sea level. He didn't know how long he flew before an iceberg appeared in front of him. Naruto did not slow down and passed directly through the iceberg. As Naruto after passing through without resistance, the sound gradually came, and with a bang, the iceberg collapsed. It seemed that we were approaching the snow country. Naruto, covered in gold, stood in front of the Snow King. Who are you? Wolf Fang Avalanche, wearing chakra armor that could fly, asked Naruto in the air. There was a heartbeat, and Naruto shook his head in disappointment. It seems you don't know how to make armor. Naruto then killed Wolf Fang Avalanche. Is it true that only the wind and waves know this? Naruto's figure flashed and he broke into the palace and saw Fenghua Furun Tao playing with the chakra armor. Ice Shield, Black Dragon Blizzard, the wind, flowers, and roaring waves gathered the chakra, forming a black dragon and rushing towards Naruto. The chakra all over Naruto's body formed a fox head, blocking all the wind and snow. Then one punch completely shattered Fenghua Furadao's armor. Tell me where the information for making the armor is. As the genjutsu is activated, Fenghua Furumao tells Naruto where the information exists. Naruto didn't hesitate to pack them all up and take them away, but he felt that he had overlooked something. There is also information about the instrument, but Fenghua Ragtao does not know anything about the specific treasure. Naruto returned directly to Konoha village with a bunch of information, placed the information in his home, and locked it with a sealing technique. Next was dealing with the one person Naruto had always wanted to deal with, Danzo. Naruto had wanted to do this the first time he accidentally sensed the malice coming from underground. Now is the time for reckoning. But Naruto's goal is only Danzo, but the power of the root is still very important, and it is quite good as the dark side power of Konoha. As for controlling Danzo to transfer power now, or leaving it to Sasuke to vent in the future, it is a good choice. As one of the culprits of Uchiha's genocide, leave it to Sasuke. I hope Sasuke can open Mangekyou Sharingan after knowing the truth and revenge. Now, although Sasuke is far behind his peers, the gap is still a bit big for Naruto, and Naruto still retains his father's Mangekyou, so a pair of eternal Mangekyou appears. However, Naruto looked through all Uchiha's documents and only Uchiha Madara had successfully opened it. How to transfer the pupil power still needs to be experimented, otherwise Sasuke will have to use his Mangekyou to blind him first. In this way, Sasuke with the eternal Mangekyou can barely keep up with Naruto, and with the Mangekyou, he is simply crushed against Orochimaru. There are still many good things in the laboratory in Orochimaru. After Naruto controls the root, he can use the root members to receive all Orochimaru's bases and information. After integrating the dark side of Konoha, it was very helpful for Naruto to later rule Konoha village, and he wanted to get the half of 9 tails. At the entrance to the root, Naruto's eyes saw the source of endless malice towards 9 tails. Each chakra was moving underground, and a rough topographic map of the root emerged in Naruto's mind. Naruto now has an extraordinary talent for spatial three-dimensional geometry, and he understands the rules of root construction in a short period of time. And there are several abundant chakra sources in the roots, which should be the project research carried out by the roots. In an instant, Naruto entered the root like a ghost and walked in with great swagger. The underground space at the root is very large, and the ground is almost hollowed out, but pillars mixed with steel bars firmly support the hollow. In fact, the roots are not dark. On the contrary, day and night are followed here. During the day, chakra is used as energy to illuminate the roots. The roots are not just underground, there are also roots above Konoha village, but the headquarters and some very important things are underground. If there are very obvious buildings above Konoha village, it is very likely to reveal the location. As a shadow under Konoha village, it is very important to hide yourself. The original intention of the organization was good, but it had a bad leader, which led to the root's behavior becoming more and more dark. The root person training will make you have feelings, and then lose the feelings. Through this anti-human way, the root members will be forced to become tool people. Although the average level is okay, there is not much difference between alive and dead. Only Danzo's cronies act like normal people. But the only advantage of this kind of organization is that it only obeys the orders of its superiors, but the disadvantage is that once the top leader dies, the organization will lose its goals in an instant, and there will be no one inside who can lead them. The only thing waiting for them is the fate of destruction. In the original work, after Danzo's death, the entire root organization disappeared. It may have been incorporated by the Hokage at the time, but many unfinished projects of root's scientific researchers were directly sealed. The scientific researchers at Gen are not at their best. They have been researching Hashirama cells for so long, but there is no sign of success at all. Sharingan cannot exert its full power. Danzo can be said to be the worst possessor of the fusion of Hashirama cells and Sharingan. Although Izanagi is indeed good, he can help Obito counter-kill Konan's 600 billion detonating charms, and can help Uchiha Madara escape death, but Danzo's method of use is simple and crude, which is the resurrection technique, trying to drag the opponent to death, no matter what technique, as long as if a person is strong enough, then there is only one heaven-defying opportunity to change your life. If you are not strong enough, you will not be able to win 10 times. However, the Uchiha Shisui Mangekyou in Danzo's hand is really good. If there is a chance, Sasuke can get the other one from Itaka's hand to form a pair. Hey, Naruto exclaimed softly, as if he saw something interesting. It seems you are quite leisurely, Naruto said while sitting on the chair and looking at Danzo. Anbu, who was beside Danzo, heard strange sounds around Danzo and immediately took out his weapons. It's scary enough for a person to sneak into the route silently, but what's even scarier is that they didn't even notice at all. Sneaking in is very simple. Use Sage mode to blend into nature and hide the chakra fluctuations while concealing your body. It is very easy for Naruto to achieve this effect. But if it had been someone else who had sneaked in, they would have been discovered long ago. Naruto wanted to give Danzo a surprise. Chapter 72. Bang! There was an explosion. The villagers in Konoha village looked towards the place where the explosion occurred. They saw that the place was filled with smoke, and the billowing smoke began to cover the sky. Tsunade, who was sleeping on his stomach in Hokage's office, was suddenly woken up in a daze. His beautiful face was still stained with ink, but when he saw the billowing black smoke, Tsunade suddenly woke up. "What happened, Shizuan?" Tsunade shouted. "Tsunade-sama, there was a sudden explosion in the south of Konoha village. Anbu has rushed over." Shizuan rushed over to report the situation. Suddenly, 4 purple lights rose up in the south of Konoha village. The purple lights connected with each other in the air, forming a square boundary that enveloped that area. Naruto's hoarse voice sounded, "Danzo, are you satisfied with the gift I gave you?" All he saw was a black figure standing in the sky, wearing a white fox mask on his face and slowly floating in the air, looking at the roots below. "Who is your excellency?" Danzo narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Being able to sneak into the roots so silently. Danzo looked at the barrier around him. There were figures like him standing at every node of the barrier, 4 in total. Even if he has not touched it personally, the chakra on the barrier is very large, and this barrier also has the effect of suppressing the chakra. There are only a few people in the entire ninja world who can sneak into the roots silently and perform such a large-scale barrier technique alone, but none of them can match the information in Danzo's mind. This is Naruto's improvement based on the Uchiha Fire Flame formation of the Uchiha clan plus the 4 purple flame formation. It is equivalent to the superimposition of the effects of 2 barrier techniques, although it is not as good as the 4 red yang formation and the 6 red yang formation, which can block 10 tailed beast bomb, but normal tailed beast bomb can't break it at all. "You, Danzo, are not enough to know my name," quickly spread throughout the barrier with cold murderous intent. An extremely violent chakra came from Naruto. Looking at the root member trembling like a rabbit, Naruto smiled. No matter how hard one suppresses emotions at the root, the human body's instincts still cannot be controlled. I saw Naruto rising slowly, and just as the huge chakra condensed into one, a black ball suddenly appeared in Naruto's hand. Next to the ball, there were layers of star rings surrounding the ball, making it look like a shrunken star. Formed in Naruto's hands. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and the ball in Naruto's hand suddenly emitted a bright light and slowly fell from Naruto's hand. The roots on the ground ran far away from the falling ball. Danzo also opened the bandage and untied his right arm while running. The bright light fell to the ground, and the center of the destructive light shrank for a moment, and then suddenly dispersed to all sides. The terrifying power instantly swept through everyone in the barrier. The ants on the ground all lost consciousness in just an instant. The huge explosion rose from inside the barrier. The entire barrier also deformed instantly, and the square barrier instantly turned into a sphere, expanding from the center to the outside. Outside the barrier, at the roots, Anbu had long since sealed this place, blocking it to death, but no one dared to try the power of the barrier. One of the roots rushed forward recklessly, and the result was that his entire body was roasted to death. The body was charred and mushy. The attack effect of ninjutsu is only to make ripples appear in the barrier, and has no effect at all. And anyone who has learned the art of enchantment knows that any enchantment has a bottom. It was thought at the beginning of the design that entering from the ground is as difficult as entering by force. Unless you are strong enough to forcibly tear the barrier apart, or break it with a powerful attack, you can only kill the caster or end it on your own initiative. However, the shortcomings of the barrier are also obvious. The caster cannot move, and a steady stream of chakra must be output. However, Some people think of using machines or chakra receivers to replace manual labor, but the efficiency is too low and the chakra conversion is not enough. But Obito in 6 paths mode, the black rod in his hand is the best chakra receiver, and there is this huge chakra, which instantly solves the shortcomings of the barrier technique. The smoke dissipated, and the deformed barrier slowly returned to its original straightness. However, only Danzo survived inside. Several of Danzo's cronies had blocked Danzo's front, and were hit by the explosion. They were already dead. With only the scum left, Danzo managed to activate Izanagi with the death of several of his cronies, and managed to save a life. It seems that the power is pretty good. Naruto went up to the sky and nodded. The power of the Rasen Riken is still very good. At least it is stronger than the wind-style Rasen Shuriken. In fact, strictly speaking, the power of these 2 ninjutsu can be passed. Chakra can be used to enhance or weaken the weapon, such as the mini spiral shuriken or the large spiral wheel. The power is controllable, but Naruto prefers the spiral wheel. After all, it is very handsome and as beautiful as a star. It seems that the trash fish has disappeared. Naruto's slightly smiling voice came from above, but the murderous intention did not disappear, but became more intense. Now Danzo has untied his right arm and right eye, and all 12 eyes of his body are staring at Naruto. Danzo looks at the Sharingan on his right arm from time to time. Suddenly his hands formed a seal, wind-style vacuum jade. Naruto has now floated down from the sky, quietly watching Danzo perform wind-style ninjutsu, but Danzo doesn't know that all wind-style ninjutsu are ineffective against Naruto. The power of the wind attribute ninjutsu that Danzo spits out is very amazing. You can use the wind attribute ninjutsu to blow open Suzanu's skeleton, so the power is pretty good. A black lightning flashed across, and a hand knife made of wind attribute suddenly appeared on Naruto's arm. In just a moment, Danzo's right arm was cut open by Naruto's hand knife, and Danzo's right arm was taken away directly. Naruto shook his hand. On the right arm. It's a pity it's false. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the right arm in his hand disappeared. It was obvious that Danzo had activated Izanagi again. Danzo did not dare to be careless at all. The first time, Izanagi almost failed to come out. The second time, Danzo clearly learned the lesson. Survival is the most important thing. Danzo saw his right hand being taken away, but a hint of luck arose in his heart, and he was very happy to activate Izanagi. And he didn't expect that the masked man would realize at a glance that his right arm was the key. Danzo appeared out of thin air on the other side, but what was waiting for him was a giant red claw, which cut Danzo's body into several pieces, but then Danzo's body disappeared again. Naruto can sense whether Danzo is using Izanagi. During Izanagi's invincibility time, Danzo's chakra will undergo certain changes, just like Xiangling's Kagura Heart Eye, except that Naruto's perception ability is better. The difference can be felt very clearly. Chapter 73. For the rest of the time, Naruto happily experimented with his tricks on Danzo. Use chakra to condense into fists to smash Danzo flat, and use Rasen Shuriken to split Danzo in half. Use Shikaku-san to squeeze Danzo to death, pluck out Danzo's head and use it as a ball to kick, etc. Naruto was very happy in a short time. The Sharingan on Danzo's right arm has closed 7. This means that Danzo has used Izanagi 7 times and has been resurrected 7 times. As Sharingan's power began to decrease, the Hashirama cells in Danzo's body became restless. It seems that Danzo is beginning to take action again, causing Danzo to allocate more chakra to suppress Hashirama cells. Danzo's current right arm is not Danzo's own. It's a person named Nobu. Nobu is very obsessed with Orochimaru's cloning technology, so he wants to learn from Orochimaru. Nobu's physique is very special. No matter what kind of xenogenic cell transplantation, there will be no rejection reaction, including Sharingan and Hashirama cells. So Nobu became Orochimaru's experiment, cloned his right arm and merged the power of Senju and Uchiha into one, giving it to Danzo. But Shin was not rejected, and the power contained in it still could not exert much power. Although Mangeki was later opened, except for the time and space ninjutsu, which was somewhat useful, he was the weakest Mangeki. Not to mention Susanoo, it is completely useless. Nobu admired Uchiha Itachi and liked the fact that he massacred the entire Uchiha clan, in his own opinion, in order to measure his strength, so he changed his name to Uchiha Nobu, and he even appeared during the Borutoden period. But things are not going well for Danzo now. As Naruto punched out, the fist composed of chakra flew towards the enemy, and Danzo's body was smashed to pieces again. For the 8th time, Naruto counted the number of times Danzo was resurrected. Danzo formed a seal with his hands, summoning technique, nightmare, and a giant elephant appeared here, emitting suction from its mouth, as if it wanted to devour everything around it like a tornado. Even the soil, sand, and gravel could not resist the nightmare's tricks and were swallowed up one after another. Danzo wants Summoningman to buy himself time to launch a counterattack. A fireball that was huge enough to cover Nightmare suddenly appeared around Naruto. No need to aim, Nightmare's ability sucked the fireball away, a burst of smoke sounded, and Nightmare was forced to return. Fortunately, Danzo's move was ready. The Sharingan in Danzo's right eye turned into a four-cornered dart shape. The orbit of Danzo's right eye bulged slightly, apparently focusing a large amount of chakra to look at the masked man. But Naruto showed no sign of stopping, and Danzo was killed again. What's going on? Shisui's Mangeki Genjutsu is useless against this masked man. Danzo is in an uproar. Not only does this consume most of Danzo's chakra, but Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan can no longer be used in a short period of time. The 9th time, Naruto floated in the air and tore Danzo apart with a storm. Danzo was resurrected this time and vomited blood. It was obvious that his chakra had been exhausted. Danzo's right arm suddenly swelled up. Danzo could only forcefully tear his right arm apart. The moment he left the suppression of Danzo chakra, Hashirama cells were destroyed. The mass of flesh was swallowed up and turned into a big tree, standing on the ground. Under the three-eyed fox mask, Naruto had a smile on his lips, and his body speed increased to the limit in an instant. He put his hand into Danzo's eyes, dug out Shisui's eyes, put them in a salt water tank and put them away. He would not give them to Danzo. Ruined Shisui Sharingan's chance. It was only when Naruto had done all this that Danzo's body sent out a signal of pain, and a scream came from Danzo's mouth, which made Anbu outside change his expression. Danzo, you are useless. Naruto shook his head. For just a moment, Danzo's eyes became dull, his body was stopped, and the sealing spell appeared from his right eye and spread to his whole body instantly. The spell tightly locks Danzo's chakra with his body, and the 4 elephant seals on Danzo's body cannot be activated. Danzo will use sealing techniques in battle. It's just that Naruto killed Danzo so fast that he couldn't even touch Naruto's body, so the sealing technique didn't have a chance, but the moment Naruto dug out Shisui's eyes just now added some material to Danzo's body. Everyone in Konoha watched the barrier disappear into the air, and immediately rushed forward, wanting to know the outcome of the battle and who the enemy was. It seems that the legendary darkness of Konoha is nothing more than this. Naruto's arrogant voice spread throughout Konoha, and everyone was looking at the figure floating in the air. Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan was accepted by our monthly organization. Although Izanaga can change destiny, it has little effect on people who are too weak. As Naruto completely disappeared into the air, the information he left behind also affected everyone's hearts. The roots lifted Danzo up, and the surrounding Konoha shinobi saw Danzo's miserable state. His right eye was gouged out, his right arm was cut off, and blood was still flowing out of the hollow eye sockets on his face. Hurry, Danzo-sama, stop the bleeding, and ask Hokage-sama to come over. In Konoha Hospital, Tsunade and a group of medical ninjas were carrying out rescue operations. If it weren't for Danzo who was about to die, it would have been impossible to hand Danzo over to Tsunade for treatment. A ninja's body has many secrets that cannot be known by the enemy. For the root, it is only loyal to Danzo and not to Hokage. It can even attack Hokage for Danzo. Tsunade-sama, Danzo-sama's vital signs have stabilized, the nurse on the side said. But seeing Tsunade-sama's murderous expression, he swallowed his words silently. What did she discover? Tsunade not only discovered the seal of the four elements in Danzo's body, but more importantly, he discovered the cell erosion residue of Senju Hashirama. Research on Senju Hashirama cells should have been abandoned long ago, but now Danzo shows that research on Hashirama cells has never ended. Danzo Tsunade was filled with anger. He raised his fist and wanted to punch Danzo to death. He hesitated for a moment, but the punch could not be punched. Damn it! Tsunade punched the big rock in front of her to pieces. Senju Hashirama was her relative. How could Tsunade not be angry when his relatives' corpses were secretly used for research? But it was studied by Konoha's high-level officials. Tsunade has only been in power for a short time, and he still doesn't fully understand the darkness of Konoha village. But one thing Tsunade understands, she is going to go to court now to hold him accountable. Do you know that Danzo is secretly studying Hashirama cells in private? Tsunade lifted up the collars of the two consultants. There are 4 senior executives in Konoha village, namely Usse, Hiruzen, Danzo and 2 consultants. They are all disciples of second Hokage. After the death of second Hokage, Usse Hiruzen inherited Hokage, Shimura Danz established the root, and the 2 advisors held some power. However, during Hokage's reign, they generally only made suggestions and were implemented with Hokage's approval. Answer me! Tsunade roared and smashed the table, and the 2 consultants were freed. Tsunade, we really don't know about Danzo secretly studying Hashirama cells. Homura glanced at Koharu. Danzo is all for Konoha. This time Danzo was beaten like this. Without Hashirama cells, Danzo might have died. Chapter 74. On the other side, Naruto left Konoha after dealing with Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan, and Naruto did some tricks on Danzo. For example, leaving Danzo hanging half-dead but unable to wake up, Naruto wanted to use Danzo to stimulate Sasuke, and Danzo also had the information Naruto needed in his head. Counting the time, the incident in Snow Country is almost over. Let's see how Fenghua Koihoki is doing. Naruto is rushing towards Snow Country, and the genuine crystal is still in his hand, and the clone has not been released, indicating that there is still time. In the land of snow, due to the death of Wolf Fang Avalanche, Kakashi Sasuke and the 2 fought against the wind and waves. Now Sasuke's strength has improved a lot. In terms of strength, he has reached the Jonin level. Compared with Uchiha Itachi at the same time, he is only 1 Manjiki behind. The strength is already very strong. Raise Nan, Chidori. Naruto and Sasuke performed ninjutsu at the same time, and the 2 chakras began to merge with each other, bursting out with huge power. A circular air ball was formed around them, wrapping the 3 of them inside. The chakra armor on Fenghua Raging Tao turned into powder and disappeared, and his body disappeared together. Fenghua Raging Tao also turned into powder and completely disappeared from this world. The aftermath of Sasuke and Naruto's fusion attack completely shattered the iceberg, and now it formed an avalanche, rushing towards the guards crazily. With quick eyes and quick hands, Naruto hugged Fenghua Koihoki, but those guards were not as lucky as Fenghua Koihoki and were buried in the heavy snow one after another. After everyone left, Fenghua Xiaoxiu stared blankly at the iceberg that had completely collapsed and began to cry. Those who followed her to return to the country were still dead, and none of them were victorious. Although Fenghua Furadao was dead, the 3 doctors who accompanied her were dead. Don't give up hope. Although the chance of surviving the avalanche is very small, if a god sees you, I believe that the god will help you. As long as 1 person can survive, we should not give up. Naruto looked at Fenghua Koihoki's face. Pear Blossom's face was filled with rain, and she comforted her. Shall we go rescue people now? Naruto asked softly. Naruto's words seemed to give Fenghua Koihoki strength, and Fenghua Koihoki ran forward hard, digging frantically into the buried ground. Princess! A familiar voice sounded from beside Fenghua Xiaoxiu again, and Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked back in disbelief. Those people were all still alive and ran towards the princess, led by the third doctor. I don't know what happened, but when the avalanche came down, there was a hollow below, and then the avalanche hit us from above. We were not injured. This should be God's will. The third doctor explained. Thank God. Fenghua Xiaoxiu clasped her hands together and bowed to this heaven and earth very piously. In fact, this is all Naruto's masterpiece. After the iceberg collapsed, Naruto wrapped the guards into a protective shield with ventilation. The surface of the protective shield was composed of fast-moving wind, and the snow was pushed away to form a hollow. There just happened to be a hole for them to hide in. Sasuke, Kakashi, and little Sakura also rushed over. This time, the Snow Country operation was over, and the mastermind was dead. Fenghua Xiaoxiu also inherited the throne with peace of mind, but the treasure Fenghua Furious Wave wanted was. As the crystal was inserted, a roar sounded, the underground mechanism was rotating rapidly, and several triangular prisms slowly rose from the ground. Naruto felt that the natural energy in this place was rapidly converging to one place. As the natural energy was continuously amplified by this device, it was concentrated at one point, and then exploded and scattered in all directions towards the Snow Country. Suddenly, all the wind and snow in the Snow Country were melted by this energy, and the ground was instantly full of life. The seeds of the plants under the snow also lost their vitality and began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, the ice in the Snow Country was replaced by green grass. Even butterflies appeared, and the country of snow has become the country of spring. What a genius, but this device may not be perfect yet and needs to be improved. Naruto praised. But let's leave the improvement to Snow Country. If Naruto really needs this device, just wait until their scientific research team has improved it and then ask Fenghua Koyuki for information on this device. However, this time the signed photo was taken by Class 7 and Fenghua Xiaoxiu, and there was a blessing written by Fenghua Xiaoxiu on the back. This can be regarded as the end of Naruto's wish for star chasing. Moments before Naruto hugged Fenghua Koyuki, Naruto handed the necklace back. With Danzo unconscious, the roots also stopped functioning, which was a devastating blow to some of the roots' research projects. In a dark cave, several phantoms suddenly appeared here. Konoha village was attacked by a masked man. The man came from the U organization. I leave this matter to you to find out. Those ripple-like eyes slowly looked at a shadow. Even if it was just a black shadow, those the eyes are still heart-stopping, full of contempt for all things. The other party took away Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Shouldn't you ask Itaki about this? As soon as these words came out, all the dark figures immediately looked at the person who owned the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Itaka spoke slowly, before I killed the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui was already dead, and I was not very familiar with Uchiha Shisui. Yes, if Uchiha Shisui is still alive, even Itaka you can't kill the entire Uchiha clan. I am very interested in the masked man who injured Danzo, said Hirako, controlled by Scorpion. But the other party knows that Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan is in Danzo. It is very likely that Uchiha Shisui's death is related to Danzo. After all, Uchiha Shisui's head is very valuable. Angle analyzed calmly. Danzo is not dead yet. He rushed in directly, took Danzo away for questioning, and finally dedicated him to the evil god. Ha 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 ha! Haiden was a little excited and licked his sickle and said. Now is not the time. The most important thing now is to collect intelligence, whether it is the Moon Organization or about the tailed beasts. The boss has spoken, there is no time to play. Haiden placed the bloody march scythe on the ground. Rock Shinobi. Danzo was seriously injured and is still unconscious now. That's great, Danzo said while looking at this information. During the previous Ninja World War, Danzo's roots did not stop them. He could be said to use any method and was even more ninja than ninja. And he stole a lot of Iwagakure's confidential information, which led to the defeat of Rock Shinobi in the Third Ninja War when the Minato team destroyed the supply line, which was the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Hokage also hired Akatsuki to fight with him at the time, but he still lost miserably, so he would be happy if Konoha was unlucky. Chapter 75. The first thing to do now is to find out what the moon organization that the masked man is talking about is, Koharu said to Tsunade. An organization I have never heard of, and he said Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan is related to Danzo. Koharu and Homura looked at each other and both thought about the death of Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui's sudden disappearance caused the Uchiha clan to prepare for a coup. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan's ability is too dangerous. It can silently modify people's will. This ability is too terrifying. I don't know what this eye did in Danzo's hands. Now it has been snatched by an unknown organization. Walk. Immediately, two advisors from Konoha realized the seriousness of the problem and told Tsunade about Uchiha Shisui Manjiki Sharingan's abilities. Tsunade frowned and stood with his hands on the newly replaced Hokage desk and said, "This Manjiki ability is very dangerous. Use all the intelligence organizations in Konoha to search for traces of the Moon Organization. Notify Jiraiya immediately to see if there is anything similar. Organizations emerge." And Tsunade stopped the two people who were about to leave. "From now on, we will do our best to investigate the spies in Konoha village. No one is allowed in or out." Koharu looked at Tsunade hesitantly. "Isn't it appropriate to close the village now? If there is no commission, trouble will occur. All ninjas in Konoha village will be checked one by one. They can come in and out after the screening is completed." Tsunade still rejected the consultant's request rather forcefully. "Ninjas first, civilians later. I am the Hokage now," Tsunade said to the two advisors. Koharu and Homura had no choice but to agree. Now that Danzo was unconscious, there was no way to check and balance Tsunade. Tsunade exerts pressure as Hokage, and this matter cannot be changed. Danzo has access to the power of Manjiki Sharingan and Hashirama cells, and no one knows Danzo's hidden power. The main purpose of Tsunade's tough push is not to simply detect spies, but to uncover Danzo's hidden power. If these people are not discovered, Konoha village will no longer be in Tsunade's hands and will become just an empty Hokage. This incident also taught Tsunade a lesson. Danzo was in a coma, and his men's power was immediately in chaos. There was no one else to lead them, and there was no second person to organize the confrontation. This gave Tsunade a chance. Tsunade is now preparing to develop his own power. Fortunately, Naruto has returned from the land of snow, otherwise he still wouldn't be able to find suitable personnel. Danzo, on the other hand, is still unconscious. What the masked man did to Danzo is still unknown. "Shizuan, go ahead and call Naruto over." Tsunade thought for a while. Others can only assist the Hokage, such as Inoshika Ch, a staunch Hokage faction, but they can only assist the Hokage. Their power comes from the Hokage. But it is impossible to become Hokage, let alone suppress the power of other factions. But there is one person who can. As Jiraiya's disciple, Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, and with Tsunade's support, are enough to become a Hokage candidate. The only shortcoming is that he is too young and his reputation is not enough, but now Tsunade has thought about it and trained Naruto over several years, and Tsunade knows the 9 tails in Naruto's body and the huge chakra in his body, so he has taken the time to train him in terms of strength. And at the same time bring Naruto to everyone Jainin to see and brush their faces. As soon as the reputation is enough, the news that Naruto is the son of the Hokage will be announced immediately, so that it will be logical to pass the Hokage throne to Naruto. That way, he can retire and gamble with peace of mind. Tsunade stretched himself and wanted to sort out this matter. "Tsunade sister, Do you have anything to do with me? Naruto came to the Hokage building with a smile on his face, as if something good had happened to him, and his whole body exuded excitement. Tsunade waved away Naruto's extended paw and said, "The village is now under martial law to detect spies. This task will be left to you. Shizuan will come to assist you with interrogators. The reviewers will screen the information first, and if there is anything unreasonable, Naruto will be taken directly to it. This is an opportunity for Naruto to show his face. It only requires a formality." After this circle, almost everyone in Konoha village knows Naruto. The key is that the reviewers are all veteran Jainin of Konoha village. Tsunade knows Tsunade. He has saved them more than once, including ninjas from the Inoshika CH clan. The scope of the review was everyone in Konoha village. Naruto raised an eyebrow at such a big deal. This task is quite simple for Naruto. Once the sense of good and evil is activated, all those who are malicious to Naruto and the censors will be arrested. It's unfair, I'm really not a spy. Naruto took him away with a wave of his hand. The ninja wanted to resist, but was immediately controlled by the shadow imitation technique and the heart-changing technique, and was directly sealed by chakra and sent to prison. These are espionage personnel with obvious loopholes. Morinoyuki looked at the information and was very confused. Although not all of the newly sent prisoners were spies, some of them had also committed serious mistakes and were arrested. In other words, they were arrested. None of them are unjust. These were all captured by the same person. He had also received a notice just now that he was asked to investigate spies and to work overtime, but he did not expect that the prisoners would be sent here so quickly. Under the interrogation of Morinoyuki, all those people confessed, but they all mentioned a man with blonde hair who arrested them. "It's so efficient," Morinoi muttered, then went to torture those prisoners who refused to speak, but those were only a minority. In the evening, a stack of information was placed on Tsunade's desk. Shizuan said, "These are all reviewed information. 3 of them are spies of the 5 great ninja villages, including 2 rock shinobi and 1 cloud shinobi. But in addition to these, there are other spies from the Zainin village, also in Konoha, including Orochimaru's sound ninja." Shizuan continued to report. "Orochimaru, that guy's men are still in the village." Tsunade didn't expect that Orochimaru would be beaten like this and that there were people who colluded with him in the village. Maybe they hid them on the spot when Konoha's plan collapsed. Some of the sound ninjas were killed and some captured. Unexpectedly, some sound ninjas were lucky enough to escape. It is estimated that the information about the attack on Konoha has been spread out now, but it has been so long, so it is normal for the information to be spread out. But Naruto is very good at catching spies. He actually caught so many spies. But it's not good for Naruto to be captured by himself just after he came back from the land of snow, Tsunade thought. Also regarding Danzo's roots, they are already very large and the tail is too big to fall off now, but now that Danzo is in coma, the roots cannot be kept forever. As long as Danzo doesn't wake up, the roots will disintegrate over time, and there is only one chance. Chapter 76. With the help of Naruto's ability, Konoha village's spy capture operation has come to an end. The team headed by Naruto was a complete success. Now Naruto has successfully appeared in the middle and upper classes of Konoha village. Naruto's ninja file also has an S-level mission. Konoha Hospital, Danzo suddenly opened his eyes, sat up straight, and noticed that Danzo had woken up. "Danzo-sama, you are finally awake," the root ninja knelt on one knee, but said in an emotionless tone. Out of loyalty and trust to Danzo, the root member didn't feel anything was wrong at all. Danzo's eyes were lifeless, and he seemed to be as dull as a puppet. But the next second, Danzo's eyes suddenly became full of life, and he said to the root, "What did Tsunade do while I was in coma?" Genbu replied as calmly as a machine. Tsunade didn't know what means he used to ask Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to find the spies, and he also sealed the village to prevent anyone from entering or exiting. There are also rumors in the ninja world that Lord Danzo secretly killed Uchiha Shisui. After returning to the roots, he didn't even raise his head. Don't worry about this kind of thing. Let's go back to the roots first. Danzo now only has one arm and his right eye is still bandaged, so the roots very considerately handed over the crutches. On the other side, Tsunade also received the news that Danzo had left Konoha Hospital. Tsunade frowned and looked at Anbu and said, I understand. After the death of the previous generation Hokage Yuanfei Hiruzen, Tsunade took over Anbu, but now there are not many people available to Tsunade, and he only has 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. Root base. Then get out of here, I have something important to do. Danzo ordered, turned around and entered the dark room. Genbu retreated without saying a word, leaving Danzo alone in Genbu's dark room. It seems that controlling Danzo is not an easy job. Danzo's eyes turned as dull as a puppet again, and Naruto walked out from behind Danzo. Now the root resources are available, and Danzo himself is also controlled by me. The next step is to check Danzo's memories over the years. After all, Naruto has to be alone with Danzo to have a chance. With Danzo's authority, Danzo knows most things in Konoha, including some sealed information. As Naruto's chakra came out, Naruto also entered Danzo's brain. As for the messy sealing techniques on Danzo, they were also sealed by Naruto with sealing techniques, thus losing their effect. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that Danzo has indeed done a lot of bad things over the years. Naruto saw the bad things that Danzo did, it was really evil Madara. Instructing Root to assassinate the third Hokage, controlling public opinion to cause Konoha's White Fang to commit suicide, and collaborating with Orochimaru to use children for Hashirama cell experiments. By threatening the orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu worked for him, which eventually led to Yakushi Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto killing each other. Together with Hanzo, they hunted Akatsuki, causing Nagato to go berserk. There are so many bad things he has done that it would take 3 days and 3 nights to mention them all. In contrast, spreading the news that Naruto is a demon fox is not a priority for Danzo. It is just an attempt. After all, he has tasted the benefits through the White Fang incident. Now we can't let Danzo go. Death within the 4 Elephants seal is a more honorable way to die. But there is still a lot of top secret information in Danzo's mind, such as how to seal the Flying Thunder God technique, information about the impure world reincarnation, and the sealing techniques brought by Naruto's mother and the first 9 tails Jinchuriki. In the world of Hokage, the power of sealing is very high, and even Tsutsuki Kagaya cannot resist sealing. In terms of life level, Terayuki must be stronger than Nezuo. After all, she is considered a god, with an almost unlimited lifespan and strong strength. Even if Nezuo seals her, she is still in the human category and will grow old and die. Sealing techniques can defeat opponents across life levels, so Naruto has always attached great importance to sealing techniques. He found a large number of sealing techniques in Danzo's mind, which made Naruto very happy. Danzo walked out of the secret room slowly with a cane. The root ninjas walking along the way all paid respectful respect to Danzo. Record all these information and send them to my room. Naruto came here this time to find the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as various methods of sealing. Naruto will be very busy in the next time. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique is not difficult for Naruto, but he was a little uncomfortable at the beginning of the transfer, but it got better later. Moreover, the principle of Flying Thunder God technique is similar to that of summoning technique, but the casting speed is very different, and it requires super fast nerve reflex speed, quick reaction, physical strength to keep up, and more chakra. After being satisfied, Naruto began to carve his own Flying Thunder God mark in various places, not only on the Kunao mark, but also on Konoha's Hokage building and the secret room at the root. In order to facilitate Naruto's entry and exit, Naruto placed his Flying Thunder God Kunao directly in Danzo's secret room, and Danzo's body was also marked by Naruto. He also has Flying Thunder God's Kunao at home, and Naruto has a lot of chakra, so he can go wherever he wants and use Flying Thunder God to fly around. In the country of waves, Naruto left a clone in Konoha and spent the rest of the time outside the village. The current country of waves is developing at a rapid pace. Cardo's funds are constantly being injected, shipping has become extremely developed, and taxation has also continued. Now Zabuza and Shiro are both rich people, and there is no need to fight anymore. Enjoying it day by day. Naruto would fly over regularly to get money, and by the way, he would watch Zabuza getting fatter and fatter, while Haku was getting better and better looking. Compared to Zabuza, they are simply Beauty and the Beast. Zabuza had nothing else to do but enjoy himself. At first, someone might come out to assassinate Cardo, but after being repelled by Zabuza many times, no one came. Then I couldn't leave here, so I calmed down and ate as hard as I could. Now I even gave Baize my own beheading sword to use. Seeing Mr. Zabuza like this, Haku could only train harder. Shiro is very satisfied with his current life. Although Mr. Zabuza has slowly changed from strong to fat, he is very happy. He is very satisfied with Mr. Zabuza every day. Haku also saw with his own eyes that the people of Wave Country were getting better and better, and Haku was grateful to Naruto. Shiro saw Naruto coming and bowed, and then led Naruto to the vault. As for how to tell whether it is the person or not, the seal on their body will tell them. Naruto also conveniently placed the Flying Thunder God mark on Shiro and Zabuza. After all, they knew that resistance was useless and it was better to let nature take its course. After Naruto becomes Hokage, the country of waves will become the second supply station of Konoha village. Although it is only an island country, it has potential. If money is needed in the future, the money of the country of waves will be used. Chapter 77. Bang bang bang, the sound of ninja tools colliding could be heard in the air. The two electric lights suddenly collided together, then separated, and then became entangled again at a faster speed. It was impossible to see what was colliding with the naked eye. Sparks were flying in the air, and the sound of collisions could only be heard constantly from all over the air. There was smoke and dust all around, and the ground was cracked by the speed of these two people. The two men gradually slowed down and revealed their true colors. One was Hotaki Kakashi and the other was Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke holds a long knife in his left hand, and the blade is still faintly flashing with electric light. Hotaki Kakashi holds a kunai in both hands at the same time, and also injects his own thunder attribute chakra into it. The collision sound just now was because the weapons kept colliding. Both sides are using the technique of stimulating cells with thunder attributes to continuously stimulate their bodies in order to achieve the purpose of acceleration. The speed just now is already the limit of the two people, but the limit speed cannot be maintained for long. Kakashi struggled to throw the kunai in his hand towards Sasuke. At the same time, his hands gathered together. A ball of thunder and lightning appeared on Kakashi's hands. A flash of lightning suddenly separated from the thunder ball and fell on the ground to form a wolf made of thunder and lightning. At the same time, it shot towards Sasuke. Rush away! The Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes turned quickly, and he swung the long knife in his hand hard, knocking away the two kunai with electric light, and then the sound of 1,000 birds seemed to appear in Sasuke's hand. The ground under his feet was also shattered by this powerful thunder and lightning. It was the Chidori. Sasuke's left hand flashed with lightning and thrust forward. The ground was also cut open by the lightning. The Chidori hit the Thunder Wolf impartially in the chest, completely scattering the Thunder Wolf. Although the Thunder Wolf was scattered, the thunder and lightning that made up the Thunder Wolf spread upwards along Sasuke's left hand, trying to continue attacking Sasuke's body. Sasuke's body appeared out of thin air and entangled with the lightning of the Thunder Wolf, avoiding the fate of being paralyzed. Kakashi's Raikiri is also ready, Chidori vs Raikiri. The moment Chidori came into contact with Raikiri, powerful light suddenly dispersed from the center point to the surroundings. The ground was continuously struck by the entangled thunder points, and the terrifying thunder and lightning swallowed everything present. The place where Sasuke and Kakashi were was also turned into a deep pit. He grabbed the edge of the pit with his slightly burnt hands, pushed hard, and climbed up. The other hand is holding someone. Kakashi lay on the ground panting, and Sasuke was thrown next to him by Kakashi, but he couldn't move for a short time. The collision power of Chidori and Reikari is quite good. Kakashi did not expect that Sasuke would master the thunder attribute form change and nature transformation to this extent in this short period of time. It seems that it won't be long before Sasuke will completely surpass him. Both of them were paralyzed by the thunder attribute just now, but Kakashi's resistance to the thunder attribute is slightly stronger than Sasuke's, so he can move better. However, Kakashi looked at the clothes on his body and the mask on his face, and he was afraid that he needed new ones. Kakashi's clothes were charred and torn, and his mask was torn a lot. However, when Kakashi pulled off the mask, there was actually a mask inside. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the inner layer was not destroyed. Sasuke also lifted his paralysis and got up from the ground. Sasuke's blue coat had been rolled up and he was much cleaner than Kakashi. But Kakashi couldn't help but turn his head when he saw Sasuke's hair. If he looked at it again, Kakashi would laugh out loud, and by then the mask inside wouldn't be able to keep it. Sasuke's originally dark and silky hair was now curled up by electricity, and even swelled. The whole person has an afro, and Sasuke's handsome face gives people an inexplicable sense of joy, which makes people laugh out loud. Kakashi? Sasuke didn't understand why Kakashi didn't dare to look at him. Sasuke picked up the knife and saw his current appearance through the reflection on the sword. Sasuke's face suddenly turned green and white, and he pressed hard with his hand, but he still couldn't resist the strange fluffy feeling. Kakashi coughed at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, that's all for today's training." After saying that, Kakashi left here quickly, otherwise he would not be able to hold back his laughter, so he could only run quickly. Sasuke had no choice but to temporarily tie up his hair with the cloth in his ninja bag. It was impossible for Sasuke to really go home with an afro. If an acquaintance saw it, he would probably be laughed to death. Sasuke was also lucky that only Kakashi saw this. If Naruto saw it, it would be a big trouble. Sasuke knew Naruto's bad character and would probably take photos to make fun of him. Sasuke wrapped his head like a rice dumpling and returned home as if he was fleeing. He took a good bath and pressed down his fluffy hair with water. At this moment, Naruto was practicing his sealing technique at the root. The four elephants seal. As Naruto's hand pressed on the ground, the runes that appeared with Naruto's hand moved forward and wrapped around a rabbit, pulling the rabbit back into the seal scroll. This time the rabbit didn't know what kind of experiment it was done on. The whole rabbit seemed to have been upgraded. It was almost as big as a wild boar and was extremely aggressive. Now Naruto was just using the waist to make use of it. But now Naruto has another face, and Naruto can't always hide behind Danzo, so he uses the power in Danzo's hands to create a false identity, and then through Danzo's authorization, Naruto can be said to be unimpeded at the root. Whether you are viewing information or experimenting, you can do it as you like. Moreover, the information Naruto brought back from the land of snow was also being researched and improved in secret. After all, chakra armor is useless for high-end combat, but it is still quite helpful for ninjas of Jonin and below. It is no better than the locks worn by ninjas. Zagia is much better. Moreover, Naruto bought a large piece of land around Konoha in the name of routes to build railways. Naruto planned to move the snow country train directly to Konoha, just like the thunder train in Boruto's legend, only it's just ahead of schedule. Now Naruto has regarded Konoha as his own territory. He should manage his territory well and develop Konoha's technology. Moreover, Naruto also found a person in the list of traitorous ninjas at the root. He was a ninja in the same period as Sunan. However, compared with Sunan's name, this person was completely invisible to everyone. But Naruto noticed him at a glance, because he was a scientific researcher who was not inferior to Orochimaru. His name was Bailahu. Naruto was more interested in him, and more interested in the techniques he developed. An Amara technique, this technique is a kind of fusion ninjutsu, and its biggest function is fusion. As Bailahu continues to improve this technique, it has been developed to the point where it can fuse the blood succession boundary. Bailahu, who just appeared, has 4 bloodline limits, each of which is obtained through plunder. Chapter 78. During this time, Tsunade wanted to ask Naruto to go on a mission, but Naruto refused one by one. Now Naruto has more important things to do. At the same time, Naruto also confessed to Tsunade about himself and becoming good friends with Nine Tails. Tsunade also did not expect that the perfect Jinchuriki belonging to Konoha would be born so quickly. Generally speaking, the best place to tame tailed beasts is Cloud Shinobi Village, but before Cloud Shinobi Village tamed Eight Tails also experienced many rampages, and only this generation of Eight Tails Jinchuriki succeeded. The other Jinchuriki in the ninja village can use the power of tailed beasts, but no one has achieved the perfect Jinchuriki. At the same time, Naruto also asked Tsunade for information on the 100 healings mark. You want 100 healings mark? Tsunade looked at Naruto confused and said. Yes, that's right. Naruto nodded. 100 healings mark is generally only practiced by women. Tsunade looked up and down Naruto's body with those beautiful eyes. You? Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. I'm currently studying the sealing technique. I want 100 healings mark to learn from it and see if it can be improved. What is Tsunade working towards every day? N.A. Tsunade handed over a scroll neatly and said, this is the scroll of 100 healings mark. No matter what you want to improve, this practice requires chakra control to be very skilled. Can it be told externally? Naruto opened the scroll to check the specific training content. Okay, it's up to you to decide who to choose, but don't spread rumors. Tsunade nodded and said. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. It's best not to try blindly alone, Tsunade ordered. Back to the roots, Naruto looked at the training method of 100 healings mark in detail. It was not a problem to understand it with Naruto's current level of sealing skills. However, 100 healings mark is a medical sealing technique, many of which require the assistance of medical ninjutsu and knowledge about the structure of the human body. Naruto had no choice but to read through some medical knowledge. Naruto's current understanding and learning abilities are very strong, and he also has a certain understanding of medical ninjutsu. However, it is very convenient to have roots. As long as you give an order, there is a continuous flow of knowledge that is difficult for others to obtain. In the Konoha hospital, Naruto's hands glowed green and were placed on some bodies that were injured due to distance. Under the stimulation of medical ninjutsu, the wounds healed faster. Not bad, I learned such a difficult healing jutsu so quickly, Tsunade praised from the side. Tsunade also observed that the healing jutsu released by Naruto's chakra was more effective than the healing jutsu released by himself, making him a natural medical ninja. But what Tsunade didn't know was that Naruto's chakra could heal him as long as he didn't need the healing jutsu at all. Thank you, doctor, I feel better. The patient had a large gash in his abdomen, but under Naruto's treatment, he was able to get off the ground in just a few minutes. By the way, Sister Tsunade, let me recommend 2 people to you. These 2 are also very suitable for medical ninjutsu. Naruto put away the tools. Who? Tsunade asked curiously. After seeing Naruto's talent, I was still quite curious about the people Naruto introduced. One is my teammate, Harano Sakura, and the other is from the Uzumaki clan. Sakura has very good chakra control ability, so there is basically no problem inheriting your medical ninjutsu. The key is another person, Xiangling. Naruto briefly described Xiangling's situation. Okay, let them come over and I will inspect them myself. What? You said Tsunade-sama invited me to go. Little Sakura was so happy that she almost jumped up. Little Sakura's dream is to become a female ninja like Tsunade-sama. Tsunade is the idol of all female ninjas. As a female ninja, she became a female ninja. Hokage, what a great honor! At the same time, Xiangling also agreed, and she would do whatever Naruto asked her to do. Next, besides interning at Konoha Hospital, Naruto also has to improve the 100 healings mark. At the same time, because Naruto's medical ninjutsu was very effective, Naruto's reputation gradually spread in the village, and more people recognized Naruto. The greater the reputation, the better it would be for Naruto in the future. At the same time, this is what Tsunade wants. Would like to see. Moreover, Denzo has also disappeared, and no news about the roots has been heard for a long time. Naruto also began to eat away at the power of the roots step by step. Although Naruto changed his appearance, the appeal of Naruto chakra has not weakened at all. As time slowly fermented, Naruto's chakra began to slowly awaken the suppressed emotions at the root, and Naruto also injected chakra into the wounded body at the root. There are really many people who are injured in Genbu every day. Due to the cruel training every day, Naruto sends a clone to become an accompanying doctor, and Genbu's training methods have also been reformed. Cultivating feelings remains unchanged, removing the step of killing each other. There are two people performing tasks together, but the seal on the body cannot be removed, and the information cannot be revealed, but it was indeed carved by Naruto himself. Fortunately, Naruto has a clone, so the days of being one person and two sides have become Naruto's daily life. In the root chamber, Naruto sat cross-legged in the center. The chakra in his body used a specific method to stimulate cell division. A diamond-shaped mark slowly appeared on Naruto's head. Chakra continued to pour into this mark, continuously, until nearly half of Naruto's current chakra was absorbed before it slowly began to close. This is Naruto's improved 100 healings mark. Combining the information from 8 sign seal and 100 healings mark, people have developed their own 100 healings mark, which is only suitable for Naruto and not for anyone else. Because men can also practice it and the amount of chakra they can store is completely different from the original version. Almost absorbing half of Naruto's current chakra is already very terrifying. If someone else's chakra is sucked dry, it won't be enough. Naruto felt a sense of emptiness for the first time in a long time, which was caused by the loss of a large amount of chakra at once. However, with the influx of Nine Tails chakra and Naruto's own body recovery, the sense of emptiness gradually turned into a feeling of fullness. In the consciousness space, Nine Tails felt that most of his chakra had been taken away, and the entire fox became skinny and skinny, looking really pitiful. Haha, you stinky fox, you have today too. Shikaku kept laughing at Nine Tails from the side. Shut up, you stinky tanuki with only half chakra. After this period of replenishment, Shikaku's figure has slowly returned to his proper shape, but even if he has recovered to this level, it is still by Nine Tails rubbed against the ground. The two of them can be said to be a small fight in 3 days, and a big fight in 7 days, but none of these will affect Naruto. No matter what attack the two-tailed beasts launch, the chakra will be absorbed by the current space. In supplementing the chakra used by the tailed beasts, it can be said that energy is recycled to ultimate. Chapter 79. In the early morning, an eagle came from the sky and circled on the land of the Uchiha tribe. In the mist, it gently tapped the window with its beak. The thumping sound disturbed Uchiha Sasuke, who was sleeping. Sasuke frowned and turned over to continue sleeping, but the thumping sound still refused to let him go until it woke him up. As soon as Sasuke opened his eyes, he saw a communication eagle knocking on the window of his house. The window completely printed the communication eagle. Sasuke slowly got up from the bed helplessly, but his hands were still wearing clothes. She was trembling slightly, as if she couldn't exert any strength, and small things like getting dressed became extremely long. The moment he put on his clothes, he touched something somewhere, and Sasuke grimaced in pain. This is Naruto's communication hawk. Sasuke thought for a while and finally found Naruto's mark on the eagle. The reason why Sasuke didn't recognize it was because Naruto had been elusive for a while. No more contact from Naruto. There was only one sentence written on the note: "If there is an emergency, come to my house quickly." Sasuke had no choice but to give up his plan to take a day off today and could only stagger to Naruto's house. Ding dong, ding dong. Sasuke was now dressed and standing at the door of Naruto's house, ringing the doorbell that had been unused for who knows how long. "Sasuke, you're here," Naruto greeted happily, the smile on his face seemed to want to overflow. But at this time, Sasuke's face was pale, and his whole body could not feel any vitality, like a withered tree. Really, Naruto looked at this young and weak look and helped Sasuke in. After a moment, Naruto took his hands off Sasuke. Naruto just frowned slightly and said calmly, "I hurt myself again. Didn't I tell you not to overdraw chakra easily? It's just a little accident during training, it's nothing to worry about." Sasuke said nonchalantly, as if it was normal to overtax the body. "Tell me, why did you come to me so urgently today?" With the disappearance of Naruto chakra, Sasuke's body had gotten rid of the sick look. "Take a good rest first, otherwise I'm worried you won't be able to bear it." Naruto looked at Sasuke worriedly. With Sasuke's current physical condition, if Naruto told him the news, it would probably be counterproductive, and the physical and mental impact would probably directly drag Sasuke's body down. But the time is almost up, Sasuke should be informed of the news, and Naruto discovered Hashirama cells in the root laboratory. After this matter is over, we will see if Sasuke can directly transplant it with Naruto's help. But Sasuke disrupted Naruto's plan. "Drink this." Naruto handed Sasuke a test tube containing a liquid of unknown meaning. Sasuke looked at Naruto's serious expression, gritted his teeth and drank everything in the test tube. Then Sasuke knew nothing. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who fainted immediately, and said with emotion, "The things made by the roots are really good, even a ninja like Sasuke can be knocked down." In fact, when Sasuke was undefended at this time, he just kept silent regardless of what was inside. A special reminder: you should be careful about what others hand you. Sasuke felt his body moving in a daze. The dazzling lights flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and his whole body seemed to be floating in the air. "Yo, Sasuke, you're awake." It's still a familiar opening, but this time it's different. Sasuke is tied to a chair, and the chakra in his body seems to be blocked and cannot be extracted. "I had no strength at all and couldn't break free of the rope. Naruto, let me go." Sasuke struggled desperately, but found it useless, the binding was too strong. "Sasuke, please save your energy, you can't get away now." Naruto sat in front of Sasuke with some information. Naruto raised the document in his hand and said, "I have a piece of information about Uchiha Itachi here. If you are struggling, I may consider not telling you. Another point is that I tied you up to prevent you from doing anything because you are too emotional." Naruto placed the file on the table. When Sasuke heard the name Uchiha Itachi, he instantly calmed down. Sasuke then carefully observed his surroundings. He was now in an airtight room, and Naruto was the only one in the room. But if it was information about Uchiha Itachi, what information made Naruto would rather tie himself up? Sasuke thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. At this moment, Naruto saw Sasuke calm down and said, "I found out the truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan at the root, and of course with Danzo's help." "What's the truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan?" "It was all Uchiha Itachi's fault." Sasuke began to struggle again at that time. But Naruto ignored him and continued, "Actually, before Uchiha Itachi massacred the Uchiha clan, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village was not so harmonious." Naruto explains the direct hostile relationship between Uchiha and Senju. In other words, Uchiha is one of the founding families of Konoha village. Sasuke gradually stopped struggling after hearing this. But with the defection of Uchiha Madara, it indirectly led to the death of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage is so wary of the Uchiha clan. The second Hokage is also a Senju clan, but he is not as tolerant as the first Hokage. He has done a lot of research on the Uchiha clan and discovered the secret of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha is a clan of love. Getting love and losing love is the process of opening Sharingan's eyes. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. You should feel it too, Sasuke. Naruto continued, in order to balance the power of Uchiha and other families, second Hokage accepted Uchiha Kagami as a subordinate. At this time, the relationship between Uchiha and the village was eased, but Uchiha Kagami died because of the war. After that, second Hokage also died, but several of his disciples were still alive. Although second Hokage was on guard against Uchiha, he still hoped that one day Uchiha could integrate into Konoha. The surviving disciples of second Hokage are Uinfei Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura, Udaten Koharu, and Shimura Denz. Mitokado Homura, Udaten Koharu is now a consultant to Konoha, so he is under the Hokage. Shimura Denz is the leader of the roots, which are the same as Anbu, except the roots belong to Danzo instead of the Hokage. During the third Hokage, Uchiha became more and more dissatisfied. First, Uchiha served as a police force and his clan was assigned to the edge of Konoha. In addition, Uchiha was arrogant by nature, and the law enforcement process was simple and rough. As time went by, Uchiha was seen in Konoha village. The clan hid, causing Uchiha to be hostile to everyone in Konoha. But the Uchiha clan has a good relationship with the fourth Hokage, and the fourth generation also has a very charismatic personality, which in turn helps Uchiha. But that night, things changed. Naruto's eyes began to darken. Chapter 80. Naruto's breath emanated in this dark space. Sasuke's body was stimulated by this breath, and he looked at Naruto with horror on his face. It was as if the person sitting in front of him was no longer that familiar friend, but a ferocious beast that was craving for food. Sasuke's mind seemed to be brought into a world full of bright red, surrounded by ruins. The sky seemed to be soaked in blood, and the Sharingan in his eyes was attracted by this power and opened on its own without the guidance of Sasuke, the master. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke was back to the Tide state. Sasuke was in a trance, not sure what was real and what was illusion. At this time, Naruto's voice seemed to come from outside, awakening Sasuke's wandering mind. Many people have witnessed with their own eyes that there was a Sharingan in the eye socket when Nine Tails appeared, which also caused more serious suspicions about Uchiha. The Nine Tails rebellion 13 years ago, civilians, ninjas, and even the fourth Hokage family were killed. Naruto paused at this point. Uchiha decided to rebel and seize the Hokage's position. Sasuke, you should check Uchiha Itake's information and tell me what position Uchiha Itake held in Konoha at that time. Naruto put down the information in his hand and his eyes turned into vertical pupils. Uchiha Itake, at that time he served as Anbu and joined the police force. Sasuke said slowly. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was sweating coldly. He was not stupid. Uchiha was exterminated for no reason that could be explained by Uchiha Itake's inexplicable reason. The Uchiha clan wanted to rebel, but Konoha learned the news in advance and took action to eliminate the Uchiha clan in advance, and the person who did it was Uchiha Itake. Sasuke, who wanted to understand at this moment, looked at Naruto with blank eyes, and Naruto cut Sasuke's rope into pieces. But Sasuke collapsed to the ground, and Naruto knelt down and spoke in Sasuke's ear. Uchiha Itake made a deal with the then third Hokage before the village took action. The only condition is that you, Itake, can only take your life. Uchiha Itake will use the lives of the entire clan in exchange for your life. How does it feel to know the truth? Naruto's voice whispered like a devil, but the words he spoke were unacceptable to Sasuke. This is the complete information and the detailed process of the night of genocide. Take a good look. Naruto gave instructions and immediately left the secret room. I hope Sasuke can use this opportunity to wake up and not let him be immersed in a false world, Naruto thought. Sasuke opened the information with slightly trembling hands. It not only contained Uchiha Itachi's experience from childhood to adulthood, but also the comments of the third Hokage, as well as every decision Uchiha Itachi made. This information was specially prepared by Naruto for Sasuke, combining Naruto's memories from his previous life, as well as information obtained from Danzo and his roots. Including what the masked man did, what Danzo did, how Uchiha Fugaku died calmly, and the news that Uchiha Itachi was terminally ill. After a moment, Naruto sensed the dark chakra coming from Sasuke, and Naruto knew that Sasuke had succeeded. Successfully opened Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto, we haven't sparred for a long time, come and have a fight with me, Sasuke said as he walked out of the secret room. Then Naruto put his hand on Sasuke and activated Flying Thunder God. Valley of the End. Sasuke, if you want to fight, just stand here. Sasuke stands on Uchiha Madara and Naruto stands on Senju Hashirama. Pure Land, Sage of Six Paths, open your eyes. Casting his eyes on the earth, he saw that Indra and Ashura of this generation were about to fight again, and he couldn't help but sigh, no matter how many lives I take, it is still inevitable. Sasuke's eyes turned into Manjiki, and then a purple arrow was shot directly at Naruto. Naruto was not polite, biting the arrow's head directly with a fox head. Sasuke uses a move that can only be used by Uchiha clan members who have turned on Manjiki, Susanoo. Turn on Fairy Fox mode directly. Boom! Golden Nine Tails punched the half-length Susan into the ground. The ground was directly shattered by this force, and the cracks spread to the spider web for unknown lengths. Sasuke vomited a stream of blood in the pit, and the Susanoo on his body could not hold on and degenerated into a skeleton. Amaterasu. A black flame appeared out of thin air and instantly covered the huge Nine Tails. Nine Tails' body was filled with black flames, wrapping around the whole body. Sasuke panted slightly inside the skeleton and said secretly, "This is the power of my Manjiki." But Sasuke's eyes were dazzled, and the huge Nine Tails disappeared in an instant. Sasuke's frame was shattered by a small fist. Sasuke was hit to the sea level without any chance to react. Damn it, every cell in my body hurts. Sasuke cursed secretly. He raised up Susanoo again, and at the moment when he set the arrow, the curse mark on Sasuke began to release a black spell, and Sasuke directed this energy into Susanoo. Susanoo serves as a carrier to carry this power. As the curse seal continues to be output, a black cross forms on Susanoo's body. Black flames also began to appear on Sasuke's bow and arrow. This is Sasuke's strongest attack at this stage. Amaterasu cooperates with flame control to use magic to increase its power. Naruto was also unceremonious. The chakra in the fox's mouth condensed into a black sphere in a ratio of 2:8. Tailed beast bomb collided head-on with Indra's arrow with flame control and fairy chakra. At this moment of collision, a dazzling light shot out, the air was constantly vibrating, and the sea level was shaken out of the bare river bed by this huge force, and the sea water poured in the surrounding area. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose. The ear-piercing roar instantly deafened the creatures in this area. After the huge roar, a shock wave came and ravaged the area again. A strong storm blew up wherever the shock wave struck, turning a forest into wood chips, and the hills on the ground turned into sand the moment the storm came. Sasuke lay exhausted among the rubble, coughing continuously. Manjiki was also forced to shut down as the chakra was exhausted. Now Sasuke didn't even have the strength to get up. He had already staked everything on himself at that moment. Now that Sasuke was satisfied, he closed his eyes and lay happily on the ground, with the breeze blowing and not thinking about anything. "What's the matter with the expression of enjoyment on your face?" The familiar and annoying voice sounded again. "You know who it is without saying anything." Naruto looked at Sasuke, who looked happy in surprise. Was he addicted to being beaten? Did he like the feeling of losing so much? With the Naruto brand power bank coming online again, Sasuke quickly recovered from his overdraft due to Susanoo. Naruto, tell me how to save my brother. Chapter 81. You want to save Uchiha Itachi, I can give you a way, but if you want to take revenge on the mastermind behind it, I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Why? Sasuke didn't understand why he couldn't seek revenge from someone behind the scenes. Flying Thunder God activates. Naruto both returned to their roots. Look! Naruto clapped his hands and Danzo walked over like a puppet. Uchiha was destroyed because of rebellion. How many masterminds did you want to take revenge on? The first is Uinfei Hiruzen, the second is Shimura Danz, and the third is the Masked Man. Uinfei Hiruzen is dead. Now Danzo is controlled by me. The whereabouts of the Masked Man are unknown, and I have predetermined the fate of that Masked Man. Naruto introduced the situation to Sasuke. I don't think I told you, I have a grudge against the Masked Man, Naruto said, looking at Sasuke. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato died for sealing 9 tails on the day I was born. Naruto, are you? Sasuke looked at Naruto and said slightly. The son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Naruto, that is me, we have a common enemy, don't we? Sasuke Naruto said. If you want to take revenge before me, I can give you a chance and bring Uchiha Itachi back to Konoha and restore the identity of Konoha Shinobi. It just depends on whether you are going to do it or not. Naruto's eyes became sharp. Okay, I promise. Sasuke agreed. Now Sasuke understood how much his brother loved him and how much he wanted to protect Konoha village at all costs. Go under cover. Sasuke asked Naruto. The organization that Uchiha Itachi belongs to only recruits traitorous ninjas, and the Masked Man is also in that organization. Although Uchiha Itachi sent back some information, it was not enough to restore Uchiha's reputation. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder. At the same time, you need to lurk at Orochimaru first, get Orochimaru's information, and at the same time find an opportunity to kill him. Remember to kill him when he snatches your body. I will send the route to receive Orochimaru's results in the future. With the credit of killing Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi's reputation should be restored. You were originally an undercover, so as long as you returned to the village, it was fine, but Uchiha Itachi actually killed Uchiha's people. Sasuke nodded and said, the credit for my undercover work can be transferred to my brother, right? Yes, through Konoha's publicity, Itachi's reputation can be washed away, and how much contribution Itachi has made secretly can be announced. Uchiha Itachi can return to Konoha openly instead of hiding. Naruto packaged to Sasuke ticket. Take this. Naruto threw a solid crystal to Sasuke. This is the aggregation of my pure chakra. It can not only save you, but also your brother. Naruto pointed at the crystal and said, this thing can prolong Itachi's life and prevent him from dying after a confrontation with you. You find an opportunity to put it on Itachi, and at the same time find an opportunity to contact me. You have my Flying Thunder God mark on you, Naruto said. This way, even if Itachi doesn't want to come back, he can be forcibly tied back to Konoha. As for the Masked Man, it depends on your ability. Understand your mission, Sasuke, Naruto said, looking at Sasuke seriously. Understood. Sasuke nodded, and at the same time Sasuke's files were put away by Naruto. Now Konoha is almost in Naruto's possession, just a little bit less. In fact, Naruto never knew what to do when he came to this world. At first, he wanted to go home, and then gradually, the idea of going home was slowly buried in Naruto's heart. Then I met someone I could protect, and then I wanted to rule Konoha and drag all those who were hostile to me to dig coal and never come back. Except for a few close people, everyone else treated Naruto as an NPC. He always felt that this world was illusory. Although it was the same as the real world, it still couldn't change the fact that Naruto had no feeling for this world. Except for a few Tsutsuki clan members above their heads, it can be said that no one else is Naruto's opponent anymore. It is really boring to be in this world full of illusions. At the beginning, he was very excited to exercise and learn the sealing technique, but now the enthusiasm slowly faded, and for a while Naruto didn't know what to do. This world might not be real anyway, and then Naruto would lose motivation. Everything is like a cloud, and it is difficult to be motivated by fantasy goals. Naruto has never seen Kaguya, so what if she dies? Naruto flew into the sky again. With Naruto's eyesight, he could see very carefully, but now Naruto felt an inexplicable irritability in his heart. As if he didn't like what he saw, Naruto changed his clothes. Now he needed to vent. The world was too boring and needed a little excitement. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the building in Cloud Shinobi Village was blown up. A man in black robes and a three-eyed fox mask appeared again. Naruto suddenly laughed wildly. This was the excitement Naruto wanted, no matter what they were, as long as he was happy. Then another bolt of lightning struck down following Naruto's guidance, completely shattering the Hokage building. A burly body with flashing electric light rushed out directly from the Hokage building. The ruins of the Hokage building did not stop it at all, but was blown to pieces by the lightning on its body. His burly body has dark skin, and lightning makes his hair stand up like a scion. A huge sound came from where Naruto was standing, as fast as lightning. The location just now had turned into a deep pit, the ground was directly dented, and the cracks spread to the surrounding buildings. Oh my, isn't this our Hokage-sama? Why are you so angry? Naruto stood lightly above a room, looking at the somewhat irritable Hokage and said. The thunder and lightning on AI's body turned into an armor, wrapping his body. It was obvious that the Thunder Shield Chakra mode, also called the Thunder Shield Armor, had been turned on. Heavy flow explosion. Hokage roared and was in front of Naruto in just a moment, slamming his elbow into Naruto. Come on! Naruto also gathered the chakra on his elbow, preparing to go head-to-head with Hokage. With the electric light flashing, his elbow collided hard with Naruto's chakra-covered elbow. The surrounding buildings were also affected, and the building under Naruto's feet was already overwhelmed and crumbling. Hokage felt as if his attack hit an indestructible wall. As Naruto exerted his force, the power surged instantly, directly crushing Hokage and sending Hokage flying away, flying back at a faster speed. Hokage crashed the building behind him directly. At this moment, the building under Naruto's feet could not withstand such a huge force and collapsed. Chapter 82. Damn it! Hokage flashed his chakra armor again and rushed out of the building he was crushing. Looking at Naruto floating leisurely in the air, Hokage couldn't bear it anymore. The thunder and lightning all over his body gathered crazily towards his right hand, until the lightning in his right hand was completely materialized. Lightning-style lateral bolt of pain. Hokage jumps high, and when it reaches the highest point, it dives down, using gravity to increase its power. The hand sword with thunder and lightning rushed towards Naruto. Naruto looked at the humanoid thunder and lightning rushing towards him without feeling scared. He silently concentrated the chakra on his right hand and punched out to destroy all magic. Naruto's right hand burst out with the strong golden light blocked the flickering hand knife. Taijutsu special power. Naruto not only superimposed Nine Tails chakra on his fists, but also used Tsunade's unique secret technique, strange power. There was a sound of bone cracking, and Hokage's right hand appeared in a very twisted posture. It was obvious that it had suffered a huge impact and was broken. This blow not only broke the hammered Thunder Shield armor, but also broke the bones of Hokage, who had trained his body to the ultimate. In the past, Hokage could cut the horns of Eight Tails with one hand, and with the Thunder Shield armor, he could defeat Eight Tails and fight fiercely with Eight Tails. Boss, your hand! Nozomi rushed forward at this time and used her own medical ninjutsu to treat Hokage's hand that was twisted to the point of being distorted. Hey, a powerful enemy is destroying Cloud Shinobi Village, let Master Killer Bee take action. With a strange rap accent, a man with the same dark skin as Hokage and wearing sunglasses came in with incomprehensible dance steps. Be careful, he is very strong. I couldn't help but remind him. Oi, thank you for reminding me, brother. Killer Bee replied. Red and transparent chakra emerged from Killer Bee's body and covered Killer Bee's whole body. Then 8 knives were clamped in various places of Killer Bee and attacked Naruto directly. Each sword is covered with thunder attribute chakra and attacks very quickly. Each knife seems to be able to attack from unexpected places, from all angles. It can be said that it attacks the whole body at the same time. But Naruto was always able to dodge the sword just moments before it came, and the thunder attribute chakra attached to the sword just couldn't touch Naruto's body. I watched the battle from the side and found that the masked man was just enjoying the thrill of the sword. With his current strength, Killer Bee would probably be defeated. Naruto frowned and suddenly distanced himself. He sensed that the chakra proportion of 8 tails had increased, and it seemed that he was about to enter tailed beast transformation too. Killer Bee's skin is covered in dark red, and its limbs lie on the ground. Several tails made of red chakra grow from behind, and white bones form on its body to wrap its head. Killer Bee roared and rushed straight towards Naruto. Although perfect Jinchuriki can retain consciousness while transforming into a tailed beast, it is still affected by the tailed beast's chakra. Just like what Naruto is encountering now, Killer Bee's attack methods in tailed beast transformation too have become particularly simple and crude, and the comparison between speed and power has also been significantly improved. What a pity, there is someone who disturbed the situation. Naruto sighed to himself. Lightning-style double lariat. Killer Bee and Hokage rushed towards Naruto's direction at the same time, as fast as lightning, and at this time, they specifically aimed at the enemy's neck. Hokage's hand has been treated and has been able to regain some of its combat effectiveness. With a flash of golden light, Naruto's figure instantly disappeared where the combination was attacking. It seems that your speed is not fast enough. Naruto stood on the edge of the ruins, with a special style kunai stuck under his feet, which was covered with patterns. He had just flashed here directly. Flying Thunder God technique, who are you? No one can be so fast except the 4th Hokage. Hokage looked at the masked man and roared. I'm opening your eyes. Naruto clasped his hands together. This was also the first seal that Naruto used to release ninjutsu. Wood style the advent of the tree world. Huge trees rose from the ground and rushed towards Abinab like an ocean. Lightning style lateral bolt of pain, Hokage used all the chakra in his body to forcefully carve a way out of the sea of trees, but there were still a steady stream of trees emerging towards him. Lightning style guillotine drop, AI concentrated the chakra on his feet, raised it high, and slashed hard at the trees blocking the road, instantly causing sawdust to fly, and he kept using tricks to break free from the sea of trees. As for Killer Bee, he decided to completely transform into a tailed beast the moment he saw Wood Style. It's Wood Style. If you get caught by it, you'll be in trouble, 8 Tails reminded. The legendary Wood Style is back, oh yeah. A monster with a bull's head on its upper body and 8 octopus tentacles on its lower body appeared in the huge sea of trees and tore apart the trees it was entangled with. 8 Tails roared up to the sky, and instantly condensed a tailed beast bomb in its mouth, shooting it in Naruto's direction, smashing the trees along the way. Tailed beast bomb, then look at this move. Naruto injected chakra into the sea of trees again. On the way of tailed beast bomb flying over, a large wooden hand suddenly stretched out from the trees and directly held the glowing tailed beast bomb in its hand. At the same time, a huge wooden golem made of trees pulled out from the trees. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. The 2 huge bodies of 8 Tails and the tailed beast were colliding. Wooden golem directly pressed the tailed beast on the head of 8 Tails and exploded. At the same time, several more faces appeared next to wooden golem's body. He opened his mouth, and the 5 attributes of chakra condensed in his mouth were used to counter Hokage AI and shot out. At the same time, Cloud Shinobi, who came to support, was also beaten badly. The arrival of the tree world below was constantly pestering them, and ninjutsu with various attributes were flying around above. The advent of the tree world also has the power to absorb chakra. It seems that wood style's power can be used to deal with large creatures very easily. Sage Art Myojin Gate. As several red torii gates fell from the sky, they pressed hard on each of Eight Tails' feet, making Eight Tails unable to move. At the root Naruto saw information about Hashirama cells, and having been an intern at Konoha Hospital for so long, plus various information about Hashirama cells at the root. Naruto also tried to make contact with Hashirama cells. The result of the contact was that Naruto mastered the wood style, but still needed to form a seal to fuse and balance the chakra of water and earth. There are training methods for various wood style moves at the root. Yamato's wood style moves were taught to him by Danzo. Now this is Naruto's first actual battle, but his record is pretty good. Eight Tails can recover easily. Even if Eight Tails is perfect, Jinchuriki can't stop Naruto's wood style. Now Eight Tails has been pushed to the ground and hammered by wooden golem jutsu. The tailed beast bomb was pushed back by wooden golem's big hand before it was launched, and Eight Tails' tail was also sealed. Now the harvest time has come. Chapter 83. Naruto floated down from wooden golem's head, and chains suddenly appeared on his body, piercing Eight Tails' body fiercely. Eight Tails was originally bound by wood style, and now he couldn't resist Naruto's behavior. As for Hokage, he was still with Cloud Shinobi. Let's fight against the endless trees together. The spiritual world of Eight Tails seems to be very different from that of One Tail. Is it because of the perfect Jinchuriki? Perfect Jinchuriki's seal should be completely released, but the tailed beast is still inside Jinchuriki's body. Idiot! BD Killer Bee said his rap and rushed towards Naruto. Unlike Gaara, Killer Bee could still attack Naruto in the mental space, but the next second he was entangled in Naruto's adamantine sealing chains, and could only watch Naruto extract the chakra of Eight Tails. Hey, Eight Tails, you're in too, Nine Tails greeted. Nine Tails, this person is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and One Tail, are all in this person. Eight Tails saw not only Nine Tails, but also One Tail Shikaku. The killer bee in the outside world has been forced to extract chakra and fainted. Naruto's goal had been achieved and there was no need to fight anymore. He casually threw Killer Bee on the ground. Naruto immediately disappeared and returned to Konoha. With Naruto's departure, the trees gradually stopped moving, losing the support of Naruto chakra and turning into ordinary trees. Hokage walked all the way through the trees to get to Killer Bee, and found that Killer Bee had just fainted, but was still alive. He breathed a sigh of relief, as his life was not in danger. The remaining troops of Cloud Shinobi cleared the large trees that had occupied the entire Cloud Shinobi village. Most of Cloud Shinobi are now covered by trees. The number of dead ninjas is still being counted. Most of them were affected by the arrival of the wood-style tree world. Dies after being drained of chakra. Now the strength of Cloud Shinobi village has declined. Although Cloud Shinobi has always been the country with the most ninjas, many ninjas have died this time. But now the culprit is safely back in Konoha village. Naruto entered the consciousness space and saw three large-tailed beasts facing each other. I came in just to say one thing. Naruto cleared his throat and said, 10 Tails is going to be resurrected, and I need the tailed beast's chakra to weaken 10 Tails in order to seal it again. 10 Tails. The hearts of the three-tailed beasts were already raised at that time. No one knew the horror of 10 Tails better than the tailed beasts. Naruto, are you sure? Ju Xiao checked carefully. Naruto nodded and said, I received information that Rin-Egan has appeared, and the day for 10 Tails resurrection is very close. As long as you get part of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, you cannot completely resurrect 10 Tails, and transform from 10 Tails step by step. Complete the whole body. Kurama, remember Uchiha Itachi, the leader of the organization he joined owned the Rin-Egan. Naruto's words instantly reminded them that if Rin-Egan appeared, then 10 Tails would. The purpose of that leader is 10 Tails. They have the power of the Rinnegan. It should be easy to deal with the tailed beasts. Naruto said slowly. Now that 10 Tails is about to be resurrected, it is crucial to fight against the resurrected 10 Tails. 9 Tails looked at 8 Tails and 1 Tail. Naruto, how can we help you? Kurama looked at Naruto and asked. Hearing Kurama's words, Naruto smiled and said, help me determine the location of the other tailed beasts, and then tell them the news of 10 Tails. After getting the news from Naruto about 10 Tails, 8 Tails had no intention of breaking the seal and left, even though it couldn't be broken. Now Naruto has completely mastered the route here, and has obtained 3 of the 9-tailed beasts' chakra, with 6 more to go. Wood style comes from the world. Is it that Senju Hashirama's wood style? Is Senju Hashirama resurrected? The news from Cloud Shinobi Village spread throughout the shinobi world in just one day, and the news of Wood Style's comeback was also known to everyone. Tsunade-sama, this is the news from Cloud Shinobi Village. A masked man used Wood Style to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village and took away most of 8 Tails' chakra, causing Jinchuriki to fall unconscious. Shizune handed over the information to Tsunade. When Tsunade saw the masked man, he was stunned for a moment and then said, it's him again, the one who took away Shisui Sharingan. That's right, Tsunade-sama, now the Moon Organization has attracted the attention of all ninja villages. Tsunade-sama, and Hokage now suspects that he is from Konoha. After all, Wood Style is first Hokage's signature skill. Shizune added next to him. Shizune, send a copy of the information about the masked man that you collected and witnessed to Hokage, and explain that this was definitely not done by us in Konoha. That organization took away Shisui's Manjiki, and now they can use the power of Wood Style, which is basically combining the power of Senju and Uchiha. When the news about the masked man causing trouble in Cloud Shinobi spread throughout the world, Sasuke quietly left Konoha, and the 4 half-disabled sound ninjas who came to rescue Sasuke were the ones who came to rescue him. The purpose this time is to lure Orochimaru to quickly occupy Sasuke's body, and then rely on Sasuke's awakened Manjiki. Even Orochimaru in his prime could have won, but now Orochimaru's soul is half-disabled and his body is almost useless. How can he fight Sasuke? So no one knew about Sasuke leaving the village, but Kakashi was surprised why he couldn't see Sasuke recently. And little Sakura is learning medical ninjutsu under Tsunade. She is so busy now that she has no time to care about Sasuke's affairs. Everyone who found Sasuke along the way had their memories wiped by the Sharingan. Sasuke just disappeared into Konoha village out of thin air. Boom! AI punched the desk and broke it into pieces again. As usual, Mabai ordered someone to find a new desk. Mabai is Hokage AI's secretary. She has dark skin and is a female Jainin from Cloud Shinobi Village. She is good at the God-given technique. Konoha said they had no knowledge of it. Mabai read the report sent by Konoha steadily. The intelligence coming from Konoha stated that they also received an attack, and the attack on Danzo in Konoha was carried out by the same person. Initiate a wanted order, search for him with all our strength, and at the same time conduct a thorough investigation of the U organization. AI roared angrily. The person from that organization has appeared again, and he can also do Wood Style. Now that person is also the combined power of Uchiha and Senju. No worse than you, Obito. White Zetsu said to a man wearing an orange spiral mask. Don't call that name, Obito is dead, I am Uchiha Madara now, came the deep voice. But White Zetsu was not afraid at all and said, that person is just like you, he must have discovered some secret, and the name of the organization is also very strange, it is called U. Could it be that their target is also Infinite Tsukuyomi? Obito's eyes narrowed and he ordered, how is the information investigation going? No, it's like it doesn't exist at all. There's nothing. The other party actually knows the relationship between Sharingan and Hashirama cells, so the existence time must not be short. Continue to investigate, and have the location of the tailed beast been confirmed. Obito asked White Zetsu. Chapter 84. The locations of the tailed beasts have been determined now, but they are all within their respective shinobi villages, so it's difficult to start with, White Zetsu replied. The most critical thing is 3 tails. It's not time to resurrect yet. 3 tails. Mentioning this, Obito remembered that he had witnessed how Kakashi used Reikari to penetrate Lin's chest. Don't worry about 3 tails for now, just keep an eye on the other tailed beasts. As long as there is any news about suspected U members, please notify me as soon as possible. Obito ordered to White Zetsu. In Konoha village, Naruto sent people to contact Orochimaru, using the name of the route to determine Orochimaru's whereabouts, and at the same time search for Orochimaru's underground experimental base. What's going on with this unusual fluctuation? Naruto, who was sorting out information in the root hall, suddenly felt a strange vibration coming out of thin air somewhere in Konoha village, as if something not belonging to this world had forced its way in. This chakra, it's Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed. But Sasuke had just left Konoha not long ago, and the amount of Sasuke's chakra perceived by Naruto was much greater than the current amount of Sasuke's chakra, and it was more yin-oriented and more mature. Mature, Naruto suddenly thought of a possibility. It couldn't be Sasuke from Boruto. Naruto decided to confirm it. Error, error, time travel anomaly, error. Plow's mouth kept shouting. Plow is the magical weapon of the Tsutsuki clan. It looks like a turtle and has autonomous consciousness. It has a very heaven-defying function of being able to go back to the past. However, at this moment, the plow keeps making wrong requests. Mr. Sasuke, what's going on? Why did the time travel go wrong? Said a boy with a yellow pineapple head and blue eyes. I'm not sure, it seems like something interfered with the time travel process, said young Sasuke. The young man Sasuke covered his left eye and continued, the Rinnegan has been beating since I traveled through time, as if it was trying to tell me something. I saw Naruto peeking out from behind the trees and looking at these 2 people, this is my future son with Hinata, and this is the future Sasuke. That pineapple head doesn't look very smart, Naruto thought. Now that it is confirmed that it is Sasuke sent by Boruto, Naruto no longer has to follow them all the time. Naruto is going to prepare some things to see if it is possible to capture Tsutsuki Urashiki. Tsutsuki Urashiki's goal this time was 9 tails. He was really smart. Since he couldn't defeat Naruto in the future, he went back to the past to defeat Naruto as a child. However, due to some interference, the plow went wrong. The moment he saw the young Sasuke, Naruto understood that that was not the future Sasuke, not the future Sasuke in this timeline, but the Sasuke from the original timeline Boruto. For Nezu who had been together since childhood, they were very familiar with each other, but through observation and perception, they determined that this was not the Sasuke of this time and space. The evidence that makes Naruto more certain is Boruto. The nature of Boruto's chakra is not very similar to the current Naruto. Boruto's chakra lacks one important thing, and this is what confirms the answer. Chakra can be inherited, but now Naruto's chakra has changed, so the inherited chakra will also change. However, the chakra of children is very similar to the chakra of their parents, so Naruto and Minato can use Taiki Rei's Nan, and Naruto and Boruto can also use it. But if Naruto and Boruto are using the Rei's Nan at the same time, Naruto's Rei's Nan will swallow up Boruto's Rei's Nan. So although Boruto is Naruto's son, he is not the son of this Naruto, but the son of Naruto in another time and space. Regarding Tsutsuki, Naruto has no experience in dealing with them, but one thing is that he cannot use ninjutsu as it will be absorbed. Even senjutsu can be absorbed, so he can only use physical techniques to deal with them or destroy their ability to absorb ninjutsu first. Then use ninjutsu to destroy it. Tomoshiki is to destroy the Rinnegan first and then use the super large Rei's Nan to destroy it. The same is true for Torashiki, but his time and space are a bit annoying. Everyone in Tsutsuki has space ninjutsu, and they can open the space door at any time and escape to another place. Huangchuan Hirasaka is the ultimate space ninjutsu, which can only be used if you have reached the blood successor snare. However, Naruto was surprised that the Tsutsuki were only good at crushing enemies with absolute power, but they did not know ninjutsu. Urashiki kept using the red fishing rod to capture various types of chakra, and used this chakra to perform ninjutsu skills, but they themselves don't know how. They are different from ninjas. Ninjas have many skills, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusions. If their information is known, they may be defeated. However, the Tsutsuki clan seems to be running rampant with this powerful and unique skill, but they do not know some very practical skills, and they use chakra too casually, and all skills consume a lot of chakra. He has basically no sense of fighting. Being a god by nature, he doesn't care about those skills. Anyway, he can directly crush everyone in the world with his strength. Once you meet people of the same level, or people who lack strength but can work as a team, these shortcomings will be magnified exponentially. Except for one of the Tsutsuki clan, which can correctly display their powerful fighting power, the other Tsutsuki are just children who have great power but don't know how to use it. This is also the key to defeating them. If there are 3 or 4 people like Six Paths Madara who are experienced in fighting and have impeccable physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusions, except for a few people who can run away, everyone else will die. The first move was half disabled before being defeated by Naruto's heavy particles using a life-accelerating trick, otherwise it would be difficult to win. One move was terrifying, and there was a god of Tsutsuki behind it, which now made Naruto feel even more stressed. What interests Naruto is the technology of the Tsutsuki clan. It is so powerful that it can absorb chakra to make elixirs, which can enhance and strengthen the body to the greatest extent, and as long as there is enough chakra, one can live forever. And Naruto wants to get this alchemy method. Faced with the temptation of immortality, few people can resist it, and it is so close. Everyone likes to get something for nothing. If Naruto has this alchemy method, he can live forever. Annihilate and become eternal existence. Why isn't this exciting? No one can refuse it. Naruto once fantasized about being able to live forever, but Ten Tails Jinchuriki was a sacrifice. Naruto's previous wish was to be able to move freely in the Pure Land after death and retain his self-awareness. Instead of sleeping, Orochimaru's immortal reincarnation was flawed but could be improved, but now what Naruto wanted was right in front of him. Chapter 85. Moreover, this kind of immortality can be given, so that a person will not feel lonely because of his immortality. It can be said to be a very perfect means of immortality. There is a better chance of discovering this technique from Urashiki, and Naruto now has the ability to obtain it. On the other side, Boruto and the young man Sasuke have finished changing their clothes and entered Konoha. Mr. Sasuke, this is what Konoha used to be like. Boruto exclaimed. I was very excited when I saw Konoha village Boruto, which has only 5 heads on the Hokage rock. Unlike Boruto's excitement, Sasuke acted extremely calm. After all, he grew up in Konoha village and was very familiar with Konoha. Sasuke also always cared about plow. Obviously there was a battle during the teleportation process, and coupled with the interference from unknown forces, he could still successfully return to Konoha at this point in time. Boruto, please pay attention, we are just ordinary entertainers now, Sasuke reminded softly. Okay, Mr. Sasuke, Boruto agreed, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Strange, did Konoha have thunder trains at this time? Boruto looked at the train whizzing by on the edge of Konoha. This is the technology that Naruto brought from the land of snow, and then let the roots recruit workers. Now the roots are no longer as cruel as before. The root is now just a job with high confidentiality, and the money from the Konoha orphanage is now distributed on time every month, and Naruto is still buying land in Konoha like crazy, and many places already belong to Naruto. Uncle, when did that thunder truck appear? Boruto asked a random villager on the streets of Konoha. Thunder train? What are you talking about? That's a train. Are you from other villages? The villagers replied. Yes, we are from other villages and just came to Konoha today. The young man Suzuki smoothed things over for Boruto. Let go of pedestrians. What the hell is going on? The Raimon car that originally appeared 10 years later has now appeared in Konoha. The Raimon group should not exist yet, Suzuki secretly thought. Anyway, let's explore the village first. Boruto, wait for me here first, Suzuki ordered, because he saw Harano Sakura in this period. Sakura, how long have you been out playing? Ino said, holding Sakura's hand. I'm currently studying medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital, and Tsunade-sama has assigned me a lot of tasks, and I only have a little rest today, little Sakura complained to Ino. Sakura-chan, I'm so envious that you can have Tsunade-sama as your disciple, Ino said enviously from the side. This is all Naruto's credit. If you want to go, I think Naruto will definitely help you, Ino. Little Sakura waved her hands. By the way, I haven't seen Naruto much recently. Even Suzuki doesn't know where he is. Class 7 is almost gone now, little Sakura sighed. I didn't defect? Hiding in the shadows, Suzuki heard the conversation between Ino and little Sakura and realized something was wrong. I just disappeared. The village did not indicate that I was a traitorous ninja. Moreover, it was Naruto who asked Sakura to learn medical ninjutsu. All these doubts made the young Suzuki feel uneasy, and Rinnegan's beating became more and more obvious. Why don't we go find Naruto? I'm so glad I have the key to Naruto's house. Ino took out the key to Naruto's house and showed off. Mr. Suzuki, what happened? Boruto also followed at this moment. Boruto, something is wrong. This is not the Konoha village I am familiar with, although they are all Konoha village. Suzuki lowered the brim of his hat slightly with his hand and looked at Boruto, who followed him and whispered. Mr. Suzuki. Boruto looked at Suzuki confused. This is obviously Konoha village. Although there are still some changes compared to the future, the outline will not change. Boruto has experienced those familiar streets. Boruto, let's follow little Sakura and Ino to Naruto's house first. Naruto may have a problem, Suzuki said to Boruto while following Ino. Mr. Suzuki, are you saying that my dad has changed? Boruto immediately understood what Suzuki meant. This was Naruto's house, not only little Sakura, but also the young men Suzuki and Boruto who were following behind were shocked. What comes into view is a very beautiful duplex apartment, which is definitely expensive just from the appearance. This is really different from the Naruto home in Sasuke's mind. Even Naruto's home after he became Hokage wasn't so beautiful. This is Naruto's home. Sakura opened her eyes slightly and sighed as she looked at the interior decoration of Naruto's home. Suddenly a thumping sound attracted little Sakura's attention, and a bloody mouth opened in front of little Sakura, as if to eat little Sakura. Ah! Ino was immediately frightened by little Sakura's cry, and Suzuki almost couldn't help but rushed out. Then what is this? Little Sakura said tremblingly, pointing at Samehada having fun in the oversized fish tank. It's okay, little Sakura. That's Naruto's pet. Are you okay? I was shocked when I saw her for the first time. Ino helped little Sakura up from where she was lying. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Samehada to be so naughty. This fish tank was sealed by Naruto. Fortunately, little Sakura, you didn't attack directly, otherwise it would be terrible if the sealing technique was triggered. Ino explained to little Sakura. But Naruto doesn't seem to be at home. Ino sat on the sofa carelessly. Suzuki and Boruto also took the opportunity to leave here. Suzuki now had too many questions in his mind, where exactly had the plow brought them? Suzuki decided to find Naruto first. After all, Urashiki's goal was the 9 tails in Naruto's body. As long as he found Naruto, Urashiki's conspiracy could be stopped. At this moment, Naruto was preparing the sealing technique needed to capture Urashiki. Ninjutsu can be absorbed, but sealing techniques are still a bit restrictive to the Satsuki clan. If ordinary sealing techniques don't work, Naruto has no choice but to use taijutsu to beat Urashiki up, drain his chakra, and use other methods. See if you can get the technology about Dan. Damn it! Urashiki, who was attacked during the teleportation of the plow, is still struggling in the space-time vortex. He doesn't know why, and he has been trapped here. His ability to travel through time and space is completely ineffective in the time and space vortex. If this continues, he will be torn apart by the time and space vortex due to the exhaustion of chakra. Now the chakra style can last for a while. Above the time vortex, a figure made of green energy smiled and said, "It's not time to let you come into contact with Naruto yet. Let's trap you temporarily. Satsuki clan, you will be finished soon." Then the green figure turned into light and flew around. It's just that poor Urashiki is still trying to hold on in the vortex of time and space, looking for opportunities to escape.